Though merely a worthless tattoo artist who had crossed over to this world, Bai Zhen defied fate through the divine art of mystical tattoos, granting a young woman the power of mythical beasts. In the dim chamber with its cool air, Lin Qingyue bit her red lips tightly, her pale fingers trembling as she pulled down her collar, revealing the honey-colored glow of her right shoulder and chest under the lamplight. Bai Zhen's gaze lingered around her collarbone, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, unable to hide his inner amazement. This perfect figure, this firm skin, these jade-smooth contours were simply the ultimate canvas for a tattoo artist. 3 days ago, Bai Zhen had awakened as a tattoo artist, but his talent was rated at the lowest grade. Little did anyone know, his true identity was an unprecedented SS-grade divine tattoo master that even awakening stones couldn't detect. Divine tattoo masters used blood as ink and souls as guides to awaken the power of ancient fierce beasts, possessing unimaginable heaven-defying potential. However, to unleash their full power, the tattoo recipient must possess exceptional talent and extremely high compatibility. At this moment, Lin Qingyue was the perfect match for the White Tiger tattoo. A young woman, Frost Sword Warrior, grade talent, level 17, excellent in all aspects of strength, agility, defense, and magic, with a compatibility rate of 98. Bai Zhen focused his mind, his fingertip hovering 3 inches above the girl's smooth back. Silver light flowed like a living creature from his fingers, dancing across Lin Qingyue's snow-white skin, each stroke outlining the majestic contours of the white tiger. Though the needle tip hadn't touched her skin, it stirred the deepest tremors within the young woman. Lin Qingyue's chest rose and fell dramatically, shyness and sensitivity intertwining as her skin took on a faint pink hue. Bai Zhen's fingers moved almost imperceptibly around her most sensitive lower back, like feathers brushing against nerves, making her heart race and lose control. As the tattoo took shape, the white tiger's power awakened in her blood, and the coldness within the girl was consumed by scorching divine energy. The white tiger stood majestically, its head raised on her right shoulder, body coiled along her spine, tail wrapped around her left waist. However, the tiger's mouth was positioned right at Lin Qingyue's private area on her right chest. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet she couldn't resist that tingling sensation. Just as Lin Qingyue felt anxious and uneasy, she suddenly felt a large hand grasp that soft area. She was about to cry out when she saw Bai Zhen's expression remained calm. It turned out he was only simulating the tattoo on his own hand to avoid stimulating the girl's sensitive areas. Understanding the truth, Lin Qingyue felt overwhelmed with shame, her face nearly dripping with embarrassment. At that moment, a notification sound rang in Bai Zhen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully completed the mythical White Tiger tattoo. Target Lin Qingyue's talent upgraded to grade, level increased by 10, all attributes enhanced by 20. Target Lin Qingyue has mastered exclusive skill White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. Ding! Congratulations, host receives power feedback, current level increased by 10, synchronized acquisition of White Tiger Blazing Light Wave skill. Can be released without consumption, can emit 2 additional light waves each time, current cooldown 10 minutes. Bound with target, all units killed by Lin Qingyue will provide experience and divine tattoo points to host proportionally. Bai Zhen was overjoyed, never expecting that divine tattoo masters could not only grant power to targets, but also receive synchronized combat experience feedback. As long as he had enough tattoo recipients, he could achieve true, effortless victory. Looking at Lin Qingyue, the white tiger tattoo's open mouth seemed ready to devour everything. The young woman was enveloped in pale golden light, her pupils transformed into majestic tiger eyes, her aura surging powerfully. Lin Qingyue was utterly shocked. Her attributes had skyrocketed across the board, her level jumped 10 grades, her skill power far exceeded a grade, and her talent had directly advanced to grade. You can even upgrade talent levels. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Lin Qingyue could hardly believe her own transformation. Joy and shock intertwined, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. Since talent levels are typically fixed from birth, the higher one's talent level, the more significant the attribute gains after leveling up. Even among people of the same level, differences in talent create gaps as vast as chasms between their actual abilities. And now, Lin Qingyue had stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck, a direct advancement through a tattoo, something that could improve talent levels when the entire world believed it was impossible. This kind of enhancement was no less remarkable than the transformation that comes from obtaining some rare inheritance. This priceless surprise came from a tattoo artist who was supposedly only a rank. If he truly was just a rank, then all the support professions in the world wouldn't even be worth a damn. Lin Qingyue's heart pounded with excitement, while Bai Zhen simply stood nearby with a calm expression and relaxed demeanor. The cold energy in your body should be suppressed now, right? His tone was calm, yet carried an air of certainty. The power of refined metal granted by the white tiger tattoo cut through all corruption like a sharp blade, making it especially effective against evil spirits. Although cold energy and evil spirits were fundamentally different, anything harmful to the body could theoretically be treated as malevolent. After Bai Zhen's brief explanation, he quietly waited for her response. Lin Qingwen nodded quickly. The moment the tattoo's power flowed into her, the extreme cold that had tormented her for years completely vanished. A problem that had stumped the entire Lin family for years was easily solved by a small tattoo artist whom everyone looked down upon. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she never would have believed it. With such a powerful tattoo, could I get another one? Her eyes shone so brightly, they could almost illuminate the room. Seeing her burning gaze, Bai Zhen's mind raced. Tattoos could indeed stack their powers, but having two tattoos simultaneously wasn't just about strength, it also depended on whether the body could handle it. Your level is too low right now, he chose his words carefully. Perhaps you can get another one after you level up. Learning it wasn't possible for now, Lin Qingwei wasn't disappointed. Getting the white tiger tattoo was already an unexpected joy, and with this enhancement, tomorrow's school assessment would definitely be a sure thing. With this thought, she extended an invitation. Want to come watch tomorrow's school assessment? Bai Zhen shook his head. Lin Qingyue initially thought he was looking down on her abilities, but his next words left her completely stunned. I've already dropped out of school. What? She exclaimed. Bai Zhen shrugged. The school wasn't willing to waste resources on an E-rank talent tattoo artist, so naturally they wouldn't let me keep hanging around. Lin Qingyue stamped her feet in anger. Are they blind? How dare they push out such a skilled tattoo artist? What a massive loss. Tianyuan University instantly lost its luster in her mind. Judging only by professional rankings without considering individual potential was nothing but prejudice. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had dropped out. She tried to calm her emotions. Our Lin family has some influence in Tianyuan City. I'll ask my family for help to get you readmitted. No need. Bai Zhen firmly refused. He had no interest in such places. Besides, since they had already given up on him, why should he humiliate himself? As long as he possessed the divine tattoo master profession, he didn't need those educational resources and could still go further and climb higher than others. Moreover, since they had already looked down on him, why should he go back with his tail between his legs? With this divine tattoo master profession, he didn't need any educational resources at all and could still walk further and climb higher than anyone else. It was getting late, and she had to participate in the assessment tomorrow. Sensing the dismissive tone in Bai Zhen's voice, Lin Qingyue tactfully chose to take her leave. Watching Lin Qingyue's departing figure, Bai Zhen lowered his head to look at his palm, which still retained some warmth, with the soft sensation from their earlier contact lingering faintly between his palm lines. That hand just now, TSK. He estimated it was at least a cup. As if sensing Bai Zhen's extremely presumptuous action, Lin Qingyue actually felt a burning sensation where her chest had been touched, and instinctively turned her head back. But she only saw Bai Zhen's gaze seeing her off, and her face immediately flushed slightly red again. The night passed without incident. The next day, early morning, Lin Qingyue slays LV.17 Armored Rhinoceros. Mythic Grade Tattoo Feedback Experience Multiplier is 200. You have gained 439 experience points. Divine Pattern Points 27. An extremely abrupt feedback notification sound woke the sleeping Bai Zhen, and at the same time, a ray of light rose from beneath Bai Zhen's feet as his experience increased synchronously. Experience feedback? Bai Zhen's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that mythic grade tattoos would provide double experience feedback. He had thought it would only be half the feedback, but now leveling up while lying down was truly no longer a dream. His current level was 10, and at this pace, he would be able to reach level 11 if Lin Qingyue killed just 2 more armored rhinoceros. However, the acquisition of divine pattern points was a bit too slow. It seemed he would need to find a way to recruit some people with high compatibility for low-tier tattoos as workers, since he couldn't just exploit Lin Qingyue alone. While Bai Zhen was contemplating, Lin Qingyue's monster-slaying process continued without any slack. Lin Qingyue slays LV.16 Armored Rhinoceros. You have gained 396 experience points. Divine Pattern Points 24. Lin Qingyue slays LV.19 Armored Rhinoceros. You have gained 522 experience points. Divine Pattern Points 33. Lin Qingyue slays LV.22 Elite Armored Rhinoceros. You have gained 1348 experience points. Divine Pattern Points 73. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level is LV.15. Ding. Tattoo target Lin Qingyue's level has increased to 28. This level up grants attribute improvements. Attack power 6, defense 4, mental power 2, agility 4, defense 3, magic resistance 3. Congratulations, host has received attribute feedback. Attack power 6, defense 4, mental power 2, agility 4, defense 3, magic resistance 3. Name, Bai Zhen, profession, divine pattern master, professional talent rating. SSS grade, level, 15, experience, 348, 1960, strength, 77, mental power, 65, agility, 63, defense, 47, magic resistance, 54, skills, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version Scrade Skill, no consumption. Can use the energy of metal element to manifest the phantom of the divine beast White Tiger and unleash 3 powerful attacks. Divine Pattern I Scrade Skill, no consumption. Can view attributes, skills, and status of all targets within 20 levels of own level. In just over 10 minutes, Bai Zhen's level had skyrocketed from 10 to 15. Such rapid leveling speed made Bai Zhen feel somewhat euphoric, especially his attribute panel, which was incredibly luxurious. And he was still just a tattoo artist who appeared frail and weak in the eyes of others. Beyond the level improvements, Bai Zhen's divine pattern points had reached 570. While this number might not seem impressive at first glance, the costs were staggering. A common quality tattoo required 200 points, excellent demanded 1,000, fine needed 1,500, epic cost 2,000, legendary required a whopping 5,000, and mythical demanded an astronomical 10,000 points. At this rate, relying solely on Lin Qingyue to provide divine pattern points would take forever, so he decided to leave school and venture into the outside world. Bai Zhen was no longer just a student. The fastest way to obtain resources was to register with the professional association. Lin Qingyue alone wasn't enough, needed to find more compatible tattoo subjects. With just 2 or 3 more, his power surge would only be a matter of time. While others improved through grueling practice, he relied on time itself, and time would prove everything. He also needed to solve his livelihood issues. The original owner had lived off charity since childhood, finally awakening his profession in university only to die at the crucial moment, becoming Bai Zhen's stepping stone into this world. The professional association provided monthly subsidies based on level, and his passive leveling ability made this money practically free. Since he could level up effortlessly, he might as well embrace the lying flat lifestyle completely. Outside the professional association building in Tianyuan City, people bustled about while electronic screens displayed the latest dungeon strategies. Bai Zhen entered the lobby and headed straight for the service counter. "Hello, how may I help you today?" The staff member at window 3 greeted him with a smile. "I'd like to register as a professional." He handed over his ID card. The staff member swiped the card, and his information immediately appeared on screen. Rank, tattoo artist, Tianyuan University dropout. This resume of misfortune caused her expression to flicker momentarily before returning to her professional smile. "Sir, the registration fee is 800 Chinese yuan. However, tattoo artist is classified as a special support profession, so according to regulations, additional fees are waived. You just need to fill out this form." Bai Zhen nodded and took the electronic tablet. People in line cast curious glances his way. In a world that revered combat professions, tattoo artists were nearly extinct. Moreover, low-level support professionals had to complete team commissions monthly or risk losing their certification. The Chinese branch rarely saw more than a few per year. Someone in the queue whispered, "I heard this year's professional assessment just ended, and that young lady from the Lin family took first place again." Yeah, apparently her frost sword energy suddenly skyrocketed. Even the examiners were stunned. Bai Zhen's pen paused slightly, and an involuntary smile crept across his face. It seemed Lin Qingyue had truly made excellent use of her tattoo's power. The metallic device behind the registration desk gradually ceased its humming, and the light screen condensed into a thin card. The staff member embedded the card into a bronze badge and handed it to Bai Zhen. "Registration complete. This is your professional badge. For power assessment and comprehensive combat analysis, please proceed to the battle room on the 2nd floor. Once the evaluation results are ready, the entire registration process will be finished." Bai Zhen accepted the badge, feeling the cool bronze surface and the raised engravings beneath his fingertips. He pinned the badge to his dark collar and was about to head toward the stairs when the guild doors were suddenly pushed open. Clear, cheerful voices immediately flooded in. "Qingyue, you were absolutely incredible today, single-handedly taking down over a dozen iron-armored rhinos, with an average level around 17. Just a few days ago you were only in the teens yourself. Your improvement speed is insane. Even the principals looking at you differently now might make an exception and let you participate in next month's inter-school tournament." 4 well-dressed young people entered the hall. Leading them was Lin Qingyue herself. She wore a light blue silk jacket with subtle frost flower patterns embroidered along the hem. On her chest, a gleaming silver badge proclaimed her recent success in the assessment. As her gaze swept across the hall, Lin Qingyue suddenly froze, then her eyes lit up. "Bai Zhen." Hearing his name called, Bai Zhen instinctively turned around, just in time to see her approaching quickly. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qingyue stopped in her tracks, barely able to contain the joy that seemed ready to spill from her voice. She couldn't quite understand why herself, she only knew that seeing him made her happy. "Registering for professional status." Bai Zhen raised his hand, pointing to the bronze badge on his collar. "Qingyue, is this the tattoo artist you mentioned?" The speaker was a round-faced girl with pigtails, a petite young woman. She looked Bai Zhen up and down curiously, her eyes curving into crescents. "Handsome guy, could you tattoo a white tiger for me too?" Bai Zhen's gaze swept over her, and information immediately surfaced in his mind. Name, Zhuge Yingying. Profession, Lightning Mage. Talent rating, rank. Level, 19. Strength, 12. Mental power, 24. Agility, 16. Defense, 11. Magic resistance, 21. Recommended tattoo, Kuei Ox Epic. Tattoo compatibility, 57. A system notification appeared alongside. Please note, when tattoo compatibility is low, the enhancement the tattoo provides to the target will be significantly reduced, and feedback ratios will be affected accordingly. Only 57 compatibility. Bai Zhen mused silently. This level was barely hardly worth wasting his precious divine tattoo points on. So he politely but firmly dismissed her request. Taking advantage of the conversation, he turned his attention to the other two teammates. Name, Zhao Taizhan. Profession, Heavy Shield Guardian. Professional talent rating, Crank. Level, 16. Strength, 28. Mental power, 8. Agility, 11. Defense, 35. Magic resistance, 18. Recommended tattoo, Black Tortoise Superior. Tattoo compatibility, 56. Name, Lu Tian. Profession, Wind Swift Archer. Professional talent rating, Crank. Level, 17. Strength, 13. Mental power, 16. Agility, 32. Defense, 10. Magic resistance, 14. Recommended tattoo, Azure Phoenix Fine. Tattoo compatibility, 69. Both had lower levels than Zhuge Yingying, with inferior tattoo quality and compatibility ratings as well. Bai Zhen made his judgment in just a few seconds. Indeed, not everyone was worthy of his tattoos. Your primary combat style involves using lightning-based spells, which suggests you're likely a specialized branch of the mage class. Bai Zhen bent down to examine Lin Qingyue's constitution, his tone gentle yet firm. The White Tiger's Gengjin power isn't suitable for you, and besides, I don't currently have any tattoo designs that match your talents. He didn't directly tell Lin Qingyue that she was unworthy of the Gengjin power. This charming little girl had a pleasant personality, and there was no need to make things awkward. A tattoo artist, huh? A voice tinged with subtle contempt interrupted. The speaker was Lu Tian, a wind archer, whose gaze lingered between Lin Qingyue and Bai Zhen, jealousy and arrogance flashing briefly in his eyes. My uncle hired a tattoo artist last year to enhance his attributes, but the guy was incompetent. The next day it got infected and inflamed, and it cost tens of thousands of yuan to treat. Zhao Taizhan, standing beside him, chuckled softly upon hearing this. Not all tattoo artists are like that, but it's definitely a tough profession. Bai Zhen, you're still a rank, right? That makes it even harder to get by. Lu Tian picked up the conversation, looking at Bai Zhen with a half-smile. Qingyue mentioned you were expelled from Tianyuan Academy? Want me to help you find a job? My father's company is looking for clerks. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Qingyue's brow furrowed instantly. Even the most oblivious person could hear the exclusion and superiority in their words. Zhao Taizhan, Lu Tian. Bai Zhen is my friend, what are you trying to say? Her voice was clearly filled with anger. Seeing the tension escalating, Zhuge Yingying quickly tried to smooth things over. Sister Qingyue, they're just bad with words, and Miss Bokathy really didn't mean anything by it. Everyone did well on today's assessment, so let's not fight. She changed the subject. Bai Zhen, didn't you come to register your identity? We need to register too. Let's go get our levels assessed together, it's better to have company. Her reminder brought everyone back to the matter at hand. A few minutes later, all four received copper badges engraved with the association's emblem, their cold touch serving as a reminder of the upcoming test. Let's go, time to get our levels assessed on the second floor. Lu Tian pocketed his badge and headed toward the stairs without looking back. Zhao Taizhan followed closely, with Zhuge Yingying jogging to catch up. Only Lin Qingyue lingered behind, walking alongside Bai Zhen. She lowered her voice and said, don't mind them. Lu Tian is the young master of the Lu financial growths, always been arrogant. Zhao Tieshan's family has military connections, and the two have been inseparable since childhood, always backing each other up. Bai Zhen smiled faintly. To him, their attributes were leagues below his own, and it would be meaningless to lower himself to argue with ants. The most direct way to deal with such arrogance was simple slap them in the face, and slap them hard. The testing hall on the second floor was spacious and bright, divided into multiple functional areas. At the center stood a circular testing platform 5 meters in diameter, its surface embedded with various precision instruments and energy circuits flickering through metal gaps. The examiner was an elderly man with graying hair but sharp spirits, wearing an impeccably pressed black tang suit, his gaze as piercing as a blade. All new registrants, I assume? Start with the strength test, one at a time. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the hall. Lu Tian stepped onto the platform first, slightly lowering his shoulders, taking a bow stance to gather power, then throwing a fierce punch at the testing stone. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the testing stone to instantly emit a blinding blue light. The testing device immediately announced in a mechanical voice, impact force 170 kilograms, strength attribute assessed, at 17 points. Comprehensive profession, wind archer, current level, 17, aptitude rating gold tier. Hearing the announced results, Lu Tian's arrogant expression became even more pronounced. The supervising elder nearby also showed clear surprise on his face. Wind archers were renowned for their agility, yet this student before them had an incredible 17 points in strength at his current level. Hearing the public praise, Lu Tian immediately lifted his chin, as proud as a peacock with its tail feathers reaching for the sky, striking a genius pose as he addressed the crowd. Simple. All it takes is compensating for a few minor flaws. However, the elder's surprise lasted only a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Golden tier talent, while rare, was far from enough to truly shock him. Next, Zhao Taizhan stepped up to the force-measuring stone, took a deep breath, and threw a powerful punch. The stone's surface shook violently, clearly much more substantial than Lu Tian's strike. Impact force 280 kilograms, strength attribute 28 points. Comprehensive class, heavy shield guardian, current level 16, aptitude rating golden tier. Another golden tier. Following closely, Zhuge Yingying's results also reached golden tier. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned in unison to the final test taker Lin Qinghua. Go for it, Sister Qinghua. Zhuge Yingying clenched her small fists and whispered encouragement. Lin Qinghua gave Bai Zhen a gentle smile, then stepped toward the force-measuring stone. The moment she entered the testing area, a chill filled the air. With a clear shout, Lin Qinghua struck down with her fist, and behind her the air distorted as the phantom of a white tiger appeared, roaring toward the heavens. Boom! A deafening roar swept through the entire hall as the force-measuring stone blazed with brilliant blue light from its base, the radiance instantly spreading across the entire stone surface. Impact force 790 kilograms, strength attribute 79 points. Comprehensive class, Frost Swordsman, current level 28, aptitude rating platinum tier. The hall fell silent instantly, and even the tea-sipping elder set down his cup and walked over. It's been years since we've seen a platinum tier. What's your name? This junior is Lin Qinghua. Very good, I'll remember that. The elder nodded with a smile. Frost Swordsmen possess both metal and ice attributes. Your strength far exceeds warriors of the same level. If you can merge these two attributes, metal and ice, you might forge an entirely different path. The lights seemed to focus on Lin Qinghua. The white tiger tattoo on her right shoulder flickered in and out of visibility as energy surged through it, while her light blue silk jacket swayed gently in the air currents, outlining her graceful curves. Bai Zhen knew she had an impressive figure and couldn't help but smile. In the crowd, Lu Tian's gaze burned intensely as he stared fixedly at Lin Qinghua's elegant neckline, his Adam's apple bobbing. Such talent and ability made her worthy of being the woman Lu Tian had set his sights on. At the same time, his jealousy and hatred toward Bai Zhen deepened. How could such a dazzling prodigy show favor toward a worthless tattoo artist? Qinghua rarely gave him a proper glance in daily life. Yet now she had publicly threatened him and Zhao Taizhan for the sake of that trash. Bai Zhen paid no attention to Lu Tian's cold stare, quietly activating his divine mark I as Lin Qinghua's attribute panel soon appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Qinghua. Profession, Frost Swordsman. Professional talent rating, S-Class. Level, 28. Strength, 79. Mental power, 33. Agility, 66. Defense, 39. Magic resistance, 41. Recommended tattoo, White Tiger Mythical Grade Tattoo. Compatibility, 98. After reviewing Lin Qinghua's stats, Bai Zhen felt like his heart had been struck by a sledgehammer, suddenly gained an unprecedented understanding of his own status panel. Damn, he was just a level 15 tattoo artist, yet his attributes were on par with a level 28 Frost Swordsman. Without any reference point before, he had assumed he was roughly equivalent to someone in their 20s. Only now did he realize that the attribute bonuses Lin Qinghua provided him, combined with his own heaven-defying SS-class talent, had created an almost abnormal growth curve in his base stats. Bai Zhen, you're the only one left. I'm sure you'll get a great rating too. Lin Qinghua had just achieved impressive results and was in high spirits, her face showing genuine encouragement. Lu Tian stood to the side with his arms crossed, a barely perceptible sneer playing at his lips. A strength test for a tattoo artist? What a joke. I bet he can't even hit 100 kilograms. Support classes have garbage attributes to begin with. Even if he got lucky and picked up some skills, he's still nothing more than a stray dog. The blatant mockery caused Lin Qinghua's expression to turn cold instantly. She had never realized Lu Tian could be this disgusting. Noticing her change in demeanor, Lu Tian clenched his teeth even tighter. It's all that waste's fault. When I get the chance, I'll definitely get him. Bai Zhen was simply speechless at Lu Tian's incessant chatter. This guy must have split personality disorder combined with severe delusions, always trying to step on him. Whatever, this kind of jumping clown probably won't survive more than a few chapters anyway. He walked up to the strength testing stone and swiped his badge. Identity verification successful. Bai Zhen, level 15, profession, tattoo artist. Please begin the strength test. Bai Zhen didn't even bother with proper form, casually raising his arm and throwing a punch. His nonchalant attitude immediately caused the elderly man in traditional robes to lose favor with him, already disadvantaged by his profession, yet still unwilling to put in serious effort. Arrogant and ignorant, he would never amount to anything. However, the next second, boom, a thunderous crash exploded, shaking everyone present. The strength-testing stone struck by Bai Zhen erupted in blinding light, with violent shockwaves radiating outward from its center. Lu Tian, who was standing closest, was knocked back stumbling. Everyone stared in shock at the testing stone, the specially crafted material that was supposedly capable of withstanding full-force strikes from anyone below level 20, was now covered in spiderweb cracks radiating from where Bai Zhen's fist had landed. Impact force, 390 kilograms. Strength attribute assessment, 39 points. Overall profession, tattoo artist. Current level, 15. This assessment's aptitude rating peerless grade. P peerless grade. The elderly man in robes shot up from his chair so abruptly that his sleeve knocked over his teacup with a sharp crack, as porcelain shards scattered everywhere. His eyes, which had seen countless years, were wide as saucers, his withered fingers trembling uncontrollably. After a long moment, he finally managed to stammer out, "How? How is this possible?" His gaze was locked onto the bronze badge on Bai Zhen's collar. That's right, it was a newly registered novice. When he was earning badges earlier, his level and profession had already been displayed. An irranked talent. A mere level 15 tattoo artist that should have been the most unremarkable person in the crowd. Yet the strength attribute he just demonstrated was absolutely not something a level 15 could achieve. Even an strength warrior at level 15 might not possess such terrifying power. No wonder this guy had maintained such a calm and composed demeanor from the very beginning. What was even more shocking was that when Bai Zhen threw his punch in front of everyone, he didn't even lower his stance or tense his arm muscles. His movement was as casual as swatting a fly. The power of that punch was probably just the result of him holding back. The elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing speculated silently, and in fact, his guess was correct. Bai Zhen had indeed held back. A level 15 tattoo artist possessing strength comparable to a level 28 frost swordsman was already shocking enough. The ability to peek at others' attributes wasn't something everyone possessed. As long as Bai Zhen didn't voluntarily reveal his stats, others would never be able to see through his complete status panel. Just now, displaying only 39 points of strength had already stunned everyone. If he were to reveal his peak value of 77 points, Bai Zhen didn't dare imagine how out of control the scene would become. Lu Tian's expression at this moment was absolutely priceless. First turning the color of pig liver, then pale as paper, and finally taking on an unnatural grayish hue. His usually arrogant handsome face was nearly twisted with emotion. His gaze fell on Bai Zhen's right hand hanging at his side, slender, clean, without even a trace of redness or swelling, as if that earth-shattering punch had been nothing but an illusion. He's cheating. He must have taken performance-enhancing drugs. Lu Tian shouted out. His accusation did catch the attention of the elderly man in traditional clothing, but the latter dismissed this theory with just a glance. Bai Zhen's expression was calm, his breathing steady, showing none of the signs of surging blood vessels that would follow drug use. What? Would you like me to take the test again? Bai Zhen spoke casually, causing everyone present to shudder slightly. The strength testing device had never shown an error since its public use began, making the probability of this punch reading being wrong virtually zero. The disdain on the elderly man's face instantly transformed into flattery. Since records began, those who could achieve peerless rating could be counted on one hand. In the past 10 years, only 3 had appeared, and one of them was the tattoo artist he had just looked down upon. It must be a fluke, his strong suit just happens to be strength. Lu Tian stubbornly insisted, though he no longer had any confidence. The subsequent tests completely crushed what remained of Lu Tian's pride. Mental power assessment peerless grade. Agility assessment peerless grade. Defense assessment peerless grade. Magic resistance assessment peerless grade. The mechanical notification sounds rang out one after another. Each time a record was broken, the shock in the hall doubled. All attributes at peerless level. Dead silence. The vast testing hall instantly became terrifyingly quiet, with everyone looking at Bai Zhen as if they were staring at some never-before-seen monster. Lin Qingyue's ice blue eyes sparkled with amazement. From the moment Bai Zhen revealed his white tiger tattoo, she had sensed this person was extraordinary. But witnessing his complete domination firsthand still made her heart race. Bai Zhen's perfect ratings across all attributes completely shattered Lu Tian's fragile nerves. His mind reeling from the shock, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. Lu Tian! Zhao Taizhu cried out in alarm. He lunged forward with a powerful stride, barely managing to catch Lu Tian's shoulders before he could hit the ground. Zhuge Yingying stood frozen in place, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. A profession with perfect ratings in all attributes not just in Tianyuan City, but even across all of China. Such cases could be counted on one hand. Bai Zhen's heart skipped a beat as he noticed the crowd's shocked stares intensifying around him. Damn, it seems I didn't hold back enough. He had only revealed half of his true attributes, yet in their eyes, he had already reached the ceiling. Fortunately, tattoo artist was a support class profession, which could somewhat conceal his brilliance. Support professions always leveled up. The slowest healers gained experience through healing, blacksmiths through crafting items. Similarly, tattoo artists had to earn experience through tattooing. In other words, no matter how incredible his current attributes were, if he couldn't level up, he might remain stuck forever. The elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing clearly understood this point. After a brief moment of shock, he merely gave a symbolic bow. Bai Zhen, with perfect ratings in all attributes, you are eligible to receive the brilliant insignia from the association. With this insignia, you'll enjoy multiple privileges within the association. He paused briefly, then explained, the brilliant insignia must be custom-made for each individual and cannot be pre-manufactured. Please return in 3 days, and we'll have your information recorded in the newly crafted insignia. With that, the elderly man retrieved a silver-gray card from his storage ring, swiped it on a nearby device, and handed it over. This card contains your information and serves as proof for collection. All right. Bai Zhen accepted the card with neither humility nor arrogance, casually putting it away before flashing a triumphant smile at Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue immediately understood, returning the smile as she walked over quickly. Congratulations! This result is going to slap certain people hard in the face. More than just them, Zhuge Yingying also snapped back to reality, adding softly, Tianyuan University probably won't be able to sit still either. Missing out on a student with perfect ratings in all attributes would be a tremendous loss. Bai Zhen remained nonchalant. Those are matters for later. I've always focused on the present. He turned his gaze toward Lu Tian, who lay unconscious in Zhao Tieju's arms, his tone calm, yet carrying a chill. He's in this condition, and you're still not calling for medical assistance? If the Lu family's young master dies here, who among you can bear that responsibility? Zhao Tieju's heart trembled, and only then did he set aside his pride, repeatedly agreeing to call for help. Apart from the elderly man in traditional clothing and Bai Zhen, both Lin Qingyue and Zhuge Yingying were young women. It would clearly be inappropriate to ask the high-ranking elderly man to bend down and carry someone, and expecting help from Bai Zhenwo had been mocked and ridiculed just minutes earlier was nothing short of wishful thinking. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Taiju had no choice but to drag Lu Tian toward the elevator like a dead dog. Such a ridiculous sight brought a contemptuous smile to Bai Zhen's face. So this is what passes for a young master in this world. Pure nouveau riche attitude, completely lacking in substance. What a waste of all those resources. Bai Zhen sneered inwardly and turned to leave. Behind him, Lin Qingyue gracefully caught up, her voice soft yet sincere. Bai Zhen, I never had the chance to properly thank you. How about we have dinner together tonight? If it were anyone else facing an invitation from the campus beauty, fair-skinned, gorgeous, and incredibly talented 9 out of 10 would have agreed with wild enthusiasm. But Bai Zhen waved his hand without hesitation. Not tonight. Let's postpone dinner. I have other matters to attend to. We'll arrange something when there's an opportunity. His purpose for coming out was to enhance his strength. While pursuing women was certainly important, before finding several powerful allies who could let him coast along, he truly couldn't afford to completely relax. Not to mention Lu Tian, who he had infuriated beyond measure. Once that guy woke up, there was no telling if he'd scheme behind the scenes. Everything required early precautions. As for his insufficient divine pattern points, the system had provided a compromise solution: advanced consumption. When finding suitable targets, he could overdraw divine pattern points, but until the debt was cleared, no further tattooing would be possible. Though this setting was harsh, it was reasonable. At least during the early stages when resources were extremely scarce, if he encountered another perfect target, like Lin Qingyue, he wouldn't be left helplessly watching. For him, this overdraft was tantamount to a chance to turn the tide. Qingyue. As Bai Zhen's figure disappeared around the corner, Zhuge Yingying stood on her tiptoes, waving her hand in front of her friend's face, her chestnut ponytail swaying gently. Snap out of it. He's already gone. Only then did Lin Qingyue come back to her senses, a flash of panic crossing her ice-blue eyes. She quickly turned her face away, but couldn't escape Yingying's sharp gaze. Her jade-like earlobes were tinged with a faint cherry pink. Oh my, Zhuge Yingying lowered her voice. Qingyue, you're the campus beauty. So many young masters from prestigious families line up to invite you to dinner, yet that guy wouldn't even spare you an extra glance. The needle-like words gently pierced Lin Qingyue's heart. She replied softly, perhaps. A thin mist rose in her ice-blue eyes, yet she still defended Bai Zhen. But he's always been a very special person. Special enough to make her question her own charm for the first time. Lin Qingyue unconsciously touched her right shoulder where Bai Zhen's personally tattooed, white tiger pattern was hidden. Images from the tattoo studio flashed through her mind. Bai Zhen's focused gaze, his slightly furrowed brow, the unconscious movement of his Adam's apple. The burning temperature of his fingertips seemed to still linger on her skin, making her whole body tremble. Ah! Zhuge Yingying suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lin Xingyue's face. Why are you even redder? You're not thinking about something naughty, are you? Yingying. Lin Xingyue stamped her foot in embarrassed annoyance, panic flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yet her mind involuntarily replayed those scenes again. Herself half undressed, by Zhen's burning breath, that hand wandering across her skin. I was just... She stammered, making things worse with each word. Seeing this, Zhuge Yingying laughed heartily and linked arms with her. All right, I'll stop teasing you. But seriously, that tattoo artist really is special. Lu Tian and his crew were so devastated they started questioning their very existence. Bai Zhen suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the end of the alley, beside a garbage bin, a small curled-up figure caught his attention. The system panel immediately materialized in his vision, with crimson data particularly striking in the darkness. Name: Yi Liuli. Profession: none. Talent rating: rank unawakened. Current status: hungry, weak. Recommended tattoo: Taotai legendary. Compatibility: 99.7. Warning: this target has not yet awakened a profession, but can be forcibly awakened through tattooing. An unawakened rank. Bai Zhen's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing tightening. In this world where job changers were everywhere, the probability of rank talent appearing was lower than winning the lottery. Such aptitude would be treasured as a core member by any major family. Fortunately, her profession remained unawakened, otherwise she would already be surrounded by admirers. Even more astonishing was her 99.7 compatibility with legendary tattoos, surpassing even Lin Xingyue. He desperately needed a new tattoo target and the opportunity was right before his eyes. He approached with light steps. Moonlight fell, finally illuminating the figure. A girl around 14 or 15 years old, wearing an oversized gray cloth dress, stained beyond recognition of its original color. The tulong hem clung to the damp ground, soaked through with dirty water. Her bare feet were covered in tiny cuts and grime, with several whip marks around her ankles that had scabbed over but remained grotesque. Get away! The girl snarled through gritted teeth, her childish voice carrying a fierce edge as she shrank back like a frightened animal, stumbling from weakness. I'm not a bad person. You're hungry, aren't you? Trust me, I'll take you to get some food. Bai Zhen extended his hand. With moonlight streaming from behind him, from the girl's upward gaze, he appeared like a savior descending from heaven. You little brat, so this is where you've been hiding. Chaotic footsteps suddenly intruded as three burly men emerged from the shadows. The leader, with a scarred face, swung an iron chain, the metallic clanking echoing through the narrow alley. Yi Liuli's hand, which had been reaching out, trembled, and she instantly hid behind Bai Zhen, her dirty little fingers clutching desperately at his clothes. Kid, get lost if you don't want to die. The scarred man sneered as they advanced step by step, their elongated shadows at the alley's end writhing like black serpents. Good guys don't live long these days. Looking at your delicate skin, you don't seem like the type who could take a beating. The little girl is our merchandise. Got 3 seconds to decide. Facing these aggressive men, Bai Zhen's expression instantly darkened. These guys really knew how to judge by appearances. According to his divine Mark Eye's observation, these men were all warrior class professionals, though their levels were quite low. The highest among them was only level 12, which was indeed considered decent for ordinary street thugs. But compared to Bai Zhen's boy, the system called the bug among bugs, they weren't even worthy of tying his shoes. Little girl, close your eyes, cover your ears, and turn around, Bai Zhen said calmly but with undeniable authority. Don't open your eyes or let go of your hands until I tell you to. Yi Liuli nodded timidly. Her long-standing lack of security made her still wary of this little brother who had suddenly appeared, but in this deadened alley, she had no other choice. Seeing Yi Liuli turn around as instructed with her hands tightly covering her ears, Bai Zhen's lips curved into a dangerous smile. Since his level had skyrocketed, he had never truly fought seriously. This was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. White Tiger Blazing Light Wave, activate. He swung his right arm lightly, and the air seemed to tear apart as 3 golden light waves shot out thunderously. The iron chain thrown by Scarface instantly turned to dust in midair, and the remaining force continued unabated, severing his right arm clean from the shoulder. Ah! The piercing scream had barely escaped his lips before it was cut short. Bai Zhen had flashed over like a ghost, his 5 fingers forming claws as they gripped Scarface's throat. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bone rang out as his Adam's apple was crushed between 2 fingers, and Scarface collapsed like a broken rag doll. The remaining 2 thugs were instantly terrified out of their wits. Seeing the blood on Bai Zhen's cheek, they couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Scarface had been the highest level among them, yet he was killed in 1 move. What could they possibly do? Run. That was their only thought. However, how could their agility compare to Bai Zhen, whose speed was several times theirs? Unable to use the white tiger blazing light wave again in such a short time, he channeled the power of refined metal granted by his white tiger tattoo. His strength attribute became even more terrifying with the penetrating enhancement of refined metal. 2 punches. With the muffled sound of air being torn apart, a bloody hole appeared in each of their chests, blood gushing out. Those punches not only pierced through their bodies, but also turned their internal organs into pulp, extinguishing their lives instantly. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Bai Zhen was quite satisfied with his explosive power was only level 15. What would happen when he reached level 25 or 35? The heavy smell of blood permeated the air, and Yi Lioli unconsciously tightened her hands covering her ears. The surroundings were so quiet that she could hear the sound of blood dripping to the ground, clearly indicating the battle was over. She tentatively lowered her hands, only to be shocked by the bloody scenes before her familiar images of her companion's tragic deaths surfaced again. It's okay now. A warm, large hand gently rested on her shoulder. Her mental defenses instantly collapsed, and Yi Lioli could no longer suppress the pressure, her knees giving way as she sat on the ground and burst into tears. Bai Zhen was stunned. They say women's hearts are unfathomable, and now she was crying? He scratched his head, thought for a moment, and only managed to utter 4 words. Will you come with me? The crying stopped abruptly. Yi Lioli wiped away her tears, walked over to his side on her own, and gently took his right hand. Yes. On the way back, Bai Zhen gradually learned about Yi Lioli's background. Though the girl appeared to be 14 or 15, she was actually 18 years old. Due to chronic malnutrition, her body and face had remained frozen in adolescence. She had started as an orphan in a welfare institution, been adopted and abandoned multiple times, and eventually ended up in the hands of human traffickers. Today, she had escaped from the traffickers and happened to encounter Bai Zhen. After hearing this series of hardships, Bai Zhen shook his head repeatedly, though she spoke of it lightly. Only Yi Lioli herself truly knew the depth of her suffering. Outside the rental apartment, Yi Lioli stood awkwardly at the doorway, clutching her worn teddy bear. Her bare feet shuffled back and forth on the carpet, leaving several muddy prints. Though the door was wide open, she didn't dare step inside. Bai Zhen saw through her concern. She was worried about dirtying the floor. It's fine, I can mop it if it gets dirty. Go take a bath first and change your clothes. With permission granted, Yi Lioli finally stepped gently onto the smooth wooden floor, hugging the faded bear tightly to her chest, while her amber eyes nervously surveyed the unfamiliar room. Bai Zhen pulled a white shirt from the closet and tossed it to her. Wear this after your bath, and I'll take you shopping for clothes tomorrow. Yi Lioli held the shirt, her fingertips stroking the soft fabric as her heart fluttered with wonder clothes could actually be this soft. Once in the bathroom, questions began flooding her mind. Why had Bai Zhen saved her? And why was he being so kind? There was no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world, but she was penniless now. What could she possibly have that anyone would want? Hot water filled the bathtub, steam rising. Yi Lioli submerged herself completely in the warm water, her fingers unconsciously stirring the surface. In the reflection was a young face, clean of grime, delicate, but made even smaller by malnutrition. She looked down at her overly flat figure, and suddenly a bold thought invaded her mind. Her cheeks instantly burned red, the blush spreading even to her ears. Could it be that Brother Bai Zhen wants to? In novels, didn't wealthy and powerful men often adopt orphan girls, raise them, and then, the more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. Her small hands splashed frantically in the water, as if she could wash away these embarrassing thoughts. Half an hour later, the bathroom door cracked open slightly, and a pale little hand emerged, waving timidly. I'm finished bathing. Bai Zhen looked up and almost didn't recognize the little figure before him. With the grime washed away, Yi Lioli seemed like a completely different person. Silvery white hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Her small face was like carved jade, and her amber eyes resembled 2 crystalline drops of honey. She wore his white shirt, the hem hanging to her knees, making it look like a simple dress from a distance. Very beautiful, Bai Zhen praised sincerely. Yi Lioli's face instantly flushed red all the way to her ears. She had been letting her imagination run wild in the bathroom earlier, and now she was almost convinced that Bai Zhen was some kind of perverted wolf with impure intentions. At this moment, only the 2 of them remained in the room, so quiet that even the ticking of the wall clock was clearly audible. Her small hands clutched at the hem of her shirt, her fingertips turning white from the force. Bai Zhen's gaze fell on the toy bear in her arms, also freshly cleaned. Though it was still missing a button eye, its fur was much smoother and it looked considerably more spirited. Lioli, do you know about job changers? Yes, Yi Lioli nodded crisply. Everyone can awaken their profession when they turn 18. Bai Zhen continued. You're already 18 now. Would you like to awaken your profession? Upon hearing this, Yi Lioli's previously anxious eyes suddenly lit up, as if hope had been ignited within them. Yes, if I could have powerful abilities too, I could protect the people around me. Her tone shifted as she deflated and lowered her head. But awakening a profession requires a ceremony, and ceremonies cost money. Her concern hit the nail on the head. The profession awakening ceremony could either be completed at one's own expense through the Job Changer Association or conducted for free at various academies. But a girl like Yi Lioli who fell through the cracks had no student status, so naturally couldn't go through the academy route. As for paying out of pocket, the price was astronomically high. Bai Zhen smiled slightly, showing no sign of difficulty. None of this was a problem for him. As a divine tattoo master, he possessed a unique method. By carving corresponding tattoos on suitable body parts, he could awaken both the target and their profession simultaneously, even if they hadn't awakened yet. Yi Lioli's current predicament was precisely the perfect stage to demonstrate this ability. Don't worry about awakening your profession, Bai Zhen said steadily. My profession is rather special. I can help you awaken directly. I'll also tattoo you in the process, which will grant you even greater power. Are you willing? Tattoo. Confusion appeared in Yi Lioli's eyes. Her only impression of tattoos came from the fierce, complex patterns on human traffickers' arms. Would it look strange if something like that were tattooed on her? But she hesitated for only a second before casting her concerns aside. Bai Zhen wouldn't deceive her. As long as she could awaken a profession, she wouldn't mind even if he tattooed her to look like a calico cat. All right, I want the tattoo. As her words fell, she took a deep breath and rolled up her shirt sleeve to her shoulder. However, Bai Zhen looked at her arm with mixed feelings. That's not enough. I need to use your back as the foundation. Just one arm won't bring out the tattoo's full power. Only then did Yi Lioli realize what he meant. She instantly widened her eyes like a startled deer, her cheeks heating up again. Oh, okay. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She clumsily pulled her shirt down to her waist, then quickly hugged her toy bear tightly against her chest, as if guarding her last line of defense. The girl's delicate collarbones and still developing curves showed gentle contours under the lamplight. Her silver-white hair swept to one side, revealing her smooth back. Unlike Lin Qingyue's mature allure, this little one's innocence carried a different kind of charm. Bai Zhen's lips curved slightly upward, but his mind held no romantic thoughts, only a hunger for power. Yi Lioli was a strength candidate. If the Taodai tattoo was successfully carved, her potential might reach even greater heights, and the resources he could obtain from her would rise accordingly. He steadied his breathing as a faint divine pattern glow appeared in his palm. Ready now? I'm about to begin. The process might be a bit painful, just bear with it. Ding. Target compatibility detected at legendary level. This tattoo requires 5,000 divine pattern points. Host current balance is insufficient. The system can provide advanced lending services, but the host cannot perform the next tattoo until all owed divine pattern points are repaid. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Bai Zhen didn't hesitate for a second. He had only one conviction: each additional target meant another path to advancement. Divine pattern points could be earned gradually, but the system rarely relaxed its advanced consumption permissions. Not seizing this opportunity to exploit it to the fullest would be a complete waste. Ding. Divine pattern points successfully deducted. Current balance, 3,794. With the notification sound, blazing white divine pattern energy coiled around Bai Zhen's fingertips like silk threads, so bright it was almost blinding. He raised his hand toward Yi Lioli's back, and the moment his cool fingertips touched her skin, her entire body trembled slightly. Immediately, a strange warm current spread rapidly from the point of contact. Yi Lioli let out a muffled groan, her slender fingers gripping the chair's edge tightly. Bai Zhen's fingertips traced slowly along her spine, each stroke carrying subtle electric currents that alternated between tingling numbness and searing heat, causing her back to arch involuntarily. She could clearly feel some liquid substance flowing across her skin's surface, alternating between moments of icy cold and scorching heat, as if the yin and yang of heaven and earth were colliding on her body. When the final stroke was completed, the liquid divine pattern suddenly solidified. A ferocious Taodai rose from the ground, perched on her snow-white back. Its massive maw gaped wide with interlocking fangs, its eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty coldness, so fierce it seemed ready to burst through her skin at any moment. It's finished. The instant Bai Zhen withdrew his hand, Yi Lioli shook violently. Her silver hair moved without wind, and cyan blue light burst from her body's surface, spreading like ripples. Throughout the shabby rental apartment, tables, chairs, and light fixtures swayed in unison. Water glasses hung suspended in midair, their contents transforming into countless crystalline droplets that slowly rotated within the luminous aura. Ding. Congratulations, host has successfully completed the Taodai Beast Tattoo. Target's profession has awakened. Target Yi Lioli's talent upgraded to S level. Level increased by 10, all attributes enhanced by 15. Target Yi Lioli has learned exclusive skill Taotai Descent. Taotai Descent consumes all stamina and energy to gain Taotai Descent state for 180 seconds. During this period, can devour skills from targets up to 5 levels higher and convert them into temporary attributes. Simultaneously increases all attributes by 120. Skill casting no longer consumes energy. Additional trait, experience gained from defeating any unit 100. This effect is permanent. Ding. Congratulations, host has received power feedback. Current level increased by 5, all attributes 10 additional points, and learn skill Taoye True Form. Taotai True Form. Ultimate enhanced version of Taotai Descent. No consumption, no side effects, lasts 180 seconds. Upon activation, enters Semi-Beast Transformation, directly gaining the power of Taoye's true body, can devour targets not exceeding own level. During skill duration, all energy forms within 10-meter range can be devoured and converted into temporary attributes. Personal panel updated. Name, Bai Zhen. Profession, Divine Pattern Master. Professional talent rating, SSS level. Level, 20. Experience, 0.27.000. Strength, 120. Mental power, 102. Agility, 97. Defense, 74. Magic resistance, 73. Skills, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version, level skill, no consumption, can utilize Metal Chi to manifest the Phantom of Divine Beast White Tiger and unleash 3 powerful attacks. Divine Eye, and Strength skill with no consumption cost, allows the user to view all attributes, skills, and status effects of targets within a 20-level difference from their own level. Taotai True Form, the ultimate enhanced version of Taoye's Descent, also has no consumption cost or side effects, with a duration of 180 seconds. Upon activation, the user enters a semi-beast transformation state, directly borrowing the power of Taoye's true body, and can even devour targets whose levels do not exceed their own on the spot. A series of crisp system notification sounds fell, and Bai Zhen's gaze suddenly locked onto Yi Liuli, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Permanent experience bonus? This line of text exploded like thunder in his mind. The skills granted by the tattoo were not only fierce, but also gave Yi Liuli a continuously active experience bonus. This meant her leveling speed would skyrocket, and as her teammate, he would passively benefit from the windfall. Rounding up, it was equivalent to his own leveling pace being accelerated by an entire tier once again. What was even more astounding was that the little girl had awakened as an elementalist, and a rare dual-element wind and water type at that. An S-rank talent combined with dual elemental control. If word of this got out, the major families of China would spare no effort to snatch Yi Liuli away. Fortunately, reality was not so. Bai Zhen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The current world's talent detection limit was only S-rank. After Yi Liuli's tattoo enhancement, her true talent had leaped from S to the incomprehensible S, but the outside world would only regard her as a rare E-rank dual-attribute profession. Keeping a low profile had instead become the best protective shell. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind like him. Hiding one's true strength was the way to go further. Divine Eye. With a thought, Yi Liuli's complete attribute panel clearly appeared before him. Name, Yi Liuli. Profession, Elementalist Wind and Water Dual Element. Professional talent rating, S. Level, 10. Strength, 13. Mental power, 35. Agility, 13. Defense, 13. Magic resistance, 13. Recommended tattoo, Taoye Legendary Grade. Tattoo compatibility, 99.7. The data was clear at a glance, and Bai Zhen gasped. The specialization effect of S talent was exaggerated to the extreme, with mental power attributes far ahead, while the rest were no different from ordinary players of the same level. But he knew better than anyone that the higher the level, the more the talent gap would be infinitely magnified. Yi Liuli appeared to have mediocre stats, but she was actually a complete potential bomb. Equally exaggerated was Bai Zhen himself. He had now stepped into level 20, and the massive experience feedback had caused his attributes to surge dramatically, making his stats look like a walking boss. He was confident that he could pin down and repeatedly crush any low-level dungeon's final boss. Find an elite monster or boss to test my skills. As soon as this thought emerged, he shook his head again. The leveling priority of Yi Liuli and Lin Qingyue was far higher than his own. Every level they gained not only provided attribute point feedback, but could also give him another push, directly doubling the benefits. After all, when he leveled up alone, he simply gained some attributes, but when they leveled up, they could bring him double returns, equivalent to receiving double attribute points. Unlike Bai Zhen's excitement, Yi Liuli was staring in bewilderment at the green wind spirals and blue water mist swirling around her fingertips. Is this my profession? The girl murmured to herself. Bai Zhen suppressed his surging joy and patiently advised. Liuli, you have dual elemental abilities, which are extremely rare in today's world. From now on, try to only display one attribute in front of others. Unless absolutely necessary, never reveal all your cards. Having witnessed too much of humanity's dark side, Yi Liuli understood the implications and nodded obediently. I understand. Good. Starting today, you'll only show one element to others. Do you prefer wind or water? Wind. I want to be free like the wind, the girl blurted out almost immediately, having clearly made this choice countless times before. Wind it is then, Bai Zhen decided on the spot. Tomorrow I'll take you to the underground world for some practice. Right now you only possess the attributes, but don't know how to use them. Combat experience can only be gained through actual fighting. With our combined strength, some rank areas of the underground world shouldn't be a problem. The so-called underground world was a special space connected to Blue Star, completely different from Secret Realms. Secret Realms appeared randomly across Blue Star, filled with both opportunities and dangers, while the underground world existed permanently, inhabited by various powerful demon beasts. Its entrance was guarded by the 3 strongest level 90 warriors from the Awakener Association, allowing only Awakeners to enter and exit while preventing demon beasts from crossing over freely. The farther from the entrance, the higher the threat level, with areas ranked from E to S in ascending order. The higher the rank, the stronger the demon beasts, but also the greater the rewards. Bai Zhen's most direct understanding of the underground world was that it was like a massive open-world multiplayer dungeon. It provided Awakeners with a place to level up and train, and killing demon beasts had a chance to drop various materials, including rare items that could sell for high prices. With his current combat ability, he felt confident he could dominate any area below level 30. The night passed without incident. The next morning, while still half asleep, Bai Zhen suddenly sensed something in his bed, with soft, steady breathing gently stirring the blanket. He turned over, and his arm bumped into something soft and warm. A kitten-like whimper instantly jolted him awake. Accustomed to sleeping alone, Bai Zhen froze completely. Even holding his breath, Yuli had somehow slipped into his bed. In the slanted morning light, the girl's silver-white hair spread across the pillow, gleaming like pearls. Her obviously oversized pajamas had shifted on her shoulders, revealing her snow-white collarbone and half her shoulder. Seemingly sensing his movement, Yuli unconsciously snuggled closer into his embrace, her warm breath brushing against his neck. One of her slender legs draped over his, and through the thin fabric, the soft sensation of the girl's skin was so vivid it made his heart race out of control. Holy crap, Bai Zhen cursed internally. Was he really getting to see this scene without paying for it? As a guy who'd been single for over 20 years, this situation made his heart pound faster than facing an enshrank demon beast. Being in such close contact with a young girl, sharing the same bed no less, made him lose his composure instantly. Bai Zhen stiffened and tried to pull back, only to find Yuli's small hand clutching desperately at the hem of his pajamas, like grasping a final lifeline. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and gently pushed Yuli to the other side of the bed before rushing into the bathroom. He turned on the cold water, letting the icy stream cascade down his spine. The girl was only feeling insecure because she was in an unfamiliar environment. If he took advantage of her vulnerability, he'd be no better than a beast, even if she was technically illegal lowly. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom with water still dripping from his hair, surprised to see 2 steaming breakfast portions laid out on the table. The fried eggs had crispy golden edges but lopsided shapes. 2 bowls of clear noodle soup floated with emerald green scallions, and beside them sat some tragically mangled pickled vegetable strips. Good morning, Brother Bai Zhen. Yuli poked her head out from the kitchen, her apron tied meticulously, looking every bit like a diligent little chef. I made breakfast for you this morning. From now on, I'll take care of all your meals and daily needs. You not only saved me, but also helped me awaken my profession. I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll pledge myself to you. Bai Zhen spat out the noodle soup he'd just sipped, choking so hard he nearly squeezed noodles out of his nostrils. He coughed while wiping his mouth. This little girl certainly had a bold tongue. I'm being serious. Yuli puffed out her cheeks, clearly displeased with his reaction. That's how they do it in TV. Dramas. A life-saving debt must be repaid with. Stop, stop, stop. Bai Zhen immediately interrupted. Watch fewer of those mindless dramas. Theory, all nonsense, meant to fool kids. He glanced at his watch. Today I'm taking you to the underground world for training. Our savings aren't much, and if we don't start earning money soon, we'll be drinking the northwest wind in a few days. Hearing they were going out, Yuli's enthusiasm deflated bit by bit. Bai Zhen noticed her mood shift and asked puzzledly, What's wrong? Don't want to go out. It's not that. Yuli shook her head, touching her silvery white long hair. My hair is too conspicuous. I'm afraid someone might recognize me. You killed their people yesterday. If we run into familiar faces, we'll both be in trouble. Don't worry. They're just a bunch of scum who bully children. They can't stir up much trouble. Bai Zhen smiled dismissively, casually pulling a light-colored knit hat from the wardrobe and handing it over. If you're really concerned, just wear a hat. He then added, Oh, and before going to the underground world, we need to make a trip to the Awakener Association first. Without their certification, we can't get in at all. Yuli didn't understand what the Awakener Association or underground world meant, but she knew following Bai Zhen was the right choice. She tucked her long hair into the hat, revealing her soft profile, and obediently followed behind him. On the streets, the morning market's hawking calls rose and fell, with the aroma of grilled meat mingling with the morning mist. Yuli looked around like a little sparrow, chattering away and asking about this and that. Bai Zhen answered her questions at first, but eventually pretended not to hear her constant chatter was giving him a headache. Great. He was starting to feel like instead of finding himself a reliable long-term partner for easy leveling, he'd somehow acquired a child bride he'd need to raise himself. Tianyuan City. The Awakener Association. Damn it. That bastard Bai Zhen deserves to die. Lu Tian gripped the stair railing, grinding his teeth as he cursed under his breath. Just thinking about him makes my stomach hurt. It's all his fault that Qing Yu won't even reply to my messages now. Before, I could send a dozen texts and at least get an emoji back, but now she can't even be bothered with that. After being punched by Bai Zhen until he coughed up blood and passed out, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and return today to complete the talent evaluation process he'd left unfinished. With every step, he could feel the dull ache in his chest. Beside him stood a broad-shouldered, thick-set bodyguard. Hearing Lu Tian's string of pathetic complaints, the man wanted to offer some advice but swallowed his words and forced a smile instead. Young master, the family head already said that with your talent, it won't be long before you surpass that kid. Sure, he has peerless ratings in all attributes, but his career options are bound to be limited. Miss Qing Yu is so outstanding she's just temporarily blinded by that little punk. Given time, she'll naturally see the difference between you and that waste. The bodyguard's flattery improved Lu Tian's mood slightly, and he lifted his chin. Now that's what I like to hear. I'll get you an extra drumstick tonight. The smile was still on his face when Lu Tian's foot froze mid-step on the second floor. It spotted the figure he least wanted to see. Bai Zhen. Lu Tian's pupils contracted as panic flashed through his mind. He forced down his emotions, especially with his lackey nearby. Then he noticed the delicate girl standing beside Bai Zhen Yilioli. Lu Tian immediately understood that he'd brought his sister for retesting. At that moment, Bai Zhen was focused on Yi Liuli's strength data on the instrument, completely unaware of the burning gaze behind him. Sensing something amiss, he turned around and met Lu Tian's eyes directly. Well, if it isn't young Master Lu. Feeling better? Should I call an ambulance for you in advance? How unlucky. Lu Tian spat, deliberately raising his voice. I didn't check the almanac before leaving home today, running into stray dogs everywhere, and two at once. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. So young Master Lu is admitting he's not even as good as a stray dog? The retort nearly made Lu Tian choke with rage. Only when he glimpsed that Yi Liuli's strength rating on the instrument was also just gold did he barely regain some confidence, his gaze quickly roaming over the girl with lecherous intent. Cut the crap. He licked the corner of his lips. Your sister's quite pretty. Since she's only gold tier anyway, why not have her become my plaything? From now on, both you and she could rule Tianyuan City. Bai Zhen's expression immediately turned ice cold. Yi Liuli tilted her head, blinking her amber eyes innocently. Brother Bai Zhen, what does plaything mean? It's a disgusting word. Bai Zhen placed his hand on her shoulder. He's not a good person's a bad dog. Don't believe a single word he says. Oh, okay. Yi Liuli nodded obediently. However, when she looked up again, her amber pupils suddenly contracted into beast-like slits, and a bone-chilling aura of menace instantly filled the air. Lu Tian felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen solid. Through the girl's eyes, he seemed to see an ancient beast staring directly at him. Instinctive terror instantly crawled up his spine, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. How is this possible? This little girl was merely at the gold tier, barely level 11, why could she evoke such intense fear? Liuli, Bai Zhen called softly. This isn't the right place. Hearing the familiar voice, the crimson glow in Yi Liuli's eyes quickly faded. She nodded obediently, turned to face Lu Tian, and said in the sweetest tone, Fine, I'll listen to Brother Bai Zhen. But next time I see you I'll kill you. Those simple 3 words, I'll kill you, struck Lu Tian's chest like a sledgehammer, making his entire body shudder. This seemingly harmless little girl with her adorable fierceness, when she spoke those words, he didn't doubt their sincerity for even a second. One was an apparently frail tattoo artist with heaven-defying talent. The other was a little girl with an extreme contrast between appearance and nature. To encounter 2 such extraordinary individuals who defied common sense at once, was this incredible luck or terrible misfortune? Bai Zhen led Yi Liuli to other areas to continue testing, and only then did Lu Tian regain his composure, his face dark with fury. He was the son of Tianyuan City's military commander. How could he be intimidated by 2 nobodies? Old Chow, have someone keep an eye on them. The middle-aged man called Old Chow hesitated slightly. Young master, the family head said recently. Do you listen to him, or to me? Father assigned you to follow me, to obey my orders, not his. Lu Tian snarled, his eyes churning with sick madness. When we find the opportunity, you know what to do. Don't kill them, keep them alive. I want that bastard Bai Zhen to watch as I torment that little girl to death. Lu Tian's pupils reflected twisted pleasure as he spoke these vicious words. Aside from this conflict with Lu Tian, the subsequent testing proceeded quite smoothly. Yi Liuli's mental power reached peerless grade, while her other attributes were all gold tier. After comprehensive evaluation, the talent emblem issued was rated only Platinum tier. Bai Zhen wasn't surprised by this. Elementalists were a branch of mages, and mages had always been fragile. In contrast, the elderly man in traditional robes clearly showed much better attitude toward Yilioli. High-tier elementalists could change the very weather with a gesture, and once they mastered a single element to its extreme, they could unleash world-destroying skills. With mental power rated as peerless, if she didn't die prematurely, she would at least become a great power in the future. Establishing good relations early could only be beneficial. Little girl, if you're interested, I can introduce you to several teachers. With your qualifications, people will be fighting to take you as a disciple. Yi Lioli didn't even lift her eyelids, completely ignoring the elderly man in robes, standing quietly behind Bai Zhen as if all other voices in the world were mere noise. Bai Zhen politely declined for her. Thank you for your concern, senior. Her future doesn't require your worry. The elderly man in robes was stunned. He suddenly couldn't see through this young man. Lin Xingwei of the Lin family had close ties with him, and now there was this girl with boundless potential who obeyed his every word. Could this tattoo artist actually have some real substance? After Yi Lioli obtained the emblem, everything was ready for their journey to the underground world. Bai Zhen didn't leave the Profession Changers Association, but instead led her directly toward the teleportation array located on the basement level. At the end of the dimly lit corridor, silver-white light tubes cast cold illumination, and the metal floor echoed with their footsteps. The staff member guarding the teleportation array looked up, routinely checked the emblems in their hands, and gave the usual reminder. First-time teleportation might cause some dizziness. Take deep breaths. Relax, the process will be over quickly. Bai Zhen nodded politely, tucked his emblem back into his chest, and reached out to grasp Yi Lioli's hand. Don't be afraid, just close your eyes. The two stood side by side at the center of the array where magical patterns intertwined. The next moment, blinding blue light erupted as if an invisible giant hand had instantly seized their internal organs, making the world spin. Bai Zhen forced himself to open his eyes despite the dizziness, only to see Yi Lioli clinging to him like a frightened koala, her fingertips digging painfully into his shoulders. Only when their feet touched solid ground again did the girl release her grip with reddened ear tips, taking gentle deep breaths. The intense light gradually faded, revealing a bronze giant gate about 10 meters tall before them. The gate was covered with ancient runes that seemed to writhe slightly in the darkness. In front of the massive gate stretched a stone plaza, with energy crystals embedded in the gaps between stone slabs, emanating a misty glow. The plaza buzzed with voices. Bone Spike Corridor needs one support. Healing classes preferred. Low-level team farming materials looking for members, preferably with area effect damage skills. Fresh Viper Fangs, perfect choice for staff forging, buying at high prices. Shouts of vendors and recruiters rose and fell like a marketplace. Bai Zhen didn't stop to join any teams, but walked straight to the temporary counter set up by the Profession Changers Association to collect a holographic map of the underground world. Any entrant could obtain one for free. Clearly marked the names and monster levels of currently explored human territories. In the floating three-dimensional projection, the known areas were arranged from near to far. Mycelium Antechamber, Bone Spike Corridor, Shadow Tunnels, Crystallized Caverns, Lava Rift, and beyond that lay a black void marked as Abyssal Realm. This was a forbidden zone from which no one had ever returned. Legend told of a level 90 powerhouse who had entered and vanished without a trace. From that day forward, the Abyssal Realm became an unspoken death line for all Profession Changers. Among the currently known areas, the Lava Rift still had the highest level monsters. After quickly processing this intelligence, Bai Zhen calculated their training route. 1. Mycelium Antechamber, home to low-level monsters below level 10, offering little experience and cheap materials. 2. Bone Spike Corridor, monsters ranging from levels 12-18, with occasional elite spawns dropping rare materials, a balance of risk and reward. Deeper areas were clearly beyond Yi Lioli's current capabilities. After weighing their options, he decisively skipped the Mycelium Antechamber and chose to head straight for the Bone Spike Corridor. Although Yi Lioli was only level 11, she possessed the Taotai tattoo, making cross-level kills manageable. Moreover, Yi Lioli herself had a 200 experience bonus, and defeating higher-level monsters would provide additional experience boosts. If she spent some time in this damp dungeon, her leveling speed would definitely reach an absolutely terrifying pace. After locking onto the Bone Spike Corridor, Bai Zhen led the way according to the holographic map, bringing Yi Lioli forward at a quick pace. The dungeon was laid out from near to far, so they had to pass through the Mycelium Antechamber first. The moment they left the safe zone, the faint light on the stone walls quickly receded, and the path ahead seemed shrouded by thick curtains as the light suddenly dimmed. The humid air clung to their skin, and rustling sounds echoed in their ears, as if sharp claws were scraping against the rock walls. Though Yi Lioli had awakened her profession, she was still just a young girl who hadn't fully grown up. Facing the eerie cavern, She instinctively moved closer to Bai Zhen. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from the shadows on the side. Bai Zhen's divine mark eye instantly activated, and data spread out like a screen of light. Name: Spore Claw Rat. Level: LV.7. Description: a gray-skinned demon beast the size of a house rat, with glowing fungal clusters on its back and claws that carry paralyzing toxins. Skills: Paralyzing Toxin passive. This demon beast is only level 7. I'll leave it to you. After saying this, he stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Yilioli. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then gripped her staff tightly and took a deep breath as wind elements gathered in her palm. A few moments later, ding! Yilioli has slain LV.7 Spore Claw Rat. Legendary Tattoo Feedback Experience Multiplier 150. You gained 237 experience. Divine Mark .6. The wound cut by the wind blade was still dripping blood, and the strong scent of blood spread like ripples. The scattered sounds from the depths of darkness became dense in response. For demon beasts that had lived in lightless environments for long periods, this smell was like an alarm. Yilioli had just felt excited about her first kill when she saw over a dozen spore claw rats burst out from crevices in the cave walls, gray shadows surging like a tide with claws and fangs gleaming coldly. She hurriedly swung out another wind blade, but her panic made the spell's trajectory chaotic, only taking down 2 of them while the remaining demon beasts had already closed in on her feet. Oh no! Brother Bai Zhen, save me, she cried out. The rat in the front row lunged forward with its foul stench, and just as its sharp teeth were about to bite her calf. Boom! Blinding white light tore through the darkness like thunder, and the air was violently torn apart by the raging energy. Yilioli was forced to close her eyes by the intense light, only feeling a fierce wind hitting her face. When she opened her eyes again, the entire passage had been pierced by a brilliant light wave, and all the spore claw rats had turned to ash in midair. The source of the light was Bai Zhen's slightly raised right hand, with residual power still swirling around his fingertips. Yilioli's heart pounded wildly. A support profession could actually unleash such power. He really was her favorite person. Bai Zhen lowered his hand and calmly reminded her, slaying demon beasts is your goal, but observing the environment is also part of combat. No matter what, your own safety should always be the top priority. If there are no favorable conditions for battle, one should avoid combat first and wait for the right opportunity to strike and eliminate the enemy. All right, I understand. Yilioli nodded in response. Having learned from her earlier lesson, she became exceptionally cautious in her subsequent exploration, lightening her steps, keeping her eyes and ears alert, and not daring to be careless for even a moment. Deep in the dense forest, demonic beasts kept lunging at her, but one by one they turned into experience points under her sword light and wind blades. The initially clumsy wind blade skill had been refined through her constant practice, and she could now simultaneously unleash 4 pale green sharp winds that sliced through the air with piercing whistles. Such comprehension, secretly amazed by Zenolent, was easy to come by, but insight was rare to find, and possessing both meant an extraordinary future was destined. Bai Zhen found a smooth boulder to sit on, pulled out snacks from his pocket, and watched while munching. The experience bonus from the Taotai bloodline was indeed formidable. Even though Yilioli was only killing small demonic beasts below level 10, each one still contributed about 200 experience points. The only regret was that the acquisition of divine mark points fluctuated with the beast's levels. After half a day of busy work, she had only accumulated just over 70 divine mark points. Ding! Lin Xinghua has slain LV.21 Bloodthirsty Demon Bat. You gained 722 experience points. Divine mark points 46. The sudden notification rang in his ears, and Bai Zhen raised his eyebrows slightly. Bloodthirsty demon bats only appeared in dark tunnels, which meant Lin Xinghua was also venturing through the underground world. The Lin family's pride and joy, still showing no signs of slacking even after achieving excellent results in the academy assessment, truly living up to her reputation. This meant that besides Yilioli, Lin Xinghua was also continuously providing him with experience. If everything went smoothly, his attribute points and level today would likely see another significant boost. Through countless battles along the way, Yilioli's combat skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Initially, the wind blades she conjured often veered off course, either grazing targets at odd angles or accidentally striking the cave walls. Now, every strike she made was precise and razor-sharp. The azure wind blade sliced through the air with clean arcs, like Death's scythe cutting straight toward the vital points of demonic beasts. Quosha wind blade tore through the air, severing an ambushing young sporeclaw rat clean in half. Before its blood could even hit the ground, a second and third wind blade shot out in rapid succession, pinning 2 more ground rats firmly to the rock wall. 3 mangled corpses lay scattered, yet they hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Yilioli's robes. The relentless combat left her slightly breathless, her silver hair dancing in the aftershocks. A few drops of beast blood splattered across her pale cheeks. She looked like a fierce little predator drunk on slaughter. Meanwhile, her speed in conjuring wind blades had become frighteningly fast the moment a demonic beast appeared. Azure light would instantly burst from her fingertips. Unfortunately, these beasts died so gruesomely that most of their materials couldn't be salvaged. She and Bai Zhen still gathered what scattered remnants they could, with Bai Zhen storing them in the spatial ring that Lin Qingwei had previously gifted them. After entering the bone spike corridor, despite Yi Liuli's improved technique, her kill efficiency hadn't increased dramatically. The beast's base attributes were what they were, and being able to defeat them at her current level was already a stroke of incredible fortune. Watching Yi Liuli, glistening with sweat from continuous battle, Bai Zhen experienced for the first time the profound joy of being a capitalist. The harder his subordinate worked, the richer he became. Yi Liuli slays LV.16 Bone Spike Lizard. You have gained 1548 experience points and 43 divine mark points. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.22. Ding. Tattoo target Yi Liuli has leveled up to 17. This level up grants attribute increases, attack power 4, defense 4, mental power 12, agility 4, defense 3, magic resistance 3. Congratulations, host has received attribute feedback, attack power 4, defense 4, mental power 12, agility 4, defense 3, magic resistance 3. Name, Bai Zhen. Class, Divine Mark Master. Class talent rating, SS rank. Level, 22. Experience, 112465000. Strength, 153. Mental power, 144. Agility, 128. Defense, 121. Magic resistance, 119. Skills. White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version. Strength skill. No consumption. Can use Metal Chi to manifest White Tiger Phantoms and unleash 3 powerful attacks. Divine Mark Eye. Strength skill. No consumption. Can view attributes, skills, and status of all targets within 20 levels of user's own level. Taotai True Form. Ultimate enhanced version of Taotai Descent. No consumption, no side effects. Duration 180 seconds. Grants the power of Tao Ye's true body, entering a semi-beast state that can directly devour targets not exceeding user's level. After Yi Liuli slayed another bone spike lizard, her level rose in sync with Bai Zhen's, and his attribute panel refreshed once again. Feeling the power surging through his body, Bai Zhen's lips curved into a slight smile. With these ridiculously overpowered attributes, he could easily dominate the dark tunnels. But the problem was, why bother doing it himself? According to the support class mechanics, even if he personally slayed monsters, he wouldn't gain any experience, let alone divine pattern points. He lazily lifted his gaze toward Yi Liuli, who was crouched nearby collecting materials. The girl was methodically stripping scales and bone spikes from the lizard, her movements skilled and precise. The blade glided almost flush against the tissue, clean and efficient like surgical work. Bai Zhen took the final piece of material she handed him, about to make a casual joke, when a cold male voice emerged from the shadows of the bone spike corridor. Nice haul there, you two. 5 figures stepped out from the darkness. The leader bore a scar across half his face, shoulders broad as a tower, gripping a battle axe that gleamed with menacing light. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes, instantly activating his divine pattern eye. Hu Yiqian, level 23, rank talent, warrior. The 4 behind him ranged from levels 15 to 18, 1 assassin, 2 warriors, and 1 fire mage. All offensive classes, clearly specialized in farming materials in low-level zones for profit. These men's gazes swept back and forth between Bai Zhen and Yi Liuli, their greed unconcealed. Bai Zhen sneered inwardly. Taking him for easy prey? A mere level 23 warrior dared to bark at him? Well, perfect practice dummy for Yi Liuli. He yawned, not even bothering to stand up straight, lazily glancing at them. And? The scarred man thoroughly scouted the area around them, and after confirming only Bai Zhen and his companion were present, his last traces of caution vanished. In this unmonitored underground world, murder and robbery were commonplace. Even reporting to the professional association would be hard to prove. He figured Bai Zhen was support class, and while Yi Liuli posed some threat, she was ultimately just a little girl who could be dealt with once they got close. Mind made up, Hu Yiqian licked his lips and chuckled darkly. Be smart about this. Hand over the materials, and we might let you live. 2 wind blades suddenly coalesced in Yi Liuli's hands, the coldness in her eyes forming an eerie contrast with her youthful face, seeking death. The scarred man waved his hand, snarling. Toast refused. Time for punishment. Attack. Before his words finished, his 4 companions had already lunged forward. The assassin's figure flickered like a phantom, dagger flashing with cold light as it aimed straight for Yi Liuli's throat. In that split second, without moving her feet, the girl unleashed her long-prepared wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 azure arcs of light crisscrossed through the air. The assassin had no time to react as his body was sliced into pieces midair, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, the stench instantly filling the space. While what? The remaining 3 professionals' pupils contracted sharply, their expressions freezing instantly. They watched helplessly as their companion was shredded to pieces in an instant, unable to even let out a scream. The fire mage's lips trembled uncontrollably, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his staff instant casting. As a fellow practitioner, he knew all too well what such terrifying casting speed meant. His Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to swallow, cold sweat trickling down his spine to his waist. Having already made their move, retreating now would only mean a swifter death. Don't panic. He forced down his fear, gritting his teeth in a low voice. Attack together. No matter how strong she is, she's still just one person. Mages fear close combat if we can get in close. She's as good as dead. The remaining few took deep breaths, forcibly shoving their terror back into their chests. 2 warriors raised their great swords horizontally across their chests, muscles taut as steel cables, ready to charge at any moment. There was no retreat now, fight or die. Kill. The fire mage moved first, flames erupting from the tip of his staff, distorting the air with heat as he hurled a fireball at Yilioli. The 2 warriors followed close behind the fireball, flanking from left and right, their greatswords trailing violent battle aura that seemed to cleave the very air. All 3 struck simultaneously, using their numerical advantage to completely suppress the girl. Yilioli's figure swayed slightly. As an elementalist, her affinity with elements far surpassed ordinary mage-swind elements exploded beneath her feet, dramatically increasing her speed. Boom. The fireball struck where she had been standing, scorching the ground black with its searing heat, cracking even the stones. Got her. The fire mage's eyes flashed with wild joy. He knew the destructive power of his fireball all too well, and she wasn't even wearing armor. This hit was surely fatal. As the smoke cleared, Yilioli stood unharmed in her original position. A translucent beast phantom coiled around her, its gaping maw greedily devouring the remaining flames, tearing them apart completely as they entered its mouth. Even more unsettling, her aura was stronger than before. Excellent timing. Bai Zhen observed quietly from the sidelines. Yilioli had activated Taotai Descent, granted by her Taotai tattoo, literally devouring the fire mage's spell. The more powerful the fireball, the more terrifying the temporary attributes she gained. Enhanced by the attribute boost, Yilioli wasted no time, sweeping her jade hand as she coldly commanded, "Gale Shred." The air within a 10-meter radius seemed to freeze instantly. The next second, dozens of hair-thin wind blades materialized silently. Swish, swish, swish. The wind blades wove into a dense net. Before the 2 warriors could take a single step, they were completely enveloped. Their steel armor proved as fragile as paper before the wind blades, shattering instantly. Countless tiny cuts simultaneously tore through their flesh, blood gushing forth as they exploded into 2 clouds of crimson mist in midair. Clang! The fire mage's staff fell from his hands, rolling to his feet, but he lacked even the courage to bend down and retrieve it. His pupils contracted sharply, lips trembling so violently he couldn't form a complete sentence. This silver-haired girl before him seemed more terrifying than any Hydeier magical beast. No wonder they dared to enter this place with just the 2 of them. This girl's combat power was far beyond what someone of her level should possess. Yilioli's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing before the fire mage in an instant. Her slender, pale fingers lifted slightly. A wind blade, condensed to its absolute limit, spun at her fingertips with a piercing hum that stabbed at the eardrums. The fire mage had no time to beg for mercy before a sharp thud echoed as the wind blade pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down at the bloody hole that had suddenly appeared in his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but only spat out dark red blood mixed with organ fragments. In mere seconds, all 4 professionals lay dead on the ground. Bai Zhen stood nearby, nodding approvingly. Yilioli had leveled up through combat and was using her newly comprehended skills with near-perfect execution. Every professional had a chance to self-awaken skills when leveling up. Of course, they could also learn through skill books, but these were prohibitively expensive with numerous restrictions that ordinary people simply couldn't afford. "Hey, your companions are all dead, and you're still not making a move?" Bai Zhen called out with interest, studying the scarred man Hu Etian. This man's reaction was completely different from the dead unfortunates. If close teammates were falling one by one, any normal person would have lost control long ago, not stand by watching so coldly. Unless a suspicion flashed through Bai Zhen's mind, they weren't familiar with each other at all, perhaps didn't even know each other. Hu Etian tilted his head back and let out 2 low chuckles. He lifted his axe handle from the ground, rested it on his shoulder, and approached Yilioli step by step. As the distance closed, the giant axe's surface began to emit a faint crimson glow. "Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. I came here for another purpose, which you don't need to know. You just need to understand that you're going to die. I admit you have some skill, but unfortunately, I'm not like those level 10 weaklings." As his words fell, he suddenly erupted into action, his battle axe wrapped in violent fighting spirit as it cleaved toward Yilioli. The blood-red light on the axe blade seemed to devour the killing intent in the air. Yi Lioli instantly condensed a wind wall, but it was torn apart by the high-level brute force in one strike. Bang! The impact made her grunt and stagger back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth and tried to condense another wind blade, but her movements were noticeably sluggish due to the significant drain on her mental power. The scarred man raised his battle axe high, about to deliver the killing blow, when a figure suddenly blocked Yi Lioli's path and steadily caught the giant axe with one hand. That's enough. Did you really think you could kill someone right under my nose? Bai Zhen's 5 fingers gripped the axe blade, the sharp metal clamped so tightly it couldn't advance an inch. Hu Yiqian's expression instantly froze. What the hell? Isn't this kid a support? How did he easily catch my strike? He knew his own attributes were mediocre, and his real reliance was on this weapon that could absorb the surrounding bloody aura to build power, which was why he hadn't rushed to attack. After such a long build-up, this axe strike could make even a level 30 knight think twice about taking it heat in, yet Bai Zhen had blocked it like he was handling a toy. Hu Yiqian struggled with all his might to pull back his weapon, but found the axe blade wouldn't budge an inch. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Want your axe back? Then here you go. Before Bai Zhen's words had finished, Hu Yiqian felt the giant axe in his hands being pushed back by a tremendous force. His entire body, along with his weapon, was hurled like a broken sack toward the rock wall behind him, blood spraying wildly. In the next second, his figure vanished abruptly. Hu Yiqian couldn't even catch a glimpse of any movement, only feeling a sudden chill in his chest. He looked down. A slender, yet explosively powerful hand had already pierced through his torso, its blood-stained fingertips trembling lightly in the air. Yi Lioli's heart clenched violently, her silver eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. When she first awakened her profession, she couldn't directly assess Bai Zhen's strength, but now she could see it crystal clear. That scarred brute had completely outclassed her in every attribute. Yet brother Bai Zhen had simply blinked and instantly killed him on the spot. No flashy skills, no charging signs, not even the faintest energy fluctuation. This wasn't technique, but pure, absolute, overwhelming dominance. You're sent by the Liu family, aren't you? Bai Zhen withdrew his hand, indifferently shaking off the blood droplets from his fingertips. Don't worry, you're just going first. I'll send that idiot down to join you soon. It's just a matter of timing, depending on how far he pushes his luck. As his words fell, Hu Yiqian's pupils rapidly lost their light, and his corpse hit the ground with a thud, stirring up dust. Though this wasn't Bai Zhen's first kill, he still grimaced with disgust as the warm, sticky blood slid down between his fingers, shaking his hand clean. Brother Bai Zhen, who is the Liu family? The Liu family. Bai Zhen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Remember that scumbag at the Awakener Association? I remember. Yi Lioli nodded vigorously, her small face immediately scrunching up. So it was his doing. Next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him. Was this really something an 18-year-old girl should be saying? Bai Zhen cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, let's check the loot first. The two crouched down and began searching the corpses. Storage rings weren't rare in this world. The only difference was their capacity. Ordinary awakeners could afford rings with a few cubic meters of space, and these men were no exception. Bai Zhen casually picked up a ring, swept it with his mental power to erase the original owner's mark, and with a flick of his wrist, dumped its contents into a pile. Several low-grade recovery potions, some dried rations, and a few magazines with provocative covers. Yi Lioli peered over curiously. What are those? Bai Zhen quickly snatched up the magazines. Children shouldn't look at these things. The storage rings were opened one by one, and the loot quickly piled into a small mountain, mostly common materials and cheap equipment. Until, Bai Zhen picked up Hu Yiqian's ring, his eyebrows shooting up. The ring was clearly made of higher-grade material, with intricate willow leaf patterns carved on its surface. The moment his mental power probed inside, his eyes lit up. Jackpot! Inside were dozens of neatly arranged crystal cores, alongside several exquisitely crafted potions that were obviously valuable. Most eye-catching was a golden boss card. Though Bai Zhen had never handled one personally, he'd heard about them. This was an anonymous temporary card, commonly used as a payment vehicle for mission rewards. The cardholder could withdraw funds at any Awakener Association and transfer them to any account. With this card, Bai Zhen immediately concluded Hu Yiqian definitely wasn't acting on his own. Someone had sent him to deal with Bai Zhen. As for who was behind it, so hard to guess. Bai Zhen calmly transferred everything into the storage ring that Lin Qingwei had given him. Compared to these low-grade pieces of junk, the ring Lin Qingwei had given him possessed a storage space that was worlds apart. Even if you combine the capacity of all these storage rings before him, it wouldn't amount to even 1/10 of his ring's space. As Bai Zhen transferred the spoils of war piece by piece into his ring, his fingertip brushed against a miniature wooden box tucked away in a corner. The box was entirely black, with intricate dark patterns coiling across its surface. It felt ice cold to the touch, as if it had drained several degrees of warmth from the surrounding air. Hmm. He raised an eyebrow and tapped it lightly with his fingernail. The lid clicked open with a soft snap, revealing a deep purple crystal resting quietly on velvet lining. Dark shadow patterns flowed endlessly within the crystal, sometimes forming into menacing beast heads, other times dissolving into wisps of mist, carrying an indescribable sense of mystery and danger. Item name: Shadow Dragon Crystal. Quality: Epic. Description: formed from the core essence of Shadow attribute Dragon-type magical beasts. Only obtainable by defeating Shadow Dragon-type magical beasts of at least level 50 or above, with a chance drop rate. Contains extremely pure shadow energy and is exceedingly rare. Functions: 1. Can serve as core material for high-tier Shadow-type equipment skills. 2. Direct absorption can significantly enhance Shadow-type practitioners' attributes, but carries risk of mental corruption. Bai Zhen's pupils contracted slightly. He slowly caressed the crystal, clearly sensing the surging shadow power within, his brow furrowing in response. According to the description, magical beasts capable of dropping shadow dragon crystals were not only above level 50, but also dragon species with naturally superior combat prowess among their peers, not to mention their rare attribute forget about killing one. Even encountering one would be incredibly difficult. Such a rare treasure hardly seemed like payment from the Liu family, but rather Hu Etien's personal collection. With the original owner dead, his possessions died with him. Since the item had fallen into Bai Zhen's hands, the right to dispose of it naturally belonged to him. With this thought, he decisively tossed the Shadow Dragon crystal into his own storage ring. After closing the wooden box and putting it away, Bai Zhen looked up to see Yi Liuli kicking at grass leaves nearby, trying to help clean up the battlefield. Without time to think further, he grabbed the little girl and rushed outside. Big brother Bai Zhen, shouldn't we deal with the crime scene? Deal with what? They were killed by magical beasts. We have no obligation to collect their corpses. Yi Liuli thought for a moment, then nodded with sudden understanding. Oh right, Big brother Bai Zhen is still the most cunning. Our reasoning is flawless. Ahem. You little rascal. Bai Zhen raised his hand to flick her forehead when a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Tattoo target detected approaching. Tattoo target? Bai Zhen's heart tightened as he instinctively glanced at Yi Liuli, who was making faces beside him. She was standing right next to him, clearly not the target in question. He quickly recalled, since awakening as a divine tattoo master, he had only tattooed two people, Yi Liuli and Lin Qingyue. Excluding the former, the only possibility was that Lin Qingyue was nearby and approaching his location. Meanwhile, dozens of meters away on another tree-lined path, Lin Qingyue felt a tightness in her chest and unconsciously looked toward Bai Zhen's direction. Qingyue, what's wrong? Zhuge Yingying noticed something amiss and immediately stopped to support her. Were you injured in the recent battle? No. I just feel as if something is calling to me from somewhere far away. A woman's intuition is always spot on. Come on, let's go check it out. Zhuge Yingying said with a cheerful grin. She rubbed her hands together excitedly and added, who knows, there might be elite monsters dropping rare materials over there. This trip would definitely be worth it. Zhao Taizhu and Lu Tian had been following behind Lin Qingyue and Zhuge Yingying. Upon hearing this suggestion, they immediately nodded enthusiastically. Lu Tian, in particular, wore a fawning expression like a tail-wagging lapdog. Qingyue's intuition is definitely accurate. We have to head back anyway, so what difference does it make which route we take? Right, old Zhao? After a gentle nudge with his elbow, Zhao Taizhu quickly chimed in. Absolutely. The group then headed in the direction Lin Qingyue had pointed, trampling over grass debris and fallen leaves as they marched forward. The night was deep, and suddenly rustling sounds came from the distance, as if something was lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Bai Zhen on the other end also heard the heavy footsteps. He instinctively raised his hand to signal Yi Liuli to stop. Both sides were tense and on guard, with no one certain whether the figures in the darkness were human professionals or lurking demonic beasts. Fortunately, a faint light glowed near a withered tree not far ahead. By that dim illumination, Bai Zhen finally made out the approaching figure. Right was actually Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue, he called out tentatively. Lin Qingyue had also sensitively picked up on the sound. After a brief moment of confusion, she recognized the familiar voice. Bai Zhen? Confirming it wasn't a demonic beast, Bai Zhen pulled Yi Liuli along as they strode into the circle of light. The moment he took that step, Lu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and a cold gleam flashed quickly across his eyes. Yi Liuli, blessed with exceptionally strong psychic abilities, immediately sensed the hostility. Like a bristling little beast, she positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Zhen, her gaze locked firmly on Lu Tian. If not for Bai Zhen's steady hand on her shoulder, she might have already pounced. Bai Zhen was the first to break the tension, greeting them with a smile. Hello there. What brings you all here? With your levels, shouldn't you be grinding in the Bone Spike corridor? Zhuge Yingying blinked her eyes with great interest. We followed Qingyue's intuition here. After saying this, she curiously approached Yi Liuli. her gaze completely captivated by that strand of silver hair. Wow, what an adorable little sister. Your hair is Silvery's dyed or natural? Zhuge Yingying's enthusiasm instantly scared away Yi Liuli's fierce little beast demeanor. Meanwhile, Lin Xinghua looked Yi Liuli up and down, noting their intimate behavior. Yet this was a girl she had never seen before. She wondered to herself, when did Bai Zhen get a sister? There's never been anyone like this in Tianyuan City. Lin Xinghua couldn't help but ask, Bai Zhen, this is? Before Bai Zhen could respond, Yi Liuli lifted her chin and declared boldly, I'm his child bride. Bai Zhen's expression changed instantly. This little girl always said the most shocking things. When would she ever change? Sure enough, Lin Xinghua and the others all stared with eyes wide as saucers, as if they'd seen a ghost. Child bride? What era are we living in? There are still child brides. Zhuge Yingying gaped. The gloom in Lu Tian's eyes dissipated somewhat, and a gloating sneer crept across his lips. Lin Xinghua was the academy's aloof campus beauty who couldn't tolerate any impropriety. For Bai Zhen to be involved with another girl right in front of her, wasn't this digging his own grave? With this thought, Lu Tian immediately kicked him while he was down, sneering with a fake smile. Bai Zhen, I really couldn't tell that beneath your decent facade. You're actually such a despicable scoundrel. You won't even spare a little girl. You must be really desperate. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow and explained calmly. Children speak without thinking. I only gave her a tattoo, nothing more. Indeed, it was just a tattoo, but to Lin Xinghua's ears, it carried a different meaning. Others might not understand the full process of tattooing, but she had experienced it firsthand. It involved unguarded, almost skin-to-skin contact. She had thought this experience belonged only to her, but now suddenly there was a second woman, and a girl as thin as a bean sprout at that? Did Bai Zhen actually prefer that type of figure? Lin Xinghua had always been confident about her curves, especially after seeing Yi Liuli's airport runway flat chest, which made her even more certain of this point. She even unconsciously pushed out her chest. Wait, we're not even boyfriend and girlfriend. What am I comparing for? Calm down. Lin Xinghua, you need to calm down. She mentally gave herself 2 sharp warnings. The blush on her face disappeared in a flash, and Lin Xinghua quickly regained her composure. Your relationship with her is your freedom. I have no right to interfere, nor do I need you to explain it to me. Bai Zhen, my father wants to thank you for helping me and has arranged a banquet to invite you next week. I'll bring you the invitation tonight. As she spoke, Lu Tian's already forced smile completely collapsed, instantly resembling a social death meme. Wasn't Xinghua supposed to storm off in anger? Why was she still speaking gently to Bai Zhen, even arranging to deliver the invitation alone tonight? A man and woman alone together, what could they possibly be delivering? Jealousy burned like flames in his chest, making the veins on Lu Tian's forehead throb. But Bai Zhen readily agreed. All right, I'd be honored to accept. He had no reason to refuse. Lin Xinghua's talent rating had skyrocketed from level to level, an unprecedented increase since the establishment of the Awakener Association. It was perfectly reasonable for Lin's father to host a banquet of gratitude. If he declined, it would only make him seem guilty. Moreover, the Lin family had considerable influence in Tianyuan City, and having an additional connection wouldn't hurt. It's getting late, we should go. Lin Xinghua wasn't one to linger unnecessarily. She smiled gracefully at Bai Zhen. See you tonight. With that, she turned and left. Once she left, Zhuge Yingying and the others naturally had no interest in staying. As Lu Tian was leaving, he raised his hand and slowly drew his thumb across his throat in a cutting gesture, his gaze dark and provocative. Bai Zhen chuckled and casually pulled out a storage ring, the very one that had belonged to Hui Tian. He gently rubbed the ring's surface with his fingertip, then looked up with a half-smile toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian's expression froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. All smugness vanished from his face, replaced only by barely concealed horror. Bai Zhen casually tossed the ring up and caught it steadily, as if playing with an insignificant toy, while the cold gleam in his eyes was chilling. Young Master Lu, are you waiting for him? He might not be able to give you an answer, but he might visit you tonight. Sweet dreams. Lu Tian's face alternated between pale and flushed as he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but swallowed his words back down. Finally, he spun around abruptly and stumbled toward the door, practically fleeing in defeat. After Lin Xinghua left, Bai Zhen heard the familiar system notification chime in his ear. Ding. Target Lin Xinghua's favorability toward the host has increased to 70, approaching the tattoo upgrade threshold. Favorability increased? Bai Zhen was stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, shouldn't her favorability have plummeted to rock bottom after that situation? How did it actually go up instead? And more importantly, tattoos could be upgraded? He took a deep breath, suppressing his confusion, and opened the system panel to examine it carefully. First stage, 3 epic grade materials, 10 divine mark points. Second stage, 6 legendary grade materials, 20 divine mark points. Final effect, target can bear dual tattoos, all feedback effects too. After some exploration, Bai Zhen finally understood what this upgrade actually meant. Tattoos weren't one-time products, they could be upgraded twice in total. Each upgrade would provide additional percentage boosts to their effects. After completing both upgrades, the target could simultaneously accommodate 2 different tattoos, and all enhancements would return to him in double form. At this thought, his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. A single tattoo was already ridiculously powerful if he could inscribe another one on the same person. Wouldn't that be like the legendary Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right? However, the cost of upgrading was equally terrifying. Not only would it consume additional divine mark points, but it also required investing real money in rare materials. First upgrade, 3 different epic grade materials plus 10 divine mark points. Second upgrade, 6 different legendary grade materials plus 20 divine mark points. Bai Zhen only needed one glance at the requirements to understand his situation. At his current stage, he couldn't even reach the first step. The Shadow Dragon crystal he'd obtained from Hu Etian last time was already an unexpected windfall. With his current resources, he truly didn't know where to gather such treasures. Just then, the word assets flashed through his mind like lightning, and he instinctively thought of Lin Qingyue's figure. Given the Lin family's status in Tianyuan City, rare materials might be a stretch, but gathering a few epic-grade materials would definitely be manageable. It seemed that accepting tonight's dinner invitation would be beneficial for both parties. But his joy was short-lived. The prerequisite for tattoo upgrades was that the target's favorability toward him must exceed 90. Lin Qingyue was currently only at 70, still a full 20 short. Bai Zhen's thoughts raced, and he quickly focused on tonight's opportunity when Lin Qingyue would personally deliver the invitation, a heaven-sent chance that required advanced planning. He turned to Yi Liuli. Let's call it a day. If you haven't had enough fun killing, I'll bring you back another time. I have more important matters tonight. Yi Liuli pouted, clearly displeased. Are you deciding to go back because of that woman named Lin Qingyue? Why would you say that? Yi Liuli lowered her voice and leaned close to Bai Zhen's ear. I think there's something off about the way she looks at you. I get the feeling she has some kind of possessiveness toward brother Bai Zhen. Possessiveness? Toward me? Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow and chuckled, dismissing Yi Liuli's words as wild imagination. Don't be ridiculous. Miss Lin is the sole heir of the Lin family. Our social standings are worlds apart. He patted Yi Liuli's forehead, his tone half serious, half joking. Don't say such things in front of others from now on, or they'll think I'm some kind of pervert. If you pull any more pranks, I'll make you hand wash my stinky socks for a month. Yi Liuli stuck out her tongue and made a face, appearing carefree on the surface, but deep in her eyes flickered a trace of disappointment. So brother Bai Zhen had only taken her earlier declaration as childish nonsense. Meanwhile, Lu Tian, having just left the underground world, bid his companions farewell with feigned casualness before hurriedly ducking into a secluded alley. The cold seeping through the rough concrete wall made his back go rigid, his lips trembling uncontrollably as images of Bai Zhen revealing his spatial ring and killing Hu Etian flashed repeatedly through his mind. This is bad. This is really bad. That bastard Bai Zhen actually dared to kill him. Originally, Lu Tian had planned to use the Hu family to deal with Bai Zhen, but who could have predicted he'd stir up such catastrophic trouble? Hu Etian wasn't just anyone, and certainly not someone the Lu family could afford to crush. Was the only son of the northern inspector. In China, while awakener associations were spread throughout the nation, it was still the government that truly controlled the territory. The inspectors represented governmental power, their authority even surpassing that of local awakener associations. Given Hu Etian's status, he should have been accompanied by numerous bodyguards. However, having been spoiled since childhood, his inspector father decided to let him venture out for training. Seeing an opportunity, the Lu family volunteered to host him in Tianyuan City, hoping to curry favor. Of course, training couldn't mean actually letting the young master suffer. Lu Tian's father arranged for Lu Tian, who was similar in age, to keep Hu Etian company. With both their names containing the character Tian and their personalities clicking, they quickly became close friends. Since Hu Etian hadn't brought money or supplies, the Lu family temporarily gave him a storage ring containing a Shadow Dragon crystal that could be converted to cash at any time. Lu Tian knew full well that Hu Etian's combat abilities were far inferior to Bai Zhen's, yet he still encouraged him to cause trouble because he understood Hu Etian too well. Once humiliated, he would inevitably seek revenge. With the Hu family's power behind him, Bai Zhen would surely die. However, he never imagined that Bai Zhen would be so ruthlessly decisive, directly killing Hu Etian and shoving this hot potato right back into his lap, turning it into a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. No, I can't just sit here waiting for disaster. Lu Tian clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. I have to completely resolve this mess before the Hu family finds out. To solve the problem, the best approach was to redirect the trouble elsewhere. He didn't kill anyone, so why should he be held responsible? Overwhelming panic swept through Lu Tian as his hand trembled like a sieve while gripping his phone. His fingerprint kept sliding off the screen, and it took 3 failed attempts before he finally managed to unlock it. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before a deep voice came through the receiver. What now? Big brother. Save me. Lu Tian's voice carried an obvious sob, his breathing unsteady. There was a half-beat pause on the other end before Lu Qing's tone grew stern. What trouble have you caused this time? Don't tell me it's like last time, kidnapping and torturing young girls. I've warned you countless times to think before you act. No, this time is different. This time it's serious. Lu Tian, who never dared talk back to his elder brother, interrupted directly. Hu Yitian is dead, killed in the underground world. Lu Qing's anger at being interrupted was instantly replaced by shock. What? The Hu family's young master. His voice shot up, followed by the sound of a cup falling and tea splashing on the other end. After a brief curse, Lu Qing pressed urgently. How did he end up in the underground world? Are you hiding something from me again? Father's relationship with the Hu family is delicate right now, and the competition for northern mining rights is at a critical juncture. With this happening now, I'm afraid. Lu Tian was completely at a loss, ignoring his brother's anger as he repeatedly cried, Big brother, you have to save me. Irritated by the noise, Lu Qing barked, Shut up. How did I end up with such a useless brother? Who else knows about this besides you? How exactly did Hu Yitian die? Was he murdered or devoured by monsters? Startled into silence, Lu Tian took a deep breath to calm himself before explaining everything from the beginning. Here's what happened. He spared no detail about his personal grudge with Bai Zhen and how he used Hu Yitian as a pawn, luring him into the underground world. After a long silence, Lu Qing summarized grimly. Regardless, the Hu family's son died at our people's hands. That's a fact we can't escape. You can't get out of this completely, but we need to redirect the blame. Remember, from now on, you must take the secret of manipulating Hu Yitian to your grave. If the Hu family asks, say he insisted on going and you couldn't stop him. He spoke rapidly, like deploying a final line of defense. The others who teamed up with Hu Yitian also died in the underground world. Dead men tell no tales. The deep underground world has no surveillance, but the entrance has cameras that captured them forming a team. Use that. Lu Qing paused, lowering his voice further. And that Bai Zhen didn't touch him for now. The Hu family's wrath isn't something ordinary people can withstand. If you act rashly, it'll only make you look guilty. What you need to do is find opportunities to exaggerate the conflict between Hu Yitian and Bai Zhen, and let the Hu family make their own decision. Finally, his tone turned cold and resolute. Leave everything to the Hu family's judgment. Tianyuan City. Inside a rental apartment, Bai Zhen stood at the doorway, surveying the living room's arrangement with considerable pride in his handiwork. To rack up some extra favor points, he had really gone all out. The originally chaotic living room had been tidied up to a barely presentable state, with several posters covering most of the cracked wall paint. A dark red tablecloth of unknown origin was spread across the coffee table, and 2 white candles were stuck into an iron candle holder at odd angles, one already tilting precariously. Bai Zhen felt secretly pleased with himself. He clearly had some talent for interior design, and even if he didn't become a divine inscription master, he could survive on these skills alone. Yi Lioli finished bustling around noisily in the kitchen and froze the moment she stepped out. Brother Bai Zhen, is this Syrian aristocratic style? That one casual comment instantly shattered Bai Zhen's rose-colored view of the room. The yellowed, cracked walls, tablecloth, steaks, and red wine did indeed clash rather dramatically. Yi Lioli continued, hitting where it hurt. Didn't you say Sister Lin Qingyue comes from a well-off family? So this wine that costs 9.99 for 2 bottles, isn't it a bit? Oh please, kids don't understand. Bai Zhen put on a serious face and explained with mock authority. Most of the time, people value the thought behind it, not the price. Look, 2 bottles of red wine definitely have more class than 2 bottles of Coke sitting here, right? Oh, I guess so. Yi Lioli remained skeptical. As the two continued their back and forth, rhythmic knocking echoed from the rental apartment's door, followed by Lin Qingyue's crisp voice. Bai Zhen, are you home? Lin Qingyue stood at the door in a simple white dress that outlined her slender figure, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin as white as snow. When she looked up and saw Bai Zhen, the corners of her lips curved upward almost imperceptibly. Behind her, 4 black-suited bodyguards stood in formation, one holding an elegant gift box, another carrying a tastefully packaged bag, and 2 others pushing a cart covered with pristine white tablecloth. The cart was topped with silver serving covers, already releasing tantalizing aromas through the gaps. No one inside responded for a long moment. Yi Lioli quietly peeked out from behind Bai Zhen, saw this impressive display, and quickly retreated. She looked back at the 2 plates of charred steak and 2 bottles of 9.99 wine on the table, then up at Bai Zhen, her expression clearly saying, "We're doomed." Lin Qingyue entered and quickly scanned the room's setup. When her gaze fell on the crooked candles and cheap wine, a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes, not mockery, but genuine lightheartedness. She made no comment, simply tilting her head slightly to signal the bodyguards, "Bring everything in." The bodyguards moved efficiently, wheeling the cart beside the coffee table and neatly arranging the gift boxes in the corner. They even discreetly removed the 9.99 wine bottles. Bai Zhen and Yi Liuli exchanged glances. Well, that wine really was overkill. Looking at the high-end delicacies that had suddenly appeared on the table, Bai Zhen laughed awkwardly. This is so embarrassing. The campus belle personally visits and brings her own food, drinks, and invitation? Lin Xinhua waved her hands dismissively while pulling out a chair to sit down. By all rights, I should be the one treating you. Since I requested to visit your home, I couldn't very well trouble you to provide everything. The three of them weren't particularly familiar with each other, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward as they sat together. Lin Xinhua, coming from a prestigious family, smiled gracefully and gently broke the silence. Little sister, please go ahead and eat first. This is your home turf, so I'll follow your lead. Being singled out, Yi Liuli froze. The candlelit dinner before her looked as exquisite as a museum display. Having never seen such high-end cuisine before, her stomach was already churning from the enticing aromas. Yet she stubbornly straightened her back. I'm not hungry. The moment the words left her mouth, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, and embarrassment instantly crept up to her ears. Bai Zhen nearly burst out laughing. He could see the little girl's knees trembling uncontrollably under the tablecloth, her gaze glued to the steak, revealing her true thoughts completely. However, with Lin Xinhua present, he couldn't afford to be rude and had to act nonchalant. Go ahead and eat. We're all family here, he added casually. With Bai Zhen's permission, Yi Liuli clumsily picked up the knife and fork, struggling to cut the meat. The utensils scraped against the porcelain plate with an ear-piercing sound. Finally, she simply jumped down from her chair and rushed into the kitchen, returning with 3 pairs of chopsticks for everyone. These utensils are useless. Chopsticks are much better. She then proceeded to skewer the entire steak with her chopsticks and ate it like a kebab. A flash of shock crossed Lin Xinghua's eyes before she quickly regained her composure. She casually brushed away the long hair that had fallen over her collarbone and suddenly asked, Bai Zhen, do you have a girlfriend? The unexpected question stirred something in Bai Zhen's heart. He raised an eyebrow with a light smile. No. Is the campus belle Lin trying to set me up with someone? Lin Xinhua leaned forward slightly, her voice gentle yet direct. What do you think of me? Yi Liuli felt thunderstruck, the beef in her mouth instantly losing its flavor. So this woman had come bearing gifts with ulterior motives. Without bothering to swallow, she shouted incoherently. No way. Absolutely not. Stop it. Bai Zhen ignored Yi Liuli's outburst, maintaining his calm demeanor. He knew Lin Xinhua was always cautious, so this question wasn't asked on a whim. Why the sudden question? Just kidding, Lin Xinhua smiled faintly. I would never use myself as a bargaining chip, especially not for family schemes. My father does indeed want to win you over, considering your abilities are practically unbeatable. This invitation to the Lin family was to see how many people could meet the requirements for your tattoos. As long as it's within the Lin family's acceptable range, name your price. Bai Zhen nodded slightly. This made more sense. In his impression, a prodigy like Lin Xinhua would never easily compromise herself. Even before receiving his White Tiger tattoo enhancement, her level talent combined with the Frost Swordsman class at T1 Tier Warrior specialization promised a bright future. Talent rating wasn't the sole determinant of one's ceiling. Even a level talent could reach the pinnacle with the right class choice and sufficient effort, though support classes were a different story. He wasn't opposed to her proposal, as tattoos were mutually beneficial, but the current problem was his severe shortage of divine pattern points. The debt incurred from tattooing Yi Liuli still hadn't been fully repaid. Given his professional constraints, he couldn't perform another tattoo operation until he cleared his outstanding divine pattern points debt. This restriction was like a locked gate. Even if he found a suitable tattoo target in the Lin family, he could only stare helplessly, like a neutered tomcat watching a female cat, adding nothing but frustration. With this awkward predicament, Bai Zhen's only real business on this trip was to accept the invitation and receive the gift. In the spacious reception room, Lin Xinhua raised her hand and pointed directly at the storage ring on Bai Zhen's finger, her gaze unmistakably clear in its intent. Understanding immediately, Bai Zhen readily removed the ring and handed it over without any hesitation. Within just a few breaths, Lin Xinhua finished her inspection and placed the ring back in his palm. Though the ring felt ice-cold to the touch, Bai Zhen's heart suddenly raced when he probed into his consciousness space. He was instantly dazzled by the mountain of supplies that had appeared out of nowhere. The previously empty ring, which had only contained some ordinary materials scavenged from the underground world and a single shadow dragon crystal, was now overflowing with materials. 1. Common resources like slime mucus, wolf fangs, and tiger pelts, often in quantities exceeding 100 pieces each. 2. Rare items such as mithril thread, obsidian, thorn scales, and ice soul crystals, with over a dozen pieces of each type. 3. Even various potions for restoring stamina and mental energy were fully stocked, all of excellent quality. While he couldn't use these potions immediately, he could easily consign them at the Adventurers Association trading post and convert them into substantial cash. A rough estimate suggested that this pile of materials and potions alone was worth 3 to 4 million. Yet these were merely the appetizers. What truly made his breath catch were the several skill books emanating faint spiritual light. In this world, learning skills had no professional barriers theoretically. Even a mage could learn knight skills. However, since each profession emphasized different attributes, and skill books were both rare and expensive, most people either used them carefully themselves or simply sold them. Bai Zhen opened his attribute panel, and the first thing that caught his eye were the mage class skill books. In an instant, he was struck speechless by Lin Qingyue's generous gesture. Skill name, 9 Heavens Thunder. Level requirement, LV.20. Type, Lightning Attribute Mage Skill Book. Effects, summons Heavenly Thunder, releasing 9 lightning bolts to bombard the target area, each bolt carrying a paralysis effect that briefly stuns enemies. Lightning strikes can chain, automatically jumping between multiple targets within range, up to 3 times. When cast during thunderstorms, power increases dramatically with a chance to trigger Heavenly Thunder Resonance, adding 1 massive lightning pillar. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill name, Infernal Curse. Level requirement, LV.20. Type, Fire Attribute Mage Skill Book. Effects, centers on the caster to summon a burning inferno, continuously scorching enemies within range while applying a burn status that causes additional damage and reduces healing effectiveness by half. If enemies remain in the inferno for more than 3 seconds, they trigger a flame explosion, dealing massive burst damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Extravagant. Absolutely ridiculously extravagant. Among all professional skill books, mage class books always commanded peak prices. Not just skill books, but any equipment related to mages sold for several times more than other professions. For this very reason, mages were called the aristocratic profession, and adventurers from modest backgrounds could hardly achieve much in this field. Now Lin Qingyue had directly given him 2 mage skill books, and they were level 20 skill books at that. Although the required level to use these skill books was quite low, the ultimate power of skills depended on the caster's mental attribute with sufficient mental power. Even a level 5 skill could deal devastating damage. Moreover, both books contained highly functional area effect skills with massive coverage, perfectly addressing Bai Zhen's current lack of offensive capabilities. In terms of market value alone, these 2 books together were worth at least 5 million. While Yi Liuli had spent the entire day farming materials in the Bone Spike corridor of the underground world and could only sell them for a few thousand at most, the difference was staggering. This is way too expensive, Yi Liuli muttered under her breath, staring at the thick magical tome pages. Lin Qingyue shook her head and explained softly, "It's just a small token of my appreciation, something I should have given you when you helped me with the tattoo. At that time, the cold poison was acting up, and all I had on me was this storage ring. I don't know much about tattooing, but I guess you must be a mental power specialist profession, so I specifically prepared 2 mage skill books. Initially, I wanted to pick level 10 ones, but I felt they wouldn't be worthy of you. Although your current level can't use them yet, I believe they'll come in handy very soon." Lin Qingyue's understanding of Bai Zhen's level was still stuck at the level 15 from that talent test at the Professionals Association. No one could have imagined that in just one day, Bai Zhen, with his support profession, had skyrocketed from level 15 to level 22. Bai Zhen didn't correct her. Keeping some cards hidden was never a bad thing. As long as he wasn't facing special professions, special skills, or force testing, he could completely conceal his true level. In that case, I'll accept them. They're indeed very helpful for my current situation. Bai Zhen nodded readily. Lin Qingyue's lips curved slightly upward. I'm glad they can help you. As I said, this is just my personal gift. As for what my father will give you, I have no idea either. Hearing that he could receive another generous gift, Bai Zhen's heart raced with excitement. With these items in his possession, he wouldn't need to grind materials in the underground world for pocket change anymore. I didn't just bring gifts for you this time, I also prepared something for this little sister. As Lin Qingyue spoke, she raised her right hand, and an exquisite, delicate staff materialized out of thin air. The staff's main body was transparent as ice, with spine-like silver patterns spreading across its surface, and a fist-sized pale blue magic crystal embedded at the tip, radiating a cold brilliance under the light. Before awakening my profession, everyone in my family thought I would become a mage like the other family members, so they had this crafted for me in advance. Unfortunately, I ended up being the only warrior in several decades, so this staff has been sitting and used ever since. It holds great significance for me, and I never plan to part with it. But seeing the elemental fluctuations when little sister casts spells, I know it suits her better. Although its primary enhancement is Ice attribute, all its basic stats are very high. As a gift, it couldn't be more perfect. Yi Liuli stared in amazement at the staff floating in midair, her eyes filled with joy and disbelief. I get a gift too. 1 second Yi Liuli was staring longingly at Bai Zhen playing with the spatial ring in his hands, and the next second her eyes turned into stars. The last trace of resistance she had harbored toward Lin Qingyue vanished the instant she glimpsed that staff, and she excitedly clasped her hands together. Yay! I hereby declare that Sister Qingyue is the second nicest person after Brother Bai Zhen. You can have the main wife position. I'll be the concubine. Puffed. Bai Zhen spat out all the tea he had just sipped, splashing the fragrant liquid all over Yi Liuli's face. While wiping his mouth, he glared at her fiercely. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Say another word of such ridiculous things, and I'll confiscate your gift. Lin Qingyue's ears quickly turned red as her fingertips nervously fidgeted with her skirt hem. Bai Zhen's scolding made Yi Liuli puff out her not subvious little chest and retort proudly. No way. Sister Qingyue gave it to me, so it's mine to decide what to do with. In the center of the table, the silver blue staff lay quietly on velvet cloth. The shaft was embedded with tiny ice crystals, and its surface patterns refracted cold light like cracks on a frozen lake. Lin Qingyue patiently explained. It's called Frost Whisper, a crafted equipment. Usable at level 10, it increases spell power by 15 when casting any magic in cold environments. Additionally, it boosts the wielder's mental attributes by 10, perfect for transitional use. Yi Liuli nodded vigorously like a pecking chick, appearing attentive but only remembering the name Frost Whisper. In contrast, Bai Zhen caught every number clearly. 1. Dropped equipment is random. Crafted equipment can be customized according to recipes. 2. Custom weapons have higher limits and greater value. 3. Everything from the name to the attributes was tailored specifically for Lin Qingyue. He secretly calculated that this staff, combined with the other equipment Lin Qingyue had given out tonight, was already worth over 10 million. As the tea break neared its end, Lin Qingyue handed over a gold-embossed invitation. It's getting late. Here's the invitation. Tomorrow, get ready and message me. I'll send a driver to pick you up. All right. Bai Zhen nodded. But I need to stop by the Awakener Association first to collect the brilliant emblem. I just received their notification. I'll contact you after I'm done. He showed Lin Qingyue the text message on his phone for confirmation. This casual gesture made Lin Qingyue's just-calmed heart explode again. She felt her chest flutter slightly, her heartbeat spiraling out of control. Was he afraid she might misunderstand? Or perhaps, had she already become someone special in his heart? Miss Lin, Bai Zhen's puzzled voice pulled her back from her wandering thoughts. Lin Qingyue fumbled to set down her teacup, the porcelain clinking crisply against the glass coffee table. She turned her face away, but this only exposed her crimson earlobes. Damn it! Lin Qingyue bit her lip inwardly. How could she lose her composure like this? And how could she entertain such absurd thoughts? They had only known each other for a short time. Bai Zhen had no obligation to report anything to her. The night passed without incident. Morning light filtered through the gauze curtains, casting dappled shadows across the disheveled bedding. Through the dizzying haze of his hangover, Bai Zhen vaguely heard Yi Liuli's soft, drowsy murmur. Brother Bai Zhen, why did your chest muscles get so big? They're so soft and smell so nice. Her voice brought some clarity to the groggy Bai Zhen, though her words left his mind momentarily blank. The three of them had been chatting the night before and really hit it off. Bai Zhen never expected that Lin Qingyue, with just a hint of tipsy haziness, would turn out to be quite outgoing. Yi Liuli, who initially wasn't particularly fond of Lin Qingyue, surprisingly became fast friends with her, and they seemed like inseparable sisters sharing everything. After that, Bai Zhen couldn't remember much. He only knew that all three of them had drunk too much, to the point of losing consciousness. What chest muscles? Where did you end up sleeping? After the sleepy Yi Liuli pulled her face away from what she called chest muscles, she found herself staring directly at Lin Qingyue's stunning face. Huh? Why is Sister Qingyue also in bed? Sister Qingyue? What Sister Qingyue? Wait, you mean Lin Qingyue? Bai Zhen responded drowsily, suddenly realizing something was wrong. He abruptly propped up his upper body and looked toward the other end of the bed, where he saw two figures, one large and one small. Yi Liuli had her entire small face buried in Lin Qingyue's ample bosom, while this campus beauty who appeared cold and unapproachable to outsiders had her nightgown hiked up to her thighs, her slender legs pressed intimately against his inner thigh. Bai Zhen tried to move, but discovered Lin Qingyue's knee was pressed against his inner thigh. With his movement, her smooth leg skin brushed ambiguously against his sensitive area. Lin Qingyue seemed disturbed by the motion and let out a dissatisfied soft hum, burrowing even deeper into his embrace. One of her hands unconsciously rested on his chest, her fingertips grazing his sensitive spot, making his entire body stiffen. Bai Zhen could clearly feel the body heat radiating from beside him, along with the feminine scent mixed with alcohol. Lin Qingyue's nightgown strap had slipped off, revealing her rounded shoulder, her slender waist faintly visible. At this blood-stirring moment, Lin Qingyue's eyelashes suddenly fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Her hazy gaze met Bai Zhen's first confusion, then shock, and finally her entire face flushed bright red. Their eyes met in complete awkwardness. Lin Qingyue instinctively tried to get up, but her body hadn't fully awakened from sleep. Before she could stand straight, her legs gave way and she collapsed, landing right on top of Bai Zhen. Sister Qingyue is being sneaky. I want to cuddle with Brother Bai Zhen too. No, don't come over. Lin Xingyue cried out repeatedly, but it was already too late. Lin Xingyue let out a startled cry as her entire nightgown slipped from her shoulders. Her snow-white body was almost completely exposed, with only the remaining fabric barely covering the most important areas. Below her delicate collarbone, her full curves rose and fell dramatically with her rapid breathing, gleaming like pearls in the morning light. Wow! Yi Lioli instantly became wide awake, her eyes widening. So beautiful. Sister Qinghua, your figure is just too. Close your eyes. Lin Qinghua frantically tried to cover herself, but her excessive movements caused the remaining fabric to slip down further, revealing a section of her slender waist and the barely visible lace edges. Bai Zhen suddenly felt his nose grow hot, as if some thick, warm liquid was flowing from his nostrils. Damn, how pathetic. Knowing he was always good at playing dumb, Bai Zhen forced himself to keep a straight face and turned his head to the side, refusing to let the two women, one older, one younger, see his embarrassing nosebleed. Only after Lin Xinghua hurriedly straightened her disheveled pajamas did Bai Zhen finally stumble into the bathroom, holding his forehead. The icy tap water splashed against his face as he cleaned the blood while muttering, "My head is killing me. What were you two arguing about just now?" When he emerged from the bathroom with a hungover expression, Lin Xingyue's tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit. Thank goodness he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, or else her reputation as an innocent maiden would be. Wait. Remembering that he had already seen everything during the tattoo session, Lin Xingyue bit her lip in frustration. Bai Zhen decided to take a cold shower to completely clear his head. Ever since awakening as a divine tattoo master, every morning felt like a test of his humanity. If he had evil intentions, he could have easily taken both their first blood just now. Was this some kind of hangover bonus? He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle. Two beauties warming his bed, one S-level prodigy little lowly Yi Lioli, and one ice queen campus belle Lin Xinghua. Add a mature woman to the mix, and his life would be complete. Ahem. Bai Zhen quickly cut off his restless fantasies, threw on some clothes, and slipped out to buy breakfast. The relationship between the three of them was truly delicate. He needed to find something to distract himself, or he wouldn't even dare look Lin Xinghua in the eye. They hadn't known each other long, so calling them friends seemed premature, but calling them strangers after sharing a bed seemed equally inappropriate. Come eat, he called toward the bedroom from the living room. Yi Lioli and Lin Xinghua finally emerged leisurely. Bai Zhen spread out the plastic bags. It might not compare to the delicacies you're used to at home, but at least you can experience some street food culture. As he spoke, he divided the soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns into 3 portions. At the dining table, the little lowly swung her pale, tender legs while her bright eyes fixed on the food without any psychological burden. In contrast, Lin Xinghua sat perfectly upright, but kept avoiding Bai Zhen's gaze. An indescribable awkwardness hung in the air. Yi Lioli sipped her soy milk, tilting her head to look between them, then suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. You two are like newlyweds, not quite familiar, but somewhat familiar. Uffed. Bai Zhen nearly spat out the soy milk he had just sipped, desperately swallowing it down only to be choked into a coughing fit. Lin Xinghua instantly turned red to the roots of her neck, and the fried dough stick in her hand dropped onto the plate with a clatter. She hurriedly stood to pick it up, but her hasty movement knocked over her chair. The sound of clattering dishes was particularly clear in the silence, maximizing the awkwardness. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden knocking at the door broke the frozen atmosphere. Bai Zhen rushed to answer it. Black business cars were parked outside, and the visitors were Lin family subordinates. Xinghua, they're here for you. Bai Zhen stepped aside. Lin Xinghua instantly resumed her cold exterior, her gaze becoming calm. Seeing her appear, the visitors immediately became respectful. Miss, you didn't return home last night, and the family head is very worried about you. Also, according to your instructions yesterday, the other car has been prepared as well. All right, I'll head back now. Lin Xingyue nodded slightly, then composed herself and turned to Bai Zhen with forced calm. I noticed you don't have convenient transportation, so I've arranged a car for you along with a driver. Contact him whenever you need anything. Bai Zhen had never been one for pretense, and he certainly wouldn't feign politeness now. The Lin family was wealthy enough to easily afford a car and driver, so why should he pretend he didn't need it? Having a dedicated driver on call would indeed save him considerable trouble. The moment Lin Xinghua left, Bai Zhen wolfed down his breakfast in just a few bites, grabbed Yi Lioli, who was still stuffing fried dough sticks into her mouth, and headed straight for the car. The driver appeared to be in his early 30s, with honest, square features. Young Master Bai, where to? The Awakener Association. I need to pick something up. Bai Zhen's tone was crisp as he closed the car door. Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt. The driver reminded him kindly, then pressed the accelerator. The car smoothly merged onto the road and soon stopped outside the Awakener Association. Young Master Bai, I can't park here long. I'll head to the parking garage. Just call me when you're finished, and I'll come right away. Lin Xinghua had already given Bai Zhen the driver's contact information. He nodded in acknowledgement. Just past 8 in the morning, the association entrance was already packed with people. Awakeners of all kinds streamed in and out, some submitting graduation tasks, others seeking certification, their footsteps creating a cacophony of activity. Having visited several times before, Bai Zhen navigated easily to the second floor and found the elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing. "Young man, your emblem is ready. Wait here while I have someone fetch it." The old man instructed his assistant, who then departed. "Thank you, senior." Bai Zhen bowed respectfully. "Stop calling me senior all the time. My name is Lei Ming, director of the supervision department for Tianyuan City's Awakener Association." The old man waved dismissively. "Lei Ming? From the Lei family?" Bai Zhen felt a chill of wariness. Though he hadn't been in this world long, he understood Tianyuan City's power structure well enough. The Lin, Lu, and Zhao families, plus the even more established Lei family, maintained a delicate balance. However, the Lei family kept a low profile, making them far more mysterious than the other three. Using his given name seemed too informal, so after a moment's consideration, Bai Zhen said, "Then I'll call you Elder Lei." Lei Ming nodded in acceptance, then gestured toward Yi Liuli with curiosity in his voice. "Has this little girl found a teacher yet?" Bai Zhen couldn't help but smile, suddenly understanding no wonder Lei Ming had initiated conversation multiple times and even revealed his identity. He had his eye on Yi Liuli. "I don't want a teacher. Big brother Bai Zhen can teach me everything." Yi Liuli's response was characteristically direct. In her world, there were only two options, Bai Zhen and everyone else, and she would always choose the former. Lei Ming clearly wasn't giving up. He smiled kindly, his eyes crinkling. "Little girl, do you realize that having a good teacher could increase your potential several times, even dozens of times? Your brother Bai Zhen may care deeply for you, but compared to your future prospects, that doesn't amount to much." Yi Liuli turned her face away, lifting her delicate chin high, refusing to acknowledge Lei Ming any further. The young girl was upset by Lei Ming's future prospects theory, her bright black eyes clouded with a thin veil of anger. Lei Ming knew he had misspoken and could only let out a dry laugh, temporarily keeping quiet as he turned to retrieve her brilliant emblem from the storage room. No sooner had Lei Ming left than a young man in a flashy dark red robe leaned against the counter. The soft yet greasy fabric reflected a dull sheen under the lights as he gently swirled a wine glass in his hand, the blood-red liquid rippling like a serpent's tongue. His gaze slid down Yi Liuli's slender neck all the way to her exposed ankles, his lecherous intent completely undisguised. Well, well. The drawn-out tone carried the pungent smell of cologne mixed with alcohol as it hit her face. "Whose little sweetheart is this?" He reached out to pinch Yi Liuli's cheek. "Come with me for a drink." "Ugh." Yi Liuli's staff, frost whisper swept through the air, a cold flash striking the man's hand solidly. Like a bristling kitten, she darted behind Bai Zhen, her almond-shaped eyes wide with alarm. "Stay away from me." The young man was momentarily stunned, then burst into exaggerated laughter. "Haha, interesting. I love the feisty ones. Conquering an untamed little wildcat like you would be a whole new challenge for me." Bai Zhen stepped sideways, positioning himself in front of Yi Liuli, his voice low and measured. "If you know what's good for you, I suggest you get lost." Dangerous light flickered in his dark pupils, but instead of backing down, the young man moved closer, his hot alcoholic breath hitting Bai Zhen's face. "And what kind of trash are you? Walking around the Career Changer Association without even wearing a proper badge, just some rookie who awakened their class, right?" He pointed to the three-leaf emblem on his chest, his tone arrogant. "You only get a three-leaf clover badge after reaching level 30, and you gain another leaf every 10 levels. Level 30 scared now? If you're scared, then scram and stop interfering with my pickup game." Bai Zhen scoffed. These days level 30 thinks it can play the big shot. His tone was casual, but his sleeve flicked slightly. "Hey, you little punk." Before he could finish, the young man felt a brutal force slam into his entire body. Bang! He crashed into a nearby leather chair, his right arm feeling like it had been struck by an iron hammer, the crisp crack, accompanied by piercing pain. Lin Yao, grandson of the Lin family's third elder, was sent flying by a simple backhand slap, suffering an immediate fracture. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked into Bai Zhen's cold eyes, his heart contracting with fear. The opponent hadn't even used a skill. If he got serious, what kind of monster was this? Onlookers quickly gathered, pointing and whispering. Some suppressed laughter, others murmured among themselves, and some raised their phones to record. "Isn't that Lin Yao from the Lin family? How did he get taken down in one move?" The mocking voices made Lin Yao's face turn the color of pig liver. He struggled to his feet despite the pain, screaming hysterically. "You're fucking dead. I'm definitely going to kill you today. Do you know who I am? I'm the grandson of the Lin family's third elder." Bai Zhen found this even more amusing. This afternoon he was supposed to attend a banquet at the Lin family, and now he had run into a Lin family member, though the process was a tiny bit unpleasant. The commotion attracted many staff members from the Career Changer Association, and more onlookers swarmed over. Just then, Lei Ming returned hurriedly carrying an exquisite golden-laid box. Seeing Yi Liuli trapped in the crowd, The old man quickened his pace anxiously. Most of the career change emblems in this city came from Lei Ming's hands, so his reputation carried weight. When people saw Lei Ming approaching, the crowd that had surrounded the area automatically parted to create a path. What's going on here? Who's making all this noise? The thunderous voice boomed down the corridor, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Lin Yao, who had been acting arrogantly, immediately restrained himself upon hearing that deep resonance. After all, this was the Awakener Association, and he wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of the higher-ups. He instantly put on a respectful and fawning smile, abandoning his arrogance completely as he pointed at Bai Zhen and loudly complained, "Senior Lei, your timing is perfect. This insolent fool has been disrespectful and even allowed his companion to attack me." Lei Ming approached, his gaze lingering for a moment on the clear red mark on Lin Yao's hand before looking toward Yi Liuli, who was hiding behind Bai Zhen with reddened eyes. In just a few seconds, he understood the situation completely. Lei Ming knew all too well that while Lin Yao appeared refined on the surface, he was a wolf underneath. However, the Lin family was powerful, and as long as Lin Yao didn't cross certain lines, the family's protection could easily smooth over any trouble. Enough, enough. Stop putting on an act in front of me. Let's end this matter here. Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Senior Lei. Lin Yao's eyes widened, clearly unable to accept this. I'm the young master of the Lin family, and to be publicly. Before he could finish, Lei Ming's expression darkened as he coldly interrupted. So what if I'm favoring them? This is the Awakener Association, not your Lin family's backyard. Whatever schemes you're plotting, keep them to yourself. The association's dignity will not be violated. Lei Ming's fury descended like crushing thunder, instantly shattering what little courage Lin Yao had mustered. While he could bear his fangs at others, he dared not provoke Lei Ming, a powerhouse with dual status in both the Lei family and the association. Gritting his teeth, he forced out, "Fine, I'll give Senior Lei face today and spare you two wretches for now." Just then, a well-dressed ceremonial attendant approached gracefully, carrying a tray covered with red cloth, heading straight for Bai Zhen. Lin Yao immediately recognized it as the type of tray commonly used in badge ceremonies and let out a harsh, mocking laugh. "Just as I thought. You're nothing but a rookie who just got his emblem. Let me see, iron rank? Or bronze?" Bai Zhen merely smiled slightly at these words. He couldn't understand whether Lin Yao was naturally brainless or just pretending to be stupid. How could an emblem that warranted Lei Ming's personal escort be ordinary? The crowd of onlookers refused to disperse, simultaneously despising Lin Yao's arrogance, while finding the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Since the fire wasn't burning them, every bit of chaos gave them more gossip material. From within the crowd, someone suddenly recognized Bai Zhen and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that Bai Zhen? What, you know him?" "Of course I know him. He's quite famous at Tianyuan Academy, the first student to be expelled in recent years. Not only was his talent rating the lowest grade, but his profession was just a tattoo artist with no real use." "What? He actually got expelled from the academy? That means his talent must be exceptionally poor." "Not necessarily. Maybe it's a character issue." "Yeah, if he got kicked out of the academy, he should just find some manual labor job. How dare he think he can make it big through the professional association?" "Exactly. Tianyuan Academy is famously lenient. They would never expel a student under normal circumstances. Probably just a bronze emblem. Everyone should just leave and stop wasting our time here." The cold mockery and sarcasm from all directions hit Lin Yao's ears like ice shards, sending his twisted excitement soaring. With so many people supporting him in crushing Bai Zhen, he could go all out. He rushed forward to stand before Bai Zhen, stopping the hostess at less than 2 meters away. "Hey, don't give it to him. Give it to me." Lin Yao intercepted the tray, his lips curling into a smirk. "Let's make a bet. If this emblem exceeds platinum quality, I'll run 3 laps around the association barking like a dog. But if it doesn't," he deliberately lowered his voice, his tone chillingly cold, "I'll sever your tendons and make you watch this little girl serve me." His arrogant wager immediately sparked whispers among the onlookers. "Isn't this just blatant bullying? Who cares? Don't get involved." The hostess was completely intimidated by his presence and could only watch helplessly as the red cloth was pulled away. As the red cloth fell, Lin Yao's body suddenly trembled, his pupils dilating instantly, a flash of bewilderment crossing his face. "Am I seeing things? How is this not a trash emblem?" Those waiting to see Bai Zhen humiliated noticed his strange reaction, but hadn't yet processed what was happening. Damn, how trashy must it be to scare Lin Yao like that? Could the association have created an even lower grade emblem? We never got any notice, and I've never seen a new emblem type. Soon, someone noticed the anomaly. Wait, trash emblems don't glow. Look, that emblem is emitting a faint light. It's at least diamond grade. What? Diamond or higher? That single observation shot through the crowd like high voltage electricity, instantly setting the entire hall ablaze with excitement. The previously mocking expressions crumbled in an instant as people shifted from ridicule to shock, then to terror. The students from Tianyuan Academy turned deathly pale, The bespectacled male student's knees trembling uncontrollably. They had just been mocking someone who had obtained a diamond emblem, possibly even higher quality. Even if Bai Zhen was just a support class, this level of talent was enough to attract major factions. For those powerful groups, investing a little in an overlooked genius was a guaranteed profit. But for nobodies without connections, such favor could crush them completely. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Bai Zhen stood quietly throughout, not even showing any obvious change in expression. Yet it was precisely this calm indifference that sent chills down their spines. If it were today, and Bai Zhen remembered all their faces, who could say for certain whether he might seek revenge later? This thought hit them like a bucket of ice water. Many guilty-looking people shrank back, quietly slipping away through the chaos and fleeing like beaten dogs. The red silk covering the emblem fell to the ground, and the insignia that had been lying quietly in the tray seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, slowly floating upward. The few people who remained and stood closest could immediately see clearly the tray actually contained a deep, starry blue emblem. The material appeared neither jade nor gold, its surface flowing with mercury-like luster. 12 sharp star rays gleamed coldly around the edges, each tip embedded with diamond fragments that refracted brilliant rainbow light. A radiant emblem. Someone cried out in shock, and the noise instantly cut off as if the power had been switched off, plunging the entire scene into deathly silence. Lei Ming crossed his arms, amusement dancing in his eyes as he quietly watched. The show had already given Lin Yao a way out earlier, but the kid insisted on humiliating himself. Lin Yao's pupils contracted sharply as he lunged forward in disbelief, grasping the floating radiant emblem tightly in his fist. As he clenched it, tremendous energy surged through his palm, and the surrounding air rapidly heated up. "Hey, what are you trying to do, kid?" Lei Ming's expression changed drastically as he instantly realized the other's intention. Every person's emblem possessed uniqueness. Once destroyed, it could never be reforged. Radiant emblems had been extremely rare since the establishment of the professional association. Creating them required immeasurable effort and resources, and their functions went far beyond surface appearances. Moreover, both the association and China had clear regulations. Destroying another's emblem was a serious crime punishable by life imprisonment. If he let a radiant emblem be destroyed before his eyes, he could forget about keeping his position as inspection department chief. "Damn brat, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Lei Ming panicked. But mage spellcasting inevitably required incantation. Timino wonder Lin Yao had stood motionless earlier. He'd been building up power all along. It was over. There was no time to stop him. At this critical moment, Yi Liuli's tightly gripped staff suddenly burst with blinding blue light. A sharp wind blade swept past Lin Yao's cheek, not only forcibly interrupting his spellcasting, but even severing the tendons in his hand. "Ah!" Lin Yao screamed as blood sprayed, and his right hand hung limply. Losing control, the radiant emblem clattered to the ground. But ignoring the pain, he still glared at Bai Zhen with bloodshot eyes, wanting to destroy the person who had shamed him. "Give it back, too, brother. Bai Zhen." The little girl shouted each word distinctly, her voice growing increasingly shrill, and the wind attribute power swirling around her was gradually intensifying. Lei Ming, who had been harboring no hope whatsoever, suddenly lit up with excitement, his eyes gleaming with wild joy as he looked at Yi Liuli. "This genius, a 1 in 10,000 genius," he whispered in amazement, his heart nearly bursting from his chest. Casting spells without incantation, that's the ultimate talent for any mage, if properly cultivated. His thoughts had barely formed when the wild joy on Lei Ming's face suddenly vanished, his gaze falling on Lin Yao as undisguised killing intent surged. If this brat dared to lay a hand on the girl, he wouldn't mind ensuring the guy left the Professionals Association horizontally. Unlike Lei Ming's vigilance, Lin Yao was drowning in excruciating pain. The burning sensation on his skin constantly tore at his nerves, while anger, humiliation, and madness coalesced into murderous intent in his chest. "You little bitch, you're asking for death." His eyes turned blood-red as he raised his hand, flames around him exploding with fury. Grasping at the void with his right hand, a gem-encrusted, expensive staff instantly materialized in his palm. "If I don't strip you naked and hang you at the association's entrance today, I'll write my name Lin Yao backwards." Hearing the madness in Lin Yao's voice, Bai Zhen reached out and pulled Yi Liuli behind him. "You can't block a skill of this level. Don't worry, you don't need to act. Someone will handle this for us." He smiled as he looked toward Lei Ming, who caught a fox-like cunning in those narrowed eyes. "Your turn." Lei Ming knew he was being used, but still couldn't stay out of it. This was his territory after all, and if such a commotion broke out with him standing idly by, the aftermath would only be more troublesome. "Enough! Don't you think your crimes are serious enough already?" With his thunderous roar, electric arcs crackled through the air. The oppressive pressure suddenly intensified as heart-stopping energy gathered above Lin Yao's head. Over a dozen arm-thick lightning serpents came howling down. The lightning serpents moved with terrifying speed. Lin Yao's fire spell hadn't even fully formed before being tightly bound. Bai Zhen watched the entire casting process clearly, silently acknowledging Lei Ming's strength. The man's level was ridiculously high as divine mark. I couldn't penetrate the detailed stats at all. But judging by the power of this single strike alone, his current combat ability couldn't possibly withstand it. The intense confrontation alerted the Professionals Association security. Several guards filed in, directly pinning down and dragging away Lin Yao, who was now trussed up like a dumpling, along with his lackeys who had been desperately flattering him moments before. After cleaning up the situation, Lei Ming glared at Bai Zhen, growling with disappointment. Why did you have to provoke him? Your talent rating is indeed high, but compared to a guy over level 30, the combat power gap is obvious. You can't protect this little girl better, let her follow me to spare her suffering. Bai Zhen maintained his faint smile. Far from enough. He snorted inwardly. If he hadn't wanted to keep his trump cards hidden, Lin Yao wouldn't have had a chance to touch him, let alone strike. Just a fragile Maggie. No matter how high the damage, it's useless if you can't hit your target. Find an opportunity to deal with him directly? The thought flashed through his mind. As long as his true combat power remained hidden, no one would connect Lin Yao's death to him. Such was the reputation of support classes. Lei Ming wanted to say more, but when he met Yi Liuli's large, hostile eyes, he swallowed his words. You'd better watch yourself from now on. He lowered his voice, still offering his warning. Since no real harm was done today, with the Lin family's influence, getting Lin Yao out will be a piece of cake. If there ever comes a day when you can't protect this little girl, send her to me immediately. Bai Zhen nodded slightly, recognizing that Lei Ming genuinely had a soft spot for talent. For a complete stranger to go this far was already remarkable, however would never give Lin Yao another chance for revenge. After a brief pause, Lei Ming got down to business. Regarding the brilliant emblem, I must explain the regulations to you. Holders receive a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan. The association conducts annual talent reassessments, and you'll need to be retested then. If your qualifications don't meet the requirements, your emblem will be immediately downgraded. Brilliant rank is the highest tier in addition to the 100,000 allowance. You can also receive 10 bottles of premium stamina recovery potions each month. Bai Zhen nodded again. Annual retesting made perfect sense. After all, the association's money didn't materialize out of thin air. He suddenly remembered something important. Elder Lei, what exactly is Lin Yao's status within the Lin family? Before coming here, he had received a personal invitation from the Lin family head, which should have made him an honored guest. But if he accidentally got caught up in family infighting, it would not only be beneath his dignity, but could also make him a pawn. The Lin family head's only daughter, Lin Qingyue, had no brothers, which meant Lin Yao wasn't from the main bloodline. Given that, there was no need for him to show any courtesy. Lei Ming sighed. Lin Yao is the only grandson of third elder Lin Xingyi, a precious treasure passed down through 3 generations of single heirs, pampered since childhood. His arrogance can be traced back to an assassination attempt on the Lin family 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. How old was Lin Yao then? He wouldn't have even been a fertilized egg. Ahem, Lei Ming choked and coughed repeatedly, then explained. It's normal that you don't know. That incident was strictly classified. All I know is that back then, the third elder used his own body to block a fatal blow meant for the family head. Though he survived, he was left with lasting complications. Grateful for this life-saving sacrifice, the family head made an exception and granted their branch the same treatment as the main bloodline. Bai Zhen suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder a branch family member could act so brazenly. Lei Ming waved his hand. In any case, you should thank your lucky stars if he doesn't come looking for trouble with you. Don't go thinking about revenge. A glint of cunning flashed in Bai Zhen's eyes. Don't worry, Elder Lei. I've always been law-abiding. Lei Ming was satisfied with his response. Earlier, when Bai Zhen had casually signaled for him to intervene, it proved the young man was sharp enough. In these times, it's the smart ones who live long. Perhaps staying by his side would help little Yi Liuli develop some street smarts too. Lei Ming worried that Bai Zhen might become discouraged and affect Yi Liuli, so he even turned to comfort him. While your profession may indeed become a shackle to your advancement, your talent is another key to success. The development path for tattoo artists may be narrow, but that doesn't mean you can't forge your own way. Old man, brother Bai Zhen is way stronger than that worthless Lin Yao. Yi Liuli couldn't stand Lei Ming's repeated lectures to Bai Zhen. Despite her young age, she was ready to fire back with fierce determination. In her heart, brother Bai Zhen was like a deity. How could she tolerate anyone lecturing him? As soon as she started speaking, Bai Zhen quickly covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her behind him. Thank you, Elder Lei. I've already obtained the emblem, so we'll be leaving now. He nodded to Lei Ming, then grabbed Yi Liuli and headed for the door. MMPH. Yi Liuli, with her mouth covered, still wanted to defend Bai Zhen, but she was helpless as a mere level 15 elementalist against Bai Zhen's now ridiculously powerful stats. He simply tucked her under his arm, letting her little legs kick frantically in the air. At the doorway, he gave her bottom a light pat, the crisp smack, echoing particularly loudly in the corridor. You little rascal, why do you speak so recklessly? Have you forgotten what I told you? If you don't behave, I'll spank you. The pat was perfectly controlled, not painful, but enough to teach Yi Lioli a lesson. Bai Zhen could even feel the springy sensation. Yi Lioli's face instantly turned red to her ears, but she still pouted defiantly. You said not to casually reveal your true strength. So you do remember. Bai Zhen chuckled and ruffled her hair. But that old man thinks you're a weakling. She stamped her feet in frustration. So what? If he thinks I'm weak, does that make me weak? If he thinks I'm a genius, does that automatically make me one? Lioli, the one thing you should never do in this world is live in other people's eyes. If you live for others' opinions, you'll eventually die from their words. Yi Lioli couldn't understand such profound words, but because it was brother Bai Zhen who said them, she obediently swallowed her confusion. Standing at the entrance of the professional association, Bai Zhen took out his phone and called the driver. Soon, a black luxury car pulled up smoothly in front of them, with the driver even getting out to open the door for them. Young Master Bai, shall we go directly to the Lin family? The driver asked respectfully. Yes. Bai Zhen nodded. Yi Lioli hadn't forgotten her ultimate goal for this trip, her eyes curving into crescents with joy. Yay. Time for delicious food. Sister Qing Yu's family definitely has lots of tasty treats, way better than stingy brother Bai Zhen. Him stingy? That's only because his wallet's flat. The driver chuckled and muttered quietly. The driver's skills were exceptional. The ride was so smooth that even speed bumps seemed non-existent. Before they even reached the Lin family estate, both Bai Zhen and Yi Lioli had fallen asleep against the leather seats. Bai Zhen's head tilted slightly with steady breathing, while Yi Lioli curled up like a little ball, her head pillowed on his lap, with a string of crystal-clear drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Young Master Bai, we've arrived. After the car stopped, the driver reminded them softly. After calling out twice, Bai Zhen suddenly jolted awake, sucking in a sharp breath. The dizziness from his hangover hadn't completely faded. He shook his head and looked out the window at the crowded front courtyard of the Lin family estate. Seeing this, he quickly patted Yi Lioli's little face. Wake up, we're here. The little girl groggily opened her eyes, and the moment she saw the scene outside the window, her eyes widened instantly. Wow, it's even more beautiful than the castles and fairy tales. Outside the morning car window, the Lin family estate sprawled majestically before them. The extravagantly luxurious outer walls stretched endlessly, and not far from the main gate, a three-story white fountain sparkled like scattered pearls and jade, serving as a natural beacon guiding all visitors. Along both sides of the driveway, winter holly bushes trimmed into perfect arcs stood in neat formation, while one priceless luxury car after another slowly entered under the guidance of security guards. Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bugatti Veyrons, Lamborghini Veninos. Supercars that were rarely seen on ordinary days now queued up like common taxis. As car doors opened, men's custom-tailored suits and women's glamorous gowns gleamed subtly in the sunlight as they chatted and laughed, flowing along the red carpet toward the depths of the estate. In the back seat, Bai Zhen held the pristine white invitation with gold embossing, his brow slightly furrowed. Why are there so many people today? He remembered the time correctly. Lin Qinghua had clearly said it was a private gathering. This scene obviously exceeded the scope of private. In the passenger seat, the little girl Yi Lioli's eyes darted around as she craned her neck to observe outside. Oh my, could this be a wedding prepared for you and Sister Qinghua? As soon as the words left her mouth, a sharp glare shot her way. Bai Zhen raised his hand, pretending to give her round little bottom another intimate touch. Yi Lioli immediately shrank her neck and bounced behind the driver with a quick leap, still managing to stick out her pink tongue, as playful as a little raccoon playing hide and seek. The driver smiled wryly but kept a steady grip on the steering wheel. Moments after the two got out of the car, sudden exclamations arose from the direction of the main residence. Following the sound, Bai Zhen immediately recognized that elegant figure Lin Qinghua. Today, Lin Qinghua wore a haute couture gown, its misty blue main color highlighting her porcelain white complexion. The neckline was perfectly tailored, revealing her delicate collarbones. At the neckline, pearls and sapphires were woven into a delicate chain that refracted cold light with every slight movement. The form-fitting cut outlined her curvaceous waist and hips, while a cleverly designed cutout at the lower back revealed a patch of skin as fine as white jade. Already tall, with the floor-length hem, she appeared like a queen fallen from the starry sky, austere, yet brilliant. Only one phrase remained in Bai Zhen's heart: breathtakingly beautiful. The surrounding guests were obviously captivated by this scene as well. Oh, isn't that the Lin family's eldest daughter? They followed Lin Qinghua's movement with their gazes until they landed on Bai Zhen. Today, Bai Zhen wore only black casual pants and a shirt washed to a slightly faded white, without even a single cufflink. After a moment of surprise, various forms of contempt came flooding in. Huh, I thought it was some important figure. Probably just some poor relative from the countryside, right? Tisk, dressing like that, and still daring to come to a Lin family banquet. Could Miss Qinghua have been deceived? Look at that shabby appearance, even my servants dress more respectably than them. The whispered comments drilled into their ears without any attempt at concealment. Bai Zhen's expression remained unchanged as his gaze calmly swept over the crowd. Yilioli, however, glared indignantly at those speaking, as if she might pounce and bite them the next moment. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Qingyue maintained her steady pace. She crossed the red carpet and walked directly to Bai Zhen, her eyes carrying a hint of apology as she spoke softly. Bai Zhen, I'm sorry about this. Today's situation is a bit unusual. This was originally meant to be a private dinner for you, but some things have happened. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me. We can discuss it as we walk. All right. Bai Zhen nodded. He could clearly feel dozens of burning gazes from the hall sticking to his back, yet his expression remained unchanged as he reached out to take Yilioli's soft little hand and followed Lin Qingyue as they quickly left. Passing through the corridor, the three entered a quiet small room in the inner hall. As soon as the door closed, Lin Qingyue lost her composure and explained in a low voice. Last night, grandfather suddenly coughed up blood and fell unconscious. He still hasn't woken up. We've called in every renowned healing specialist in Tianyuan City, but they're all powerless to help. According to our family's ancestral rules, when the former family head is on his deathbed, we must hold a celebratory feast to ward off misfortune. Today's banquet was originally meant just for you. Her face was full of guilt as she spoke. Bai Zhen gently patted her pale shoulder. It's fine. Things happened suddenly. No one could have predicted this. The fact that you invited me along with those other people shows that in your heart, I'm at least as important as them, right? No, no, Lin Qingyue hurriedly waved her hands, then felt this wasn't appropriate. After a moment's pause, she said quietly, you're much more important than them. They're just for show. Bai Zhen's smile widened. I'm very satisfied with that explanation. I completely forgive you. In his view, being able to earn special regard from this exceptionally talented campus beauty while making the current family head feel guilty, why wouldn't he be pleased? Just as the atmosphere relaxed, urgent knocking interrupted them. Miss, came the trembling voice of the old butler through the door. The old master is coughing up blood again, and this time it's very serious. I'm afraid he won't make it. Lin Qingyue, whose face had been slightly flushed just a moment before, suddenly stood up, her complexion turning deathly pale. In her panic, her skirt swept a teacup off the coffee table, hot tea spreading in a dark stain. This was the first time Bai Zhen had seen her lose composure. Those usually cool eyes now brimmed with tears, and her figure swayed unsteadily. Bai Zhen quickly reached out to steady her, his palm touching bone-chilling coldness. Go see the old master first. More urgent. His reminder brought Lin Qingyue back to her senses. She lifted her skirt and rushed toward the main residence bedroom. Feeling it inappropriate to remain in the inner room, Bai Zhen followed closely with Yilioli. Outside the main residence bedroom, the Lin family members had already formed two circles. On the left, several white-haired elders held prayer beads that spun continuously, their expressions worried yet composed. On the right, several well-dressed young people huddled together whispering, some unable to hide the smiles at the corners of their mouths. In the center stood a naturally imposing middle-aged man gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles had turned white, though his face showed no emotional fluctuation. Move aside. Lin Qingyue rushed to the front of the crowd, her voice choked with tears. When the family members saw her coming, they immediately cleared a path, but when Bai Zhen followed, the human wall closed ranks again. Sir, an elder guarding the door stopped him. You are Qingyue's guest, but this is Lin family business. Please leave. Bai Zhen didn't respond. In the final moment before the door closed, he activated his divine mark eye to attempt an analysis of the old man's condition on the sickbed. Name, Lin Hu. Profession, unable to view. Level, unable to view. Attributes, unable to view. Compatible tattoo, vermilionite ice toad, epic grade. Compatibility, 85. Current status, near death, poisoned. Poisoned. Bai Zhen stared at the information panel that appeared before him, momentarily stunned. Who would dare poison the Lin family patriarch? Logic told him this situation was far from simple. With the Lin family's influence in Tianyuan City, summoning high-level healing professionals would be effortless, yet not even the word poisoned had been diagnosed. All investigation results came up blank, and the implications were crystal clear. For this to happen, only two possibilities existed. First, every healer and priest in the city had been bought off. Second, the poisoner's methods were too sophisticated to detect, or the toxin was extremely well concealed. Between the two, Bai Zhen leaned toward the latter. Tianyuan City had numerous healing professionals, and the Lin family could summon reinforcements from other cities at any time, making it nearly impossible to bribe everyone. At this moment, Bai Zhen felt another shock. Despite being completely unable to access the target's attribute panel, his divine tattoo eye could still analyze the tattoo. This meant that regardless of how high the target's level was, they couldn't escape his tattoo influence. For him, this was practically a whole new game mechanic. Hey, kid, what's an outsider like you doing hanging around here? Just as Bai Zhen was studying this new mechanism, a sharp rebuke interrupted him. The speaker was a young man with a streak of blue hair, burly in build, who stepped right up to Bai Zhen, his broad chest blocking his view like a wall. Bai Zhen looked up and replied coolly, "Is shouting at guests the Lin family's idea of hospitality? What nerve?" The blue-haired youth's anger flared. "Whose guest are you supposed to be?" As soon as he spoke, surrounding Lin family members turned their attention toward them, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lin Guanyuan, the Lin family head who had maintained an indifferent expression, finally turned his gaze to Bai Zhen. Though they had never met, the moment their eyes met, Bai Zhen clearly caught a flash of "I see." In the other man's eyes clearly Lin Qingwei had already described this external ally to the family head. "This young friend was invited by me." Lin Guanyuan's voice was calm and measured, yet it made the entire hall fall silent enough to hear a pin drop. The blue-haired youth froze, not expecting Bai Zhen to have such significant backing, a personal invitation from the family head himself. Family head, a white-haired elder leaning on a rosewood cane, struck the ground heavily. "Even if this guest was invited by you, with the old master's condition still unclear, it's truly inappropriate for outsiders to be present." Another elder immediately chimed in. "This is a private Lin family matter. If we let outsiders interfere, wouldn't that make our Lin family appear incompetent?" The two spoke in turns, their words watertight. A flash of impatience crossed Lin Guanyuan's eyes, but with this big hat placed on his head, he could only turn to Bai Zhen with a complicated tone. "Young friend, please wait a moment." He wasn't afraid of the elders, but rather felt too irritated and lazy to argue with these fools who were usually wrapped around his finger. "Mr. Bai, I'm truly ashamed to receive you in such circumstances on our first meeting." Lin Guanyuan spoke with apologetic sincerity, though his gaze remained steady as a mountain. "Qingwei has already told me about how you helped expel the cold poison from her body. For this, the Lin family owes you an enormous debt of gratitude. Should you ever need the Lin family's assistance in the future, as long as it doesn't violate the rules of Huaxia or the association, we will help if we can. However, as you can see today's situation, the third elder is right, this is a Lin family matter. Please wait in the banquet hall for now." With these words, he stepped aside and gestured with his hand in invitation. The third elder? Bai Zhen didn't move forward, but instead his gaze darkened as he looked toward the elderly man who had just threatened Lin Guanyuan with family rules. Lin Jingyue stood at the front of the crowd, his back slightly hunched, yet radiating an oppressive presence like an iron spear. His dark blue robe hung to his feet, with subtle patterns of pine trees and cranes swirling on the fabric. His face was gaunt and deeply lined like ravines, with several scars crossing between the wrinkles. The deepest scar ran diagonally from his left brow bone to the corner of his mouth, making his entire face as sinister as a night owl. "So this is Lin Yao's grandfather?" Bai Zhen's thoughts raced, but his tone remained calm. "This is indeed a Lin family matter, but Uncle Lin, might you hear a suggestion from this junior? The old master's current condition isn't illness, nor is it natural death's been poisoned." Poisoned? The three words fell like ice pellets, and everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. "Impossible," a Lin family steward protested urgently. "The old master's meals are all prepared by dedicated staff, with daily samples sealed and preserved as evidence. On the day he fell ill, we sent all food from the past 3 days for testing. The laboratory report confirmed no poison in the food." The blue-haired young man was even more agitated, his voice suddenly rising. "Stop spouting nonsense. The old master was examined by Master Zhang's team, the most renowned healers in Tianyuan City. By claiming poisoning, you're calling Master Zhang a fraud." The warmth gradually faded from Lin Guanyuan's face, replaced by iron-like authority. "Mr. Bai, one may eat carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Do you realize how many heads could roll because of such statements?" Bai Zhen shrugged and spread his hands. "I'm merely an observer offering a suggestion of considerable value. Whether to believe it or not is up to all of you. Between the Lin family and myself, there's only a passing relationship. Having said my piece, I'll take my leave now." With that, he turned and stepped forward to leave. Creak, the previously closed door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Qingwei strode out with a stern expression. "Bai Zhen, come inside with me." Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the oppressive air like a blade. "Outrageous." Lin Jingyue lunged forward, his rosewood cane striking the marble floor with a dull thud. Several Lin family descendants quickly formed a wall behind him, blocking the corridor. The old man shouted sternly, "Girl Qingwei, this is no time for foolishness." His withered finger pointed at Bai Zhen from a distance, contempt undisguised in his eyes. "This boy's origins are unknown. If something happens to the old master, can his worthless life bear the responsibility? He can't bear it? Then I will." Lin Qingwei suddenly stepped across the threshold, and an icy aura erupted from her entire being. Thin frost spread rapidly across the marble floor beneath her feet, with the cold creeping along the ground. Ice crystals clung to the tips of her flowing hair, gleaming with an eerie white luster under the lights. The corridor temperature plummeted instantly, causing several Lin family disciples with weaker cultivation to tremble and chatter their teeth. Though most people present had higher cultivation levels than hers, not a single person dared to make a move. When the cold poison in my body flared up, she spoke with frost in every word, her breath crystallizing instantly in the air. You all said there was no cure, no one could heal it. And what happened? As her words fell, she raised her hand and clenched it, condensing the cold into a transparent ice blade that pointed directly at Lin Jinyue's throat. Having lost all his cultivation due to special circumstances, Lin Jinyue had no way to dodge, yet he remained calm and showed no sign of fear. Lin Guangyuan stood at the front of the crowd, his expression complex. He had always been proud of his daughter's rationality, but this silent coercion made him realize that if the situation spiraled further out of control, rumors would inevitably spread, which would be extremely detrimental to Lin Qingwei. Qingwei, put down the ice blade. No matter what happens, you cannot point a weapon at your own clan members. Lin Qingwen knew this behavior was improper, but she had no other choice. Grandfather's condition is critical. We can only try desperate measures now. If you have no other solutions, then step aside. If you continue to block Bai Zhen and me without any plan, you're either short-sighted or harboring malicious intent. The words harboring malicious intent pierced like needles, and the scene fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. No one could propose a better treatment method. Lin Guanyin knew his daughter well. Once she set her mind on something, 10 oxen couldn't pull her back. This was the first time he had seen her so distraught. Make way. Let young friend Bai and Qingwei through. No one dared disobey the family head's command. The clan members blocking the corridor silently retreated, clearing a path. With the last obstacle removed, Lin Qingwei rushed toward the young man, publicly extending her hand to grasp Bai Zhen's tightly. The moment the door closed, the corridor was cut off from the cold. Lin Jinyue's previously serene expression twisted into something sinister, and intense unease surged in his heart. Where on earth did this boy come from? Inside the room, heavy curtains were tightly drawn, with the only light source being an antique bronze lamp by the bedside, its dim yellow glow encircling a carved redwood bed. The old master of the Lin family lay in white bedding, his face ashen as if covered with a thin layer of dust, his chest rising and falling so weakly it was barely perceptible. Bai Zhen, please help me examine my grandfather. If there's a suitable tattoo for him, I'm willing to pay any price even if it means giving up everything to help him get through this crisis. Lin Qingwei spoke with an almost tearful voice, using a pleading tone as she made this most desperate plea to Bai Zhen. Is that you, Qingwei girl? A weak and aged voice drifted through the air, flickering like a flame about to be extinguished by the wind. Lin Qingwei rushed to the bedside, her robes still swaying in midair. Grandfather, it really is you. I thought I was hearing things. On the bed, Lin, whose lips were pale as paper, his voice barely a whisper, that single sentence nearly draining all his remaining strength. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Lin Qingwei, as if trying to etch her final image into his heart. It's good that you've returned. To see you once more before I die, even if I descend to the underworld, grandfather can rest in peace. Grandfather, don't say such unlucky things. Lin Qingwei grasped the old man's hand, her voice trembling with urgency. I've brought a very capable friend, the one who cured my cold poison. This junior, Bai Zhen, pays respects to grandfather Lin. Bai Zhen stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Beside them, Yi Liuli tactfully remained seated in silence, even softening her breathing. Seeing a stranger approach, the delirious Lin who struggled to sit up. Young man, Qingyue's cold poison has always weighed heavily on my heart. If you could cure it, that proves you're truly capable, he said in a trembling voice. My greatest wish is to see her find a good match, marry and have children, live in domestic harmony. Since you ventured in here with her and witnessed those deadly monsters outside, your character and abilities have been tested, and Qingyue trusts you. This old man dares to entrust her to your care today. After this rapid-fire speech, Lin, whose chest heaved violently, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes began to fade. The signs of his final rally made Lin Qingyue's heart tighten, her fingertips trembling slightly. Grandfather, please don't speak anymore. Save your strength. When you recover, I'll do whatever you wish. Bai Zhen frowned inwardly. His divine mark, I had already scanned and identified the compatible tattoo for Lin Hu, but he still owed most of his divine mark points. Having a solution without the power to implement, it was like finding a base vehicle in the apocalypse without a drop of fuel. Just then, a notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! High-value item detected nearby. Recycling high-value items can be converted to divine mark points. Ancient martial arts manual fragment. Recycling value, 5,000 divine mark points. Proceed with immediate recycling? Bai Zhen's heart jolted. He had never triggered the recycling function before. Even Hu Etien's Shadow Dragon Crystal didn't qualify for recycling, showing just how valuable this fragment was. He couldn't afford to hesitate. These 5,000 points were a matter of Lin Hu's life and death, and crucial for all future plans. If he could save Lin Hu, he would gain not just a capable helper who could work and earn experience, but the attitude and support of the entire Lin family. I have a way, but I need certain things. Bai Zhen spoke up, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Lin Qingyue, who had been waiting in silence and was already falling into despair, suddenly felt a spark of hope reignite in her heart upon hearing these words. Whatever you need, just say it, I'll have people find it at any cost. Not only was Lin Qingyue excited, even the dying Lin, who shuddered with renewed energy, no one wanted to die, especially when he knew the mess the Lin family was in. Once he passed away, things would only get worse, and no one would be left to protect Lin Qingyue. Moreover, Bai Zhen had cured Lin Qingyue's cold poison. If he said he had a solution, there might truly be a chance to turn the tide. Lin Qingyue had braced herself for the Lin family to pay a hefty price, but Bai Zhen merely pointed to a rusty piece of iron on the bedside table. I need this. Bai Zhen's tone was resolute and decisive. Huh? Lin Qingyue froze, her voice filled with disbelief. She never would have imagined that what he was asking for was nothing more than what appeared to be a discarded piece of scrap metal. Bai Zhen added casually. This thing might seem worthless to you, but it's extremely useful to me and closely related to my profession. He keenly noticed the bewildered expressions on the grandfather and granddaughter's faces, confirming that they had no idea the so-called scrap iron was actually a fragment of an ancient martial arts manual. This made him even more reluctant to reveal the truth before he truly grew stronger. He had to keep all his trump cards hidden. During the evening banquet, he had deeply felt the profound foundation of this great family. Hundreds and thousands of guests were present, yet only a precious few had attribute panels he could see through. Even those who seemed insignificant within the Lin family generally had levels higher than his own. Although his attribute panel was sufficient to crush some cultivators 10 levels above him, he would still be helpless against even stronger opponents. Therefore, concealing his abilities was the key to living longer and going further. If he exposed too many of his advantages within the Lin family, at best he would be controlled, at worst he would lose his freedom entirely. While Lin Qingyue was certainly polite to him, the attitudes of other Lin family members remained unclear, and putting his fate in others' hands would be tantamount to digging his own grave. Lin Qingyue was currently focused solely on getting Bai Zhen to act quickly, so she didn't think deeply about it. Tattoo artists were already rare to begin with, and Bai Zhen's methods were quite extraordinary. It was reasonable that they would seem somewhat shocking and unprecedented. Lin, who carefully picked up the iron fragment with trembling hands, then gently placed it in his granddaughter's palm, gesturing for her to pass it to Bai Zhen. I found this thing in the Lin family's storage room. Seeing the ancient patterns on it, I thought it might be some kind of treasure, so I kept it. Young friend, if you need it, please take it. Bai Zhen's expression remained calm on the surface, but inside he was ecstatic. This wasn't ordinary scrap iron, but a nuclear-level resource that could help him fast-track his leveling. It could even help pay off the divine pattern points he owed. He took the iron fragment, and without wasting even a second, immediately activated the recycling function. Spiritual energy surged in his palm, and the iron piece dissolved silently in Lin Qingyue's hand, completely disappearing in the blink of an eye. The grandfather and granddaughter assumed he had stored it in a spatial ring and didn't suspect anything. Little did they know the fragment had already been completely recycled by the system. Ding! Item recycling successful. High-value item recycled this time. Ancient Martial Arts Manual Fragment 1, rewarding 5,000 Divine Pattern Points. Current remaining Divine Pattern Points, 2,137. Ding! When recycling the high-value item, Ancient Martial Arts Manual Fragment, you received an additional reward. Ding! Bai Zhen learned the skill Great Desolation, Heaven Imprisoning Finger. The skill description instantly appeared before his eyes. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to summon a devastating attack descending from the heavens. The worse the target's condition, the higher the damage. After killing a target, permanently absorbs 5 of the opponent's strongest attribute, with no limitation to just job changers. So as long as I personally kill them, whether they're demonic beasts or humans, I can continuously stack my attribute panel. Bai Zhen's breathing quickened, his knuckles turning white from excitement as he clenched his fists. As long as he killed enough demonic beasts, theoretically, he could completely overwhelm level 90 job changers in terms of attributes. He pondered the skill's name Great Desolation, Heaven Imprisoning Finger. It didn't sound like a conventional skill, but more like those earth-shattering martial techniques from fantasy novels. He felt it sounded familiar, yet couldn't recall where he'd heard it. Whatever, it's a huge win anyway. Bai Zhen rejoiced inwardly. Divine Pattern Points acquired. New skill acquired. This was literally like having a meat pie fall from the sky right into his mouth. His emotional changes were written all over his face, making the grandfather-granddaughter duo Lin Qingyue and Lin, who even more nervous. They feared some accident might prevent Bai Zhen from using his professional abilities. How is it? Are you ready? Lin Qingyue urged in a low voice. Grandfather is very suitable for the crimson-eyed ice toad tattoo. I hope it will work. Hearing, we can begin. Lin Qingyue first let out a long breath. She was the first beneficiary of Bai Zhen's miraculous tattoos. Her cold poison had been completely removed because of them. Grandfather, you're saved. Bai Zhen's tattoo will definitely cure you. A tattoo. Lin Hu frowned. He had envisioned many treatment methods, but never expected the final solution would be tattooing this old body of his. Images of full-back dragons and tigers flashed through his mind, causing some resistance. However, his granddaughter trusted Bai Zhen, and his cold poison had been incurable for so long with no other options left. This was truly a last stand. Please, young friend. The old man's voice was hoarse, but carried determination. Bai Zhen nodded. With Lin Qingyu as assistance, he carefully turned Lin Hu over on the hospital bed, then positioned himself beside it, taking a deep breath before raising his right hand. Azure light danced at his fingertips as the power of divine patterns twisted into fine threads, swimming through the air. Old sir, bear with it, he warned in a low voice as his fingertip touched Lin Hu's chest. The first stroke fell, and coldness instantly penetrated the skin. A lifelike, crimson-eyed ice toad rapidly took shape on the old man's gaunt chest, its body crystalline like ice, only its eyes blood-red, seeming to move like a living creature beneath the flesh. Ugh! Oh! Lin Hu groaned, his withered muscles suddenly tensing as his fingers gripped the bedsheets desperately. Veins bulged as he endured what seemed to be unbearable agony. Watching from the side, Lin Qingyu bit down hard on her lips, but she knew the tattooing process required absolute precision. Any disturbance could ruin everything. Crimson droplets of blood seeped from her snow-white lips, particularly striking under the lights. Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. As a frost swordsman, she could clearly sense the violent cold poison within Lin, whose body clashing heat-in with the tattoo power. Bai Zhen was channeling one wrong move, and all would be lost. Don't worry. Bai Zhen's deep, confident voice suddenly reached her ears. Lin Qingyu looked up to see Bai Zhen maintaining perfect focus. Despite Lin Hu's body instinctively resisting, his right hand remained steady as stone, tracing patterns stroke by stroke across the old man's chest. Suddenly, his fingertips accelerated, and the ice toad tattoo's eyes burst forth with crimson light. The next second, Lin Hu arched his back violently as thick, ink-black vapor gushed from all 7 orifices. The dark mist writhed and twisted in the air, vaguely forming the shape of a venomous serpent that let out bone-chilling hisses. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Qingyu's eyes just as she suspected. Grandfather had indeed been poisoned, exactly as Bai Zhen had said. Who dared to strike against him in Tianyuan City? Time passed minute by minute as the tattoo's outline gradually emerged on Lin Hu's back. As the etching progressed, his breathing became steadier, and the purplish-blue color faded from his face. With the final stroke complete, the ice toad on his chest suddenly opened its eyes, letting out a clear, resonant call as it instantly transformed the toxins within his body into surging power that flowed back to Lin Hu. Boom! With Lin Hu at the center, bitter cold energy exploded outward. The room's temperature plummeted as the walls quickly frosted over with a thin layer of ice. Lin Hu suddenly sat upright and spat out a large pool of pitch-black blood that corroded a deep hole in the solid marble floor upon impact. At that very moment, ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the epic-level tattoo, Crimson-Eyed Ice Toad. Target Lin Hu's talent upgraded to rank, level 1, current level 60. Attribute increases, strength 11, spirit 21, agility 9, defense 13, magic resistance 16. Target Lin Hu has learned the exclusive skill, Frost Poison Domain. Frost Poison Domain creates an extreme cold domain within a 3-meter radius centered on the user. Enemies suffer deep freeze, slowdown, and continuous frostbite damage every second, with a chance of complete ice encasement. Duration and success rate of ice encasement are affected by level differences between parties. Bearer gains 100 poison immunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving power feedback, current level 1, and synchronously acquiring the skill Extreme Cold Domain. Extreme Cold Domain. During domain duration, all targets except the user have their attributes forcibly reduced by 10. Any target with a level lower than the host's will be forcibly frozen after remaining in the domain for more than 3 seconds, until they leave the domain or the domain ends. Additionally, grants poison immunity, with all poison attribute damage converted to equivalent temporary attribute bonuses lasting for the same duration as the poisoning effect. Ding! Due to your target upgrade, you have gained attribute enhancements, 11 points in strength, 21 points in mental power, 9 points in agility, 13 points in defense, and 16 points in magic resistance. A series of system notifications exploded in Bai Zhen's ears as his personal status panel instantly refreshed. Name, Bai Zhen. Class, Divine Rune Master. Class Talent Rating, SS Rank. Level, 23. Experience, 112465000. Strength, 164. Mental Power, 165. Agility, 137. Defense, 134. Magic Resistance, 135. Skills, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version, Divine Rune Eye, Tao Tai True Form, Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger, Extreme Frost Domain. Amidst the rapid succession of electronic sounds, Bai Zhen immediately grasped the crucial information high-level professionals gained far greater benefits from leveling up than ordinary people. The higher the level, the fewer the level-ups, but each one brought exponentially greater rewards. Lin Hu himself only had crank talent, but because his level was as high as 59, this single level-up not only brought tremendous benefits to Bai Zhen, but was even more impressive than Yi Liuli's gains from 10 consecutive level-ups. Moreover, Lin Hu had directly awakened 2 brand new powerful skills, elevating his overall combat strength once again. The only regret was that Lin Hu's talent starting point was relatively low, and his tattoo was only epic grade. If it had been legendary grade, the effects would definitely have been even more terrifying. This is... Lin Hu looked at his hands with trembling excitement. His originally withered arms swelled again, muscle definition visibly bulging. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, his gray-white hair moving without wind, his eyes transforming from cloudy to bright and clear. I leveled up? At my age, I can still level up. His voice couldn't hide his excitement. He had been stuck at level 59 for a full 10 years, but now, thanks to the tattoo opportunity, he had broken through to level 60 in one leap. Lin Hu suddenly stood up, his hunched back straightening. The reedy ice toad tattoo on his chest emitted a faint blue glow, vibrating in sync with the spiritual power within his body. Excellent, excellent, excellent. 3 resounding excellents burst from his throat, his joy almost taking physical form. Young friend Bai, this debt of gratitude, this old man will remember it. The commotion outside had long since alerted the Lin family members. Everyone rushed in, and seeing Lin Hu's vigorous spirit and imposing presence, they all froze in place. The blue-haired youth who had spoken rudely earlier hid at the back of the crowd, his face looking like he had swallowed a fly. Lin Xingyue could no longer contain herself and rushed over to throw herself into Lin Hu's arms, sobbing uncontrollably as tears rolled down her cheeks. Father, you... Even Lin Guangyuan, the Lin family head, looked completely bewildered. Just minutes ago, the old master had been on his deathbed, so how had he suddenly become vigorous and even gained a level as a blessing in disguise? The usually imposing third elder stared intently at the tattoo on Lin Hu's chest, his cloudy eyes churning with shock and malice. By the window, Bai Zhen leaned lazily against the frame, casually playing with an ice crystal between his fingers. Crystallization formed from the cold energy that had dispersed during the tattooing process. Yi Liuli had somehow sidled up next to him, the little girl's eyes sparkling brightly, her admiration written all over her face. Brother Bai Zhen is amazing. Bai Zhen raised his index finger and gently pressed it to his lips, making a shushing gesture. We need to be proper observers. This is a rare good show, so watch carefully and learn well. Father, are you all right? Lin Xingyue rushed to the bedside, her voice trembling slightly. Lin, who sat on the edge of the bed, his complexion rosy and healthy. He gently stroked his daughter's head, his expression showing both affection and a long-absent authority. It's all thanks to young friend Bai. Lin, who turned to look at Bai Ruochen with firm eyes. He not only healed the chronic ailment that had plagued me for years, but also helped me advance a full level. I have now officially reached the 60th level. At these words, everyone in the room gasped. For any professional, level 60 was an insurmountable barrier. Countless people spent their entire lives stuck at level 59. The reason was simple. Reaching level 60 meant not only a complete transformation of attributes, but possibly awakening new skills. Unfortunately, Lin, whose talent fell just short of the mark, while his attributes broke through, he didn't awaken any new abilities. Lin Guangyuan cautiously spoke up. So, should we still hold the banquet? The celebration had been arranged to bring good fortune during the crisis, but now that Lin Hu was safe and sound, it seemed to have lost its purpose. Today's banquet will proceed as planned. Lin Hu's tone brooked no argument. No one is to mention my recovery. His voice was steady yet carried a blade-like coldness. I just expelled a deadly poison from my body, which proves this ordeal was deliberately orchestrated. Apart from those present here, I don't want another soul to know about my awakening. He swept his gaze across the room. Furthermore, except for Yuer and young friend Bai, no one else is to leave this room. Hand over your phones and all communication devices. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. The Lin family held tremendous prestige in Tianyuan City, and Lin, who was the family's cornerstone. Someone poisoning him was tantamount to challenging the entire Lin family. Even more terrifying was the possibility that the culprit might be among those present. Elder brother, are you suspecting us? Several respected family elders frowned at each other, displeasure evident in their voices. We've served the Lin family for years, shedding blood and sweat for the clan. Don't you know our character by now? How can you treat your own people this way today? Though their words were soft, they struck at the heart of the matter. Lin, whose eyes sharpened like blades. I've never denied your contributions, but this matter is of utmost gravity. Everyone will be treated equally. Even family head Guangyuan hasn't objected, yet you're quick to protest. Are you feeling guilty? Or do you consider your status higher than the family heads? The elders immediately fell silent. According to family rules, The head's authority was not to be challenged. Second brother, let it go. Someone whispered consolingly. We have nothing to hide. Let elder brother investigate. It's good for the Lin family too. Indeed. The elder snorted coldly and sat back down. Then let's see how elder brother conducts his investigation. After the brief confrontation, everyone gradually produced their phones, smartwatches, and other communication devices, placing them neatly on the table. The soft clinking of electronic devices seemed to echo in the air. Only Lin Jinyue's expression changed slightly, a barely perceptible flash of panic crossing his eyes. This subtle reaction didn't escape Lin, whose sharp gaze. He sneered and stepped closer. Third brother, that expression of yours suggests you're not pleased to see me standing here in good health? Lin Jinyue's back stiffened as he forced out a smile. No. How could that be? Lin Jinyue gave an awkward laugh. We're brothers who've been through life and death together. How could I not be happy for you? I was just wondering who could have poisoned you with such sophisticated methods. Before he could finish speaking, Lin, whose gaze suddenly sharpened. Third brother, those healers who treated me were all brought by you, weren't they? Now, bring them all back. I want to question them face to face. The sudden interrogation sent a chill down Lin Jinyue's spine, and he quickly defended himself. Big brother, those healers and priests I found are absolutely trustworthy. They're all prominent figures in Tianyuan City. Lin Qinyue steadied her emotions, her eyes calm and focused. Whether there's a problem or not, we'll know once we question them. The third elder's constant evasion inevitably raises suspicions about his motives. Being questioned publicly by a junior darkened the third elder's expression, and he snapped coldly. When elders are speaking, what right does a mere girl have to interrupt? Though his tone was harsh, he ultimately backed down. Since everyone distrusts me, I'll summon those healers who diagnosed and treated Big Brother. Lin Jinyue finally agreed, and only then did Lin, whose expression soften. He turned to Bai Zhen. Young friend Bai, there are many guests today. Please join Yue in hosting them. After the banquet ends, I'll prepare generous gifts to express my gratitude. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Bai Zhen instantly understood the implication. The Lin family's core members needed to stay for the investigation, but the banquet outside couldn't go unattended, or it would damage their reputation and raise suspicions. The third elder expressed his displeasure again. Big brother, this boy's identity is still unclear. Having him host the Lin family banquet isn't saving my life enough. Lin, whose voice wasn't loud, but it carried unquestionable authority. The elders fell silent, and the younger generation didn't dare lift their heads as the former family head's overwhelming presence filled the room. Grandfather, we'll go out now. Lin Qinghua bowed respectfully. Lin, whose expression softened as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Go ahead. If anyone refuses to follow your arrangements, remember their names and tell me. I'll handle the rest. The moment the door closed, Bai Zhen clearly saw Lin Qinghua let out a sigh of relief. Bai Zhen, thank you for everything today, she said quietly. Ding. Target Lin Qingyue's favorability toward the host has increased to 80, approaching the tattoo upgrade threshold. As Lin Qingyue expressed her gratitude, the sound effect indicating increased favorability rang in his ears. Don't mention it. No need for thanks between us, Bai Zhen teased deliberately, raising an eyebrow with a grin. After all, we're roommates who've shared the same bed. What's wrong with helping each other out? That's right. All 3 of us are roommates who sleep together. Yi Lioli suddenly popped her little head up between them, her childish voice ringing out clearly in the quiet corridor. MMPH, both Bai Zhen and Lin Qingyue reached out simultaneously, covering the little girl's mouth from left and right. Lin Qingyue's ears instantly turned crimson, while Bai Zhen glanced around alertly. Sure enough, several waiters pushing carts nearby had stopped in their tracks, staring over in bewilderment. Little ancestor, you can't just say things like that. Bai Zhen released his hand and gently flicked Yi Lioli's forehead, whispering helplessly. The corridor was filled with banquet guests coming and going. If someone really overheard, innocent words could easily spawn malicious rumors. Lin Qingyue quickly changed the subject. We've been gone too long. The guests must be getting impatient. Let's go greet them. I'll introduce you as an honored guest of the Lin family. No problem. Any title will do, Bai Zhen shrugged. Title. Those 2 words made Lin Qingyue's mind suddenly race, her cheeks flushing completely red. In a sense, she really was giving him a title. But what would outsiders think? Being able to help the Lin family receive guests was equivalent to the family acknowledging him as one of their own. However, the identity of honored guest lacked credibility. Most people would likely guess one of 2 things. Either he was an illegitimate son of the Lin family living elsewhere, or he was the Lin family son-in-law. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers illuminated the spacious room so brightly that hardly any dark corners remained. Considering they needed to greet guests next, and Yi Lioli had no filter, the 2 decided to settle the little troublemaker at a dining table, keeping her mouth busy with pastries. Bai Zhen and Lin Qinghue walked side by side to the staircase entrance, and the previously noisy hall suddenly fell quiet for a beat. Oh my, if it isn't the Lin family's young lady. A noble lady in a crimson-purple qipao, holding a feather fan, was the first to approach. She half-covered her red lips with the fan's edge, her gaze falling on Bai Zhen. The last time I saw you, you were only 14. Now you've grown even more graceful and elegant. This handsome young man is. Hello, Aunt Zhao. Lin Qingwei bowed slightly with a proper smile, then stepped aside to make room. This is Bai Zhen, an honored guest specially invited by my father. Honored guest. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair nearby leaned closer, his eyes scanning Bai Zhen from head to toe, his smile meaningful. An honored guest who can help Miss Lin receive guests alongside her hat's quite rare. I heard that Miss Lin has turned down quite a few young talents from our Tianyuan city at Tianyuan Academy. He deliberately emphasized the words, honored guest, while several peers around them also wore knowing smiles. These people were all around Lin Guanyuan's age and had good private relationships with the Lin family. Their comments weren't meant to mock, but rather showed the caring and teasing of elders toward a younger generation member. Lin Qingwei could naturally pick up on the underlying messages from these uncles and aunties, and after chatting for a while, she had warmed up to them considerably. The woman called Aunt Zhao raised her hand and whispered a reminder. Qingwei, don't just focus on us. Go toast the other uncles and aunties. We're all family here, so you don't need to give us special attention. Most of those people remain neutral, and with your grandfather's condition still unclear, they're probably here to gather information. You must keep your distance from these fence-sitters. Lin Qingwen nodded gently. Just as she was about to respond, Bai Zhen beside her smiled and spoke first. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. Miss Lin is no pushover. Bai Zhen's protective words immediately brought a motherly smile to Aunt Zhao's face. Good, good, good. We old folks won't meddle in you young people's affairs. You two make a lovely couple. Take good care of each other. I am looking forward to your wedding banquet. Lin Qingwen neither refused nor responded, simply nodding with slightly flushed cheeks. When she looked up, she caught the hostile gazes of several young masters from prominent families in the distance, men who had once proposed marriage to the Lin family and were now glaring at Bai Zhen with undisguised animosity. Looks like we'll be making quite a few enemies tonight. Bai Zhen chuckled softly, tapping his fingertip against his glass rim. After the crisp sound, he raised his glass toward those men from across the room, his gesture carrying naked provocation. As Lin Qingwei accompanied Bai Zhen to toast several important guests, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. Damn it! What rotten luck today! Along with the crude language, Lin Yao kicked open the door. His expensive custom suit was covered in grass stains, and his tie hung askew from being yanked. Clearly, he had just escaped from some embarrassing situation. Looking up, he froze completely. Bai Zhen stood beside the champagne tower, raising his glass with a mocking smile. You! Lin Yao's eyes widened, his facial muscles twitching as he rushed forward in 2 quick strides, pointing a trembling finger at Bai Zhen's nose. Who gave you permission to show up at my Lin family banquet, you lowlife? Bai Zhen leisurely sipped his champagne, the bubbles fizzing audibly in his glass. Bullshit! Lin Yao exploded in rage, slapping away a server's tray and sending delicate pastries crashing to the floor in pieces. Someone like you. Lin Yao. Lin Qingwei stepped in front of Bai Zhen, her gaze icy cold. Watch your language. Bai Zhen is an honored guest personally invited by father. Say another disrespectful word, and don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Yao was stunned, calling out in surprise, Sister? Bai Zhen tilted his head with a smile. Young Master Lin, that's not quite right. I'm here by invitation. If you call me a lowlife, aren't you insulting all the guests present? Lin Yao opened and closed his mouth, unable to form a rebuttal for a long moment, finally managing only. Stop twisting my words. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been delayed from attending the banquet. Not too late, perfect timing, actually. Bai Zhen's smile was enigmatic. Any earlier, and you might not have been able to stay. Having just rushed back from the Awakener Association, Lin Yao had no idea what had transpired in the bedroom earlier and could only look at Bai Zhen with suspicion. Lin Qingyue's slender fingers pinched Lin Yao's ear with surgical precision, applying just enough pressure to make him wince and grimace without daring to break free. Sis, ease up, ease up. Lin Yao stood on his tiptoes, his tall frame curling up like a shrimp, his handsome face instantly scrunching into a dumpling. So many people are watching. Now you care about saving face? Lin Qingyue scoffed, tightening her grip a few notches. Remember, if you dare cause even the slightest trouble today, I'll tell everyone about what you did at that auction. I was wrong, I was wrong. Lin Yao jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly cutting her off. I'll go change clothes right now. Before he finished speaking, he was already running away frantically, shooting Bai Zhen a vicious glare as he left, as if wanting to vent all his frustration. Bai Zhen held his champagne glass without saying a word, responding only with a meaningful raised eyebrow. He had originally thought Lin Yao was a lawless playboy demon, but it turned out this demon had someone he feared in the Lin family, and that person was none other than Lin Qingwei, whom he knew all too well. Impressive, Qingwei. Bai Zhen swirled the bubbles in his glass, his eyes gleaming with playful amusement. I never knew you were such an expert dog trainer. He glanced meaningfully at Lin Yao's retreating figure. To be able to handle such a mad dog, your charm is becoming more and more captivating. Lin Qinghua took a wet wipe from a server's tray and methodically cleaned her slender fingertips. He's not really that bad, just spoiled. She looked in the direction where Lin Yao had disappeared, adding in a rare, gentle tone. When I was young and my cold poison flared up, he was the one who stole spiritual medicine from the family. Once you get to know him better, you'll see he's not as bad as you think. His mouth is a bit sharp, but most of the time he's just being mouthy. He's never actually done anything truly awful. Bai Zhen nodded knowingly, instantly forming the most fitting label in his mind: all bark and no bite. TSK, to put it bluntly, he's just a paper tiger. The banquet continued, with elegant string music and soft conversations weaving through the air. Suddenly, a small group of people hurried through the flower hall, heading straight for the building that housed the Lin family's main residence bedrooms. Bai Zhen didn't recognize these faces, but he immediately spotted the emblems on their uniforms: all healing class professionals. He had expected the evening to end peacefully amid the clinking of glasses, but just as he had filled half his plate with pastries, a harsh commotion erupted outside the Lin family's main gate. Get out of the way! All of you get out of my way! Do you know who you're blocking? Go report to your master immediately. Tell them distinguished guests have arrived, and they should come out to greet us. The voice wasn't particularly loud, but it was sharp as a knife scraping glass, instantly drawing everyone's attention, including Bai Zhen and Lin Qinghua. Someone's here to cause trouble? Bai Zhen turned his head. Doesn't seem like it. Lin Qinghua walked quickly toward the entrance, shaking her head and speaking in a low voice. The Lin family has always remained neutral in Tianyuan City. No one would deliberately cause a scene on such an important day. Everyone here tonight is a person of status. If they really wanted to cause trouble, it would mean burning bridges, which wouldn't benefit anyone. Bai Zhen pieced the situation together and suspected that whoever had arrived probably didn't care about burning bridges. The current stability in Tianyuan City existed only because all the various factions maintained a delicate balance of interests. Unless something could disrupt this delicate balance and offer them a chance to profit, no one would be willing to stick their neck out. The only uncertainty now was who would come to stir up trouble. The Lin family gates stood wide open, and when two figures appeared, both guards froze simultaneously. How could it be him? The visitor was none other than Lu Tian, who had previously clashed with Bai Zhen. What made it even more surprising was that Lu Tian hadn't come alone this time. Two attendants followed closely behind him. The one on the left wore crimson leather, stood ramrod straight, with a 3-meter whip coiled around his wrist, its tip dragging on the ground and gleaming with cold metallic light. The one on the right was dressed in an elegant robe, wearing a smile, snapping his folding fan shut with a crisp sound as his gaze swept across everyone present, as if searching for a specific target. One fierce, one refined. Together, their combined presence clearly spelled trouble. Lu Tian, today is the Lin family banquet. Before you came, didn't Uncle Lu remind you of proper etiquette? Lin Qingyua's voice was as cold as frozen steel. She already disliked Lu Tian, and now that he was causing a scene in public, her last shred of patience evaporated instantly. Lu Tian, however, wore a smile. Of course I know the rules. Qinghua, I'm here for the Lin family's own good. His pretentious tone only intensified the cold gleam in Lin Qingyua's eyes. She even felt the urge to tear off Lu Tian's arms and throw them to the mass graves to feed the wild dogs, but she took a deep breath to suppress it. Whatever it is, let's discuss it privately. With so many people here, if this gets out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. I want it to get out of hand. Lu Tian's voice suddenly rose. Only by exposing this guy's crimes publicly can the Lin family distance themselves from this mess. The onlookers quickly gathered closer. The Lin family, one of Tianyuan City's 4 great families, was a rare source of juicy gossip. Miss it now, and you'd have to wait another year. More and more people crowded around, all attention focused on Lu Tian. He cleared his throat and pointed at Bai Zhen. This Bai Zhen secretly killed my friend in the underground world. According to the regulations established by China and the Professional Association, killing fellow members outside of special missions results in cultivation being stripped and lifetime banishment from the association. The crowd gasped audibly. Lu Tian then pushed the young man with the folding fan forward. My friend was from the Hu family. Allow me to formally introduce. This is Hu Chong, specially sent by Inspector Hu to investigate the murder of Hu Etian. Inspector Hu, someone in the crowd whispered, instinctively stepping back half a pace. The Northern District had only one inspector, wielding tremendous power that even Tianyuan City couldn't easily provoke. The title inspector caused many faces to change color. Within their respective jurisdictions, inspectors were absolute enforcers and judges. Everyone knew that no matter how upright a person might be, they always harbored some gray areas in their hearts. Falling into the hands of such powerful figures never ended well. In short, crossing someone with real power rarely brought any benefits. Young Master Lu, that's quite an unfair accusation. Bai Zhen remained composed, gently smoothing his sleeves as he replied in a voice devoid of emotion. I'm just an ordinary low-level job changer. How could I possibly have the ability to establish connections with the Hu family? Before he finished speaking, everyone could see that his complexion remained unchanged, his breathing steady, and there was even a trace of confusion in his eyes, as if he truly had nothing to do with what Lu Tian had described. Lu Tian's eyes flashed with anger as he pressed coldly. Stop pretending. I clearly saw Hu Etian's storage ring in your possession back then. Seeing his opponent refuse to let go, Bai Zhen sneered inwardly and decided to execute his rogue tactics to the end. If they wanted to force him through unreasonable bullying, he would strike first with the same ruthless approach to block all escape routes. He raised his voice, speaking rapidly like machine gun fire. What? Have you lost your mind? If I really killed Hu Etian, why would I show you the spoils of war? Besides, I'm just a tattoo artist, a support profession. Everyone knows tattoo artists specialize in assistance. How could I single-handedly venture into the underground world to kill someone? He pointed at Lu Tian, then shifted his attack. Young Master Lu describes everything so vividly and systematically. Could it all be your own fabrication? In my opinion, it was clearly the Lu family's negligence that led to young Master Hu's death in the underground world. Now, instead of reflecting on this, you want to find some insignificant person to take the blame? Is the Lu family trying to treat human life as worthless? Or do you think you can ignore the truth and fabricate charges at will? If all the noble families in this world behave like the Lu family, seeking false reputation and abusing power, can there be any peace left in this world? The rapid-fire questioning instantly silenced Lu Tian. Veins bulged at his temples as he struggled, but couldn't squeeze out a single rebuttal. He cursed his own poor eloquence and realized that since he had taken the initiative to visit the neighboring family today, he had already breached etiquette. If he delayed further, and the neighboring family's elders discovered them, the situation would only worsen. Needed to cut through this mess quickly. Manager Hu, what do you think? He turned sideways for support. The middle-aged man who had been holding a folding fan with an arrogant expression, Hu family's external affairs manager, who nodded slightly. Snap. The fan closed with a crisp click of its ribs. His voice wasn't loud, but it rumbled like muffled thunder. You both make very reasonable points, but I'm not interested in debates. As his words fell, a suffocating spiritual pressure surged from beneath his feet, instantly sweeping through the entire banquet hall. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling trembled violently, casting chaotic dancing shadows. Several guests with weaker cultivation collapsed to their knees, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, unable to bear the terror. Bai Zhen felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed against his chest, making breathing difficult. When he struggled to lift his head, his pupils contracted sharply behind Hu Buguei. The phantom of a three-eyed demon fox flickered in and out of view, its fox eyes cold and fierce, its demonic tail writhing. Hu Buguei smiled faintly and continued. I forgot to introduce myself. The Hu family's external affairs manager, Hu Buguei, inspector who has ordered me to investigate the truth. Due to limited clues, all personnel related to this incident must return with me to the Hu family. Among the younger generation of the Hu family, we have a talented individual with the special ability to trace memories. If you come back with us, the truth will be revealed. Hu Buguei announced calmly, his gaze sweeping over Bai Zhen and Lin Qinyue like a blade. Though his voice wasn't loud, it instantly silenced the entire banquet hall. He continued, you can rest assured if you are truly wronged, the Hu family is not unreasonable, and we will certainly provide generous compensation. But if you are not wronged, Before his cold snort faded, an even more overwhelming pressure erupted from within him, like an invisible giant palm pressing down on everyone. Strangely, this pressure precisely avoided Lu Tian and the red leather-clad woman standing beside him. Not even the corners of their clothes were disturbed. Bai Zhen's mind buzzed as his chest felt crushed by a massive stone. He gritted his teeth and raised his head sharply, the patterns of his divine mark eye instantly appearing as he tried to analyze Hu Buguei's attribute panel, but the result remained blank. As expected, he couldn't see through it. He cursed silently. You think this little pressure can make me kneel? Dream on. The next second, crack. The floor tiles beneath his feet shattered into spiderweb cracks, but his knees remained straight and his spine stood like a spear. Hu Buguei's eyelid twitched thaw. He hadn't used his full strength. This was certainly not something a level 10+ tattoo artist could withstand. This kid clearly had some tricks up his sleeve, which only made him more suspicious. Given Hu Buguei's status, personally capturing a teenager-level professional would be beneath him. The only one present who could follow his orders was Lu Tian. Hu Buguei spoke indifferently. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to do it myself? Taking the hint, Lu Tian immediately put on a fawning smile. Manager Hu, rest assured, I'll handle this properly. He pulled out a bundle of gleaming, extraordinary quality binding rope from his storage ring and approached Bai Zhen step by step. This rope can restrain warriors below level 30 more than enough to deal with a teenager-level tattoo artist like you. As Lu Tian drew closer, Bai Zhen used most of his mental energy to resist the pressure, Hearing Lin Qingyue's labored breathing beside him, her attribute panel was far inferior to his, making her condition even worse. Just as the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control. Stop! A resonant, aged voice echoed from the second floor. An overwhelming force crashed down invisibly, and Lu Tian was sent flying like a swatted kite, crashing into the champagne tower over 10 meters away with a bang. Rows of crystal glasses collapsed with a crash, amber liquid cascading down and drenching him like a drowned rat. At the staircase corner, Lin, who gripped the carved railing, his gaze sharp as lightning. You three have quite the audacity, trying to take away my honored guests from the Lin residence. Do you think this old man is dead? Hu Bugui's expression darkened slightly. From the power fluctuations that erupted when Lin Hu struck, he had already determined the man's level 60. He himself was also level 60, but this was the Lin family's home turf. In a real fight, he would gain no advantage. That strike was more of a warning. So while Lu Tian looked miserable, he wasn't seriously injured. He quickly scrambled up from the pile of broken glass, bowing with a trembling voice. This junior greets Elder Lin. Regret filled his face had he known that Lin, who had not only recovered, but also broken through to level 60. He wouldn't have dared cause trouble today, even with 10 times the courage. Among the 4 great families of Tianyuan City, each was anchored by a level 59 professional. Now that Lin, who had stepped into level 60, it meant the power balance among the 4 great families had been shattered. The spies hidden among the guests turned pale, their wine glasses unconsciously tightening in their grips. Originally, they had come under the pretense of celebrating Lin Hu's birthday to investigate, as news of a top-tier family's impending decline was like a whale fall in the deep sea, signifying countless resources about to be reshuffled. But when Lin Hu stepped forward to the staircase, standing tall as a spear with vitality surging like an ocean, where was even a trace of illness? The barely perceptible energy fluctuations around him revealed one fact: had broken through the 59th level barrier and successfully advanced to level 60. The hall fell into instant silence. Some forced themselves to remain composed while adjusting their ties. Others instinctively stepped back half a pace, and still others secretly calculated how to remedy their earlier slights. Lin Hu took in everyone's embarrassment, a cold smile flickering across his lips. His gaze swept over Lu Tian, who was awkwardly bowing his head, then settled on Bai Zhen, who despite being drenched in sweat still kept his spine straight, and his eyes showed a hint of approval. Damn it! How did he level up? The spies in the shadows felt their scalps tingle, their minds racing. Apart from the professional association, Tianyuan City now has its first level 60 professional. We must immediately relay this news back to our families. The situation is about to change dramatically. No one knew how Lin, who had leaped from being terminally ill to becoming the city's peak combat power, but with the facts before their eyes, no one dared question it anymore. Lin, who sighed inwardly. Compared to the obsequious Lu Tian, this Bai Zhen, who could stand firm under level 60 pressure, was truly worthy of standing beside Qingyue. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to the Lu family's marriage proposal back then, or wouldn't that have ruined his granddaughter's life? His values had always been simple and direct. Only truly capable men could bring happiness to his granddaughter. Bai Zhen was indeed qualified. Then, thinking of how these people had publicly bullied his chosen grandson-in-law, anger flared up in his chest. Hu Bugui folded his fan and stepped forward, speaking at a measured pace. Old master, we have no intention of disturbing the Lin family banquet, but this is Inspector Hu's order. I'm acting under orders. Please allow us to take Bai Zhen back to the Hu family for investigation. At most 3 days, and if he's innocent, we'll return him unharmed. Before he could finish, Lin Hu raised his hand to interrupt. Absolutely not. Young friend Bai is crucial to my Lin family. If I let you take him away, outsiders will only laugh that the Lin family can't even protect guests at our doorstep. Who would want to associate with the Lin family then? Hu Bugui's face darkened. Old master, so there's no room for negotiation? No room for negotiation. Lin Hu's voice boomed like a great bell, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze. In the crowd, some Lin family members whispered, "Is it worth offending the inspector for the sake of a young man?" At the mention of the inspection office, quite a few Lin family members still felt apprehensive, as these were official personnel, different from those of the professional association. If their relationship isn't handled properly, they might even be labeled with a burden that the Lin family cannot withstand. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense, yet Lin, who remained unmoved, his cloudy but sharp eyes filled with determination and contempt. Boy, most things in this world can be weighed for pros and cons, but some things cannot be bought with any amount of benefit. He struck the ground heavily with his cane, his voice resolute and powerful. I may not have lived a completely honorable life, but I know that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. I've made myself clear enough. This young man has shown great kindness to the Bai family. No, to Bai Zhen. I, Lin Hu, will protect him. He swept his gaze across the room, his voice lower but more forceful. Listen well, everyone. From today forward, the Lin family stands behind young friend Bai. Anyone who dares to harm him even slightly should first consider whether they can withstand the Lin family's wrath. As his words settled, the guests turned their attention to Bai Zhen. What kind of enormous favor could a young tattoo artist have done to make the Lin family willing to confront a supervisor he'd to protect him? Even the well-informed elite of Tianyuan City couldn't recall any background information about this Bai Zhen character. Lin Hu didn't give the crowd time to ponder further, turning his attention to the Hu family. What audacity the Hu family has. Just because you produced a supervisor, you think you can forcibly take someone without any evidence? Or do you believe you're now qualified to ignore the laws of China? The phrase, ignore the laws of China, struck Hu Bugui's heart like thunder, his handsome face instantly turning ashen. According to the law, arresting either ordinary citizens or professionals required solid evidence. In recent years, the Hu family had relied on their supervisor privileges to treat this rule as mere decoration, while outsiders turned a blind eye out of courtesy. But with Lin Hu making this explicit, if he continued to be stubborn and the matter escalated even slightly, all consequences would fall directly on his shoulders. Hu Bugui felt a chill. Sacrificing pawns to save the king was the most common practice among great families. As merely an external affairs manager, only he truly knew his actual position within the family hierarchy. Still, he had to maintain face, forcing a smile. You're being too serious, old master. I'm simply here today representing the Hu family to request Mr. Bai's assistance with an investigation. Since Mr. Bai's reluctance is so strong, the Hu family naturally won't force the matter. However, if any leads surface in the future, the Hu family will certainly bring a search warrant to invite Mr. Bai for tea. He emphasized the word invite heavily, the threatening undertone unmistakable. But Lin Hu couldn't be bothered to acknowledge it, simply waving dismissively. If you want to stay for the banquet, the Lin family doesn't mind feeding 3 more people. If not, please see yourselves out. We take our leave. Hu Bugui's expression darkened as he turned to leave with his subordinates. Just outside the Lin family compound, his suppressed fury finally erupted as he kicked Lu Tian squarely in the rear. Lu Tian, who had been contemplating how to repair relations with the Lin family, stumbled from the kick and fell face first onto the stone pathway, ending up disheveled and dusty. This is the intelligence you gave me? Hu Bugui seethed through gritted teeth, his genteel facade completely shattered. If you hadn't told me that old Master Lin was on his deathbed, how would I have come here to humiliate myself? That Bai kid may have decent attributes, but how could a mere tattoo artist possibly kill Hu Etian? Is there something else I don't know about? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. If the intelligence had been false from the beginning, his aggressive stance in the banquet hall had essentially made him someone else's pawn. Anger and regret churned in his chest as he glared at Lu Tian scrambling to his feet, internally roaring. This damned Lu family brat. Lu Tian was completely dumbfounded. How could things have been fine when he arrived? But now their attitude toward him had completely changed. Manager Hu, is there some kind of misunderstanding? He instinctively tried to stabilize the situation, his voice trembling. Every word I said is absolutely true. Young Master Hu and I are good friends. I would never harm him. Hu Bugui let out a cold laugh, his eyes sinister. Whether you harmed him or not, you'll find out when you come back with me. If I can't take that boy surnamed Bai, surely I can take you. Those words sent a chill straight to Lu Tian's heart, as if he had plunged into an ice cave. Terrifying images flashed through his mind. If he were truly taken back to the Hu family and they used their secret techniques to trace his memories, his instigation of Hu Etian to cause trouble for Bai Zhen in the underground world would inevitably be exposed. Given the Hu family's power, once the evidence was solid, he would surely die, and even his father couldn't protect him. Run. He had to run immediately. The Lin family can protect Bai Zhen, and my father can protect me, as long as I refuse to admit anything. Lu Tian screamed internally, even devising a strategy. When I get back, I'll insist the Hu family is framing me. With his mind made up, he suddenly lifted his foot to flee, but he overlooked one fact: having been burned once, Hu Bugui would never fall into the same trap twice. Attack! A cold light flashed in Hu Bugui's eyes. The red-clad female guards who had been standing silently behind them moved simultaneously. Only a sharp whistle remained in the air. Whoosh! Crack! The whip's shadow struck like a venomous snake, landing precisely on Lu Tian's back. The thunderous impact shattered his expensive formal wear into strips instantly, flesh tearing open. Blood mixed with fabric scraps scattered in all directions. That single lash knocked him unconscious on the spot, and he collapsed motionless like a dead dog. The red-clad woman bent down to retrieve her whip, revealing an elegant curve. Blood dripped from the whip's tip as she casually flicked her wrist, and the long whip coiled back around her waist with surprising flexibility, transforming into an exquisite belt. Pathetic. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice ice cold. Her high heel ground across Lu Tian's fingertips, leaving a bloody mark. Enough, don't be too harsh. Hu Bugui stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Tian's blood-soaked body. The Liu family still has some military foundation, and inspector might still have use for them. He waved his hand in instruction. Take him back first. No need to inform the Liu family. They know this boy came to the Lin family with me, so when he goes missing, they'll naturally come demanding answers. When the time is right, we'll fan the flames and let them tear each other apart. At this, his eyes grew even more sinister. That old fool from the Lin family dared to publicly humiliate the Hu family. I'd like to see how many lives he has to spare. At the Lin family estate, in the banquet hall, after the drama concluded, the guests were thrilled and eagerly tried to curry favor with Lin Hu. The smaller families desperately pushed forward, afraid of missing their chance to make an impression. However, Lin Hu remained indifferent. Toward these fair-weather opportunists, he had no desire to associate with them. At his age, his energy was quite limited, so naturally these diplomatic pleasantries should be left to the younger generation. The banquet hall was filled with guests raising their glasses in celebration. Lin Guangyuan stood guard in front of his grandfather, skillfully blocking wave after wave of people who wanted to approach for small talk, managing to restore order to the scene with just a few words. Only then did Lin Hu find a moment of respite. With a cheerful smile, he reached out and gently patted the delicate hand he was holding Lin Qingyue's. Girl, you and young friend Bai come with me. And Lin Yao, you too. Lin Yao, who had always been intimidated by Lin Hu and was trying to slip away in the chaos, could only smile awkwardly and stay put when he heard his name called. What about me? Yi Lioli's crisp voice suddenly rang out from near their feet. The silver fox looked down and met the little girl's gaze. Haha, Grandpa forgot about you. Lin Hu affectionately ruffled her hair. You're the little girl who came with young friend Bai, right? Young friend Bai, is she your sister? This question immediately set Yi Lioli off, her small canine teeth nearly showing. Bai Zhen, anticipating this reaction, quickly covered her mouth before she could speak. Something like that. Something like that? Lin Hu keenly caught the vague answer, squinting as he looked Yi Lioli up and down. An outrageous thought immediately crossed his mind. This boy wasn't playing the field and keeping a child bride, was he? Young man, I do value you and want you as my granddaughter's husband, but I absolutely won't let Qingyue suffer even the slightest grievance. Lin Hu said sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingyue let out a soft cry, her pretty face flushing bright red, even her earlobes turning crimson. Her usually cool eyes now darted about in panic, unable to look at Bai Zhen. Grandpa, what are you saying? Lin Hu laughed heartily and waved his hand. I won't interfere in you young people's affairs. I'm just making things clear. Thank you, young friend Bai, for your righteous intervention today. I, Lin Hu, am a man of my word. The promised reward will be given in full. He pointed toward the back mountain. I'll take young friend Bai to the Lin family treasury, where you may choose any 3 items as your reward. The Lin family treasury. Those 4 words hit like a thunderbolt. The usually composed Lin Qingyue's eyes widened, while Lin Yao beside her nearly dropped his jaw. Lin Yao steeled himself and whispered a reminder. Grandpa, only successive family heads can enter the Lin family treasury. Bringing an outsider in might. Under normal circumstances, yes, but today is special. Lin Hu interrupted him. Besides, I have another favor to ask of young friend Bai. That's why I called you all here. There are too many people and ears who will discuss it once we reach the treasury. Having said this much, Lin Yao dared not say more. Spoiled as he was, he still understood priorities. If he argued further, Lin Hu wouldn't remain so good-natured. Everyone followed Lin Hu through the garden and corridors, climbing along a bluestone path up the back mountain of the Lin family estate, where there was actually an artificial waterfall. Standing before the waterfall, Lin Hu gently pricked his finger, and the moment the floating droplet of blood touched the water curtain, the entire wall of water began to tremble violently. The flowing water seemed to be split apart by an invisible hand, revealing a dark and dim passageway amid the thunderous roar of water. As soon as the 4 stepped inside, bronze wall lamps on both sides of the corridor ignited with a hiss, their orange flames dancing and illuminating every detail of the damp stone walls and the bluestone steps beneath their feet. This was a spiral staircase winding downward, narrow and deep. Lin Hu, walking at the front, turned back, his voice echoing through the spacious passage. You youngsters, have you ever heard of the Rising Star competition? Rising Star competition? Bai Zhen shook her head blankly, having no recollection of this term. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Lin Hu continued walking without stopping, explaining further. It's a grand competition held only once every 20 years, with participants limited to ages 18 to 26. You all happen to meet the requirements. Don't think this is some trivial event. It's jointly organized by the Huaxia government and the professional association. First there are city preliminaries, then the main tournament. He paused, scanning the group. The prizes are unimaginably generous. Just placing in the main tournament, any single reward would be worth more than the Lin family's most precious treasures. Such blunt exaggeration made everyone gasp. Given Lin Hu's age and experience, he rarely exaggerated, so if he dared describe it this way, it meant everything was absolutely true. Does Elder Lin mean for me to participate? Bai Zhen asked tentatively. Lin Hu nodded without hesitation. Exactly. That's precisely my intention. He raised his hand in a gesture of 4. The Rising Star competition requires teams of at least 4 people. Originally, we only had Little Yu and Lin Yao, so we never expected to win any prizes. But with you, and this young lady added, I suddenly feel we have a real chance. Elder Lin has that much faith in my abilities. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. Of course. Lin Hu replied without hesitation. That fellow called Hu Buguwei is at the same level as Maya level 60 professional. I couldn't see through his class, but just from his aura, I could tell he's extremely offensive. You withstood him for so long without even bending a knee, which proves your attribute panel is definitely not weak. If a support class is already this strong, your actual combat power must be even higher. At this moment, Lin Hu had already deduced that Hu Etien's death was likely related to Bai Zhen, but he didn't care. Bai Zhen currently had good relations with the Lin family, and a support who could grant others powerful skills and talent improvements would be invaluable for the Lin family's development over the next several centuries, perhaps even longer. But I'm not a member of the Lin family, Bai Zhen reminded him. That's not a concern. Lin Hu waved his hand. The Rising Star competition doesn't require team members to share the same clan or surname. As long as you're willing to participate, leave the other obstacles to me. With the conversation having reached this point, Bai Zhen could hardly find reason to refuse, especially since he truly had nothing else pressing to do at the moment. As Lin Hu mentioned earlier, the New Star competition offers incredibly generous prizes, and if they could find some items that could be converted into divine pattern points. While speaking, the group had reached the end of the passage. Before them stood a massive black iron gate, towering 2 zhang high, with 2 bronze dragons coiled and intertwined across its surface, their scales clearly defined and gleaming with an ominous cold light. The moment Lin Hu approached, the ruby eyes embedded in the 2 dragons suddenly blazed to life, and their mouths expelled 2 streams of ice-blue frost that wove together into a complex verification array before the gate. Everyone held their breath, focusing on the center of the formation. Lin Hu raised his hand, made a cut with his fingertip, and let a drop of crimson blood fall into the array, where it was instantly absorbed. In the next moment, the dragon bodies trembled slightly and slowly separated, revealing a 9-palace lock on the door. The old man raised his hand and manipulated the mechanism with fluid grace, producing a series of clicking sounds from the lock core, like a metallic heartbeat. With the final turn and click, the great door rumbled thunderously and slid open on both sides, releasing a sharp, frigid air that instantly frosted the ground. Elder Lin trusts an outsider like me this much? Bai Zhen glanced sideways. A hint of amusement flickered in Lin Hu's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Getting into the Lin family treasury isn't that simple. You couldn't even pass the bloodline verification alone. Having Lin family blood isn't enough, there are other safeguards beyond this. When Qingyue has children, I'll naturally let you see. Lin Qingyue's face changed colors like a palette, alternating between pale and red, as she couldn't help but protest coquettishly. Grandfather, you're talking nonsense again. Haha, I'm getting ahead of myself. Lin Hu laughed heartily, patting his waist with emotion. When you get old, you just want to hold grandchildren. Who knows when I'll get to hold a great-grandson? Bai Zhen and Lin Qingyue exchanged glances, both feeling their scalps tighten. The old man couldn't go 3 sentences without matchmaking, clearly extremely satisfied with Bai Zhen. Lin Yao was even more agitated. Was his fair-skinned, beautiful, and supremely talented Ice Queen's sister really going to be stolen away by this blonde? They weren't even married yet, and he was already pushing for babies? Meanwhile, Yilioli clenched her fists until they turned white, cursing the old man in her heart. Talking about marriage arrangements without including me, planning to leave me out in the cold? Just as complaints began forming in their minds, the sight inside the treasury silenced everyone. Hundreds of gleaming weapons were arranged in a fan formation, with 7 long swords floating in the front row, their blades wreathed in elemental spirals of fire, lightning, and ice. The entire left wall was covered with armor, from spirit silk soft armor to black iron heavy plate, clearly arranged by thickness. In the southeast corner, over 1,000 potion bottles were arranged by color spectrum on purple sandalwood shelves, their surfaces reflecting an eerie glow. Below the shelves, premium materials like stellar iron and dragon blood crystals were casually piled high enough to form a small mountain. Such wealth was breathtaking. At first glance, Bai Zhen felt as calm as a spectator. No matter how good the equipment, he relied on tattoo feedback rather than external items. But when his divine pattern eye activated, the world instantly transformed. This was amazing. Through the divine pattern eye's vision, the entire treasury was filled with blazing energy halos. Countless golden numbers floated above the items, shining brilliantly and representing staggering recycling values. Ding! Recyclable item detected. Dragon Soul Spear damaged. Worth 1,000 divine pattern points. Ding! Recyclable item detected. Nirvana Potion. Worth 2,000 divine pattern points. Ding! Recyclable item detected. Stellar Meteorite Iron. worth 10,000 divine pattern points. Alert sounds rang continuously in his ears. Although items meeting recycling conditions made up less than one of the total, this treasury's inventory was simply too vast. Even just one was enough to elevate his divine pattern points to an unprecedented level. Bai Zhen's fingertips trembled slightly, forcing him to clasp his hands behind his back to hide his agitation from others. The storage room before him was brightly lit, filled with an array of materials that gleamed with the cold luster of metal and spiritual energy intertwined. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Suppressing the excitement that threatened to burst from his chest, he spoke in as steady a voice as he could manage. Elder Lin, you just promised to let me choose a few items, didn't you? Lin Hu squinted as he studied the seemingly composed young man before him. Bai Zhen's pupils were slightly dilated, his breathing somewhat rapid, details that naturally couldn't escape his seasoned, shrewd gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hu smiled and stroked his beard. Originally I said 3 items, but if there are truly things that resonate with you, choosing 5 wouldn't be out of the question. Standing nearby, Lin Yao felt his body jolt with shock and rolled his eyes dramatically. Lin Hu, who had always been strict about rules to the point of harshness, was actually making concessions twice for an outsider. He swallowed his resentment and made a mental note. As the grandson of the third elder, he had only managed to enter the storage room once in his entire life, and now he had become mere background decoration. Bai Zhen automatically filtered out Lin Yao's envious and resentful gaze, his eyes quickly scanning the shelves, evaluating each item from material and age to the spiritual energy fluctuations they contained. The stellar meteorite iron with the highest exchange value could be traded for 10,000 divine pattern points. Combined with other materials, this single trip could net him a full 50,000 divine pattern points. 50,000. If not for all the watchful eyes around him, he would have almost shouted to the heavens. Recalling how Lin Qingyue and Yi Liuli had only earned him 1,000 or so divine pattern points from slaying demonic beasts, and now with just a simple reach of his hand, 50,000 divine pattern points were within his grasp. How could he not be excited? Yi Liuli's large eyes darted around, immediately recognizing that Bai Zhen was carefully weighing his options. Brother Bai Zhen had helped her so much. Now it was her turn to lend a hand. When no one was paying attention, she reached out and gently tugged at the corner of Bai Zhen's clothing, whispering, "Brother Bai Zhen, tell me what you want. I can't use these things anyway, so let me ask for them. That way it won't count against your quota." Bai Zhen was initially stunned, then broke into a smile. He truly hadn't doted on this little girl for nothing. At the crucial moment, she could think of such a solution. If he could fully utilize Yi Liuli's 3 slots as well, combined with his remaining points, he could break through 60,000 divine pattern points in one go. With such accumulation, he could completely select multiple targets for himself or his companions for tattoo enhancement as long as there were enough suitable test subjects. Doubling his attribute panel wasn't impossible. He ruffled Yi Liuli's soft hair. "Then I won't be polite with you. When there are good things in the future, I'll compensate you." Yi Liuli blinked her eyes and pouted with a smile. "What compensation? How about Brother Bai Zhen warming my bed?" Ahem. Bai Zhen raised his hand and gave her a light flick on the forehead. Yi Liuli held her head and whimpered, but he paid no attention, turning instead to announce loudly, "Elder Lin, I've made my choices. I want." He rattled off the names, specifications, and quantities of all the items in one breath. Lin Hu listened with raised eyebrows, asking in confusion, "Most of what you want are raw materials. Are you planning to forge something?" Although the Lin family doesn't have blacksmiths, we do have connections in Tianyuan City. If you truly intend to forge something, perhaps the Lin family could provide some assistance. "No, Mr. Lin knows I'm a tattoo artist, and when I perform tattooing, I need material assistance beyond my own abilities. That's why I needed that iron piece from the room when tattooing the ice toad for Mr. Lin." Bai Zhen earnestly wove all his lies into a logically coherent explanation, seamlessly covering his reason for requesting the iron piece in the bedroom. After hearing this, Lin Hu completely dropped his suspicions, unable to find even the slightest flaw. After the item selection ended, Bai Zhen chose the supplies he needed, and Yi Liuli also picked up several corresponding materials according to his hints. Lin Qingyue and Lin Yao each selected suitable equipment and weapons. "It's getting late today. I need to return to host the banquet." Lin Hu put away his watch, his tone serious. "The Rising Star competition begins in 7 days. If you want to level up during this time, you can go to the Lin family's secret realm." Secret realm? Bai Zhen's fingertips trembled. The only place to gain experience outside the underground world was secret realms, and they were extremely unpredictable. Many top-tier families couldn't even secure exclusive secret realms. Although the Lin family had considerable influence in Tianyuan City, Tianyuan wasn't even a first-tier city. Where would they get a secret realm? Seeing his confusion, Lin Qingyue softly explained, "It's just a small secret realm. When the Lin family helped rebuild Tianyuan City years ago, the Awakener Association awarded it to recognize our contribution." She briefly mentioned the early chaos on Blue Star. Demonic beasts had once appeared en masse on the surface, and humanity paid a heavy price to drive the monsters back to the underground world. Only then did Bai Zhen understand, silently admiring the Lin family ancestors' foresight. But he immediately shook his head. As a support class, I don't need to go level up. Qingyue, you take Liuli instead. His own leveling was just incidental. Why bother with the hardship? After all, he had passive experience like a cheat. Is brother Bai Zhen going home alone? Yi Liuli suddenly looked up, her amber eyes instantly welling with tears. Before finishing her words, she had already pounced on Bai Zhen's arm like a rabbit. Even brother Bai Zhen doesn't want me anymore? Her tearful appearance made it seem like Bai Zhen had committed some terrible crime. He frantically tried to wipe her tears, only to have Yi Liuli grab his hand instead. Then take me home with you. The little girl sobbed stubbornly, her voice soft but determined. I'll warm your bed. You definitely won't sleep well without me. Bai Zhen froze in place, 3 black lines clearly appearing on his forehead, as he distinctly felt 2 burning gazes behind him. Lin Hu and Lin Yao were staring at him like he was some kind of pervert. Yi Liuli, do you even hear what you're saying? Warm your bed. His speech nearly became tangled. Only Lin Qingyue, who had long figured out Yi Liuli's habit of speaking without thinking, stood to the side with arms crossed, watching Bai Zhen's face gradually turn as red as a steamed shrimp, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Although the Lin family isn't particularly large, we certainly have enough space to accommodate 2 more people. You want to improve your strength for the Rising Star competition during this period? All expenses and resources will be covered by the Lin family. In the main hall, Lin Hu waved his hand decisively, settling the matter with finality. He immediately instructed his servants, go fetch the keys to those vacant villas in the estate, and let young friend Bai choose whichever one he likes. Hey, an entire villa? Bai Zhen nearly bit his tongue. What family gives guests an entire villa? Not to mention, these houses were located in the heart of the Lin family estate, surrounded by layers of guard posts, patrol teams, and security formations far safer than even the most exclusive luxury residential areas in Tianyuan City. Lin Hu took in everyone's shock with satisfaction. The old man chuckled inwardly. Shocked by this? If that girl you really becomes a couple with young friend Bai, forget a few houses, the entire Lin family estate would practically belong to them. After the awkward excitement subsided, Lin Yao finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. Grandfather, why didn't my grandfather show up today? Only then did everyone realize. When Lin, who had appeared earlier, Lin Jinyue, and several other clan elders were completely absent, this was highly unusual. The smile on Lin Hu's face instantly vanished. He pondered for a moment, then turned to Lin Yao with a grave tone. Lin Yao, you're a good child. There are some things you truly should know. Lin Yao's heart sank as an ominous feeling suddenly washed over him. A few days ago when my body was near death, it wasn't due to old age. Someone had secretly poisoned me. Lin Hu spoke each word deliberately. The perpetrator hasn't been identified yet, but we can be certain there's a traitor within the family. The healers and other recovery specialists who came to treat me had all been bought off in advance. If young friend Bai hadn't arrived in time, you'd probably be burning incense for me at my grave this time next year. Lin Yao's head shot up, his voice trembling. Wait, you don't mean to say my grandfather is also on the suspect list, do you? That's impossible. He nearly risked his life to save you. How could he collude with outsiders to harm you? Lin Hu sighed. That's exactly what makes it frightening. Given his position, no one would suspect him first. But you probably don't know Lin Jinyue isn't your biological grandfather. As these words landed, even Lin Qingyue's usually calm eyes widened in shock. Bai Zhen and Yi Liuli both perked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. Lin Hu continued unveiling the old secrets. Lin Jinyue didn't originally bear the Lin surname. Years ago, he achieved great merit and was granted the surname by the family head. He later adopted your father, who carries true Lin blood, lineaging this to infiltrate the clan's inner circle. Everything he's done has been to watch the Lin family fall into chaos. As for why he spoiled you since childhood, he wanted to corrupt this promising seedling as his revenge against the Lin family. Lin Yao's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling, his mind buzzing. How could this be? How could this be? If he truly wanted to destroy the Lin family, then why did he risk his life to save you in the first place? Do you really believe he rescued me of his own accord? Lin Hu's voice was cold and cutting. You youngsters don't need to know the secrets behind all this. Soon enough, the clan will announce how Lin Jinyue and the other conspirators will be dealt with. Given your youth and ignorance, none of the punishments imposed on Lin Jinyue will affect you. But I also hope you'll distance yourself from him. Lin Hu's voice echoed through the empty storehouse, cold and hard as a blade's edge. Anger and disappointment intertwined, making the very air seem to freeze. Lin Yao's previously tense body suddenly went limp, as if his spine had been removed, leaving him completely dazed. The revelations he'd just learned struck like thunder, making his head buzz and his breathing grow sluggish. Seeing this, Lin Hu simply gestured to Bai Zhen and the others, waving his hand. Go on, take him out of the storehouse first. He then added, I'll have someone deliver the secret realm access tokens to you. Once you have them, You'll be free to enter and exit the Lin family's secret realm. Additionally, we still need one more person for the team entering the Rising Star competition. If you have suitable friends, feel free to recommend them. If we don't find anyone suitable before registration closes, I'll select a disciple from the clan to join your team. With that, he instructed several servants to help the devastated Lin Yao back to his room to rest. After everyone had dispersed, the corridor outside the storehouse became much quieter. Sunlight fell on the bluestone floor, casting their long shadows in stark contrast. With the Rising Star competition approaching rapidly, Bai Zhen, Lin Qingyue, and Yi Liuli each had different thoughts, but their goals were surprisingly aligned. It's still early today, so let's just go to the secret realm this afternoon. Lin Qingyue's eyes flashed with sharp fighting spirit. Ever since receiving the White Tiger tattoo, she had been virtually unbeatable among her academy peers. If she didn't find worthy opponents soon, her fists would grow rusty. Yes, I want to level up too. Yi Liuli excitedly raised her small fist, her bright eyes sparkling. This is my first time competing, and I definitely won't hold you back. With both girls brimming with fighting spirit, Bai Zhen stood behind them, nodding approvingly to himself. You two go to the secret realm this afternoon to level up. I'll go home to pack my luggage and then come back, he said, turning to leave. Lin Qingyue looked slightly puzzled. Actually, you don't need to go through all that trouble. I can have someone buy whatever luggage you need. Bai Zhen waved his hand in refusal, his expression serious. I've always been sentimental about old things. I'm not comfortable using items that are too new. Yi Liuli immediately rolled her eyes dramatically, pulling Lin Qingyue forward while turning back to complain. Brother Bai Zhen, you're so shameless. You clearly just want to slack off, but you make it sound so noble. Men's words are nothing but lies. Bai Zhen smiled without responding, his steps never faltering. While I'm there, I can bring back that doll of yours too. Yi Liuli spun around on the spot, her voice instantly turning sweet. Brother Bai Zhen, you're the best. I apologize for what I just said. Bai Zhen clicked his tongue lightly, shaking his head with a smile. So should I say that women's words are lies? No. Yi Liuli lifted her delicate face, speaking with righteous conviction. I'm still a virgin, so I don't count as a woman. I'm a girl. Uffed. Lin, who happened to emerge from a side corridor just then and nearly stumbled at these words, his aged face filled with shock. Children this young speaking such bold words? Bai Zhen was also caught off guard and coughed twice, but his skin was thick enough that he pretended nothing had happened. The more embarrassed one appeared, the more awkward the situation became. He understood this principle well and waved goodbye with an unchanged expression. In truth, he wasn't simply trying to slack off. The numerous rare materials obtained from the Lin family storehouse had yet to be converted into divine pattern points. Rather than spending time killing monsters to level up in the secret realm, he preferred to find a few suitable workers and complete some tattoos on the spot. With abundant divine pattern points at his disposal, he could start immediately as long as he found the right targets. Thinking of this, he suddenly fell silent. This state of mind. Why did he feel like a stallion with nowhere to release his energy, desperately eager to go around and spread his seed? With the Lin family's assigned personal driver, Bai Zhen naturally wouldn't take a taxi back to his rental apartment. While turning the car around, the driver asked with interest, Young Master Bai, why didn't Miss Yi come with you? She has other matters to handle. I need to go back and pack my luggage, plus I have some personal business to take care of. Bai Zhen stared intently out the window. Just drop me off at the rental place and head back. I'll contact you in advance when I need to return. Got it, the driver replied cheerfully. The car came to a steady stop in front of the rental apartment, and the driver hit the gas and drove away. Before even entering, Bai Zhen took out the items he had brought from the Lin family's storage room one by one, arranging them neatly in his palm. Begin recycling. Ding. Item recycling successful. High-value item recycled this time. Stellar Meteorite Iron 1, rewarding 10,000 divine pattern points. High-value item recycled this time. Crimson Fusion Blood Crystal 1, rewarding 5,500 divine pattern points. Current remaining divine pattern points, 61,237. A series of notification sounds rang out one after another, and his divine pattern points broke through the 60,000 mark in just a few minutes. After finishing all this, he pushed open the door and left, walking through the familiar alley. The alley was unusually quiet. Bai Zhen slowed his pace, frowning deeply. The original owner had lived here for years, and every time he passed through, he would encounter a few old neighbors, elderly folks sitting outside enjoying the moonlight, young people playing games with speakers on, the overlapping schedules of early and late shift workers. The alley had never been this deathly silent. Today, even the sound of wind seemed to have been cut off. Come out, he said calmly, his voice echoing through the empty alleyway. Not bad awareness. A sinister voice rang out from all directions simultaneously. More than a dozen black shadows seemed to peel away from the wall, shadows like living beings, filling the alleyway. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes, quietly activating his divine pattern eye. His vision revealed even more hidden figures, most around level 25, with a few already at level 30. totaling 21 people. Such a formation showed that whoever was behind this either valued him extremely highly or had an extremely strong killing intent. The divine pattern I could also see through disguises and read names. Suddenly, a name jumped into his vision, making his heart skip a beat. Zhao Taizhu, he called out directly. Among the crowd, Zhao Taizhu, who was disguised so thoroughly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, suddenly jumped like his tail had been stepped on, startled. How could his appearance, which even his own mother couldn't recognize, be seen through at a glance? He roughly tore off his mask and said coldly, "How did you discover me? You smell like a dog. When did the Zhao family become the Lu family's lackeys?" Bai Zhen's tone was light, but every word cut like a knife. The provocative words instantly ignited Zhao Tieju's killing intent. Lu Tianguo was right, you really need to be taught a lesson, he roared. Attack! The gray-robed mage hidden in the shadows immediately raised his bone staff. The skull atop the staff blazed with eerie green ghost fire in its hollow sockets as 6 supporting mages chanted in unison, their hoarse incantations echoing endlessly through the alley. The cobblestones beneath Bai Zhen's feet suddenly softened, transforming into churning quicksand in an instant, swallowing his calves. Dozens of withered bone hands burst from the ground, clamping onto his legs like iron vices, their sharp finger bones tearing through his pants. Yet when they touched his skin, they hissed and steamed from the searing heat. Zhao Taizhu approached slowly, hefting his massive black iron axe, baring his yellowed teeth in a cold grin. To capture a mere support class like you, I brought 7 necromancers. 1 leading, 6 assisting. Even if you're level 30, there's no way you'll survive. What? His words cut off abruptly. Dark gold scales suddenly appeared on the skin gripped by the bone hands. With just a flex of his arm, Bai Zhen shattered the skeletal restraints into powder, while the remaining bone hands crumbled and withered at a visible rate. The gray-robed lead mage suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the other 6 suffering backlash as they staggered. He realized in terror that his connection to the forbidden magic was being devoured by some higher-order power. Bai Zhen spoke calmly. With such meager skills, you think you can kill me? Far from enough. His smile was cold as a blade's edge. The power of his first activation of Tao Tai true form surged through his body, its devouring force unconsciously absorbing surrounding energy to nourish itself. He keenly noticed blood-red markers appearing above several heads without exception. All were lower level than him. According to the skill description, those below his level could be devoured. He raised his eyes, his voice low and menacing. Anyone still here after 3 breaths' death, without mercy? 1. Before he even finished the first count, several men fled in terror. They had assumed their target was a helpless, weakling support who they could overwhelm with numbers for easy money, who would risk their lives for such small payment. But they had barely taken 2 steps when blinding white light exploded. White tiger blazing light waves swept out in a fan shape. The 3 nearest ambushers didn't even have time to scream before bullseye holes were punched through their chests. The light wave's momentum continued unabated, bringing down an entire brick wall in a thunderous collapse. The flying debris vaporized into mist midair. Zhao Taizhu was forced to raise his axe in defense, but when the light wave passed, 5 clear scorch marks were burned into the black iron handle. Bai Zhen's right arm had completely transformed into a beast-like appendage, his claws unleashing not just light waves, but torrents of energy wrapped in black gold killing intent. Zhao Taizhu cried out in shock. What the hell kind of support class is this? Only now did he truly understand how powerful someone with an unparalleled rating from the Awakener Association could be invincible among peers. No, the current Bai Zhen had transcended even that. The level 30 experts he'd brought were utterly powerless, meaning Bai Zhen's combat strength far exceeded level 30. Level gaps should have been insurmountable, yet this absurd scene was unfolding before his eyes. Bai Zhen let out a low laugh, the Tao Tai true form's tone carrying a beast-like ferocity. I lied to you. Even if you fled within 3 breaths, you still wouldn't survive. He raised his hand covered in dark gold scales, his voice cold to the extreme. Today, everyone dies. Bai Zhen raised his right arm high, and an ancient, mystical rune condensed at his fingertips, bursting forth with blinding azure light. The radiance seemed to pierce through primordial ages, instantly dyeing the clouds within a 10-mile radius an eerie bronze hue. Great wilderness heaven-imprisoning finger, he roared. Crimson lightning coiled around a colossal finger that emerged from the azure glow, massive enough to pierce the heavens themselves. Ancient inscriptions covered every joint, each marking pulsing with heart-stopping malevolent energy. Before the giant finger had even fully descended, its terrifying pressure cracked the ground into a dense web of fissures. Scatter! Zhao Taizhu screamed with bloodshot eyes. The destructive aura building up made his heart and soul tremble with terror given their current attribute levels. If this attack landed, there would be no survival. But it was already too late. All of Bai Zhen's skills were instant cast, requiring no incantation whatsoever. Boom! The giant finger crashed down, compressing the air into visible shockwaves. 7 job changers who couldn't escape in time didn't even have a chance to scream before exploding into clouds of blood mist under the overwhelming pressure, their bones pulverized to dust. Zhao Tieju's legs snapped instantly as he collapsed to his knees, barely clinging to life thanks to his ancestral black iron inner armor, which now creaked and groaned under the strain, threatening to shatter at any moment. Ding. You used Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger to eliminate target. Gained Strength 3. Ding. You used Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger to eliminate target. Gained Mental Power 4. As the kill notifications chimed, the passive effect of Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger reached its peak. Anyone slain by this technique would have 5 of their highest attribute absorbed. Most of the attackers on scene were damage-focused classes, so Bai Zhen primarily gained strength and mental power. This was his first time using this technique, and without an accurate understanding of its range, quite a few people had managed to survive by sheer luck. The remaining ambushers turned pale as death, trembling as they raised their poison-coated crossbows. Fear had already consumed their rationality, but survival instinct screamed within them. If they didn't kill this young man before them, they would have no way out. From the moment they first laid eyes on him, only one side was destined to survive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crossbow bolts cut through the air with sharp whistling sounds. A cold smile played across Bai Zhen's lips. These people would never understand the vast gulf between them, and their despicable assassination methods could never harm him. Since that was the case, he might as well send them on their way early. He didn't even turn around, merely snapped his fingers casually. Extreme Cold Domain, instantly deployed. Dozens of poison-coated crossbow bolts were encased in ice crystals midair, shattering into frozen fragments in the blink of an eye. Even more terrifying, the attackers' blood rapidly froze within their blood vessels. The freezing effect had activated. Everyone remained frozen in their crossbow-aiming poses, standing like ice sculptures. Even some of the job changers whose levels exceeded Bai Zhen's were unlucky enough to trigger the freezing effect. Only a small portion of the job changers were merely affected to a minor degree, but even that was already lethal enough given their current predicament. The cold poison blocked their meridians, and frost crept along their blood vessels toward their hearts. They discovered in horror that they couldn't even blink. When they tried to beg for mercy, their tongues felt as if they were nailed to the roof of their mouths, stiff and pale. Bai Zhen approached step by step. Almost all his available skills had entered cooldown, leaving only his terrifying physical body enhanced by Tao Ye's true form. So he raised his fist and casually smashed the head of an ice sculpture. Ice shards scattered everywhere, mixed with brain matter frozen into slush. Then he swept his leg horizontally, and 3 ice sculptures snapped cleanly at the waist, their cross-sections smooth as mirrors. These frozen job changers couldn't move their limbs, yet their consciousness remained crystal clear. Through their frozen vision, they could only watch Bai Zhen transform into a death god harvesting lives. Anyone he targeted was doomed. The greatest despair was watching their own death approach while being unable to even lift a hand to resist. The few job changers who were only mildly affected saw the situation turning dire and immediately mobilized all their agility to break out. However, they were already slower than Bai Zhen, and with their attributes weakened by his skills, their speed became even more inadequate. Bai Zhen appeared ghost-like before the nearest person, gripped the man's skull with his 5 fingers, and applied slight pressure. Bang. The head exploded like an overripe watermelon, red and white fragments scattering everywhere. This brutal scene instantly shattered Zhao Tieju's last psychological defense. The earlier pressure from Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger had already drained his physical strength and spirit, and now he seemed to have had his spine removed, collapsing limply to the ground. These people had all come with him. Before departure, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, thinking they could claim generous rewards upon completing the mission. Now, they were dying one by one before his eyes, while he, the instigator, could only watch helplessly as his teammates perished. Resistance? Zhao Taiju no longer harbored any illusions. Even if he had brought twice as many people, it wouldn't bridge this terrifying gap in strength. In less than a minute, the once mighty assassination squad was reduced to just Zhao Taiju clinging to life. Sensing his physical strength and mental energy rapidly declining, Bai Zhen calmly deactivated Tao Ye's true form. Although the skill itself didn't consume much, the prolonged battle still left him somewhat fatigued. At his current level, being able to consecutively defeat so many opponents of the same or even higher levels filled him with pride. He reached out and grabbed the collapsed Zhao Taiju by the collar, lifting him into the air. Taiju, this matter originally had nothing to do with you. Why did you seek death by wading into these murky waters? I really can't understand whether I should call you simple-minded with well-developed limbs, or just a hopeless idiot. Bai Zhen's voice was cold and clear. Your Zhao family is backed by Huaxia, while the Lu family is merely supported by the Job Changer Association. You can't even distinguish between official and civilian forces. The Zhao family will be ruined by your hands sooner or later. After hearing Bai Zhen's cold mockery, Zhao Taiju suddenly awakened, as if his meridians had been unblocked. He stood frozen in place as everything that had just happened flashed rapidly through his mind. Why did he have to listen to the Lu family? Whether Lu Tian lived or died, to him it was merely losing a childhood playmate who used to kick shuttlecocks with him. With the Zhao family status, what kind of people couldn't he befriend? Why hang himself on one tree? Moreover, over the years he had repeatedly advised Lu Tian to keep a low profile to no avail, and the times he had cleaned up after him were countless. This time, he had kicked an iron plate and nearly dragged himself down too. At this thought, the last trace of friendship he felt for Lu Tian was ruthlessly crushed and turned to dust. My father taught me from childhood that winners become kings while losers become bandits, and one should accept defeat gracefully. Zhao Taizhu raised his head, his gaze refocusing. In this matter, I chose the wrong path and trusted the wrong person, so I deserve punishment. Go ahead, I hope you'll make it quick. After speaking, he closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling steadily. As if he had already accepted death in his view, Bai Zhen would never spare him. No, you can't die yet. Bai Zhen's voice was calm, yet playful as he grabbed Zhao Tieju's collar and gently set him back on the ground, then raised his hand to pat the man's cheek. Besides you, no one else has seen my current full strength. Logically speaking, I should indeed eliminate all threats, but the Lu family knows you came to find me. If you died too, my trump card would be completely exposed. You want me to keep your secret? Zhao Taizhu opened his eyes, suspicion flickering within them. But we're enemies, though. You think I'd keep quiet for you? Bai Zhen's lips curved upward. Since I'm keeping you alive, I naturally need to hold your lifeline. Let's make a deal. You keep my secret, and I let you live. The price for breaking this deal, ice explosive death. Before his words finished, he forcefully pried open Zhao Tieju's jaw, and a pitch-black pill flashed between his fingers before being shoved directly into his mouth. Zhao Tieju's Adam's apple bobbed as he instinctively swallowed the pill, and by the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. What did you make me swallow? He was both shocked and furious. A special poison. Bai Zhen answered nonchalantly. Colorless and tasteless. Only I can cure it, and no one can detect it. Every 7 days, you must take another identical pill, otherwise boom. He raised his hand in an explosive gesture. You can mobilize the Zhao family's resources, find apothecaries or priests, see if anyone can identify this thing. I trust you're smart enough to know what to say and what not to say when you return. In 7 days, I'll come find you. Remember, we never met today, and you were never here. Bai Zhen's oppressive presence pressed down like iron bands around his chest, while the joy of surviving flooded through him wildly. Zhao Taizhu nodded frantically, then turned and ran toward the alley exit. He hadn't taken 2 steps before his collar was yanked back. Don't rush off, Bai Zhen said coolly. This scene is a complete mess. You wouldn't expect me to clean it up alone, would you? Within 10 minutes, I want to see this place restored to its original state. The moment Bai Zhen grabbed him, Zhao Taizhu thought he had changed his mind, and even imagined where his corpse would be buried. The next second, Bai Zhen simply said coolly, Don't worry, I'll send someone to handle it. Meaning Zhao Taizhu should send people to clean up the scene. After confirming Zhao Taizhu had fled in panic, Bai Zhen could no longer hold back and chuckled softly while leaning against the wall. What heaven-defying poison did he have? That so-called pill was nothing more than a mud ball he had rolled between his fingers while talking. As for whether Zhao Taizhu would panic and spill everything about the danger he had just faced, Bai Zhen didn't care at all. A guy everyone considered a useless support, successfully counter-killing under siege? Such an absurd claim wouldn't be believed anywhere, not in Tianyuan City, not in all of China, not even on the entire Blue Planet. People preferred to believe their own prejudices rather than Zhao Tieju's one-sided story. The answer was all too obvious. The bloody smell clung to his clothes. Bai Zhen shook his sleeves in disgust and turned back to his rental apartment. He slid open the bathroom glass door and turned the water to its hottest setting. Blood traces flowed down his muscle lines into the drain. Today wasn't his first kill, but today's visceral thrill was unprecedented. Power felt amazing. If he had lacked even one skill or had slightly inferior attribute panels, the outcome just now might have been completely different. Water continued rushing as Bai Zhen suddenly clenched his fist. Still not enough. The Lu and Hu families, those 2 behemoths, had already set their sights on him. If his realm could match theirs, why would he need to painstakingly set up diversions? He could simply crush them underfoot. Ding! A system notification cut through the water sounds. Lin Qingwei killed LV.19 Demon Vine. You gain 1948 experience points. Divine Mark points 49. Yi Liuli killed LV.17 Mirror Shell Crab. You gain 2,548 experience points. Divine Mark points 45. Bai Zhen could tell both had entered Secret Realm training. The experience bonus from Yi Liuli's legendary Taodai tattoo was performing better than expected in terms of overall enhancement. It was even slightly surpassing the mythical White Tiger tattoo. But for base attributes, the White Tiger was still stronger. It seemed he'd have to wait for the White Tiger tattoo's second upgrade to see which would truly prevail. Lin Qingyue's favorability toward him remained at 80, still needing the final 20 for an upgrade. The road ahead was long. He'd need to think of other methods. After washing away the last traces of blood, he changed into a fresh t-shirt and athletic pants, then opened his door. With Lin Qingwei and Yi Liuli both working hard, he naturally couldn't slack off. Today he needed to try his luck finding a suitable tattoo medium. With over 60,000 divine mark points in his account, he had plenty of confidence. Cost-effectiveness was no longer an issue. As long as the compatibility was high enough, he wouldn't hesitate to acquire even a common-grade tattoo. After all, even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Tianyuan City. In a dark, damp, dead-end alley in the South District, the sour stench of rotting garbage mixed with rainwater assaulted the nostrils. The young man Chu Xian huddled in the corner, his thin t-shirt completely soaked through with filthy water, cold raindrops dripping from the tips of his hair. He clutched his arms tightly over his head, his frail frame convulsing violently with each brutal blow. You worthless piece of trash. When are you going to pay back the 30,000-year-old man owes? The lead thug snarled through gritted teeth, delivering a vicious kick to the boy's abdomen. The sharp crack of breaking ribs echoed harshly through the alley. The boy let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Through his blurred vision, only the gray-black brick wall remained visible. He bit down hard, fighting to stay conscious. This wasn't the first beating, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Still got some fight in you? Another thug raised a rusted iron rod and brought it down hard on the boy's back. Your father ran off, so you're the one who has to pay this debt. The rod whistled through the air, the dull impact accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh tearing. Dark red blood quickly soaked through Chu Xian's clothes, pooling with the muddy water beneath him. I'll pay. I'll pay it back. The boy's voice was so weak it was nearly drowned out by the rain. Speak up. Can't hear you. The blonde thug grabbed a fistful of his hair and slammed his face against the rough brick wall. Sharp edges cut into his pale cheek, blood mixing with rainwater as it traced a path down his neck to his collarbone, leaving a vivid red trail. At the mouth of the alley, a black umbrella came to a stop. Rainwater cascaded down its spokes, splashing into small droplets at the owner's feet. The newcomer was Bai Zhen, who happened to be passing through. The sounds of violence made him furrow his brow, the scene reminding him of that stubborn little girl, Yi Liuli. Throughout his journey, he had activated his divine mark eye, scanning countless elderly people, children, young women, and matrons, yet he still hadn't found a target with high compatibility. Now, as the rain intensified, his gaze fell through the downpour onto the barely breathing boy. Holding onto one last thread of hope, Bai Zhen quietly activated his divine mark eye. The boy's attribute panel instantly appeared. Name: Chu Xian. Class: Berserker. Class talent rating: D. Strength: 1. Mental power: 3. Agility: 1. Defense: 2. Magic resistance: 2. Recommended tattoo: Xiang Lu legendary grade. Tattoo compatibility: 100. Ding. This target is a natural compatible vessel. Creating a tattoo for him will yield additional feedback. Found him. Bai Zhen's breath caught. Of the 3 tattoo targets, 2 had been discovered in these kinds of forgotten corners. Though the boy's talent was pitifully low and he was thin as a reed, the blood of a berserker slumbered within him. With great talent and no background, his future should have been limited, yet he achieved a terrifying 100% compatibility with the legendary Xiang Lu tattoo, the highest value Bai Zhen had ever seen. In a sense, the Xiang Lu tattoo was tailor-made for this very boy. The blonde thug seemed to have grown tired of this one-sided beating. He raised the iron rod high once more, this time aiming directly at Chu Xian's temple. His vicious eyes blazed with a deadly intent. This blow would be fatal. Die! He roared, bringing the rod crashing down through the air. But in the next instant, the weapon froze mid-swing as a slender hand caught the cold metal shaft, holding it perfectly still. Get lost. Bai Zhen's expression remained calm, but his voice was as cold as a winter frost. The thug stood frozen, his curse dying on his lips as he met Bai Zhen's emotionless gaze. A chill ran through his very soul. Who are you? His voice trembled, his legs gave out uncontrollably, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Bai Zhen didn't even bother to lift his eyes, simply waving his hand dismissively. Boom. An invisible force swept through like a tidal wave. The thugs surrounding Chu Xian didn't even have time to scream before they were hurled against the alley walls. The dull crack of shattering bones echoed as their chests caved in like crushed paper. Blood sprayed from their mouths and noses before they slumped to the ground like discarded rags, all unconscious. The alley fell into deathly silence, broken only by Chu Xian's labored breathing. He looked up to see Bai Zhen standing against the light, sunbeams slanting through the alley entrance and outlining him in gold. Kid, want to become stronger? Bai Zhen asked quietly. Stronger? Me. Chu Xian blinked in confusion, blood and rainwater streaming down his face. But I'm just strength talent. No academy would even accept me. His voice was hoarse with pain and despair, the light in his eyes nearly extinguished. Talent only determines your starting point. The journey can still be changed. Bai Zhen held up his black umbrella, tilting it forward to shield Chu Xian from most of the rain. Life isn't a fixed track, it's an open field. If you're willing, I can help you. But why would you help me? Chu Xian's eyes flickered as he questioned back. I have no talent, no family background. What could I possibly give you? Bai Zhen pondered for a moment, then pointed at Chu Xian's chest. If you have nothing else to repay me with, then serve me with your life. How about it? This answer actually drew a wild laugh from Chu Xian. He wasn't afraid of making a dull, feared meaningless pity. Someone actually wants this worthless life of mine? He murmured, then suddenly looked up with determination. I'm already drowning in the mud anyway. If you can pull me out, I'll worship you as my god. The torrential rain continued washing down, diluting the blood on the ground to pink streams that snaked toward the storm drains. Chu Xian gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to his feet, stumbling forward to kneel on one knee before Bai Zhen. This boy, who had never bowed his head through countless beatings, now prostrated himself with utmost reverence. It would be my honor to serve you, my lord. Bai Zhen studied this stubborn youth, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. With this kind of spirit, combined with the power of tattooing, he would surely achieve greatness. Considering Chu Xian's injuries, he decided to work right hair tattooing on the spot would be faster than seeking medical treatment and cause less suffering. During class changes, ordinary injuries would partially heal as levels increased. If the advancement was significant enough, complete recovery was possible, and Chu Xian was at the absolute bottom in both level and talent. Once the tattoo's power took hold, the improvement would be tremendous. With these two factors at play, taking Chu Xian for medical treatment would be completely unnecessary. Bai Zhen pressed Chu Xian against the damp wall, his tone brooking no argument. Face the wall, sit cross-legged, and take off your shirt. You only need to do one thing next. Close your eyes, focus your mind, and feel the power. Chu Xian didn't hesitate for a moment. He dragged his bloodied body into a cross-legged position, shook his hands, and tossed his blood-stained outer garment into a nearby puddle. The crisscrossing knife wounds on his chest looked horrifying in the drizzling rain. Ding. Target compatibility detected at legendary level. This tattoo requires 5,000 divine pattern points. Continue? Continue. Bai Zhen decided without hesitation. Ding. Divine pattern points successfully deducted. Current remaining divine pattern points, 56,237. The moment the divine pattern points were deducted, an ethereal blue light bloomed from Bai Zhen's fingertips, and intricate, mysterious patterns emerged on his fingertips. As the patterns appeared, the air seemed to freeze as if pressed by an invisible hand. Raindrops around them suspended in midair, light refracting into strange rainbows. Xiang Lu, ancient fierce deity, nine-headed serpent body, master of all waters under heaven. Bai Zhen murmured softly as his fingertip touched Chu Xian's shoulder blade. With the first stroke, terrifying power thundered into Chu Xian's body. Before his wounds could heal, new agony tore through him like a flood, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The patterns seemed alive, drilling into his skin, rampaging wildly through flesh and meridians, tearing inch by inch. Compared to Tao Tai and White Tiger, the Xiang Lu tattoo granted more violent aggression and more vicious pain. The screams echoed through the alley, but Bai Zhen's fingers remained steady as rock, tracing the divine patterns along their predetermined path. Raindrops remained frozen, broken lamplight reflecting on Chu Xian's face where sweat and blood intermingled. As the patterns gradually closed, his wails transformed into low, beast-like roars, his pupils elongated, finally becoming cold serpent eyes. The originally bone-deep wounds on his back closed at a visible rate, blood scabs falling away as a lifelike nine-headed serpent totem crawled across his spine, scales glinting coldly in the blue light. When the final sealing stroke was completed, all the standing water in the alley suddenly boiled, steam rolling, as if welcoming a new master. Ding. Congratulations, host has successfully completed the Xiang Lu Fierce Beast tattoo. Target Chu Xian's talent upgraded to be level increased by 15, all attributes enhanced by 10. Target Chu Xian has comprehended the exclusive skill Blood Fury Tide. Blood Fury Tide summons 9 water serpent phantoms to bite enemies. Each serpent shadow dealing independent damage with the following effects. 1. Each attack carries blood erosion effect, causing enemy wounds to bleed continuously and preventing healing for a short time. 2. When injured, blood transforms into water blades for counterattack. The more severe the injury, the higher the attack power, triggering revival effect when near death. 3. Attacks carry water attribute erosion, ignoring 30 of enemy physical defense and causing additional damage to armor-type equipment. Ding. Congratulations, host has received power feedback. Due to target Chu Xian's low level, this level increase feedback is only 20. Current level increased by 2, all attributes additionally increased by 10 points, and skill Nine-Headed Catastrophe synchronized. Nine-Headed Catastrophe grants powerful regeneration ability, healing ordinary wounds within seconds. When activated, high-pressure water blades surround the caster, cutting anything that approaches. Can summon 9 serpent shadows with independent consciousness to autonomously attack enemies within range, creates a 100-meter radius disaster domain centered on the user, filling the air with hallucinogenic toxins that disturb enemy minds. During this skill's duration, Xiang Lu's power can ignore any attacks from water-type ability users no more than 10 levels higher than oneself. Name: Bai Zhen. Profession: Divine Tattoo Master. Professional Talent Rating: SSS Grade. Level: 25. Experience: 356-410-0000. Strength: 184. Mental Power: 185. Agility: 149. Defense: 146. Magic Resistance: 144. Skills: White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version. Divine Tattoo Eye. Tao Tai True Form. Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger. Extreme Cold Domain. Nine-Headed Calamity. The fluctuations of level advancement rippled continuously through the narrow alley. Feeling the surging power within his body, Bai Zhen straightened up with great satisfaction. Whether it was the skills Chu Xian originally possessed or the newly acquired Nine-Headed Calamity, they all meshed perfectly with the power of the Shangliu bloodline. Especially Nine-Headed Calamity, it not only granted Bai Zhen terrifyingly powerful self-recovery and defensive instincts, but under specific conditions, it could completely ignore attacks from water attribute ability users. This immunity wasn't simple damage reduction, but true and complete nullification. From now on, as long as his opponent's water-based level wasn't significantly higher than his own, Bai Zhen could completely dominate them heat-in without restraint. The only regret was that this tattooing ritual had weakened his own level advancement efficiency. Bai Zhen understood this limitation. If this loophole were allowed to exist, he could simply keep empowering low-level tattoo bearers and reach the pinnacle of human professionals in a short time, or even sweep across the entire blue star, something the rules clearly wouldn't permit. Setting aside his skill assessment, he turned his attention to Chu Xian, who had remained motionless. How do you feel? Hearing Bai Zhen's voice, Chu Xian stiffly stood up and looked down at his fully restored body. The surging power within made him feel as if he were in a dream. Could he really control such energy? Thank you, Master, for granting me this power. From this day forward, I, Chu Xian, will follow only your lead, willing to brave mountains of blades and seas of fire. I offer you my heart and my life. The young man's eyes burned with fervor. Bai Zhen nodded slightly, but raised his hand to stop him. Keep those words in your heart. I don't want your heart, nor your life, I only want your eternal loyalty. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhen suddenly noticed an unprecedented light screen option appearing above Chu Xian's head. Remove target's tattoo? Warning. Removing the target's tattoo will erase all their levels and render them permanently unable to level up. Bai Zhen's heart trembled slightly. Then he recalled the prompt that had appeared when he used Divine Tattoo Eye to examine Chu Xian's attributes earlier. Chu Xian had 100 compatibility with the tattoo, and completing the tattoo would grant additional rewards. Clearly, this one-click removal was the core of that reward. With this, his last concern vanished. If anyone he had empowered ever dared to betray him, he need only think it, and he could reduce them to a useless person. With this highly targeted ability in place, all targets he tattooed were essentially under his complete control. Through the curtain of rain, Bai Zhen's fingertips tapped rhythmically against the umbrella handle, creating a steady clicking sound. Raindrops struck the black umbrella's surface, shattering into layers of fine mist. He gazed at the blood-soaked, pale-faced young man before him and suddenly chuckled softly. Don't call me Master Annemarie, it makes me sound like I have some peculiar fetish. Chu Xian froze, water droplets rolling down his thick, dark lashes. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he straightened his back, his voice clear and resolute. Then I'll call you young master. I will train hard and level up, striving to become the sharpest sword in your hands. Bai Zhen didn't care much about titles and simply waved his hand dismissively, his gaze falling on the blood-stained front of the young man's clothes. That's all for later. What are your plans now? I know nothing about your family background or origins. Your life should be arranged by yourself. As long as you can appear when I need you and serve me faithfully, that's enough. At the mention of family matters, the light that had just appeared in Chu Xian's eyes instantly dimmed. He lowered his head, rainwater sliding down his hair and disappearing into the bloodstains. My parents never cared whether I lived or died, they only cared about how much value I could bring them. I knew early on that I wasn't their biological child. They adopted me from an orphanage simply because the director told them I was born with delayed pain sensitivity and could take a beating. The young man's voice was calm, yet it cut through the dull sound of rain like a blade. When I was 7, in the depths of winter, they stripped me naked and chained me to the balcony with iron chains, just because I hadn't begged enough money. That day I passed out from the cold, my skin stuck to the icy railings, and when it tore away, it was a bloody mess. Meanwhile, they sat in their warm living room eating hot pot. When the man got drunk, his favorite game was burning symmetrical patterns on my back with cigarette butts. The woman would sprinkle salt on the wounds, claiming it would disinfect them. Each sentence carried the chill of rain, and Bai Zhen felt his chest tighten as he listened. Last month, they racked up loan shark debts and used all my information as collateral. The thugs who just beat me up were debt collectors. They knew I had no money, so they wanted to kill me and harvest my organs to pay off the debt. After finishing, Chu Xian raised his head to face the rain. His pupils seemed split by lightning, blazing with startling intensity. Young master, I want revenge. Those 4 words rang out with finality, and even the rainfall seemed to pause for half a beat. Bai Zhen immediately understood the other's intention. He had never been a bleeding heart and knew well that justice often came late, and late justice was meaningless to victims. Are you certain? Any act that breaks the rules comes with a price. It might not backfire immediately, but someday it will. He spoke like an observer, yet also like someone offering a warning. I suggest you take your time with this. But the final choice is yours. Whatever you decide, I will support you. I want revenge. Chu Xian repeated, his tone cold and hard. They're in cahoots with the orphanage director. If I leave, there will be second and third victims. As long as these scumbags live, I'll never have peace. Bai Zhen nodded and placed the black umbrella in the young man's palm. The sound of rain continued in their ears, but it seemed gently crushed by his voice, becoming so soft it was barely audible. Go then. Return the salt that was once scattered upon you to where it truly belongs. Follow your heart in all things. Good luck to you. The rain in Tianyuan City grew heavier by the minute. Neon signs blurred into smudged patches of color through the downpour as pedestrians scrambled for cover like startled sparrows. In the center of the street, a black umbrella moved against the flow beneath it walked Chu Xian. He stopped before that alto familiar old wooden door. Rainwater dripped from his hair, pooling into tiny puddles at his feet. Before he could even push the door open, angry voices pierced through from inside. Where the hell did that useless piece of trash disappear to? Gone all day without a trace, getting more brazen by the minute. Probably off slacking again. I'll break his legs this time. Old Chow. Think the loan sharks might have already gotten their hands on that little bastard? Who cares? After all these years of feeding and housing him, that's charity enough. Using his worthless life to fill our debts would finally repay us for raising him. Each word cut through Chu Xian's memories like a dull blade. At the mention of raising him, his lips curved into a cold smile. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand-calloused fingertips brushing against the door. How many nights had he stood here trembling? How many times had he chosen to curl up in freezing alleyways rather than return to this so-called home? And now, he had returned. Crack! The door lock shattered under his touch. Dim yellow light spilled out, illuminating the blood-stained combat uniform he wore. Inside, the middle-aged couple froze, then their faces twisted with rage. You dare come back? The woman raised a broom. I'll beat you two. Her words died in her throat. Chu Xian lifted his head, 9 serpentine shadows swimming in his eyes. Blood fury tide. His voice was a low growl. The answering cry came from the 9-headed Shangliu. Moisture condensed violently from walls, ceiling, even seeping from the terror-widened eyes of the man and woman. In an instant, 9 ghostly blue water serpents took form in the air, their scales reflecting the light with bone-chilling menace. What kind of sorcery is this? The man stumbled backward, knocking over the dining table. Porcelain bowls and plates shattered across the floor, their fragments echoing memories of when they had once been hurled at a young boy. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he grabbed a fruit knife and roared. A worthless drank piece of trash thinks he can rebel? In his deranged mind, he still saw only that thin, cowering boy who used to take Beatingsa drank waste of a berserker. The blade's cold gleam flashed as he aimed for Chu Xian's heart. But the knife couldn't even touch his shadow. Chu Xian advanced step by step, each footfall sending ripples through the shallow water on the floor. He raised his hand to trace the Shangliu tattoo below his collarbone. The divine marking awakened in response, 9 serpentine shadows coursing beneath his skin like living creatures. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every word rang crystal clear. Do you know what I thought about every time you beat me? Why me? The first water serpent burst forth from his body. This was no ordinary water, but a crimson tide mixed with Chu Xian's own blood. Chu Xian's unique tattoo skill, blood fury tide unleashed without restraint. Ah! With a piercing scream, the father's arm visibly withered at an alarming rate, the moisture beneath his skin being forcibly drained until it wrinkled like dried bark. Stop! I'm your father. The man's face was smeared with snot and tears as he cursed with a voice torn raw. You unfilial son. You beast! Before he could finish, a second water serpent swiftly burrowed into his mouth. His curses dissolved into muffled whimpers as his tongue rapidly shriveled, his oral mucosa cracked, and his teeth loosened and fell out one by one. Those once tyrannical eyes now held nothing but naked terror. He desperately clawed at his throat, but couldn't reach the water serpent that was frantically draining him dry. The middle-aged woman, having awakened no profession, went weak in the knees and collapsed on the spot, urine soaking through her skirt. She trembled as she crawled backward, forcing out a pleasing smile through her tears. Siener, Mommy was wrong. Mommy will treat you well from now on. Chu Xian tilted his head slightly, that hint of confusion making him look even more childlike. You know what? Every time you finished beating me, you said the same thing. What you feel now isn't regret, it's fear of death. A third water serpent silently coiled around the woman's ankle, while a fourth suddenly pierced into her eye socket. Her scream instantly peaked, then was replaced by an even sharper wail, her eyeball rapidly deflated, the subtle slurping sound of the vitreous being extracted like a straw draining the last drop from a cup. Blood mist churned as the divine mark of the nine-headed Shangliu fully unfurled behind Chu Xian's back. The youth crouched down, his blood-stained fingers gently caressing the woman's contorted face, his voice ice-cold. You're not worthy of the word mother, so please die here. The remaining water serpents lunged forward like obedient blades. In the room, only the hissing sound of moisture being drained remained, along with the occasional crisp snap of breaking bones. The dehydrated limbs were so brittle, they shattered at the slightest touch. Each water serpent returned to Chu Xian's body after completing its task, delivering back the victim's most primal fear and agony along with their lingering warmth. When the last water serpent merged into the youth's body, only two withered corpses remained on the floor, the male corpse's terror forever frozen, the female corpse's gaping mouth stuffed with fallen teeth. Chu Xian collapsed to his knees as the massive boulder that had pressed against his chest for 17 years finally crumbled, scalding tears mingling with the rainwater. It's over. His murmur carried unprecedented relief. It's all over. On a distant rooftop, Bai Zhen slowly withdrew his gaze. Chu Xian's first use of Blood Rage Tide had produced results that greatly satisfied him. Had originally thought the power of Shangliu would clash with that of a berserker, yet now they had fused into a bizarre and entirely new combination. A berserker who combines both control and devastation unleashes terrifyingly lethal power in actual combat. Bai Zhen stood at the edge of the ruined training ground, watching Chu Xian withdraw his blood-stained fists, but what flashed through his mind was the boy's cold, almost ruthless gaze. To kill his long abusive adoptive parents without batting an eye, such mastery over killing intent and emotional suppression far exceeded Chu Xian's age, displaying a chilling composure that sent shivers down one's spine. This brief observation deepened Bai Zhen's understanding of the tattoo system. Based on his calculations using the divine pattern points deducted by tattoos, mythical grade must surely surpass legendary grade. However, the actual enhancement provided by Lin Qingyue's mythical white tiger was clearly inferior to Yi Liuli's Tao Tai or Chu Xian Shangliu. The only reasonable explanation was that Lin Qingyue had not yet reached the critical conditions for truly unleashing her mythical grade tattoo's power. In other words, her tattoo must evolve once more to release its full potential. With this in mind, he quickly outlined his next steps. 1. Find an opportunity for Lin Qingyue to upgrade her tattoo. 2. Take Yi Liuli and Chu Xian to hunt demon beasts and rapidly level up. 3. Continue scouting Tianyuan City for new tattoo-compatible individuals. Each additional person meant another channel for gaining experience. Just as his thoughts settled, his phone buzzed in his pocket. On the screen, Lin Hu's message contained only a few words, each one alarming. Young friend Bai, return immediately. The Lin family's secret realm is experiencing fluctuations. The entrance is restricted by force entry only, no exit. Details to discuss in person. Seeing the phrase one-way sealed realm, Bai Zhen's heart skipped a beat. This was the secret realm's final defensive mechanism before self-collapse. One-way entry signaled imminent spatial disintegration. If it collapsed the moment someone entered, all the class changers inside would instantly vaporize, leaving not even corpses behind. He immediately sent his real-time location to the driver, then dialed the phone, connecting with Chu Xian, who was handling two corpses at the alley entrance. I need to return to the Lin family. Do you want to come along? The receiver fell silent for 2 seconds before the boy's voice came through, low and hoarse. Would it be inappropriate for me to go? Bai Zhen chuckled softly. Don't worry about formalities. Just tell me if you're willing. Yes, but these two bastards' corpses. Leave the cleanup to others. I don't want you delayed from accompanying me. All right, I want to stay with young master. 3 minutes later, the Lin family's business car pulled up steadily before them. With the engine roaring, they raced toward the Lin family estate. Night pressed down on the city, and the estate seemed like a different world from the banquet hours earlier. Corridor lights dim and yellow, guards tense, the air heavy as lead. Those unaware might mistake this for the Lin family facing an extinction crisis. Fortunately, Lin Hu had given advance instructions, allowing Bai Zhen virtually green light passage throughout. Gate, corridors, main building, all guards granted passage with the highest protocol. Lin Hu himself was already waiting in the conference hall, immediately rising and striding toward the entrance upon hearing footsteps. You're finally here. Elder Lin, what exactly is the situation? Bai Zhen cut straight to the point. Lin Hu's peripheral vision swept toward Chu Xian beside Bai Zhen, a flash of wariness crossing his eyes. Bai Zhen could clearly see Lin Hu's concern about Chu Xian's identity, so he explained, It's fine, Elder Lin. This young man is one of us and can be trusted. Although secret realms exist closer to the real world than underground domains, they have one fatal flaw. During their prolonged operation, energy fluctuations are inevitable, and once these fluctuations spread to the entrance, various anomalies emerge. Being able to enter but not exit is just a common side effect, but this time it's far worse. The entrance completely repels all professionals level 31 and above, and even being just one level over will result in being directly bounced away by the repulsive force. Lin, who had already sent clan members of different professions and levels to attempt rescue missions, but the results were as if copy-pasted. Those below level 30 could enter, but were equally trapped inside. Those level 31 and above couldn't even take a single step in. Now, he was at his wit's end, only able to press his throbbing temples, thinking that Lin Qingyue might very well be trapped deep within the secret realm, possibly facing mortal danger at any moment. Lin, who felt his scalp tingle, she was the Lin family's future leader, and if anything happened to her, the family's centuries-old foundation would likely be severed. Bai Zhen listened quietly, his eyes flickering thoughtfully. Humans had always known little about secret realms, with most still in the exploration phase. But the Lin family's secret realm had existed for many years and should have established comprehensive emergency protocols by now. The fact that the clan elders were in such panic could only mean one thing. This situation of only allowing entry for those below level 30 with no way to escape was occurring for the first time since the secret realm had been established with the Lin family. Don't worry, young friend Bai. I didn't call you here to send you to your death. Lin, who suppressed his anxiety and tried to explain in a steady tone. Secret realms aren't indestructible. With sufficient external force, we can completely destroy the entrance, but that would cause the entire secret realm world to collapse. The secret realm itself is extremely precious, and destroying it would be a tremendous loss for the Lin family. To resolve this fluctuation, I convened an emergency meeting with the clan elders before your arrival. We unanimously decided to make one final attempt. Send a team of professionals below level 30 for rescue. If no one emerges within an hour of your entry, we'll immediately request the Professional Association to forcibly break open the secret realm entrance. A team below level 30 for rescue? Bai Zhen's eyebrows twitched slightly as he instantly understood this was clearly a desperate measure. In this world, level represented attributes, and attributes meant raw power. Each level higher meant an additional degree of combat superiority. Anomalies like him, who could fight above their level, were extremely rare. The demonic beasts in the secret realm could reach up to level 40, and if they truly encountered those high-level beasts, a team below level 30 would have virtually no chance of survival. They couldn't even protect themselves, let alone complete a rescue mission. Bai Zhen spoke gravely. Elder Lin, I have something presumptuous to say. The latter half of your plan requesting the association to forcibly break open the entrance is indeed sound, but please reconsider sending a team below level 30 inside. If Qingyue and the others have truly encountered an insurmountable crisis, sending these people in would only add more lives to the toll. As his words fell, Lin, who seemed to have all the strength drained from him, slumping heavily back into his chair and letting out a long, weary sigh. In that brief moment, he appeared to have aged 10 years. Don't you think I understand the stakes involved? But this is the only plan we can currently devise. I'm not saying this plan can't be executed. I'm just suggesting you improve upon it. As his words fell, Bai Zhen raised his hand and pointed to Chu Xian, who stood straight beside him with eyes fixed ahead. We don't need that many people. I'll just take him with me. Just the two of you. Lin, whose previously ashen gaze suddenly flashed with hope. Bai Zhen had once pulled him back from death's door, and that alone was enough to prove he was no ordinary junior. Now that the secret realm had suddenly changed, destroying the entrance was the only last resort. He had no choice but to place all his hopes on Bai Zhen. Among the four great families of Tianyuan City, the Lin family had the smallest population and fewest talents, yet they could maintain their position solely because of this secret realm. But if the realm were destroyed, the Lin family's core members would quickly fall behind the other families in cultivation, and their place among the four great families would eventually be lost. Thinking of this, Lin, who immediately cupped his hands, his tone solemn. Young friend Bai, this matter concerns the Lin family's survival. Before entering the secret realm, whatever help you need, just ask. As long as the Lin family can provide it, we won't hesitate. Bai Zhen nodded. In that case, I won't be polite. We can discuss compensation after we come out. Right now, time is of the essence. In fact, even without any reward, he would still enter the secret realm. First, Lin Qingyue and Yi Liuli's tattoos, one mythical grade, one legendary grade, were of great significance to him. Second, the secret realm should have been stable, but its sudden disturbance likely concealed precious resources. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Third, in the worst-case scenario, the Lin family would destroy the entrance, so he didn't need to worry about being trapped inside. Fourth, this deep venture into the secret realm would very likely increase Lin Qingyue's favorability toward him again. All things considered, it was killing four birds with one stone. How could he pass up such a profitable opportunity? Elder Lin, there's one more thing I need the Lin family's assistance with. It might be a bit presumptuous. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow as he spoke. At this moment, Lin, who was burning with anxiety. How could he care about such details? Even if Bai Zhen wanted the stars from the sky, he'd have to find a way to pluck one down. Not at all. Young friend Bai, just give your orders. As long as we can do it, we'll give it our all. I'll give you an address. Please have all traces inside cleaned up thoroughly. Bai Zhen's tone was calm. The scene might be a bit bloody, but I trust the people you send will keep their mouths shut. With things put this way, how could Lin Hu not guess what had happened? He nodded heavily. Rest assured, I'll send my most trusted people. I guarantee it'll be handled cleanly and efficiently. Thank you, Elder Lin. Also, I'll need you to take me to the secret realm's entrance. Young friend Lin is too polite. I'll personally escort you there. With that, Lin Hu led everyone in quick departure, heading toward the secret realm's entrance. At the entrance to the Lin family's secret realm, space appeared twisted like crumpled silk, with unstable streams of light flowing through layers of folds as the entire area trembled slightly. Bai Zhen stood before the door-like curtain of light, his skin constantly stinging from the needle-like energy in the air. Young friend Bai, if you don't return within an hour, I'll have someone forcibly break open the secret realm entrance. Lin Hu's voice was deep and grave. Even when a secret realm collapses, there's a buffer period. You must seize that opportunity, otherwise. Elder Lin, rest assured, that situation won't arise. Bai Zhen nodded slightly with complete confidence and stepped through the light gate. Chu Xian followed closely behind without any hesitation. After the two figures disappeared, the worry on Lin Hu's face quickly faded, leaving only a steely coldness. Someone come. Immediately fetch the vice president of the professional association. If they don't emerge in an hour, we break through. At his command, the guards stationed at the entrance quickly dispersed. The moment Bai Zhen entered the secret realm, he felt his body being torn apart and reassembled in the next instant. When his breathing returned to normal, he found himself beneath a blood-red sky. 3 blood moons formed a triangle across the heavens, their dying red light casting an apocalyptic hue over the ground. The air was thick and sickeningly sweet, vegetation was sparse, and his view was dominated by cracked plains with distant mountain silhouettes barely visible through the chaotic, complex terrain. He had barely taken 2 steps after getting his bearings when he spotted several corpses scattered about. The family crests on their clothing confirmed they were all Lin family members sent into the realm, their levels generally below 30, marking them as the final squad. Bai Zhen's heart sank. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. A deafening roar echoed from the distance, the resulting shockwave uprooting ancient trees 100 meters tall. Bai Zhen squinted toward the horizon where a massive creature covered in molten armor was slowly moving, its oppressive presence washing over him. He immediately activated his divine mark eyes, golden patterns flashing in the depths of his pupils, ultimately capturing only the creature's name, Lava Giant Turtle. The rest of its status panel remained blank, indicating its level far exceeded his own. According to the distribution laws of the underground world, such high-level demonic beasts should never appear near the entrance. Yet there it was, which could only mean spatial chaos. Bai Zhen made his assessment in a low voice. The secret realm's space had been completely scrambled by this disturbance, randomly teleporting demonic beasts from different regions. As if confirming his theory, large shadows suddenly swept across the sky. A flock of level 20 iron-winged bats tangled and fought with several shadow vultures of indeterminate level, their piercing cries accompanying them as they passed overhead. One iron-winged bat with a torn wing lost control and crashed heavily beside Bai Zhen's feet, shrieking as it opened its mouth to attack. Seeking death. Chu Xian snorted coldly, his right fist suddenly striking out. Boom. The violent force instantly shattered the bat's skull. Chu Xian slays LV.21 Iron-Winged Bat. You gain 2,218 experience points. Divine Mark points 159. Realizing that his casual punch had just taken down a demonic beast above level 20, Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. But his brow quickly furrowed. Something was wrong with the atmosphere in this area. Young master, there are more and more demonic beasts here. They're acting like they've gone mad, as if driven by something we can't detect, he warned in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding grass rustled loudly as several massive wolf-type demonic beasts burst forth, their fangs gleaming coldly. Young master, watch out! Chu Xian roared, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Zhen, his iron fist striking like wind as he charged forward. Each punch sent a demon wolf flying back, but there were too many, and their levels were generally higher than his. The enhancement from his Shangliu tattoo allowed him to barely hold on, but he couldn't kill them quickly, and his stamina was visibly declining. Bai Zhen frowned slightly. This couldn't continue. Even if Chu Xian used Blood Rage Tide, it would take considerable time to clear the field, and they needed to rendezvous with Lin Qingyue as soon as possible. Step back. Bai Zhen uttered 2 words calmly, stepping forward as his aura suddenly turned sharp and fierce. Before Chu Xian could react, he saw crimson flames dancing at his young master's fingertips. In the next instant, blazing pillars of fire erupted from the ground, completely engulfing several shadow demon wolves. Their piercing howls barely lasted before the demonic beasts turned to ash in the flames. Shu Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and before the shock could settle, he saw lightning crackling in Bai Zhen's palm. Thick bolts of thunder crashed down from the sky, instantly charring several dark shadow vultures in the distance. In mere seconds, over 10 demonic beasts of higher level than Shu Xian were completely annihilated. His jaw dropped, so wide he could barely close it. He had thought the young master only possessed an auxiliary profession that could change others' fates, never imagining his combat power could be so terrifyingly formidable. Bai Zhen lowered his hands, his expression unchanged. This wasn't deliberate showing off. The two moves he had just executed were merely the most basic and weakest skills from the two skill books Lin Qinghua had recently given him. Unlike tattoo feedback skills, these two moves consumed mental energy, but had short cooldown times, while tattoo skills required no consumption, but had lengthy cooldowns. Having just entered the secret realm, he couldn't casually expose his trump cards for safety's sake. Using these low-tier skills first was the most cost-effective approach. The surrounding firelight and acrid smell had yet to dissipate when Bai Zhen began looking around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. Do you see the tallest tree up ahead? Get there as fast as possible. There's no vegetation blocking our view around here. The higher we stand, the wider our field of vision will be. Our immediate priority is to find the others. In the secret realm, within a stone forest somewhere, Lin Qinghua leaned against a basalt rock scarred with countless sword marks. Her frost blade was encrusted with thick ice crystals from the freezing temperature. Her left arm hung at an unnatural angle, and every breath she took was flecked with blood. Yi Lioli slumped against the stone wall behind her, her small face deathly pale, eyes dim and lifeless. Lioli, hang in there. Lin Qinghua called softly, though she herself bit down on her tongue, using the sharp pain to fight off dizziness. Yi Lioli's consciousness was pulled back by the voice, but she cried out in pain after moving just half an inch. Only then did Lin Qinghua notice that 3 deep gashes had been torn across her companion's right shoulder, exposing bone beneath, with blood streaming down her arm. Sister Qinghua, there are too many of them. Yi Lioli's voice was hoarse, sweat-soaked hair clinging to her pale cheeks. More than 20 shadow moon wolves had formed a tight circle, blocking all escape routes, each one at least level 20 or above, their eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. The alpha wolf at the front was nearly twice the size of its pack mates, with a horn on its forehead wreathed in half-inch spatial rifts, each low growl causing the air itself to tremble. Lin Qinghua's heart sank. Earlier, they had easily dispatched low-level demon beasts, but as time passed, high-tier monsters that shouldn't exist in this domain began appearing one after another. The continuous battles had drained their strength, and their wounds multiplied. Most of the Lin family disciples who had entered the secret realm with them were already dead, devoured by beasts. If not for her slightly superior combat ability, she would have met the same fate. Listen, she lowered her voice. I can still activate White Tiger Blazing Light Wave once more. When I tear open a gap, break through immediately. Yi Lioli's head snapped up, panic written across her face. But you're at your limit, you'll die here too. This isn't the time to discuss life and death. Lin Qinghua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. If one of us can survive, that's enough. The wolf pack suddenly charged, their swift forms leaving afterimages in the air. Without hesitation, Lin Qinghua thrust her sword into the rocky ground and rapidly formed hand seals. In the next second, her clothing blazed with blinding white light. The white tiger tattoo on her back fully awakened. White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. The alpha wolf seemed to sense danger, its horn erupting with intense purple light, but Lin Qinghua's beam fired first, over 3 meters in diameter. More than 10 shadow moon wolves along its path were cleaved in half before they could even howl. Even the alpha wolf was knocked back dozens of meters, half its body reduced to nothing but gleaming white bone. The cost of this attack was equally devastating. Lin Qinghua suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her knees buckling as she collapsed, the white tiger tattoo's light instantly fading to nothing. Sister Qinghua. Yi Lioli panicked, and, ignoring the searing pain in her right shoulder, forced herself up to catch Lin Qinghua, who was about to collapse. The remaining shadow moon wolves didn't retreat after their companions were slain. Instead, they caught the scent of blood and began to encircle the area. They prowled around the two girls in a circle, confirming that these little ones had no strength left to resist, their cold beast eyes filled with cruel amusement. You nasty creatures. Get away. Taotai descent. Yi Lioli gritted her teeth and mimicked Lin Qinghua's method, biting her tongue to forcibly activate her tattoo. In the next second, a fierce Taotai phantom materialized around her, and violent wind blades exploded outward. The first 2 shadow moon wolves that leaped forward didn't even have time to howl before being torn to shreds, blood mist instantly filling the air. But she was already severely injured in the shoulder and nearly exhausted. The Taotai descent lasted only a moment before dimming and dissipating. After the wind blades ended, neither of them could even stand steady, only able to support each other as they collapsed to the ground. The stench of wolf blood grew more pungent. The injured wolf king actually struggled to its feet again, the purple light on its horn blazing even brighter than before. In the shadows of the forest, more demonic beasts were drawn by the bloody scent, growling continuously, ready to pounce and devour the scattered flesh at any moment. Yi Lioli stared at that purple light, tears streaming down her face. Woo woo woo. I haven't given birth to Bai Zhen's babies yet. I haven't even kissed him properly. How can I die like this? Lin Qingyue supported her, the corner of her mouth twitching. Speaking nonsense before death was probably human nature. What about her own unfulfilled regrets? Her mind flashed to the sensation of Bai Zhen's fingertips gliding across her skin when he was tattooing her. That was the most heart-tracing moment of all these years. If she could survive, perhaps. Forget it. See you in the next life, Bai Zhen. Bone-chilling wind rushed toward them, carrying a nauseating stench, as the surrounding demonic beasts finally pounced. Flame prison. Nine heavens thunder. A familiar and resolute voice thundered from above. Boom. The ground suddenly cracked open, and blazing red pillars of fire shot skyward, instantly reducing 7 shadow moon wolves to dust. At the same time, 9 barrel-thick purple lightning bolts struck down from the clouds, precisely piercing through the remaining demonic beasts. The Wolf King let out a piercing wail, its massive body torn and charred black by the lightning, sent flying and crashing down, its fate uncertain. The anticipated agony never came. Yi Lioli opened her eyes to see devastation all around, scorched earth mixed with bone fragments. Who's helping us? We're saved. She excitedly grabbed Lin Qingyue. It must be the old geezer who sent someone to rescue us. He does have a conscience after all. I'll never call him an old geezer again. But Lin Qingyue stared at the lingering traces of thunder and fire in the air, her eyes quietly lighting up. Others might not recognize them, but she knew all too well weren't these two skills from the very skill books she had given to Bai Zhen? Sorry I'm late. The moment Bai Zhen's voice rang out, Yi Lioli's voice came to an abrupt halt, and she stood frozen in place, quietly gazing at the familiar figure. After several long seconds, she seemed to awaken from a dream, her eyes instantly lighting up. Brother Bai Zhen, it's really you. The little girl charged forward like a small bull, throwing herself into Bai Zhen's arms. Though her force wasn't overwhelming, it still made him stagger back half a step. Bai Zhen reached out to steady her, his tone carrying both reproach and tenderness. Be careful, you're still injured. The bloodstains on Yi Lioli's shoulder and the bandages wrapped around her were clearly visible. Such wounds would definitely not heal in a short time. Gently patting Yi Lioli's back, he looked up and met Lin Qingyue's tear-filled eyes. Lin Qingyue, who was usually extremely independent, now appeared more fragile than ever before. The terror of facing death had not yet faded, leaving her heart like dried paper, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. This man before her had not only saved her life, but was also the first to have intimate contact with her. That special significance caused all her defenses to collapse in an instant. Lin Qingyue stumbled forward, her long hair clinging to her sweat-dampened cheeks, her elegant uniform torn and bloodstained, yet unable to conceal her breathtaking beauty. Bai Zhen was stunned. What had he done to deserve making the usually aloof campus beauty show such a vulnerable, girlish demeanor? Could it be that he truly possessed heaven-defying charm? The moment Lin Qingyue threw herself into his arms, Bai Zhen clearly felt 2 soft mounds pressing against his chest, completely different from little Yi Lioli's flat figure. The faint, pure fragrance of an untouched maiden seeped into his body through his breath, causing a wave of heat to surge through Bai Zhen's lower abdomen. In such a situation, what hot-blooded man could remain completely unmoved? Especially when he was still a virgin after 2 lifetimes. Struggling to suppress the restlessness in his heart, he also patted Lin Qingyue's back, saying softly, "Don't be afraid, it's over now. Leave everything to me." Those few simple words gave Lin Qingyue an unprecedented sense of security. Her hands clutching his clothes trembled slightly, but gradually relaxed. At that moment, Chu Xian came running from the distance, gasping for breath. Before he could speak, he witnessed the scene of Bai Zhen embracing 2 women and was instantly petrified. Wait, what the hell is the young master doing? Didn't we agree to look for survivors? How did he end up with his arms around 2 women in just a few seconds? And these 2 women, one breathtakingly beautiful, the other adorably cute, both with looks that could break the heavens. The young master truly lives up to his reputation, outstanding in ability and choosing women who are 1 in a million. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts that had been stunned by those 2 skills gradually regained their senses. Demonic beasts were extremely sensitive to human levels, and though they couldn't judge precisely, they could sense the strength of one's aura. While Bai Zhen's attribute panel was indeed terrifying, his actual level was right there for all to see in their eyes. He was nothing more than a weakling in his 20s. As for why he had unleashed such terrifying attacks earlier, They didn't understand and didn't want to understand. Although they couldn't comprehend what had caused him to burst forth with such formidable power, this wasn't within their consideration. Bai Zhen focused most of his energy on comforting the two women, but that didn't mean he couldn't see the subtle movements of these demon beasts. Chu Xian, he called out in a low voice. With a whooshing sound, Chu Xian dropped his playful demeanor, shattered the air beneath his feet, and landed before him. Young master, I'm here. Bai Zhen settled Yi Liuli and Lin Xingyue on a smooth boulder, gently stroking both women's heads with his left and right hands, then swept his blade-like gaze toward the restless demon horde in the distance. Help me protect them. Chu Xian's expression changed instantly. But young master, you've already cast 4 skills in succession. For mage-type practitioners, continuous spell casting drains mental energy, which is much harder to recover than physical strength. If you force yourself to act again, it might cause irreversible damage. I can cover the rear and buy you time to retreat. No need. Bai Zhen interrupted him, his voice calm, yet brooking no argument. They're just a bunch of beasts, how dare they act wild in my presence? We've already scouted this area. Almost all the demon beasts in this region are gathered here. If I kill them all clean, we can rest and regroup right here. Fleeing elsewhere will only lead us to encounter more and stronger demon beasts, putting us at an even greater disadvantage. Trust me, I have my own arrangements. As his words fell, the temperature within 100 zhang radius around Bai Zhen plummeted suddenly. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized into ice, and the ground visibly frosted over with a thick layer. The demon beasts that had been advancing in unison couldn't react in time before their limbs were frozen solid by the extreme cold. Frost Sword warrior Lin Xingyue's pupils contracted. She was most sensitive to ice-type power, and at this moment, she could clearly sense that the chill within this domain was 100 times purer than her strongest technique. Crack! The ice spread, and in just one breath, dozens of demon beasts became ice sculptures. Those lower-level shadow moon wolves were frozen mid-pounce in the air, white mist still hanging from their fangs, their terrified expressions forever crystallized. Bai Zhen didn't switch to other skills. His class characteristics meant he couldn't level up by slaying demon beasts. His true gains could only come from the great wilderness heaven-imprisoning finger. Standing at the center of the extreme cold, he slowly raised his right index finger toward the sky, the power surging from his fingertip seeming ready to tear through the air itself. Great wilderness heaven-imprisoning finger. The heavenly canopy seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand, and an ancient colossal finger 100 zhang long emerged from the void. Its dark blue joints showed clear patterns, each line making heaven and earth tremble with heavy, ancient majesty. Roar! Several high-tier demon beasts let out mournful howls, turning to flee frantically, but it was already too late. The moment the giant finger descended, space itself cried out in anguish. More than 20 demon beasts couldn't even manage a scream before being reduced to dust under this divine might. The shockwave swept across, shattering all stone pillars within 100 meters, hurling debris high into the sky. Boom! As the dust settled, a crater dozens of zhang in diameter appeared in the earth, its walls smooth as mirrors, as if polished by supreme power. The few high-tier demon beasts that escaped with their lives stumbled and scattered in all directions, their eyes filled with terror. Such a dramatic scene left Lin Xingyue's beautiful eyes filled with shock. The scorching waves from the charred earth still lingered in the air, and the world looked as if it had been shattered by a giant hammer, with dark brown soil mixed with burnt branches scattered everywhere. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize the person who had saved them was none other than Bai Zhen. The joy of surviving had almost made her forget Bai Zhen's heaven-defying performance. He was clearly just a support class, yet he had single-handedly destroyed the beast tied within a radius of several hundred meters. She had personally handed him those 2 rank skill books, but how much time had passed? Bai Zhen had already mastered the skills to perfection. Even more incredible was that the power of mage-type skills depended on mental strength, while support players usually focused on physical and magical defense, with pathetically weak offensive capabilities. In other words, if word of what Bai Zhen had just done got out, it would surely cause an uproar in the professional association and even across the entire Blue Star. As the flames died down, Bai Zhen stood with his hands at his sides. The blackened earth beneath his feet was still smoking, yet he walked toward them with a calm expression. Lin Xingyue's heart pounded like a drum. His abilities, combat power, temperament, and even that handsome face all perfectly matched her ideal type. Both good-looking and powerful in battle. If she missed this man, there would never be another like him in the world. As he approached, Bai Zhen immediately noticed the rosy flush on Lin Xingyue's cheeks, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. This girl must be having romantic thoughts. At this thought, a lazy smile curved his lips, as if the person who had just unleashed such devastating power had nothing to do with him. Brother Bai Zhen, how did you know we were here? You're amazing. Yi Liuli endured the blood on her right shoulder, her round eyes filled with tears that she stubbornly refused to let fall. Lin Xingyue was similarly covered in wounds with chaotic breathing, yet still gritted her teeth and held on. The resilience of this older and younger pair made Bai Zhen's heart tighten slightly. Maybe it was telepathy, he said with feigned casualness. I heard a major battle erupting here and guessed it might be you too. This was half true and half false. Initially, he wasn't certain the two were here, but as soon as the battle sounds rang out, he immediately received experience notifications for slaying demonic beasts. With these two pieces of information combined, he was almost 100% certain that Lin Qingwei and Yi Liuli were engaged in bloody combat. What exactly happened here? Bai Zhen's smile faded as his gaze swept over the devastated landscape. He remembered Elder Lin mentioning that this secret realm had been passed down through the Lin family for many years, and such anomalies had never occurred before. Everything was normal when we entered today, Lin Qingwei said, supporting Yi Liuli, her voice tinged with exhaustion. But before long, the sky suddenly changed color, and then demonic beasts of different levels began rampaging everywhere like they'd gone mad. The other Lin family disciples have already died tragically at their hands. As she spoke, her eyes filled with worry. Bai Zhen fell silent for a moment. There were too many variables regarding why the secret realm had changed, making it difficult to determine the root cause immediately. He looked around at the scorch marks, beast corpses, and broken wood, all testament to the danger of this place. You're both injured now, so it's not really suitable for you to continue exploring here. Chu Xian and I will escort you back first, and once your injuries have healed, we'll return together. Bai Zhen made an extremely rational decision. Standing at the highest point, he gazed into the distance with golden patterns flowing in his eyes, activating his divine pattern eye to scan the surrounding demon beasts for intelligence. In his field of vision, strings of dangerous numerical values quickly appeared. Nearly half of the demon beasts were far above his level, and some creatures could be judged as terrifyingly powerful just by their size and aura alone. Among his companions, the highest level was Lin Qingwei at level 28. The remaining Yi Liuli and Chu Xian, though remarkably talented, were still lacking in levels. Before their attributes improved, even the highest potential was just empty talk. If they truly encountered a beast horde attack, he could at most escape with one person. Expecting everyone to retreat safely was nothing but wishful thinking. Fortunately, the secret realm itself had set a restriction of only those below level 30 can enter, and this rule seemed tailor-made for them. Trying to sweep through the entire secret realm with just level 30 strength was no easy task. At least before possessing his tattoo power, no one could survive long in this deadly jungle. The safest plan was to retreat first and head to the underground world to help Yi Liuli and Chu Xian level up. Once their strength was sufficient, they could return to the secret realm and basically walk through it with ease. Chu Xian tactfully agreed. Young master is right. This place is too dangerous. If a group of demon beasts randomly appears, our current levels simply can't handle it. Only then did Yi Liuli remember to ask about Chu Xian's identity. Previously, all her attention had been focused on Bai Zhen, almost ignoring everyone else. I'm Chu Xian, young master's sharpest sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was wrong and quickly corrected himself. Young master's future sharpest sword. Oh, then I'll call you little sword from now on. Bai Zhen couldn't hold back and burst out laughing on the spot. Such a quirky nickname required some seriously twisted thinking to come up with. Chu Xian's cheeks flushed red, and after holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to say, I won't stoop to the level of a little brat. I'm not a little brat. Qingwei and I are both brother Bai Zhen's wives. I'm a married woman. Yi Liuli declared confidently. Bai Zhen's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Having the tables turned on himself while watching the drama was truly speechless. He wanted to stop Yi Liuli's bold words, but when he met Chu Xian's hesitant expression, he felt unable to defend himself. Whatever, when you have many lice, you don't fear the itch, and he wasn't the one losing out anyway. Based on my earlier observations, many corpses were torn to shreds while still some distance from the exit. Bai Zhen withdrew his gaze, concluding that those people had likely been ripped apart by lurking demonic beasts before even approaching the exit. He lowered his voice and summarized. Speculation won't help, we need to scout the path ourselves. He then looked toward Lin Qingwei. Have you tried to leave? Lin Qingwei shook her head. Her voice was weak, but she still explained the situation clearly. We tried, but there are too many demonic beasts around. Just defending this ruin has exhausted all our strength. As she spoke, both Yi Liuli and Lin Qingwei looked toward Bai Zhen. Lin Qingwei bit her lip and took out several potion bottles, handing them over. These are all the medicines I have left, but activating their effects requires spiritual power or true qi. I'm completely drained in my hands. These potions are no better than waste liquid. I can only ask you to help. Bai Zhen took the bottles and found most were nearly empty, with only a few containing murky green liquid. Lin Qingwei smiled bitterly as she shook the bottle in her hand. This is the lowest grade recovery potion. The fast-acting ones were used up long ago. He nodded inwardly, having even this much medicine left was quite good. After all, before his arrival, these two had fought their way through with sheer strength. Especially Yi Liuli. who had managed to advance a level through continuous battles. Though her level still couldn't match his, it was enough to contribute experience points to him. Suddenly, Yi Lioli, who had been enduring silently, let out a muffled groan and clutched her bleeding waist, her knees buckling as she crouched down. Bai Zhen reacted swiftly, catching her, only then discovering that her undergarments were already soaked through with blood, clinging wetly to her skin. His expression darkened. The injuries were worse than expected, and without immediate treatment, infection was certain. Though job changers had strong constitutions, they were far from invulnerable. Young master, I'll go keep watch in the distance. Chu Xian immediately spoke up, his tone crisp. Demonic beasts could attack at any moment, and healing cannot be interrupted. Call me if needed. Understanding protocol, he deliberately averted his gaze before turning away. His master's women were not for him to look upon. The next second, Chu Xian, who should have moved heavily, shot forward like the wind, disappearing into the shadows of the ruins within a few breaths. After confirming the perimeter was secure, Bai Zhen stopped pretending and spoke 3 words to the 2 still bewildered women. Remove your clothes. The utterly direct command made Lin Qingyue's ears flush red instantly, and she reflexively asked, "WH, what? Take off your tops. Both of you strip. Do you want to wait for infection instead of treating your wounds? Besides, when I tattooed you both, what part of your upper bodies haven't I seen?" Bai Zhen's pace was measured, but his tone brooked no argument. Hearing the word tattoo, Lin Qingyue actually felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, Bai Zhen had not only seen everything then, but had also touched every place he should and shouldn't have. Now it was a matter of life and death. She cursed herself for overthinking and obediently reached for her buttons. She was definitely overthinking this. Compared to Lin Qingyue's hesitation, Yi Lioli, who was always somewhat bold and impulsive, had already begun to act. Perhaps due to the intensity of her movements, Yi Lioli winced in pain, but still obediently untied her waist sash. Her slender fingers trembled as she loosened the ties around her waist, and as the sash slowly slipped away, Bai Zhen's breath caught involuntarily. The girl's petite form was completely revealed, her skin as delicate and lustrous as the finest white jade, gleaming with a pearl-like radiance in the dim light. Though her figure had not yet fully matured, graceful curves were already evident. However, this body that should have been flawless was now covered with shocking wounds. The most horrifying claw mark extended diagonally from her left shoulder blade to her waist, the edges of the wound tinged with an eerie purplish-black color that contrasted starkly with the surrounding snow-white skin. Even someone with no medical knowledge would know that such a wound would not heal easily. "Turn around," he said, his voice somewhat hoarse. When Yi Lioli turned, Bai Zhen's pupils contracted slightly. A wound across her chest barely grazed her developing curves. Half an inch closer, and it would have. "Don't look." Yi Lioli's voice was barely a whisper as she instinctively covered her chest with her hands. Though she had hoped something might happen between her and Bai Zhen, when the moment actually came, the girl's natural shyness was deeply ingrained. When Bai Zhen closed his eyes and opened them again, the hint of heat in the depths of his pupils had been well suppressed. The subsequent process of applying medicine was very restrained. The moment the medicinal liquid touched her wounds, the little girl arched her back in pain, her forehead pressing against Bai Zhen's shoulder. Fortunately, the entire process didn't last too long. With the medicine applied, the little girl sat cross-legged to the side and began recovering her strength and healing her injuries. With Yi Lioli having taken the lead, Lin Qingyue, who had spent half the day building up her courage, finally took action. Her condition was even worse. When she removed her clothes, Bai Zhen discovered she had a penetrating wound in her waist and abdomen, with dried blood and fabric stuck together. Without first cleaning away these blood clots, treating the wound would be impossible. Bear with it. Without other tools to help, Bai Zhen could only try to be as gentle as possible while pulling away the fabric pieces stuck to her skin. He knew many skills, but couldn't skillfully control various elemental powers. The ice attribute power of his extreme cold domain could certainly reduce pain, but if he used it incorrectly and harmed Lin Qingyue's already weakened body, it would be counterproductive. Lin Qingyue let out a muffled groan. As the bloodied fabric fell to the ground, her perfect figure was fully revealed. Bai Zhen's Adam's apple bobbed, his nostrils felt warm, and only after shaking his head vigorously did he manage to clear his mind somewhat. His palm, moistened with medicinal liquid, pressed against her flat abdomen. Lin Qingyue immediately tensed, creating dizzying waves across her chest. His hand was so warm. Wait, damn. Bai Zhen's heart skipped a beat. The sensation at his fingertips felt wrong, especially with Lin Qingyue's resentful expression making him deeply embarrassed. He was truly a beast. How had his hand unconsciously moved to that place? Was this what they called instinct? Fortunately, Lin Qingyue was still absorbed in the process of healing her injuries and hadn't noticed anything amiss. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, who was standing guard in the distance out of boredom, inadvertently caught sight of a dark mass in the distance, and his expression immediately became serious. From Chu Xian's perspective, an enormous lava python suddenly burst from the underground, its massive body covered in magma-like patterns. The ground it slithered across turned scorching red, rocks rapidly melting into crimson liquid as waves of searing heat rushed forward, distorting even the distant air like wrinkled curtains. Immediately after, deep and dense tremors surged through the ground beneath his feet, wave after wave of impacts causing the entire earth to groan in agony. The thunderous roar of stampeding beasts mixed with the crisp sound of shattering bones. Those low-level demon beasts, unable to escape in time, were instantly trampled into pulp in the torrent, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Goosebumps immediately crawled up Chu Xian's arms. Though his experience was limited, he clearly understood that a beast tide meant death, especially with the horde containing numerous massive, high-level demon beasts. With life and death at stake, he hesitated no longer, turning to sprint back while shouting at the top of his lungs. "Young master, demon beasts are coming, and there are many of them." This shout yanked Bai Zhen back to reality from his pleasant sensations. Yi Lioli and Lin Qinghua hastily pulled their robes back on, their expressions panicked. Bai Zhen jerked his head up to see dust clouds on the distant horizon obscuring half the sky, with debris falling like torrential rain from the trembling rock walls. He swept his arms around the two women who had just finished dressing, punching apart a massive boulder crashing down above them, sending gravel scattering in all directions. With this commotion, it seems like every demon beast in the entire secret realm has been driven here, he thought sarcastically, yet understood better than anyone. Staying put meant certain death. Let's go. The disturbance here is enough to attract other demon beasts' attention. We need to escape in the chaos. Bai Zhen made the decision instantly, grabbing Yi Lioli with his left hand and Lin Qinghua with his right, tucking one under each arm before breaking into a mad dash. Chu Xian watched Bai Zhen running farther and farther away, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the thought of asking to be carried along with the young master already carrying one girl under each arm. He could hardly ride between his legs. Fortunately, his berserker constitution was extraordinary, so he gritted his teeth and followed, breathing heavily but showing no signs of exhaustion. Behind them, the lava python opened its maw to spew pillars of fire, instantly transforming the entire stone forest into a towering inferno. Dozens of colossal creatures trampled the earth, cracks spreading as rocks flew chaotically through the air. Flying demon beasts circled and dove from the sky, their beating wings generating heat waves that baked the rocks along their path until they glowed red. An apocalyptic scene swept toward them. With only 10 steps remaining to the mountain wall crevice, a mutated purple crystal rock lizard suddenly lunged from the side, its fangs gleaming coldly. "Get lost!" Chu Xian roared, instantly activating Blood Rage Tide. 2 of the 9 water serpent phantoms violently coiled around the rock lizard, tearing it apart into fragments as purple crystal shards and gore splattered simultaneously. "Faster! The exit is just ahead." "Chu Xian, keep up!" Bai Zhen's arm muscles tensed as he held the 2 women closer. Yi Lioli's petite frame felt like a figurine tucked under his arm, while Lin Qingyue's soft curves pressed against his chest could clearly feel her rapid, erratic heartbeat. Boom! A deafening roar rolled toward them as an elephant-type demon beast suddenly accelerated, its thick trunk whipping out brilliant electric arcs. Lightning tore through the air, striking directly at Chu Xian, who was running at the rear. The explosive sound pierced their eardrums as the air ignited instantly. Sensing the incoming attack, Chu Xian rolled desperately to dodge. But the second and third lightning bolts struck in rapid succession, driving him into a desperate corner. Chu Xian's steps suddenly froze as the remaining 7 Shangliu phantoms roared under his mental control, lunging at the elephant-type demon beast with deafening crashes. The massive creature was torn apart by the assault, blood spraying wildly. But Chu Xian's spiritual energy was completely depleted, and all 9 Shangliu phantoms crumbled into nothingness. Even more terrifying, the dark mass of demon beasts behind them had charged to within 100 meters, kicking up dust clouds that rolled like an avalanche, ready to devour them all at any moment. He knew he probably wouldn't make it out alive, yet a bitter smile crossed his lips. To have gained such power with young master's help was worth it. Though their time together was brief, if he could repay young master's kindness, he would have no regrets. "Young master, run!" Chu Xian roared, instantly activating his berserker talent. Blood foam trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his aura surged explosively in an instant. Bai Zhen sensed something was wrong and whipped around, only to see that fool Chu Xian charging toward the beast horde through the swirling dust. Hundreds of demon beasts, a scale that even many level 4050 professionals rarely encountered. Bai Zhen's gaze swept over the nearby exit rift, his eyes suddenly turning sharp and cold. No, he couldn't let this kid throw his life away at the exit. Both Extreme Cold Domain and Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger were on cooldown, but fortunately his other skills were still available. Wiping out the entire beast tide would be extremely difficult, but there should still be a chance to save Chu Xian. With his mind made up, he pushed the two girls toward the exit without hesitation. Go. The rift hasn't closed yet. You're both under level 30. You can get out. No, we can't. If we're leaving, we all leave together. Lin Qinghua panicked, knowing all too well what such a beast tide meant. Even she wouldn't dare linger, yet Bai Zhen wanted to go back to save someone. He was just a tattoo artist. No matter how powerful his skills, they would eventually run out. Yi Lioli simply threw herself at Bai Zhen, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her small face was streaked with tears as she clutched desperately at his clothes, her fingernails digging into his flesh. Brother Bai Zhen, you can't go back. People will die. Be good. Bai Zhen ruffled Yi Lioli's hair and gently tapped Lin Qinghua's forehead, then suddenly pushed hard with both arms. No. Yi Lioli let out a heart-wrenching cry, her small hands grasping wildly at nothing but scorching air. The next second, she and Lin Qinghua were forcibly thrown through the spatial rift, stumbling and falling onto the bluestone ground of the Lin family estate. Her knees burned with pain, but Yi Lioli ignored her scrapes and immediately struggled to get up, trying to rush back. Lin Qinghua moved even faster, but the moment her slender fingers touched the closing rift, an invisible force repelled her. Her face turned deathly pale. What's happening? Isn't the secret realm supposed to allow unrestricted entry and exit for professionals under level 30? Why can't I get in? Lin Hu hurried forward and caught his swaying granddaughter. The force of his grip made the veins on his arms bulge, but it couldn't hide the tremor in his voice. You girl, are you alright? Lin Qinghua opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Her long hair hung disheveled, her clothes marked with scorch marks and bloodstains, such a pitiful sight that it broke Lin Hu's heart. Seeing that only Lin Qinghua and Yi Lioli had emerged, his heart tightened with a surge of intense unease. What happened? Where's young Master Bai? Why didn't he come out with you? Yi Lioli rushed straight to the fissure, her tiny fists desperately pounding against the already sealed space. He's still inside. He went back to save people. So many demonic beasts, so many. By the end, the little girl was sobbing uncontrollably. When she turned around, her eyes were brimming with tears, and the black and white streaks of dust on her face were washed away by her tears, making her look as disheveled as a little kitten. In the secret realm world, Bai Zhen, having pushed the two women away, stared intently at the approaching beast tide. His eyes showed no trace of retreat, only surging battle intent. Finally, he could fight without restraint. He stomped his right foot hard against the ground, using the recoil to transform into a blur, appearing before Chu Xian in the blink of an eye. His dual attributes of high strength and agility allowed him to block in front of Chu Xian, almost like teleportation. Young master, why did you come? You shouldn't be here. Chu Xian lowered his voice, speaking urgently. I'll create a chance for you to retreat. It's enough if only I die here. Boy, you can't die yet. Bai Zhen turned his head slightly, his voice steady yet brooking no argument. Didn't you say you wanted to be my sharpest sword? If you die here today, what future is there to speak of? What repayment of my kindness? Chu Xian smiled bitterly, forcing himself to stay alert. But, we're all going to die here now. Though dying alongside you, young master, doesn't seem so bad. I hope to meet you again in the next life, to repay this life's debt in the next. Seeing Chu Xian speaking as if making his final words, Bai Zhen's lips curved into a faint arc. Don't worry, no one will die today. Watch carefully and learn well. This is the true power of Shangliu. Nine-headed catastrophe, activate. As his words fell, his pupils suddenly contracted into cold vertical slits. Boom. 9 water columns shot skyward from behind him, twisting in midair into the phantoms of 9 ferocious giant serpents. This was his first time using nine-headed catastrophe, and the surging life force within him made his battle intent even fiercer. With the phantom's descent, terrifying pressure swept across the wilderness, and torrential rain suddenly began falling within 100 zhang radius. Each falling raindrop reflected Bai Zhen's cold countenance, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. In the curtain of rain, the 9 giant serpents took complete form, their bodies, 3 zhang thick, coiled in midair with ancient runes flowing across their dark blue scales. Their blood-red serpent eyes were coldly menacing, and their forked tongues carried bone-chilling coldness. Simultaneously, purple mist instantly covered the battlefield. Several shadow moon wolves charging at the front suddenly went berserk, turning to tear at their companion. Shangliu's hallucinogenic poison mist was part of the nine-headed catastrophe. Even more terrifying were the nearly invisible high-pressure water blades swirling around Bai Zhen. Anything that approached would be silently sliced apart. A lava giant turtle had just raised its front claw when its body was cut into neat chunks of flesh, even its thick shell sliced into thin pieces, fragments splashing into the muddy water. Standing behind Bai Zhen, Chu Xian witnessed everything, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. Why did the young master also possess Shangliu's power? And his mastery of this ability was so refined, whether in using Shangliu's projection or other powers, far surpassing his own. Anyone watching would think the young master was the true bearer of the Shangliu tattoo, while he was nothing more than a clumsy imitator. Under the relentless assault, the corpses of demonic beasts piled up beneath Bai Zhen's feet into a small hill, their blood steaming in the toxic mist with a nauseating stench that made one want to retch. However, the nine-headed calamity had its limits, and the beast tide was countless in number. After retreating merely dozens of steps, the 9 Shangliu projections completely dissipated from the battlefield. The poisonous fog was torn apart as a rock-armored earth dragon roared forth, its massive tail spike hurling boulders with howling winds straight at Bai Zhen. Though the nine-headed calamity had ended, Bai Zhen didn't even raise an eyebrow. This wasn't his only trump card. Taodai true form. Roar! Roar! The deafening beast's roar pierced through the clouds. Bai Zhen's bones cracked and popped as his arms transformed into dark golden claws, and menacing horns suddenly sprouted from his forehead. A massive Taodai phantom materialized behind him, its gaping maw sucking in the lightning-charged boulder hole. Crunch! The stone was ground to powder between those massive jaws. Bai Zhen's figure flashed like a specter, appearing before the rock-armored earth dragon's belly, his claws and fists simultaneously smashing into its shell. The Taoye's power erupted instantly, and this level 24 behemoth visibly withered, as if its life force had been drained away. Devour successful. Defense 1. The attribute text flashed before his eyes and vanished. Previously, slaying job changers had yielded no feedback, but killing demonic beasts brought extra rewards. It seemed the Taotai true form specialized in devouring demonic beasts, while the great wilderness heaven-imprisoning finger targeted job changers. A perfect division. Boom. The drained earth dragon crashed to the ground as Bai Zhen's speed surged, pouncing toward his next prey. The demonic beasts along his path barely had time to roar before their flesh exploded and they collapsed dead. A level 22 purple crystal rock lizard sensed danger and instinctively tried to flee, but he pressed a claw against its skull. Devour. The Taodai phantom's maw stretched to an impossible angle, swallowing the Tuzhanglong giant lizard whole in the blink of an eye. Devour successful. Agility 1. Chu Xian was completely dumbfounded. By all logic, they should be running for their lives from the beast tide, perhaps even trampled to pulp, yet the young master seemed to have switched scripts entirely, forcibly entering slaughter mode. Watching him chase and butcher the demonic beasts, Chu Xian momentarily couldn't tell who the real monsters were. Roar! Suddenly, a massive python wreathed in molten lava launched a sneak attack from the flank, its tail sweeping like a steel whip. Bai Zhen sneered coldly, raising his free left hand to casually snap his fingers in the air. White tiger blazing light wave. Roar! A majestic white tiger phantom suddenly appeared, spitting 3 streams of Gungjin energy from its maw, so sharp they sliced through the very air. The first strike severed the serpent's tail completely. The second strike split its scales in a blazing white line. The third strike pierced through the snake's head, blasting a bloody hole. The giant python's body was cleaved into several sections, releasing heartrending wails as its massive form crashed down heavily. Yet the residual Gungjin energy from the white tiger blazing light wave continued spreading outward unabated. The ferocious beast tide, seemingly unstoppable in its fury, was forcibly split into 2 waves under Bai Zhen's devastating slaughter. On the blood-soaked earth littered with severed limbs, Bai Zhen and his companion fought their way upstream through the horde, their movements synchronized like precision gears as they pressed toward the golden portal step by step. The whistling of blades cutting through air and the dying wails of magical beasts merged into a cacophony of piercing noise, yet it couldn't shake their resolve in the slightest. Finally, Bai Zhen stood just 1 step away from the portal. The moment his toes touched the light barrier, an inexplicable tremor stirred in his heart, and he instinctively turned back. What met his gaze was a barefoot little girl standing in the center of the seething beast tide. She appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, with fiery red hair whipping wildly in the wind. 2 small dragon horns protruded from her hair, and a scale-covered tail dragged behind her, swaying gently. Her golden pupils were cold yet curious, and the instant they locked with Bai Zhen's gaze, she suddenly broke into a brilliant smile, revealing 2 sharp fangs. I'll remember you. You're the most interesting human I've ever seen. Next time we meet, I'm going to catch you and study you properly. Her crisp, childish voice clashed starkly with the surrounding sounds of battle, yet it reached Bai Zhen's ears with unusual clarity. The next second, space twisted violently as a blazing white pillar of light descended from above, swallowing him whole. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Lin family estate's secret realm, the gray-robed elder summoned from the Awakener Association reclined leisurely in his mahogany armchair, sipping tea with a relaxed expression. Gentlemen, my time is quite precious. If you haven't made up your minds yet, please do so before seeking me out again. Sir, please wait a little longer. Lin Hu pressed his hand on the elder's shoulder as he began to rise, his withered yet still powerful hands trembling slightly. Your time won't be wasted. The Lin family will provide satisfactory compensation. The person in that secret realm is extremely important to our family. Please, sir, wait just a bit longer. At that moment, Lin Guangyuan arrived belatedly. Upon hearing that they intended to forcibly break open the secret realm, his face showed reluctance. His daughter Lin Qinghua had already cried herself into a mess, while Yi Liuli frantically pounded against the light barrier in desperation. Conflict and guilt churned in Lin Guangyuan's heart, but as the family head, he had to prioritize the clan's interests. Father, do we really need to break open the secret realm? He asked in a low voice. Lin, whose expression grew stern. Though the Lin family needs this secret realm, we haven't fallen so low as to be ungrateful. Young master Bai not only completely cured Yuer's cold poison, but also pulled this old life of mine back from death's door. Don't these two acts alone outweigh a single secret realm? Thoroughly chastised, Lin Guangyuan could only lower his head. Despite being the family head, he dared not argue with Lin Hu. As the standoff continued, the secret realm's entrance suddenly shuddered violently. Space seemed torn by tremendous force, and cracks formed a line that blazed with blinding golden light. Boom! The explosive roar was deafening as golden light burst forth, causing the entire estate's ground to shake violently. Several Lin family disciples with weaker cultivation were knocked over by the violent shockwave, rolling across the ground before coming to a stop. Defensive positions. Lin Hu roared, instantly condensing thick ice armor around his entire body. The previously composed gray-robed elder also straightened his back abruptly, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. However, in the next moment, everyone froze in unison. Two blood-soaked figures came flying out of the twisted fissure, landing steadily on the open ground. Bai Zhen stood tall, his black long-sleeved coat completely soaked in blood, yet not a single wound could be seen on his body. Chu Xian followed closely behind him, collapsing to the ground the moment they landed, gasping heavily for breath. Bai Zhen, brother Bai Zhen, Lin Qinghua and Yi Liuli, one tall and one small, rushed toward the young man almost simultaneously. The moment Yi Liuli's small hands grasped Bai Zhen's clothing, her fingertips felt something wet and sticky. Looking down, she saw her palm covered in bright red blood, her voice immediately trembling. This blood. Bai Zhen glanced down at his blood-stained robes and gently ruffled the little girl's soft hair, curving his lips into a smile. It's not ours. Before he finished speaking, the spatial rift behind him that hadn't yet closed suddenly shuddered violently, spewing out chunks of flesh and blood like a fountain. Broken bones and severed limbs crashed to the ground, stirring up a sweet, metallic mist as if a crimson rainstorm had descended. The dismembered arms and legs still bore traces of demonic beast feature sharp claws and fangs, dark scales, twisted horns. The teacup the gray-robed elder had been holding crashed to the ground with a sharp crack, shattering into pieces. His eyes widened as he spoke in a hoarse voice. These demonic beasts were high-level creatures, some around level 30. But your auras don't seem to exceed level 30 at all. And with so many severed limbs, just how many demonic beasts did you kill? Lin Guangyuan, who had held no hope for the two young men's survival, now gasped in shock. As the head of the Lin family, he understood the terror of the secret realm's demonic beasts. Even the most elite hunting squads would suffer casualties. Yet these two had slaughtered them as easily as plucking chickens from a coop. After confirming that Bai Zhen was unharmed, Yi Liuli's eyes reddened as she choked back tears and punched him lightly. Don't you ever do that again. What would I do if those demonic beasts had really eaten you? She finally broke down in tears. Though Lin Qinghua forced herself to remain composed, the worry between her brows was impossible to hide. At that moment, Lin Hu's hearty laughter rang out from nearby. Young friend Bai, thank goodness you're safe. Truly a young hero rescuing people in the blink of an eye. Bai Zhen looked toward the voice and noticed the badge on the gray-robed elder's chest, a member of the Profession Changers Association, and a high-ranking one at that. The man's expression was complex, clearly still processing the bloody scene he'd just witnessed. Bai Zhen casually adjusted his sleeves. We were lucky to escape. The demonic beasts in the secret realm suddenly went berserk for some unknown reason, forming two beast tides. We happened to be caught in the gap between the two colliding tides and managed to rescue people in the chaos. Chu Xian, who had witnessed everything, tactfully remained silent. If his young master wanted to lie, he would naturally follow suit. Anyone who would risk returning alone into a beast tide to save him could ask him to rebel, and he wouldn't hesitate. Beast tides. The gray-robed elder's eyes flickered as he pressed urgently. Besides the beast tides, were there any other strange phenomena or peculiarities? At this question, Bai Zhen's mind flashed to the mysterious little girl he'd glimpsed just before leaving. Strong intuition told him, the fewer secrets revealed, the safer. So he withdrew his gaze and showed a faint smile that said, I have no idea. He knew in his heart that playing dumb was the best camouflage. That's all there is, senior. We spent far too little time in the secret realm, and since our purpose was rescue rather than exploration, so... Bai Zhen's words trailed off deliberately, leaving the gray-robed elder with a meaningful pause. There were no surveillance devices in the secret realm, so apart from Chu Xian, no one else had witnessed his devastating rampage inside. I almost forgot to introduce you to young friend Bai Lin, who interjected, pointing toward the gray-robed elder. This is Master Sikong Zhen from the Awakener Association, level 58, an array master. At the words, array master, Bai Zhen couldn't help but reassess the old man before him. Array masters were extremely rare, completely different from the common tattoo artists people often spoke of dismissively. Whether it was the teleportation arrays connecting different districts or maintaining the entrances to secret realms, none of it could function without them. It could be said that anyone who awakened as an array master, regardless of their talent level, would be eagerly sought after by major factions and even the Awakener Association itself. You flatter me. This old man merely has an empty reputation and doesn't deserve the title of master. Sikong Zhen's tone was measured, though a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. No one dislikes well-placed flattery, especially when it comes from someone of Lin who's standing the former head of the Lin family, whose words carried considerable weight. Since everyone trapped in the secret realm has emerged, I'll examine the entrance to see if I can find any clues. Before he finished speaking, Sikong Zhen's figure flashed like a phantom, appearing at the secret realm's entrance. The twisted spatial rift resembled gaping fangs. His withered fingers gently traced along it, and azure runes immediately materialized at his fingertips. Just as the runes were about to penetrate the rift, buzz! An invisible barrier suddenly manifested, deflecting all the probing runes. Sikong Zhen grunted and staggered back 2 steps, shock flashing through his clouded eyes. This is... He raised his hand to see the runes crumbling inch by inch under the backlash. A restriction? No, that's not right. Refusing to accept defeat, he activated an even stronger skill. With spiritual energy roaring, an ancient bronze array disc floated behind him, covered in intricate symbols and casting thousands of hair-thin probing beams. When the beams touched the entrance, they seemed to hit an invisible wall, twisting and refracting in all directions. How is this possible? Sweat trickled down his gaunt cheeks as the runes on the array disc began to spiral out of control. Even my void-piercing array can't penetrate it. His competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited. Before anyone could react, he bit his tongue hard and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the array disc. Hiss! The blood mist merged with it, causing the disc to blaze with crimson light as a solid blood column blasted toward the secret realm entrance. Open for me. However, before the blood column could reach the rift, a purple-black lightning bolt suddenly struck out. Sikong Zhen's pupils contracted as he dodged sideways in the split second the lightning flashed. Boom! The crimson array disc exploded midair, the shockwave hurling him several yards away. When he hit the ground, his graying beard was stained with blood. Even more bizarre was that the purple-black lightning didn't dissipate after shattering the array disc. Instead, it twisted and stretched through the air, eventually forming the vague silhouette of a beast. The phantom roared silently at the crowd before slowly fading away. Several Lin family members who were standing close to Sikong Zhen immediately scrambled to help him up from the ground. These clan members were extremely nervous. The man before them was the most precious golden boy of the Tianyuan City Professional Association branch. If Sikong Zhen were to get hurt on Lin family property, the consequences would be unthinkable. Several people pulled and supported him until he finally managed to stand steadily, though still shaken. Sikong Zhen dusted off his robes, sending dust flying everywhere, his aged face filled with embarrassment. He had thought he could break through the secret realm entrance and trace the source of the fluctuations, but who would have expected the entrance to be sealed tight by a mysterious barrier that prevented him from accessing any deeper information? Master Sikong, what was that just now? Someone couldn't help but ask. Sikong Zhen frowned. It seemed to be a projection of some kind of barrier. There's something significant hidden in this secret realm, but whether it's friend or foe, I can't say for certain. What exactly is a barrier? Another clan member asked, looking confused. Think of it as a protective mechanism designed to prevent outsiders from accessing certain secrets. Sikong Zhen lowered his voice. Whatever entity capable of setting up such a mechanism possesses terrifying power. Currently, we've only occasionally encountered barriers in the depths of the underground world, and even those were relatively weak. This is the first time in history we've encountered a barrier at a secret realm entrance on Blue Star. Moreover, this barrier's strength is bizarre. Even with my full power, I couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. He paused, scanning the surroundings with a grave expression. I need everyone to seal off this area completely. I'm going to headquarters to request reinforcements. Without my permission, no one is to approach the entrance. However, before he could finish speaking, the water curtain-like entrance suddenly contracted violently, shrinking to a pinpoint of light in the blink of an eye before disappearing with a soft pop. Only a charred circular mark remained on the ground as proof that a secret realm entrance had once existed there. Nothing else remained. Sikong Zhen's breath caught, feeling as if his chest had been struck by a heavy blow. Just as he was planning to call for backup, the entrance had vanished into thin air. What kind of situation was this? The barrier, the entrance's disappearance, these two events had completely overturned everything he thought he knew. Meanwhile, the Lin family members erupted in chaos. What? Where did my huge secret realm go? Even if it temporarily closed, it should still be on Lin family property. Now there's not even a door left. How are we supposed to train and level up in the future? You've got to be kidding me. I've worked hard for so many years waiting to enter the secret realm, and now at the last moment you're telling me the secret realm is gone. Lin Guanyuan's expression was particularly colorful, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had just endured a harsh scolding from the old master to protect the secret realm. Now that the entrance had evaporated, he had taken the beating for nothing while failing to protect what mattered, a complete waste of effort. As the crowd's discussions rose and fell, Bai Zhen, standing among them, appeared unusually uncomfortable. Just moments ago, when that beast-shaped phantom had dissipated, it had transformed into a ball of light that shot straight into his palm. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he quietly retreated to a corner and opened his hand. There, beneath the skin of his palm, a strange mark flickered in and out of view, a lifelike beast's eye. Its intricate patterns seemed to writhe slowly like a living creature, and when he focused his gaze on it, the beast's eye suddenly moved, locking eyes with him. Bai Zhen had no time to examine the beast pupil mark. He quickly clenched his right hand, pretending nothing had happened. The demonic beast phantom from earlier overlapped with the beast pupil mark in his palm within his mind, leading him to a swift conclusion: the secret realm's entrance hadn't truly vanished, but had condensed into this mysterious mark. However, with so many eyes watching, he could only suppress his doubts and maintain a calm expression. Meanwhile, Xikongzhen's face had darkened so much it seemed water could drip from it. As a renowned formation master invited by the Lin family with generous payment to study the secret realm's entrance, having the entrance vanish right under his nose would be an absolute disgrace if word got out. To salvage his reputation and uncover the truth, he stubbornly repeated his earlier instructions. Do exactly as I said and move a single brick or tile at the scene. I'll fetch experts from headquarters. Secret realm entrances have never disappeared before. There must be something profound at work here. Perhaps the entrance is undergoing transformation, which might not be a bad thing for your Lin family. Lin, who immediately seized the opportunity, responding earnestly. Master Xikong speaks wisely. We all witnessed the entrance disappear on its own. It has nothing to do with you, Master. Seeing that the secret realm's entrance had completely vanished, Lin, who understood that stabilizing Xikongzhen was now paramount, this formation master was their only hope of recovering the entrance. Blindly assigning blame would only backfire. Better to appear weak and play hard to get. The more unconcerned the Lin family seemed, the heavier Xikongzhen's guilt would become, and naturally, the more effort he would invest. As for where the entrance had actually gone, Lin, who refused to believe it had truly vanished into thin air. Even children understood the principle of energy conservation. The secret realm's entrance must have transferred to somewhere they couldn't currently detect. After Xikongzhen hurriedly departed, no one present held higher status than Lin Hu. The old patriarch's expression grew serious as he raised his hand and waved. Everyone disperse for now. Since Miss Yu and young friend Bai have returned safely, we'll overlook other losses for the time being. Immediately repair the damaged terrain around here and let it affect the Lin family estate's appearance. Lin Guanyuan and other Lin family elders all nodded, not daring to disobey, quickly arranging for clan members to withdraw and begin reconstruction. Only after the crowd had completely dispersed did Lin Hu rush to Lin Qingyue's side, examining his granddaughter from head to toe with trembling hands. You girl, let grandfather take a look. Are you injured? There were too many people earlier, and grandfather had to maintain control of the situation. I was so anxious. I'm fine, grandfather. Lin Qingyue shook her head, then turned to bow solemnly to Bai Zhen. Thanks to Bai Zhen, otherwise we would have surely died in there. She then recounted everything they had experienced in the secret realm in complete detail. The sudden appearance of the demonic beast phantom, the chaotic anomalies inside, and the nearly fatal demonic beast rampage near the exit. Lin Hu's expression changed dramatically as he listened. Having lived so long, he naturally understood just how troublesome such demonic beast rampages could be. Especially since many high-level demonic beasts had appeared, creatures that normally dwelled in the deepest parts of the secret realm, areas that other Lin family disciples would deliberately avoid when entering. At this thought, Lin Hu first felt a lingering fear, then cupped his hands in salute. Then we truly owe young friend by our heartfelt gratitude. It's a pity our Lin family's secret realm has now vanished without a trace, otherwise I would certainly grant you permanent access rights. At this point, he clapped his hands decisively. Since there's no more suitable reward available at the moment, let's honor the agreement made before your departure. You may enter the Lin family treasury and choose any treasure you wish. Bai Zhen had already planned for this and didn't refuse. His divine pattern points were currently being consumed slowly, but future needs were unpredictable. It was better to stockpile more while he could, lest he face the regret of not having enough when the time comes. The matter of selecting rewards can wait. he said, pressing his hand to his chest, his voice calm but tinged with exhaustion. The battles in the secret realm were too intense. I have some internal injuries, and if there are no other urgent matters, I'd like to return first to stabilize my condition. Only then did everyone notice his pale complexion. Bai Zhen also hadn't forgotten about the strange beast-eye mark on his right palm, needed to discover its origins as soon as possible. You're injured? Lin Hu frowned, while Lin Qingyue, Yi Liuli, and others gathered around. Is it serious? Should we have someone take a look? Bai Zhen was startled by everyone's concern and quickly waved his hands. They're just internal injuries, I can treat them myself. Tattoo artists have special constitutions. Having other healing professionals intervene might actually cause harm. Everyone had limited understanding of tattoo artists, so this explanation was quite convincing, and they all nodded in agreement. All right, you go back first. Lin Hu then turned to Lin Qingyue and Yi Liuli. You two also need professional medical attention for your injuries. Go together. Lin Qingyue was his precious treasure, and Yi Liuli had an endearing personality, so naturally, he cared for both of them. Chu Xian opened his mouth, but found that no one was paying attention to him. His presence was pitifully weak. Just as Bai Zhen was about to speak up for him, Lin Hu suddenly slapped his forehead. Elder Lin, this young man also has good talent. Don't we still have one spot available? You mean, the Rising Star competition? Lin Hu's eyes lit up. Bai Zhen nodded. His combat ability in the secret realm was witnessed by both Qingyue and Liuli. Although his level is somewhat low, there's still time for improvement. With him joining, no need to say more. Lin Hu laughed heartily, interrupting him. Anyone recommended by young friend, Bai has my complete trust. You've saved the Lin family from danger multiple times. If I can't even give you this much trust, then it would be our Lin family's failing. He swept his sleeve robe magnanimously. Consider the Lin family your own home from now on. I'll have someone arrange accommodations for this young friend, and you can prepare for the Rising Star competition together. Chu Xian, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, felt somewhat awkward. In all his years, aside from Bai Zhen, this was only the second time someone had treated him with unconditional kindness. Seeing Bai Zhen give him a reassuring look, his anxious heart finally settled halfway. Knowing that Bai Zhen had given him that comforting glance, Chu Xian's feeling of helplessness finally began to subside somewhat. The little girl reluctantly bid farewell to Bai Zhen, then followed Lin Qingyue to tend to her injuries. The crowd quickly dispersed to their respective tasks, and Bai Zhen simply told Chu Xian and the Lin family guides to return to their rooms first, under the pretense of getting proper rest. He entered his room alone, closed and locked the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed with his palm open, gazing at the strange mark that resembled a beast's eye. The purple-black patterns writhed like living serpents. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled a thread of divine pattern power and lightly touched the center of the mark with his fingertip. Buzz! The beast's eye suddenly opened, and a purple-black light screen unfurled instantly, revealing the blood-red sky before him. It was the secret realm that had just disappeared. Even more startling was that all the frenzied demonic beasts were suspended motionless in midair, as if frozen in time. Bai Zhen reached out to touch them, but before his fingertip could make contact, the beast's eye suddenly contracted, and a powerful suction force swept over him. The world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the stone forest of the secret realm. Rugged rock pillars jutted up from the ground, with demonic beasts maintaining their roaring poses without moving an inch. In the distance, the corpse fragments torn apart by the white tiger's blazing light waves still hung in the air, with splattered blood droplets suspended like crimson crystals. Bai Zhen extended his finger to touch them, but it passed right through. These were all illusions. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curved upward. If he could carry a secret realm that he could freely enter and exit, probably no one on Blue Star could match him. However, he couldn't yet determine what this opportunity might bring. Suddenly, ripples appeared across the static scene. Don't be nervous, a clear, bell-like voice came from behind him. Bai Zhen spun around abruptly to see the horned girl sitting on a floating boulder, her bare feet swaying gently, her robes dancing without wind. In this frozen time and space, she could move freely. Who are you? Sensing no hostility from her, he relaxed his tense shoulders slightly. The ability to move freely in a static space was itself a symbol of terrifying power. If she truly wanted to take his life, he wouldn't have time to react. The girl chuckled softly and suddenly vanished from the boulder, appearing before him in the next instant. She stood on her tiptoes, her nose almost touching Bai Zhen's chin. I knew I was right about Yuri much better than those cowards with rice grain-sized courage. Bai Zhen frowned slightly, the sudden proximity making him instinctively step back half a pace. This movement caused the horned girl to pout with grievance. Humph. Those bad guys locked me up here for so long, and finally when I meet someone interesting, you're still so afraid of me. Locked up here? Bai Zhen's heart skipped a beat. Could this so-called secret realm actually be a prison? But why would this seemingly harmless girl be imprisoned? I'm not afraid of you, we're just standing too close. We humans have a saying. Men and women should maintain proper distance between each other. The girl curled her lips and snorted dismissively. I'm not a woman, anyway, I'm a female. Standing before her, Bai Zhen found this seemingly 10-year-old girl's logic rather peculiar. To avoid falling into an even more awkward conversation, he took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Long Ling. What's yours? Bai Zhen. Oh, we both have two character names. What a coincidence. Long Ling's eyes crinkled with delight as she exclaimed with familiar enthusiasm. Bai Zhen silently grumbled to himself. Writing a book called How to Leave Others Speechless Twice in 3 Sentences probably wouldn't be difficult. The person in front of him could fill an entire volume. As he pondered this, those demon beasts around them, Bai Zhen immediately fell silent. Glancing at Long Ling's appearance and expression, he was almost certain she was a demon beast, and a high-level one at that, capable of transformation and possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans. According to human records, cases of demon beasts taking human form and communicating normally with humans were virtually non-existent. You mean them? Long Ling turned to survey the motionless horde of demon beasts, explaining casually. I make them move when I want them to move, and when I don't, they have to stay put obediently. Don't let their stillness fool you, their brains still work. As her words fell, she waved her hand carelessly. The frozen secret realm instantly came back to life. Suspended chunks of flesh crashed to the ground with a splash, like a crimson downpour. The demon beast's first reaction upon regaining movement was to charge at Bai Zhen in unison. Damn! Bai Zhen cursed reflexively, regretting his loose tongue. Long Ling was a high-level demon beast, but these level 20 to 30 creatures were precisely the troublesome type, strong enough to be dangerous, yet reckless enough to act on impulse. Unfortunately, he'd been dragged into this secret realm by the mark and couldn't locate an exit in the short term. Though his skills had cooled down, they were only temporary lifesavers at best. Hey, he's my guest. All of you behave yourselves, or I'll have to punish you. Long Ling's delicate brow furrowed, and overwhelming pressure instantly swept across the entire area. The demon beasts that had been ferocious and menacing one second became cowering fluffballs the next. Several smaller ones bounded over to the girl's feet like puppies, rubbing against her playfully, while the rest who couldn't squeeze through could only lie flat where they were, showing not a trace of their former savagery. Hee, that's more like it. See, they're actually quite adorable. Long Ling's pale little hand rubbed back and forth through one demon beast's fur, the static electricity making its head puff up like an explosion. Bai Zhen nearly lost his composure, becoming even more convinced that these demon beasts truly feared her. He steadied his emotions, held up 3 fingers, and looked at Long Ling with determination as he posed his questions. I have 3 questions that I hope Miss Long Ling can answer. First, what exactly is this place? Second, why are you here? Third, why am I here? This place. Long Ling lightly tapped her fingertip, and the surrounding grayish-brown stone forest melted like heated wax, molded by an invisible force into a vast starry sky. She chuckled softly, her voice echoing through the silent secret realm. It's both my prison and my playground. With that, she casually plucked a thumb-sized star from above, toying with it like a glass marble. When those villains sealed me here, they conveniently transformed this space into a secret realm. As for why I'm here, it's because I'm a noble descendant of the ancient dragon clan. She held her head high with pride, her dragon horns shimmering with flowing light. Ordinary power cannot kill us. Apart from sealing, those nobodies are completely helpless against us. At this point, her shoulders suddenly drooped. Though I can't remember who did it anymore. As if to prove her words true, she let out a soft hum. The demonic beasts beneath the starry sky prostrated themselves in unison, their massive bodies pressed to the ground, exposing their soft bellies. This display of dominance was precisely targeted. See, this is the majesty of the dragon clan. Long Ling proudly lifted her chin, then muttered quietly. Though now I can only command these big oafs. I've already answered 2 of your questions. The answer to the third one is even simpler. She suddenly broke into a radiant smile, pouncing onto Bai Zhen's back with her soft warmth accompanied by silvery laughter. Because you're special. She poked Bai Zhen's cheek with her finger. Despite being so low level, you can burst forth with such incredible power. When facing all these big creatures, you don't act like those weak humans who just run around everywhere. Most importantly, you're actually willing to fight against opponents far stronger than yourself for the sake of your companions. Before her words finished, she seemed to lose all reason as she landed on the ground, spinning around playfully while her dragon tail unconsciously coiled around Bai Zhen's wrist. I've been sleeping in this seal for so long, when suddenly I sensed an interesting aura, like starlight suddenly blazing in the darkness. Bai Zhen's palm grew warm. Where the beast pupil mark contacted her dragon tail, intricate golden patterns emerged. You're so special, different from other humans, so I thought. Long Ling leaned forward, her nose almost touching Bai Zhen's. I'd make you my exclusive playmate. Long Ling's words made Bai Zhen ponder. The interesting aura she mentioned was most likely from the tattoo power he had activated. If she truly was from the ancient dragon clan, Then she was also a primordial being, and those tattoo powers similarly corresponded to creatures from ancient Chinese legends. Since Long Ling was interested in this aura, perhaps these legends weren't mere fiction. Being your exclusive playmate is out of the question. Bai Zhen shook his head. However, if you'd like, I can show you all the wonders and colors of the outside world. How would you show me? I can't leave this place. If it's just about seeing scenery, there's no need to leave. I can bring the scenery to you. Today's technology is different from the past. Even without special methods, holographic projection can achieve this. Really? Long Ling's eyes instantly lit up. Being sealed in this secret realm, she had long grown tired of the same old scenery. Then I command you to bring the outside scenery here. Looking at Long Ling's innocent appearance, Bai Zhen suddenly had an extremely bold idea. If I could build a good relationship with this guy, wouldn't that be like gaining an extra trump card? He calculated rapidly in his mind. The Long Ling before him was from the ancient dragon clan. Once she became his bodyguard. Whenever he encountered opponents he couldn't handle, he could simply drag them into this secret realm. After all, Long Ling held dominion over this entire world, and as long as he got on her good side, this realm where she could do as she pleased would essentially become his second battlefield, undoubtedly a massive boost to his combat power. Bai Zhen smiled warmly, though his tone brooked no refusal. Long Ling, we're friends now, right? Between friends, we can't use the word command. You can let me help you out. Help out. Long Ling tilted her head, as if hearing this phrase for the first time, softly repeating, help out. In her understanding, the concept of mutual assistance seemed completely foreign. Exactly. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes, explaining in a guiding manner. Friends help each other without expecting anything in return. The simplest example, you want to see the scenery outside, so I bring it in for you. But if one day I'm being hunted, could you just stand by and watch? Though Long Ling had lived for countless ages, she had always been trapped in this nearly isolated world, her mentality no different from a child's. Pure as she was no match for the cunning fox Bai Zhen, unknowingly falling right into his trap. Of course not. She immediately patted her chest in assurance, her amber eyes full of sincerity. Anyone who dares bully you, I'll knock their front teeth out, then have these big guys tear them to pieces. That's the spirit. Bai Zhen rejoiced inwardly while maintaining his gentle smile. Behind Long Ling, those high-level demonic beasts silently bared their fangs, clearly understanding the implication, yet helpless against their little ancestor. Now, you need to teach me how to freely enter and exit. Bai Zhen spread his hands. If I can't even leave, how can I bring you scenery? Listen carefully. Long Ling waved her pale little hand, serious as a teacher instructing students. She held her right palm upward, and a golden light suddenly appeared. When you want to enter, channel your power like this into the beast eye mark. After the golden light seeped into her palm, she made a withdrawing motion, causing points of light to scatter in the air. When you want to exit, withdraw the power you just injected, exactly as it was. At this point, Long Ling's small face suddenly turned serious, raising one finger in warning. Remember, if you exhaust your power while in here, it's like a lantern without oil that can never light up again. Even when you recover new power, you won't be able to find your way home. Bai Zhen nodded thoughtfully. He understood. The key to activate the beast eye mark had to be exactly the same power. The same key must be used to both open and close the door. If the power was depleted, what the body regenerated would no longer be identical. I see. Thank you for the explanation. He smiled and said, I'm a bit embarrassed. I killed quite a few of your subordinates earlier. When I get the chance, I'll definitely catch some new ones for you. Recalling his earlier killing spree, Bai Zhen couldn't help but want to cough awkwardly. Just moments ago, they were mortal enemies with swords drawn. So how did they suddenly become allies with a common cause? Bai Zhen stood frozen in place, struggling to process the scene before him. Several massive demonic beasts surrounded Long Ling, their once ferocious gazes now showing hints of patience and curiosity. Don't worry, they won't actually die permanently. Long Ling raised her delicate little hand and waved it casually, as if brushing away dust. In this world, demonic beasts with lower levels than mine can't truly perish. I just need to expend a bit of my power to revive any that have died. Since my power recovery is limited each day, I occasionally pick a few friends to let out for some fresh air. Bai Zhen's pupils contracted sharply as two massive exclamation marks exploded in his mind. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? She could actually resurrect slain demonic beasts. No wonder this place, despite not being a true secret realm, had sustained the Lin family's level grinding for so long without the beast population ever decreasing. The source was Long Ling. This meant that as long as Long Ling remained in this world, he would have access to an infinitely refreshing resource field. While having demonic beasts repeatedly sacrifice their lives as training partners sounded somewhat cruel, what if he offered sufficient compensation? Bai Zhen lowered his voice and said to Long Ling, Long Ling, could you help me communicate with those big fellows behind you? I'd like to make a deal with them. Long Ling blinked curiously. What kind of deal? As far as I know, they don't have many hobbies, either fighting each other or devouring humans. I can only revive them if their power hasn't been absorbed by their own kind. But as long as they stay here, their strength remains stagnant, because the only way to grow stronger is by devouring those foolhardy humans who wander in. If you could provide them with humans, I'm sure they'd be happy to cooperate. Bai Zhen's mouth twitched violently as he shook his head repeatedly. Occasionally throwing a few scoundrels in to feed the beasts is one thing. But if I were to supply humans long-term, wouldn't I become a traitor? That's absolutely out of the question. He took a deep breath and quickly added, I can't provide humans for now, but I can regularly capture batches of demonic beasts to bring in. You just need to serve as our sparring partners and engage in real combat with us. Naturally, the demonic beasts couldn't understand these words. After Long Ling translated, those massive beast eyes actually flickered with hesitation, clearly finding the proposal quite intriguing. Seeing this, Bai Zhen struck while the iron was hot. Aren't you unable to level up? Cooperating with me would definitely be worth your while. The demonic beasts then spent over 10 minutes growling and roaring, discussing among themselves in the most primitive way. Finally, Long Ling delivered their response. They say they're very interested in your proposal and want to continue negotiations. But to test your sincerity and capability, you must first deliver a batch of demonic beasts. That's no problem at all. A sly smile spread across Bai Zhen's face. Finding people might be difficult, but demonic beasts? He could get as many as needed. The underground world teems with an almost endless supply of demonic beasts. Even though the creatures on the surface levels are generally weaker, every little bit counts no matter how small the mosquito, it's still meat. Those beasts trapped here for years, unable to break through their bottlenecks, would never pass up even the most insignificant improvement. Over the long passage of time, the principle of many grains of sand make a tower is perfectly demonstrated here. Tiny gains accumulate again and again, eventually leading to remarkable breakthroughs. Since you might bring people or demonic beasts in here again, I need to teach you a special teleportation method. Long Ling finished speaking and gracefully leaped down from atop a giant wolf's head. Her bare feet touched the ground without stirring up any dust, and she bounced over to Bai Zhen in a few steps, her dragon tail swaying playfully behind her. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes warily, but before he could speak, the girl extended her slender finger. Give me your hand. Though deeply puzzled, he slowly opened his palm. Whoosh! The scales at the tip of her dragon tail suddenly stood on end, flashing with cold light. Bai Zhen saw only a blur before his eyes as bone-deep pain shot through his palm. Hey, what are you doing? He instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but Long Ling's ice-cold little hand gripped him like a vice. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. The strength was so overwhelming it made his heart tremble. He had to remember that his attribute panel could already match demonic beasts below level 40, and even against higher-level opponents, he shouldn't face such a crushing disparity. Don't move, you're acting like I'm trying to hurt you. Long Ling pouted. If I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have a chance to scream, let alone stand here talking. At that moment, the tip of her dragon tail had pierced deep into the beast eye mark on Bai Zhen's palm. Strangely, the wound didn't bleed. Instead, golden patterns flowed beneath his skin like molten gold. The tearing pain made cold sweat break out on Bai Zhen's forehead. But what shocked him even more was the strange resonance mixed with the pinaz if countless fine threads were weaving together through the connection between tail tip and palm, binding their auras tightly together. This world originally had no means of teleportation. The teleportation gates are Dragon Clan secret arts that can connect directly to other times. Long Ling explained casually. I don't want any random cats and dogs wandering in, so I'm temporarily giving you the activation rights. Considering your insufficient power, I've left some Dragon Clan essence blood in the mark. You can borrow my strength to forcibly open the teleportation. However, she suddenly narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. Use it sparingly. I'm not sure if the one who sealed me is still alive. If he discovers you have Dragon Clan essence blood. She chuckled softly. Hee, you can guess the rest yourself. This casual mention immediately sent a shiver through Bai Zhen's body. Any existence capable of suppressing Long Ling must possess unimaginably high cultivation. At his current insignificant level, if such a being truly discovered him, he would basically be crushed like an ant. All right, I won't tease you anymore. As long as you don't provoke those overly powerful demon beasts, with my current abilities, protecting you shouldn't be a problem. Long Ling proudly lifted her little chin, her voice carrying an innate arrogance. No matter what, dragon blood flows through my veins. Those with inferior bloodlines have to show me some respect when they see me. Bai Zhen nodded in acknowledgement, took a deep breath, and raised his right palm. Following the method Long Ling had taught him, he slowly extracted the power from his palm. The moment the energy was withdrawn, the surrounding scenery rapidly crumbled like being sliced by a sharp blade. In the next second, he had already returned to his own room. The night outside was thick and dark, and the clock on the wall pointed to just past 2 in the morning. Bai Zhen frowned. From the time he entered the secret realm until now, the perceived time was at most an hour, yet nearly 3 hours had passed in the real world. This discrepancy hadn't occurred during his last visit to the secret realm. Could it be that the portal's closure had caused the time flow between the two worlds to become unsynchronized? Before he could investigate further, the door was gently knocked twice. Bai Zhen, are you asleep? Lin Xingyue's voice sounded particularly fragile through the door. Bai Zhen straightened his clothes, then opened the door. The sight before him made his breath catch. Lin Xingyue stood barefoot in the moonlight, wearing a gossamer thin white silk garment that hung loosely on her body, with lotus-colored undergarments faintly visible beneath. Her slender fingers clutched the corner of her clothes, her fingertips white from the pressure, looking utterly pitiful. What is this? Bai Zhen's lips parted slightly, his mind nearly freezing. The usually aloof ice queen of the school was now displaying such an enchanting appearance. I had a nightmare. Lin Xingyue's voice trembled, and her reddened eyes still bore traces of undried tears. The moonlight filtered through the sheer fabric, outlining the girl's graceful curves, her slender waist, full chest, and snow-white legs. Bai Zhen's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice inexplicably husky. What kind of dream? I dreamed you disappeared again. Before Lin Xingyue could finish speaking, she had already thrown herself into his arms. Her soft, delicate body trembled slightly, and he could clearly feel her rapid heartbeat and the warmth transmitted through the thin garment. The unique fragrance of a young woman mixed with the moisture from her recent bath lingered around his nose. Bai Zhen's hand hovered in midair before finally settling on her soft waist. The skin his fingertips touched was as smooth as the finest silk, and he unconsciously applied more pressure. Don't leave. Lin Xingyue looked up, her moist eyes sparkling like stars in the moonlight. Her trembling fingertips gently caressed Bai Zhen's chest as his outer robe fell with a rustling sound, revealing his well-defined torso. Bai Zhen felt his mind explode with a thunderous roar. If he could still restrain himself at this moment, he wouldn't deserve to be called a man. His decision was made in an instant as he suddenly bent down and swept the girl up in his arms. This sudden movement and the dizzying sensation of weightlessness made the girl cry out as she wrapped her arms around his neck. You walked right into this trap yourself. A wicked smile curved Bai Zhen's lips. He knew Lin Xingyue never acted on impulse if she was willing to take such initiative. It must be a carefully considered decision. In that case, it would be laughable for him to hold back now. Lin Xingyue bit her lip lightly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as if blood might drip from them, yet she remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. The door closed softly, and under the lamplight, their shadows intertwined behind the curtains, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Meanwhile, in the Hu family estate, deep within the dungeon, the clang of black iron chains striking stone walls echoed through the chamber. A figure hung suspended high above, arms bound tightly by chains carved with runic symbols, blood dripping from his elbows. His head hung low, breathing shallow, clearly having just endured a brutal round of torture. Lu Tian, I'll ask you one last time. A cold, calm young voice reverberated through the damp dungeon. Lu Tian struggled to lift his head and saw the young man before him, Hu Yunchuan, the most gifted psychic mage of the Hu family's younger generation and Hu Etian's cousin. Ever since being captured by the Hu family, Lu Tian had been imprisoned in this sunless dungeon. Initially, as the son of Tianyuan City's military commander, he had received some minimal courtesy. But as time passed, that preferential treatment vanished into thin air. Compared to the Hu family's influence spanning all of China, the Lu family's power was nothing more than an ant. Hu Yunchuan. His voice was hoarse, and just speaking a few words triggered violent coughing. I truly don't know how Hu Etian died. He and I were like brothers. How could I harm him? It's all a conspiracy by that guy named Bai Zhen. You shouldn't be coming after me, you should be going after him. Huh? Hu Yunchuan sneered coldly, raising his fingertips slightly as a soul crystal glowing with ethereal blue light floated into the air. You're not the only one who'll pay for the young master's death. Don't worry, everyone involved in this matter will die. You're just the starting point. Where it ends depends on the family head's wishes. He added casually. Since you refuse to talk, I'll just see for myself. Lu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, terror flooding his eyes. He had heard from Hu Etian about Hu Yunchuan's methods, gentle on the surface but venomous beneath, and none of the stubborn prisoners he interrogated for the Hu family ever met a pleasant end. No, you can't use that technique on me. It causes irreversible damage to the subject. My father is the Lu family head, your Hu family. Shut up. Hu Yunchuan's gaze turned icy. What is your Lu family compared to the Hu family? If your father could truly save you, would you be suffering here? As his words fell, ethereal blue soul flames ignited around his 5 fingers, hooking onto Lu Tian's crown like claws. 2 rotating soul seals suddenly materialized in his pupils as he shouted. Soul trace. Let me go. Lu Tian's agonized screams lasted only a few breaths before cutting off abruptly in midair. His pupils dilated as his entire body was lifted by an invisible force, suspended in the center of the frigid dungeon. Hu Yunchuan pressed his 5 fingers together, and 7 ghostly blue soul threads shot from his fingertips like living serpents, drilling into Lu Tian's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. The soul threads trembled gently as Lu Tian's memories were torn away page by page, transforming into translucent scenes that floated between the two. Mina, horrifying sight of soul fragments being directly stripped away. With each emerging scene, his spirit became more incomplete. In the memory, within the dimly lit corner of a tavern, Lu Tian leaned back in his chair, his tone filled with irritation. Sigh. Brother Hu, I've been troubled lately. Hu Yinchuan raised his cup with a light laugh. What troubles you can only be women or money. That woman Lin Qingyu still haven't won her over. Don't even mention it. Lu Tian slammed the table heavily. Qingwei was almost ready to accept me, but then some guy named Bai Zhen appeared out of nowhere. That woman is too naive to resist some young punk's sweet talk. Now she gets annoyed just seeing me. Hu Yinchuan sneered. A mere worthless waste, how dare he compete with you for a woman? Lu Tian lowered his voice, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. Brother Hu doesn't know that kid is strangely powerful. Though he has a support profession, his talent is rated as peerless, and his strength shouldn't be underestimated. It would be perfect if he could just die quietly. Hu Yunchuan's eyes flickered. Didn't the underground world open recently? He'll definitely go there. You could set an ambush and let the demon beasts kill him. Who could trace it back to you? Lu Tian shook his head. Most of my people are from the military. If they're recognized, easy enough. Hu Yinchuan tapped his wine cup lightly. Leave it to me. My father is the northern inspector. Even if someone suspects, who would dare investigate me? Lu Tian paused, then raised his cup with hearty laughter. Brother Hu, you're truly loyal. Since we're so compatible, what's wrong with going through fire and water for a brother? I toast to you. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. The memory ended abruptly. The soul threads retracted as Hu Yinchuan slowly clenched his fist, cold light blazing in his eyes. So it really was your instigation. He suddenly grabbed Lu Tian's throat, his knuckles turning white. Hu Yitian is dead, yet you're still alive? The excruciating pain of oxygen deprivation made Lu Tian's entire body convulse, while the near-death sensation of having his soul torn apart still churned within him. He shook his head desperately, hoarsely defending himself. Hu Yinchuan, I really wasn't the one who killed Hu Yitian. Besides, he volunteered to help me kill Bai Zhen. What happened after that, I don't know. Bang. The dungeon's heavy iron door was shattered into pieces by a terrifying pressure. Through the dust, a towering figure stepped in, each footstep making the stone walls hum. Hu Yinchuan instantly restrained his killing intent and bowed. Family head. The newcomer Hu Xinyu had a face like iron and eyes unfathomably deep. He walked directly to Lu Tian, looking down at the young man hanging in chains, his voice low and icy. So you're the one who caused my son's death? Lu Tian's face drained of all color, his voice carrying a sob. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. The killer was clearly Bai Zhen. I bear some responsibility at most, but it's definitely not a capital offense. Hu Xinyu swept his sleeve, and the chains suddenly tightened. Amid the crisp crack-crack sounds, Lu Tian's joints were pulled out of shape as fresh blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Under the dim prison lamp, Hu Xinyu's low murmur drowned out all pleas for mercy. My son is dead. I no longer care to distinguish right from wrong. Throw him into the Blackwater death prison and give him 300 lashes of the bone-corroding whip every day. Hu Xinyu's voice thundered from the depths of hell itself. I want him to beg for life but find none, beg for death but receive none. Lu Tian was dragged by the jailers through the dim corridor, iron chains scraping against the stone floor with sharp, piercing sounds. He struggled desperately, but after prolonged torture and the recent forced memory extraction that had drained his abilities, he couldn't even scream. He could only watch helplessly as he was shoved into the foul-smelling cage. The heavy iron door slammed shut, and the dampness and cold of the Blackwater death prison instantly swallowed the last trace of light. Hu Xinyu turned with a sweep of his sleeves, his gaze cutting like a blade toward Hu Yinchuan. After dealing with him, set aside the Lu family matter for now. That boy named Bai Zhen, have you investigated him thoroughly? No unusual intelligence so far. Hu Yinchuan replied with lowered head, his expression unchanged as always. But judging from Lu Tian's memories, this person seems to be hiding his true strength. His ability to achieve multiple peerless ratings at the Professionals Association proves he's far from ordinary. If he weren't in a support class, we could almost certainly conclude that the young master's death is connected to him. But since he is support class, we need to test him. Humph. Murderous intent churned in Hu Xinyu's eyes. Hu Bugawei seems to have encountered obstacles when he took people to the Lin family in Tianyuan City. Find time to check on that. Remember not to act rashly at first. The main purpose is to test Bai Zhen's true strength. If you confirm he has considerable combat power, I authorize you to act first and report later, and I'll bear the consequences. If he's merely putting on airs, find somewhere secluded to dispose of him. Whether or not he was involved, anyone connected to Tian'er must be utterly destroyed. Understood, I'll handle it immediately. Hu Yinchuan bowed slightly and quietly withdrew. At dawn, Lin Qingyue's eyelashes fluttered lightly. Before opening her eyes, she sensed a burning weight around her waist. Bai Zhen's arm lay across her snow-white, slender waist. Fragments of last night's passion flooded back like a tide, and she suddenly buried her face in the pillow, the movement triggering an indescribable soreness at her waist that made her gasp. The subtle sound awakened the person beside her. Bai Zhen drowsily propped himself up, Lin Qingyue's long hair sliding from his shoulder to reveal several intimate scratches on her collarbone. His just-awakened voice was husky and magnetic as he leaned down to seek her lips, but suddenly became fully alert upon seeing the girl's crimson ear tips. In the dim night, he hadn't looked closely, but now he discovered that Lin Qingyue's snow-white back, besides the white tiger tattoo, was covered with marks he had left in his loss of control. She gripped the blanket corner tightly, her knuckles white. Suddenly, she felt an unusual sensation under the covers and tried to sit up in alarm, but Bai Zhen's large hand pulled her back into his embrace. "Don't rush to leave." Bai Zhen groaned softly, his morning instinctive reaction causing both to freeze simultaneously. "Let me hold you for a while. Just a moment." "You." Lin Qingyue turned to glare at him angrily, but crashed into those dark eyes full of mirth. Memories of last night, soaked with tears, surged back, and she indignantly raised her pillow to strike him. The seemingly light movement pulled at her waist, making her go soft and lose control as she fell sideways. Bai Zhen hurriedly reached out to catch her, his fingertips touching silky smoothness, only then realizing the blanket had long since slipped to their ankles. Morning light streamed through the window, coating the girl's curves with a lustrous glow. Bai Zhen's Adam's apple bobbed helplessly as he glanced around frantically, but his gaze inevitably fell on the few dark red spots on the bedsheet. He instantly became flustered, asking carefully, "Does it still hurt?" "Last night I..." "Shut up." Lin Qingyue covered his mouth with her hand. Bai Zhen took the opportunity to lightly kiss her palm, making her recoil as if electrocuted and cry out, "Are you a pervert?" "Thank you for the compliment." "Qingyue, why did you?" After a long silence, Bai Zhen finally voiced the confusion in his heart. Lin Qingyue pressed her lips together, her fingertips gently tracing circles on her knee as she said softly, "During our time in the secret realm, I thought I was going to die so many times. In those moments, looking back on all these years, I felt like my life was missing something. As a child, I always fantasized that my other half would come riding on colorful clouds to rescue me from danger. But last night, when I was near death, all I could see in my mind was your face. We haven't known each other long, yet that feeling, I can't describe it. Since returning last night, I've been trying to understand what this emotion is, and I finally realized perhaps this is what others call love taking deep root. You've shown kindness to me and to the Lin family. Your presence is like a beam of light shining upon me. I know my actions are sudden, but at least they make me feel like my life is complete for once." Bai Zhen suddenly grasped her hand, his expression more serious than ever before. "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility." "What? You're thinking of not taking responsibility?" Lin Qingyue chuckled, her eyes carrying half threat and half sincerity. "If you just walk away, grandfather and father will definitely tear you apart." Bai Zhen touched his nose with a wry smile. "Seems like I won't need to leave anyway. When Lin Hu and Lin Guanyuan find out their precious daughter has been ahem, they'll definitely be furious. Let's keep our relationship secret for now." Lin Qingyue leaned gently against his shoulder, her hair carrying a faint fragrance. "Once your level surpasses father's, we'll get married." Bai Zhen felt her breath brush against his neck, his heart stirring. Lin Qingyue continued, "With your current level and no backing from any faction, the clan elders will definitely oppose us, which would be very troublesome. I gave myself to you because I wanted you to know I am willing to wait." Bai Zhen raised his hand, gently pressing a finger to her lips. "No, you don't need to prove your determination. When I marry you, I'll make sure it's a grand affair. I won't let you be wronged." Lin Qingyue didn't care about ceremony, but she couldn't refuse her lover's promise, so she simply nodded with a smile. She suddenly changed the subject. "I need to return to the academy in the next few days. With your combat strength, taking Liuli and one other person to train in the underground world should be more than sufficient." Return to the academy? Bai Zhen's heart trembled, had almost forgotten that Lin Qingyue was still a student at Tianyuan University. The academy's resources and teaching far exceeded those of the family, and now that the Lin family's crisis was resolved, she should indeed return to school. "It's fine, focus on your development. I'll arrange everything for them." Just as he was thinking about how to comfort Qingyue about their upcoming separation, a semi-transparent notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Lin Qingyue's favorability toward you has increased to 100. The first stage of tattoo upgrade is about to begin. After the tattoo upgrade, you will gain substantial attribute improvements, and each advancement of a mythical level tattoo will grant an additional skill. The favorability was actually enough? The confusion in Bai Zhen's eyes was replaced by wild joy as he suddenly stood up, almost ready to laugh triumphantly at the sky. His current attributes were stuck at a bottleneck, and if Lin Qingyue's white tiger tattoo could be successfully upgraded, it would definitely be the biggest breakthrough in the near future. Bai Zhen looked at Lin Qingyue with a serious tone. Before you go back, I have one urgent matter to discuss. What is it? Tattoo upgrade. These four simple words made the usually composed Lin Qingyue part her red lips slightly, shock written all over her face. The importance of the white tiger tattoo to her was self-evident from her initial entry into cultivation to her current rapid progress. This tattoo had been the primary contributor. If it could advance further, wouldn't that mean her talent would leap to another level? We need to make some preparations before the upgrade. Bai Zhen held up 3 fingers. I need 3 epic-level materials, and I'll handle the rest. Lin Qingyue didn't doubt him for a moment. The last time he tattooed Lin Hu, he had requested that mysterious iron fragment. Everything in the world followed the law of conservation. The more powerful the tattoo, the greater the cost. She understood this principle all too well. After the initial joy, Lin Qingyue's first concern was still for Bai Zhen's safety. Upgrading the tattoo, won't it harm your body? Her voice softened, yet carried unmistakable concern. If there's truly any risk, I'd rather give it up. Struck directly by her worry, warmth surged through Bai Zhen's heart. Refusing power required tremendous willpower, and knowing the terrifying enhancement the tattoo could bring, Lin Qingyue could still show such consideration for him. It was truly precious. It won't. He shook his head with certainty. As long as we have sufficient materials and you meet the tattoo's requirements, there's no harm to me whatsoever. However, this is indeed my first attempt at upgrading a tattoo. So far, only you qualify for this. Lin Qingyue raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of playful delight. So I'm one of a kind to you? Of course. Bai Zhen smiled. In all of Blue Star, those who can upgrade their tattoos can be counted on one hand. This statement was meant both to please her and wasn't much of an exaggeration. The prerequisite for upgrading was that the tattoo recipient's favorability toward Bai Zhen reached 100%. Even if Yi Liuli clung to him constantly, their favorability only remained at 70%. Advancing further would be nearly impossible. I happen to have epic-level materials on hand. Lin Qingyue raised her hand, her fingertips gliding across her storage ring. An ice blue arc flashed 3 objects emanating different glows slowly, suspended in midair. These were originally precious materials her grandfather had prepared for crafting soft armor, but now they seemed to have found a more suitable purpose. With the materials right before his eyes, Bai Zhen didn't want to delay. He was equally eager to discover what changes would occur after upgrading a mythical-level tattoo. Turn around. He composed himself and instructed. You've experienced the process before, so I won't remind you of the details. Lin Qingyue nodded obediently, sitting cross-legged with her back to him. With just one glance, Bai Zhen was captivated by her snow jade-like back. Kiss marks from last night's passion dotted her skin like fallen plum blossoms, trailing from her delicate shoulder blades down to the supple curve of her waist. Following the graceful waistline downward, several faint red finger marks remained, carrying warmth and memory. Sensing the searing gaze on her back, Lin Qingyue's ears warmed, but she forced a calm huff. Had your fill of staring yet? Ahem, I wasn't staring. I was just thinking about where to start upgrading this tattoo. Bai Zhen covered his mouth with a dry cough, though his eyes still clung to the smooth snow-white line of her back. Please. A man's mouth is full of lies. From head to toe, the only thing tough about you is that mouth. Ha ha ha. Oh, it's not just the mouth. Humph. All right, enough fooling around. Time to get serious. Bai Zhen put away his grin as a strand of solidified divine sigil power wrapped his fingertip, and he tapped without hesitation on the white tiger tattoo across Lin Qingyue's back. At that moment, a stream of cold system prompts flashed across Lin Qingyue's status panel. Tattoo. Divine Beast White Tiger Mythic, upgradable. Current stage, Tier 1, pending upgrade. Materials required for upgrade. Any epic grade materials 03, sigil points 1000. Submit materials. Ding. Submission successful. Begin tattooing? Yes. Ding. Sigil points deducted. Upgrade commencing. Light flared violently at Bai Zhen's fingertip, and blazing white sigils raced like current from his knuckle into the ink. The white tiger resting on Lin Qingyue's skin suddenly raised its head. The lazy eyes turned razor-sharp, a purple thunder mark forming in the king character on its brow. Golden runes fell from the air, layering themselves into the tattoo. Its claws bled into a dark crimson hue, while the black stripes along its spine morphed into ancient symbols, flashing and flowing across her fair skin. When the final rune descended, a blinding silver-white thunderburst detonated from the tattoo. A pillar of light speared through the roof into the heavens as the entire white tiger tore free from her back, unfurling into a hundred-jong phantom that hung in the night and roared at the sky. Roar! A deafening bellow swept out in a silver shockwave, rattling every fixture in the room. Lin Qingyue's eyes snapped open, her pupils now vertical slits like a tiger's. She rose slowly, and the spectral tiger above mirrored the motion, then dove in a flash and merged into her body. Ding! Target Lin Qingyue's tattoo has advanced to Tier 1. Class talent rating increased to S. All current attributes increased by 10. New exclusive skill unlocked. Tiger's Roar across 9 Heavens Sun activation. Unleashes a sky-shaking roar that inflicts fear and heavy psychic damage on all enemies within a 15-meter radius. Those with weaker mental resilience will collapse on the spot, while feared, enemy morale plummets. If the level gap is large, they will flee immediately. Extra suppression against beasts. Status panel updated. Name, Lin Qinghua. Class, Frostblade Swordswoman. Class talent rating, S. Level, 28. Strength, 88. Mind, 37. Agility, 74. Defense, 43. Magic resist, 48. Recommended tattoo, White Tiger Mythic Tier 1. Tattoo affinity, 98. Special skills, White Tiger Radiant Wave, Tiger's Roar across 9 heavens. In stark contrast to the silence inside, the Lin estate had already exploded into chaos. Heavy thunderclouds coiled across the sky, silver-white lightning serpents writhed, and the looming white tiger silhouette within the clouds chilled every soul that looked up. Holy hell, what's with that giant cat? Get your eyes checked. That's clearly a white tiger. White tiger? You mean the divine beast white tiger? Why is its projection over our Lin estate? Could it be that the white tiger star has descended? You've been watching too many historical political dramas, haven't you? I feel like some legendary treasure is about to emerge. Huh. And I thought you'd have something clever to say. Turns out you're even worse. You've been binge-watching too much fantasy. Someone in the crowd scoffed, and chaotic chatter erupted all around. The Lin family estate was brightly lit as clan members looked up at the white tiger phantom materializing in the night sky, their emotions a mix of amazement, doubt, and excitement. However, only 2 people truly understood what they were witnessing and felt the most thrilled: Lin Hu and Lin Guanyuan. The white tiger. It's the tattoo on little Yu's body. Lin Hu's eyes blazed with intensity, his voice low and suppressed with emotion. When heaven and earth show such omens, Qingyue must be experiencing something extraordinary. Lin Guanyuan also stared intently at the night sky, his fingertips trembling slightly. This phenomenon was incredibly fortunate for Lin Qingyue and the entire Lin family. It's the white tiger tattoo. Lin Hu murmured to himself, his tone growing more excited. Could it be that little Yu's tattoo is evolving again? Haha, what a blessing for the Lin family. Whether our clan can rise to greatness depends on how far she can go. At this, he suddenly turned and gripped his son's shoulder firmly. Xiaoyuan, that girl Qingyue has limitless potential. You are not to interfere with her relationship with Bai Zhen. Seeing the old master beaming with joy, Lin Guanyuan could only smile awkwardly and nod in agreement. He actually agreed with his father's assessment: young people should marry when they come of age, especially considering that the boy named Bai Zhen had somehow enabled both the old master and Qingyue to gain the mysterious power of tattoos. If not for concerns about propriety, he might even ask Bai Zhen to see if he qualified for a tattoo himself. But the thought of the dignified Lin family head having strange patterns tattooed on his body made him uncomfortable. Forget it, this is just some trendy thing young people do. He muttered to himself, then suddenly frowned. Wait, but then why did the old master? Lin Hu noticed his son's expression and sighed inwardly. This boy was probably scheming again to break up little Yu and young Bai. But as a father, he could no longer directly help the young couple. He could only try to use his authority to suppress the conservative voices within the clan. Xiaoyuan, don't judge people solely by their background. His tone softened but carried undeniable authority. When you were with Yu's mother, she never looked down on your origins. Young Bai may be young, but I can see he possesses talents and vision that his peers lack. Father, enough, stop talking. Lin Hu raised his hand to interrupt. You're probably still thinking about how to silence those old fools. Don't worry about that, I have my ways. That's not. Lin Guanyuan tried to explain, but Lin Hu's brow furrowed sharply, and the oppressive aura of a long-time leader burst forth instantly. It's not that issue. Then what is it? Young Bai has looks and potential. Yes, his level is low now and his family background is weak, but practitioners who climb up from the bottom can still reach the peak. Father, Lin Guanyuan's face turned red from the barrage, and after a long moment, he managed to squeeze out. What I mean is, that young man is excellent, and I don't look down on him either. Lin Hu fell silent for a moment, then glared up at him, his previously relaxed brow furrowing again. Damn boy, why didn't you say so earlier? At the Lin family estate. Bedroom. While Lin Qingyue was examining her skill panel with her head lowered, Bai Zhen wasn't idle either. System notifications suddenly appeared, and he simultaneously gained a new skill along with a 10% boost to all his attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your current attributes have increased by 10, and you have additionally acquired the skill Tiger's Roar across 9 heavens. Name, Bai Zhen. Class, Divine Rune Master. Class talent rating, SSS rank. Level, 25. Experience points, 356,410,0000. Strength, 184,202. Mental power, 185,203. Agility, 149,163. Defense, 146,160 Magic resistance, 144,158 Skills, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version, Divine Rune Eye, Tao Tai True Form, 9 Heavens Thunder, Infernal Prison Curse, Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger, Extreme Frost Domain, 9-Headed Catastrophe, Tiger's Roar Across 9 Heavens. Remaining Divine Rune Points, 5, 6, 2, 3, 7. Looking at the string of jumping numbers on his panel, Bai Zhen was grinning from ear to ear in his heart. Although the newly acquired Tiger's Roar Across 9 Heavens didn't come with built-in advancement enhancement, its damage to mental power was truly terrifying. Mental trauma had always been healer's nightmare, and even with superior methods, it was difficult to completely cure. In other words, this move was practically an assassination weapon. With his current attributes, once Tiger's Roar Across 9 Heavens was unleashed, opponents below level 40 would likely lose their fighting capacity before they even had a chance to react. What decent person at level 25 can go head-to-head with a level 40 class-changed fighter? Bai Zhen thought smugly. This isn't just fighting above one's level, this is pure numerical domination. How is it? Are you satisfied with your new power? Lin Xinghua looked up, unable to hide the excitement in her eyes. Satisfied? It's incredibly powerful. Bai Zhen broke into a wide grin. In her excitement, Lin Xinghua forgot she was completely naked and threw herself into his arms. When she came to her senses, her cheeks burned red as fire, and she hurriedly let go, frantically searching for her clothes. She had just put on her top when, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. Lin Xinghua instinctively pulled her collar tight, covering the scattered strawberry marks on her neck. If anyone else saw her in this state, her reputation would be ruined instantly. After all, although she and Bai Zhen were already husband and wife in both name and reality, this was still a secret that belonged only to the two of them. A man and woman alone together for an entire night, discovered by outsiders, would carry very different implications, especially with such conspicuous marks on her body. Big brother Bai Zhen, are you awake? The sun is already high in the sky. If you don't get up soon, I'm going to ask Sister Qinghua to come see what a lazy pig you are. Yi Liuli's crisp voice rang out from outside the door. Hearing it was the little girl. Both Bai Zhen and Lin Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Liuli was pure-hearted and trusted them completely. As long as they came up with some excuse, she probably wouldn't think too much about it. However, before either of them could respond, they heard Yi Liuli's puzzled murmuring from outside the door, clearly talking to someone else. Strange. Young master isn't someone who likes to sleep in. How is he still not up at this hour? We came back together last night, so logically speaking, after sleeping for so long, he should have woken up by now. Could it be? Something happened to the young master. Kid, step aside. I'm going to break down this door. Chu Xian's voice boomed through the hallway, startling Bai Zhen behind the door into a sharp intake of breath. If this guy actually kicked the door down, there'd be no way to explain the scene inside. After a moment's consideration, he quickly smoothed his disheveled clothes, took a deep breath, and unlocked the door. Meanwhile, Lin Xinghua's cheeks flushed red as she swiftly bent down and cut a small piece of crimson-stained fabric from the bedsheet. She folded the cloth like a treasured keepsake and tucked it into her inner pocket. Click. The door opened. Bai Zhen looked at the two people at his doorway and raised an eyebrow. Who was just threatening to kick down my door? Young master. Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried something had happened to you. Good thing you're fine. The little girl mentioned we're entering a competition, but aren't our levels too low? Bai Zhen stepped aside and gestured toward the room. Qinghua just arrived too. Perfect timing since everyone's here. Let's go inside and have a meeting to discuss our next plans. Oh, Sister Qinghua is here too. Yi Liuli peeked her head in with a bright smile. We really do think alike. Only that blockhead Lin Yao is missing. Haven't seen him for 2 days. Using the word plans, Bai Zhen successfully diverted everyone's attention from the intimate atmosphere in the room. Chu Xian focused on strength, while Yi Liuli worried about holding them back, allowing the lie to settle naturally. As soon as she entered, Yi Liuli pointed at the red marks on Lin Xinghua's neck. Sister Qinghua, why do you have red spots on your neck? Lin Xinghua's fingers tensed, her voice wavering. This mosquito bites. Bai Zhen picked up the explanation. New cold-resistant mosquito species. Be careful at night. OHIC. Yi Liuli believed about 80% of it, but Chu Xian's mouth twitched with a knowing look in his eyes. He clicked his tongue inwardly. The young master truly is a master. Even Miss Lin threw herself into his arms. Men need to have each other's backs. So he patted his chest and whispered his assurance. Don't worry, young master. Chu Xian's lips are sealed. I know nothing. Bai Zhen cleared his throat twice and steered the conversation back to business. Lin Xinghua would soon return to the academy, while the rest would immediately head to the underground world. Yi Liuli had been there once and still felt apprehensive, while Chu Xian was excited about the unknown. Let me make this clear up front. Bai Zhen's tone grew slightly serious. Once we're in the underground world, I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Regarding this matter, Yi Liuli certainly had the most authority to speak. Brother Bai Zhen's goal is to train our combat abilities. When I first awakened my profession, he took me straight to the underground world. What? Chu Xian's pupils dilated instantly. A newbie who had just completed their class change and hadn't even mastered their skills yet dared to venture into the underground world? That was absolutely insane. But his shock lasted only a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Yi Liuli, Lin Qingyue, and himself, all three bore the power of tattoo inscriptions, and he knew full well how domineering that force could be. Not to mention the scene of Bai Zhen single-handedly slaying over 100 demon beasts in the secret realm was still burned into his memory. With such overwhelming combat power backing them up, what was a trip to the underground world? Speaking of the underground world, I almost forgot to share some intel with you all. Lin Qingyue suddenly remembered something and pulled out her phone. After unlocking it and quickly scrolling through the screen, she turned the display toward everyone. Dark Rift discovered in underground world. Adventurers Association issues S-Class Exploration Order, calling for capable individuals to investigate. An unknown space. Chu Xian frowned. Could it be a secret realm? Bai Zhen's gaze fixed on the screen, but his first thought wasn't about treasures, it was about the demon beasts that might emerge from the rift. The passage to the prison world remained connected to his palm, and as long as the monsters' levels weren't completely outrageous, he could casually toss them inside. Whether for training purposes or other uses, everything was at his fingertips. No one has returned yet. Lin Qingyue put away her phone, her tone growing more serious than before. Bai Zhen, I'm telling you all this because I want to warn you not to go. Unknown territories are far too dangerous. Even if there are good things inside, our levels are still too low. Bai Zhen understood her concern, but he couldn't reveal the secret of the prison world. Just like how he concealed his identity as a divine inscription master, such information would be too shocking for the current world, easily causing panic or even getting him captured by the association or various nations for research purposes. That would be the real nightmare. I have no interest in such places. Bai Zhen smiled casually, steering the conversation back to business. What's more important for everyone is preparing for the Rising Star tournament. Qingyue, your experience requirements for leveling up are too high now, you won't advance anytime soon. But you need to focus on practicing combat techniques, especially White Tiger, Blazing Light Wave, and Howling Nine Heavens. Right, Lin Qingyue nodded. Even the usually carefree Yi Liuli sensed something was off from their exchange. Her bright eyes darted back and forth between Bai Zhen and Lin Qingyue before she suddenly slammed her hand on the table with a sharp crack, startling several birds on the windowsill into fluttering away. Something's wrong, very wrong. She drew out her words like a cat that had caught a whiff of something fishy, step by step closing in on the two. Brother Bai Zhen, since when did you and Sister Qingyue become so close? It couldn't be. She suddenly widened her eyes, dramatically covering her mouth in mock shock. You two have been making babies behind my back, haven't you? My friends at the orphanage told me that when adults make babies together, their relationship becomes really good. Yi Liuli wore an expression that said, I totally get it. Bai Zhen was caught completely off guard and nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing twice so hard it made her chest ache. Lin Qingyue completely lost her composure, her fair cheeks instantly flushing crimson as the blush spread from her ears down to her neck. No, we haven't. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll sue you for slander. She quickly waved her hands to change the subject. Let's go have breakfast now. After we eat, we're heading out. I'm setting a goal for both of you. No one comes back until you reach level 20. In the Lin family dining room, the three of them quickly finished breakfast. Afterward, Bai Zhen led Yi Liuli and Chu Xian straight to the Awakener Association. Before departing, Lin Hu brought Bai Zhen into the Lin family treasury as promised. Since the high-value materials had been selected last time, Bai Zhen casually picked a few epic-grade materials with slightly lower resale value, but still quite rare. They could be used for tattoo upgrades or converted to divine pattern points in emergencies. More surprisingly, Lin Hu took out a pair of gauntlets and handed them to Chu Xian. You shed quite a bit of blood helping with the rescue this time. You've earned this reward. Chu Xian's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try on the gauntlets the moment he received them. If Bai Zhen hadn't grabbed him, he would have started looking for someone to spar with right there. Learning that Bai Zhen planned to venture into the underground world, Lin Hu insisted on seeing the three of them off at the door. The old man smiled so broadly that his face wrinkled like a flower, and Bai Zhen immediately understood probably had another favor to ask. He spoke straightforwardly. Elder Lin, if there's anything you need my help with, just say it directly. Qingyue and I are friends, and now I'm staying at the Lin residence. As long as it's within my capabilities, I certainly won't refuse. Lin Hu seized the opportunity, revealing a meaningful smile. Actually, it's not really a big deal. Young friend Bai, during these past few days at the Lin residence, have any of the Lin clan members received your tattoos? No, Bai Zhen shook his head. You know yourself that tattoo power is special. If everyone wanted one, I'd work myself to death. Haha, that's true enough. Lin Hu wasn't surprised at all, and continued. Your tattoos are too extraordinary. I've asked around among my peers, and none of them have heard of any tattoo artist capable of achieving this level. I suspect that when you awakened your profession, you triggered an extremely rare hidden companion skill. Similar cases have only appeared a handful of times throughout history. During my inquiries, some old friends became very interested in your abilities, so. Before he finished speaking, Bai Zhen already understood Lin, who had inadvertently alerted his friends while discussing tattoos with them, and since their relationship was solid, it would be awkward to refuse directly, so they asked him to test the waters. Seemingly worried that Bai Zhen might misunderstand, Lin Hu quickly added, "Rest assured, young friend Bai, they're all good friends of mine for many years. They absolutely won't cause you any baseless trouble." This time, the Lei and Chung families from Tianyuan City came to inquire about tattoos. Bai Zhen had heard of the Lei family before. After all, like the Lin family, they were among the four great families, a reputation hard to ignore. But upon hearing the Chung family's name, he raised an eyebrow, feeling only confusion. Lin, who noticed his puzzlement and explained with a smile, "The Chung family is a rising star that emerged in Tianyuan City in recent years, rarely making public appearances. But I can say with confidence that if they wished, they could easily rank among the four great families. You're not an outsider, Bai, so I'm only telling you this." Lin, who raised his hand, adding weight to the topic. "Moreover, they won't let you make the trip for nothing. I've already informed them about the rare materials needed for tattooing. As compensation, even if no one proves suitable for tattoos, you can enter both families' treasure vaults and choose one item from each." Choose any item? Enter the treasure vaults? Bai Zhen had originally been thinking of how to decline this troublesome trip, but the next second he tossed the word refuse to the back of his mind. For him, this was almost equivalent to free divine pattern points. His mind quickly reasoned, if the Lei and Chung families were merely testing for aptitude, there would be no need for such generosity. Their real purpose was nothing other than winning him over. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any reason that would make both families simultaneously spend big money just to leave a good impression. Since Elder Lin has put it this way, further refusal would make me seem arrogant and ungrateful. Bai Zhen pondered for a moment before making his decision. How about this? Today's schedule is already set. I'll go to the underground world first, then visit the Lei and Chung families after I return. How does that sound? Lin, who nodded readily. Good, good. Everything according to your arrangement. If you encounter any problems in the underground world, use this to contact me. Don't try to tough it out when facing difficult situations. As I've said before, the Lin family will always be your backing." With that, he handed Bai Zhen a blue gold talisman and several bottles of common recovery potions. The talisman felt cool and light in his hand, and Bai Zhen immediately accessed its information. Item name, Spiritual Communication Talisman, Child Talisman. Grade, Rare. Type, One-time Communication Talisman. Effect, when actively destroyed, transmits the user's current coordinates to the holder of the parent talisman. Thank you, Elder Lin. Bai Zhen stored the talisman and potions in his storage ring. With his current combat strength, as long as he didn't court death, his life would hardly be in danger, but having an extra trump card was always welcome. Lin, who was a genuine level 60 powerhouse, and with tattoo enhancement, few of the same rank could match him. When it came to rescue, the Lin family wouldn't possibly send only the old master alone. After brief pleasantries, everyone got in the cars. Bai Zhen's business vehicle and Lin Qingyue's car parted ways at the Lin family estate gates, heading east and west respectively, soon disappearing at the road's end. In the night, a black shadow hid in the tree's shade, staring intently at the vehicle carrying Bai Zhen. Report, Group C has spotted the target leaving the Lin family. Vehicle heading toward the Professionals Association. Received, Group C, your mission is complete. Underground world. Chu Xian, experiencing his first teleportation array, lived up to expectations by dropping to his knees and retching violently. The teleportation sickness left the young man's face deathly pale, but his stubborn nature prevented him from uttering a single complaint. He simply took a deep breath and struggled to his feet beside Bai Zhen, using his knees for support. Chu Xian, the dizziness is normal. Just breathe slowly. I'm fine, young master. Right now, I could take on 10 opponents. Bai Zhen raised his hand to his forehead and sighed helplessly. This eternally competitive young man. Just like his previous visit, Bai Zhen completely ignored the constant stream of party invitations popping up around them and led his two companions straight toward the depths of the secret realm without pause. The moment they stepped out of the safe zone, Chu Xian eagerly wanted to challenge a few level 3 minor demon beasts, only to be yanked back by Bai Zhen. A simple reminder from Bai Zhen made the point clear. How long would it take a level 10 berserker to level up by killing level 3 demon beasts? Until the year of the monkey and month of the horse? Chu Xian sheepishly stopped in his tracks. Along the way, they casually cleared out the annoying minor demon beasts that blocked their path, arriving unimpeded at the bone spike corridor. In the depths of the dim passageway, over a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes hung suspended in the darkness. Bai Zhen pointed ahead. There are demon beasts up there. You two attack first and see if the difficulty level here is suitable. Yi Lioli had fought here before and was experienced. She leaped onto a slanted stone pillar with a graceful flip, her robes billowing as her staff glowed with pale blue light, sending several solid wind blades whistling forth. Boom! The wind blades crashed into the shadows with the shriek of tearing air, scattering stone fragments. Though they didn't instantly kill their targets, the attack was fierce enough. In the commotion, some cowardly demon beasts fled in panic, but 3 lizard-like monsters still burst forth aggressively. Bone Spike Lizard LV.21. Compared to the level 16-17 creatures from last time, the monsters here had clearly grown stronger overall. Pale bone armor tightly encased the lizards' bodies, their crimson eyes locked deadly onto the pair. Their claws scraped against the ground with ear-piercing shrieks as they closed the distance of several yards in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian stomped forward forcefully, the rock surface beneath his feet cracking into a spider web pattern as the berserker's berserk aura exploded forth. He threw a direct punch at the foremost bone spike lizard, the complete equipment set gifted by Lin, who now fully unleashed his strength attributes. Fist met bone armor in a thunderous clash, shock waves exploded outward, the lizard's chest plate instantly caved in, bone spikes shattered and flew, and the entire monster was sent flying like a shadow to crash against a stone pillar in a shower of debris. The remaining 2 seized the opportunity to attack from the flanks, their bone claws gleaming coldly as they aimed for Chu Xian's throat. Yi Lioli's second wave of wind blades struck with precision, forcibly slamming the 2 airborne bone spike lizards back to the ground. Ding! Yi Lioli has slain LV.21 bone spike lizard. After the additional experience boost from the Tao Dai tattoo, you have gained 1443 experience points. Divine mark points, 47. Truly worthy of the Tao Dai tattoo. Bai Zhen silently marveled. He suddenly felt certain that his lucky find in that alley had been the most correct decision. A mere level 21 demon beast yielding over 1,400 experience points was an efficiency rate that would shock anyone. In just a few moves, though it was their first time fighting together, the 2 coordinated seamlessly. Despite being their first collaboration, their teamwork was remarkably synchronized. Bai Zhen nodded with satisfaction. Since Yi Lioli could handle this place solo, adding Chu Xian to the mix would make things even easier. He turned his attention to their battle, preparing to carefully observe their coordinated techniques, when a sharp, killing intent suddenly surged from behind. Bai Zhen spun around abruptly, only to see a bone-spiked lizard burst from the shadows like an arrow released from its bow. This one was larger with thicker spikes, its scales gleaming with a dark red luster clearly different from ordinary bone-spiked lizards. An elite monster. Perfect timing. Bai Zhen's eyes lit up. In the past, he would have simply used his fists to teach this blind beast a lesson, but this time he planned to try a different approach. Stop your howling and have a chat with my space instead. He chuckled softly as divine pattern power instantly flowed into his right palm. Dark light swirled in his palm, creating a powerful suction force. The bone-spiked lizard sensed danger in that smile and tried to retreat, but Bai Zhen had already closed in. The moment his right palm drew near, dark light flashed, and the elite bone-spiked lizard was swallowed into the prison space before it could even scream. Prison world. Long Ling was idly contemplating which beast to choose as today's mount, when an unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared overhead. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the earth, startling all the nearby resting beasts awake. The bone-spiked lizard crashed to the ground and instinctively roared upward, trying to assert its dominance through sound. However, in the next moment, dozens of far more terrifying auras locked onto it like steel needles. Where did this little thing come from? Did it damage its brain in the fall? How dare it make noise in front of me? A childish yet crisp female voice drifted down from above. The bone-spiked lizard stiffly raised its head to see a little girl standing on the back of a tiger-like beast dozens of times larger than itself. The tiger demon had wings on its back and bulging muscles. With just one glance, the bone-spiked lizard foresaw its own death. Ahu, show it what's what. Long Ling gave the order casually. The giant tiger roared toward the sky, its sound waves 100 times stronger than the bone-spiked lizard's earlier shriek. The elite monster was shaken into producing a high-pitched squeak and desperately backed away, trying to find a corner to cower in. After just 2 steps, it bumped into an even more massive beast behind it. For the first time, its vertical pupils reflected something close to human fear. In reality, wasn't there some commotion just now? Did a beast try to ambush us? After finishing off the last few bone-spiked lizards, Chu Xian finally looked around with belated awareness. Bai Zhen waved dismissively with an air of nonchalance. No, you're just too tense. He shifted topics. Your combat has basically no major flaws, just polish the details through real battle experience. I'm not some combat master either, so I can't offer you much valuable tactical advice. All theories are just empty talk. The best way to master combat techniques is through actual fighting. After Bai Zhen finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Lioli and Chu Xian, his tone resolute. You two should focus on leveling up here. I have other matters to handle. so we'll split up for now. Yi Lioli was stunned for a moment. She stored her staff in her storage ring, hurried to his side in a few steps, and asked with puffed cheeks, "Where are you going?" "Somewhere a bit dangerous." "How dangerous?" "We're coming too." "You said it's dangerous yourself, and you still want to go alone." Bai Zhen didn't intend to elaborate. Too much explanation would only cause unnecessary worry. He pulled out several potions from his ring and tossed them to Yi Lioli. "Focusing on leveling up is the greatest help you can give me. Don't save the potions when you run out. Go back and get more from Old Len. Don't worry, ordinary demon beasts can't harm me. If I really encounter monsters that even I can't handle, you going along wouldn't help anyway." Yi Lioli's shoulders drooped, and even Chu Xian beside her silently clenched his fists. They were still too weak. If their levels were higher, perhaps they could accompany Bai Zhen anywhere. A strong sense of urgency rose in both their hearts. They had to become stronger quickly and stop being a burden. Understanding this, they stopped insisting. After all, they needed to level up wherever they went, and staying in a familiar area was safer. Seeing their understanding, Bai Zhen nodded with satisfaction. What he feared most was people being unreasonable, but fortunately these two knew their limits. "Work hard. I hope when I return, you'll both have reached level 20. "No problem. We'll do our best." After bidding farewell to the two, Bai Zhen walked alone toward the deeper parts of the tunnel. According to online intelligence, the newly appeared Dark Rift was located at the junction between the Dark Tunnel and the Crystal Cavern. The demon beasts there were generally level 30 to 40, and near the Crystal Cavern, monsters above level 40 might appear. Many job changers had already gathered at the Rift entrance, and he planned to try his luck there too. The demon beasts in the Dark Rift were of unknown levels, and so far no one had come out alive. Venturing in alone carried extreme risk, and there was only one way to reduce the death rate: forming a team. Although his main profession was tattoo artist, his current skills were sufficient to disguise himself as a mage. In this world, except for a few specific abilities, no one could accurately determine someone's profession from appearance alone, giving him natural cover. As he walked, his footsteps echoed off the rock walls. Suddenly click, a pebble was kicked and struck the rock face. Bai Zhen's raised foot hung in midair, his eyes sharp with alertness. Someone was following him. He stopped and surveyed the dim tunnel, his voice cold and stern. "If you have business with me, why not come out and speak directly? Skulking behind someone like this, you wouldn't happen to be some kind of pervert, would you? If you don't show yourself, I happen to know some wide-area destructive skills." "Oh no, I've been exposed." In the deep night, a seductively sweet female voice suddenly echoed through the empty alley, accompanied by an overwhelmingly cloying fragrance carried on the wind. The moment Bai Zhen's nose caught that scent, alarm bells rang like thunder in his mind. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth. Something was wrong with this smell. No ordinary fragrance would trigger such an instinctive association with mortal danger. "Clever." The voice was soft and alluring, seeming to come from all directions at once, as if the night wind itself was speaking. "Too bad clever people often die faster, though I'm afraid you've realized it a bit too late. You've inhaled my deadly poison mist. In just a moment, your legs will give out and you'll fall unconscious." From the depths of the shadows, a dark figure slowly emerged. It was a woman with a stunning figure, her body wrapped tightly in black leather armor that revealed flowing curves in the moonlight. Her impressive chest nearly strained the material to its limits. A translucent black veil covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of seductive eyes with a small mole at the corner, radiating dangerous allure. Bai Zhen's lips curved slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Playing with poison in front of him? Did she really think he was an amateur? Back when he had tattooed the crimson-eyed ice toad on Lin Hu, he had gained complete poison immunity through the extreme cold domain, and even better, any toxin would be converted into temporary attribute boosts, with stronger poisons providing greater enhancement. What was deadly poison to others was merely a buff supplement to him. Ding. You have absorbed heart loss poison, gaining temporary attributes: strength 19, mental power 11, agility 15, defense 10, magic resistance 10. Temporary attribute duration, 300s. Current remaining time, 299,300. 5 minutes. That's more than enough. Bai Zhen looked up, his eyes flashing with blue-green light. Divine Mark Eye? A translucent panel appeared in his vision. Name, Zhong Wuying. Class, Assassin. Class Talent Rating, Rank. Level, 35. Strength, 140. Mental Power, 77. Agility, 163. Defense, 121. Magic Resistance, 117. Recommended Tattoo, Mandala Flower Epic. Compatibility, 94.9. Oh. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes, his hostility instantly shifting to appraisal. What a twist of fate! The assassin sent to kill him actually possessed an epic tattoo with high compatibility. If he could recruit her, the thought alone was thrilling. Though these thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, his expression remained calm. An assassin's greatest strength was agility, yet after being poisoned, his agility had surpassed this level 35 opponent's stats. With victory assured, Bai Zhen showed no fear of death, his entire demeanor unnervingly calm. We don't seem to know each other. Who sent you? The Lu family? Or the Hu family? He asked casually. Zhong Wuing chuckled softly, her eyes showing undisguised confidence and contempt for her prey. She was far too confident in her poison mist. I have nothing to say to a dead man. Take those questions with you and find out in your next life. Time ticked by second by second. Though they stood only 3 steps apart, they remained motionless for a full minute. Zhong Wuing's initially composed gaze finally showed traces of confusion and unease. What are you waiting for? For the poison to take effect? Bai Zhen smiled brilliantly, but this very smile sent a bone-chilling coldness through Zhong Wuing. Here's a hint for you, you won't be able to kill me today. Bai Zhen's tone was casual. Whether I can kill you or not, we'll find out by trying, won't we? Zhong Wuing sneered, her eyes cold and sinister. Though I don't know what method you used to become immune to my poison earlier, with your current combat ability, you have only one path: death. Come and meet your end obediently. As her words fell, her figure suddenly streaked forward like black lightning, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant. Her previously empty right hand instantly materialized a short blade wreathed in faint black energy. The blade's light tore through the air, its snow-bright edge aimed directly at Bai Zhen's throat. If this strike landed solidly, it would surely result in decapitation. The blade's edge was less than half an inch from its target when Bai Zhen finally looked up, meeting the eyes of the charging Zhong Wuing. Too slow. He sighed softly and casually waved his right hand. Bang! An irresistible, tremendous force slammed into Zhong Wuing, sending her flying backward like a kite with a broken string, heavily embedding her into the stone pillar behind. The solid stone pillar cracked and crumbled into countless fragments amid violent tremors, dust shooting everywhere. Zhong Wuing felt her chest tighten, a metallic sweetness surging in her throat as fresh blood trickled down through her veil. Ow! How is this possible? Eyes filled with terror, she struggled to stand. In that instant just now, she had seen it clearly. She had charged at full speed, yet Bai Zhen could lift his eyes to meet her gaze and forcibly interrupt her attack. The techniques honed through years of assassination, each move a killing blow that could easily dispatch level 20 professionals, had been effortlessly neutralized by her opponent. According to intelligence, Bai Zhen was at most in his 20s in terms of level, yet such speed, such power, was absolutely not what a 20th level should possess. Unable to figure it out, she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. As an assassin, the mission must be completed whether the intelligence was wrong or her opponent was hiding skills. Neither was reason for her to retreat. Shadow strike, instant kill. Zhong Wuing roared, unleashing the full explosive power of a level 35 shadow assassin. Her figure shattered into black afterimages at her original position, her dagger trailing ghostly blue cold light as it once again locked onto Bai Zhen's throat. This move was her trump card as 0.3-second ultra-high-speed thrust with armor-piercing and deadly poison effects that even heavily armored warriors would struggle to survive. However, snap! A light, crisp sound. Bai Zhen merely raised one finger, its tip precisely meeting the dagger's point. More accurately, there was an extremely mysterious force using his fingertip as a medium that forcibly blocked this attack. Zhong Wuing's pupils contracted sharply. Her gleaming silver dagger had just thrust forward, only to be steadily blocked by Bai Zhen's extended index finger. As fingertip met blade edge, there was no clash of metal, but rather the sensation of striking an invisible wall. The attached armor-piercing and deadly poison were instantly suppressed, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Her heart shook violently as her wrist twisted rapidly. The dagger transformed into 3 ghostly shadows, tearing through the air from top to bottom, striking simultaneously at Bai Zhen's forehead, heart, and abdomen. This triple shadow killing technique, with its blend of illusion and reality, would be difficult for even assassins of the same rank to completely evade. Yet Bai Zhen remained standing in place, his feet unmoved. In the next moment, with his position as the center, a suffocating pressure erupted and spread outward. 9-headed catastrophe. As his deep voice fell, the surrounding space seemed to crack under the blow of a heavy hammer. Zhong Wuing's hair stood on in danger. She instinctively retreated rapidly, her afterimage streaking back several yards. Too late. Splash. Countless tiny water droplets materialized from thin air, refracting cold light before instantly compressing into high-pressure water blades. Each drop was sharp enough to slice through steel. Zhong Wuing's black leather bodysuit was slashed full of tears, the icy water vapor sealing the freshly opened wounds. She endured the sharp pain, her form flashing like lightning as she searched for the only gap. An even more terrifying sight then emerged. Behind Bai Zhen, 9 serpent shadows, each over 30 feet long, condensed from water elements, their scales translucent blue, their eyes blood red, each pair of eyes locked firmly onto her, their prey. Calamity Domain, activate. Within a 100-meter radius, the air became thick as if filled with gel, while dark green mist rapidly spread. Zhong Wuing felt her scalp tighten, her vision distort, and her ears fill with countless hissing sounds, as if innumerable serpent tongues were flickering through her mind. She finally understood. Bai Zhen was equally skilled in poison arts, and his toxicity far exceeded hers. No wonder he had been completely immune earlier. Her tongue stung as she forcibly bit through the flesh, using the sharp pain to suppress her dizziness. But the 9 serpent shadows were already moving in unison. Boom! The first serpent shadow dove down with explosive water waves. She rolled and barely dodged, only to have her retreat blocked by the tail of the second serpent shadow. Bang! The serpent's tail swept horizontally, sending her flying into the rock wall with a deafening crash and scattered stone fragments. Her chest ached with a dull pain as she spat blood, her breathing suddenly weakened. Shadow escape. She crushed the black crystal at her waist, pouring all her remaining true chi into it. Her body instantly transformed into black mist, fragmenting, flowing, and reassembling, temporarily immune to physical attacks while accelerating her movement. However, this life-saving crystal was extremely valuable unless absolutely necessary. She would never bear to use such a precious trump card. The black mist of her transformed state swiftly drifted toward the outskirts of the ruins, pulling further away from the serpent shadows behind her. Zhong Wuying felt slightly relieved. As long as she could escape this area, she was confident she could. Where do you think you're going? A gentle voice suddenly whispered in her ear, making every hair on Zhong Wuying's body stand on end. Bai Zhen had somehow appeared ahead of the black mist, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly waiting for her approach. Zhong Wuying instinctively tried to change direction, only to be met by a water serpent phantom. Bang! Poor Zhong Wuying was struck down once again. Though this time her luck was slightly better, she didn't crash into a stone pillar. However, being forced to stop abruptly while moving at high speed inflicted considerable damage to her body. Combined with her previous injuries, she now had virtually no combat ability left. What was happening? What on earth was going on? How could his speed be this fast? Zhong Wuying screamed internally. With the Shadow Shield's enhancement, her movement speed increased by 10. Assassins naturally belong to the fastest class among all professions. Even a level 40 advanced player shouldn't be able to catch up to her. This guy? Before Zhong Wuying could finish her mental complaints, the third and fourth serpent shadows had already coiled around her. The frigid water elements formed shackles, binding Zhong Wuying tightly. Crack! As Shang Liu's phantom tightened its grip, Zhong Wuiying's bones creaked under the strain, her face instantly turning deathly pale. If this continued, she would die. She struggled desperately, but it only made things worse the more she fought. The tighter the serpent shadows constricted. How was this possible, such power? She painfully lifted her head to look at Bai Zhen, who remained standing in place without moving even a finger, and despair finally filled her eyes. Are you going to continue? I told you from the beginning you can't kill me today. I only need to exert myself slightly, and you've already reached your limit. The gap between us can't be bridged by shouting. Bai Zhen walked over slowly, each step making Zhong Wuiying's heart race wildly. She finally realized she hadn't accepted an assassination mission. This was a suicide mission. No wonder the client had been so generous with payment. They must have known how formidable this target was. Approaching her, Bai Zhen grasped Zhong Wuiying's pale neck and pressed her against the crumbling wall. Up close, he discovered this female assassin was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her black veil had fallen away during the struggle, revealing a delicate, oval face like a painting, with red lips trembling slightly from fear. Let me go, Zhong Wuiying gasped with difficulty, trying to push away the hands gripping her chin, only to find herself still bound by the serpent shadows. But Bai Zhen ignored her struggles, staring into her eyes thoughtfully. He suddenly released her neck, and before she could react, he spun her around to face the wall, holding her in place. What are you doing? Zhong Wuiying was terrified. Her current position was awkward, her entire back exposed to Bai Zhen's gaze. During the earlier battle, her clothing had been torn to shreds, with only a few crucial areas still covered. Could it be? Was he planning to do something unspeakable to her? And from behind, no less. Instinctively, she twisted her body desperately, trying to break free from Bai Zhen's restraint. But the power difference between them was too vast. Her movements had no effect and only made the atmosphere more suggestive. Don't move. Bai Zhen's voice suddenly became serious as his right hand pressed against the leather armor on her back. With a ripping sound, the tough leather armor tore like paper, exposing Zhong Wuiying's smooth, jade-like back. Zhong Wuiying trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Just as she thought, she had guessed correctly. This man was going to force himself on her. She had carried out countless dangerous missions, yet never before had she felt so helpless and terrified. Under the dim lighting, Zhong Wuiying was forced to turn her back to Bai Zhen, the cold air against her exposed skin making her spine tremble slightly. For the first time, she began to regret taking on this mission, even questioning her original motivation for becoming an assassin. Please, don't do this. Her voice was hoarse, yet she still clung to her last shred of hope. Bai Zhen paid no attention, focusing solely on examining her back exposed to the air. He wasn't the type of perverted old lecher who insisted on taking someone from behind, at least not at this moment, as his entire attention was devoted to selecting the tattoo placement. Her jade-like skin complemented the elegant curve of her spine, with shoulder blades spread on either side like butterfly wings poised for flight. Even so, he couldn't help but admire inwardly. That figure was indeed stunning. The unknown waiting nearly drove Zhong Wuying to a breakdown. "What exactly are you going to do to me?" "What's the rush?" Bai Zhen replied casually. "What's meant to happen will happen. Just bear with it. It'll be over soon." You. Her voice trembled, having never encountered such shameless audacity. As his fingertip touched that jade-like back, a hair-raising energy wave instantly penetrated Zhong Wuying's body, as if a deep-sea whirlpool was sweeping her entire being away. Ding! This tattoo is an epic-level mandala, consuming 2,000 divine pattern points. Current remaining divine pattern points, 54,537. Dark golden light gathered at Bai Zhen's fingertip, and the first spiritual pattern carved a long, narrow afterimage through the air. The moment his fingertip descended, a drop of crimson blood seeped from Zhong Wuying's snow-white skin, suspended in midair, neither falling nor evaporating. Immediately after, the blood drop suddenly split into countless hair-thin blood threads, meandering across her back. Where the blood threads passed, fine dark red patterns emerged beneath the skin, as if blood vessels were being rearranged. Zhong Wuying shuddered violently, her slender neck arching back as a low hoarse moan escaped her throat. This wasn't ordinary pain, but a torment that burned through bone marrow and tore at the soul, as if something was taking root, growing, and spreading deep within her flesh and blood. The tattooing process continued. The time limit for the nine-headed calamity had long expired, yet Zhong Wuying was immersed in the transformation of the divine pattern's power, with no thought of escape. The dark red patterns intertwined and converged, ultimately outlining a bewitching mandala flower. As the final stroke was completed, the entire mandala suddenly burst forth with blinding blood-red light, then instantly restrained itself, transforming into a dark red mark deeply branded into her back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an epic-level mandala flower tattoo. Target Zhong Wuying's talent has been upgraded to a level increased by 2, and has gained additional attribute bonuses from the epic-level tattoo. This attribute enhancement includes Strength 39, Mental Power 11, Agility 48, Defense 30, Magic Resistance 33. Target Zhong Wuying has acquired the exclusive skill, Dance of the Mandala. Dance of Mandragora, active effect. Instantly creates 3 phantom duplicates that dash forward, each leaving Mandragora flower marks along their path. The main body can freely teleport to any mark location. The phantoms last for 3 seconds, and if enemies attack them, they trigger Phantom Poison Backlash, causing brief blindness. If all marks remain undestroyed after 3 seconds, all phantoms will join the main body in attacking the designated target, dealing 200 of the main body's damage. Passive effect. All attacks from the skill holder, whether daggers, throwing weapons, or abilities, carry Mandragora toxins, inflicting phantom pain on targets. Poison victims will intermittently see Mandragora flower illusions and randomly trigger one of the following effects. 1. Hallucination. Briefly lose sense of direction. Attacks may accidentally harm allies. 2. Paralysis. Intermittent loss of limb control. 3. Heart erosion. Skill costs greatly increase while skill effectiveness decreases by 30. Name: Zhong Wuying. Class: Assassin. Class Talent Rating: A rank. Level: 37. Base Attributes: Strength: 179. Mental Power: 88. Agility: 211. Defense: 151. Magic Resistance: 150. Recommended Tattoo: Mandragora Flower Epic Tattoo. Compatibility: 94.9. Special Skill: Dance of Mandragora. Ding! You have gained attribute enhancement from target Zhong Wuying. This enhancement includes Strength 39, Mental Power 11, Agility 48, Defense 30, Magic Resistance 33. Ding! You have acquired the Tattoo Feedback skill Withering of All Living Things. Effect: upon activation, during the skill's duration, for every unit that dies within a 500-meter radius, including allies, Mandragora will condense a life fruit. Life fruits can be consumed to summon corresponding undead puppets to join battle. Puppets retain 70 of their pre-death combat power and explode upon death, dealing damage corresponding to their former level. Name: Bai Zhen. Class: Divine Tattoo Master. Class Talent Rating: SS Rank. Level: 27. Abundant Experience Points. Base Attributes: Strength 241. Mental Power 214. Agility 211. Defense 190. Magic Resistance 191. Mastered Skills: White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessing Version, Divine Tattoo Eye, Tao Tai True Form, 9 Heavens Thunder, Flame Prison Curse, Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger, Extreme Cold Domain, 9-Headed Catastrophe, Tiger roar through 9 heavens. Withering of all living things. Remaining divine tattoo points, 54537. As expected, Bai Zhen's lips curved into a smile. Tattooing professionals of slightly higher levels was indeed greatly beneficial to himself. Just casually leveling up resulted in an astonishing surge in attributes. This time it was merely an epic-level tattoo, yet the enhancement it brought far exceeded the legendary-level tattoos he had previously inscribed for lower-level individuals. Of course, there were pros and cons. The lower the tattoo grade, the fewer divine tattoo points and experience would be fed back later. From a long-term perspective, high-quality tattoos were naturally more valuable, but that was a matter for the future. Right now, what he needed most was initial accumulation. Resources snowball once he survived the most difficult early stages. The later challenges would be trivial. Thinking about how his attributes had once again left same-level records far behind, Bai Zhen almost wanted to throw back his head and laugh heartily. If Zhong Wuying knew that a mere level 27 tattoo master already matched a level 40 assassin enhanced by tattoos in agility attributes, just how shocked would she be? Stop dwelling on it, it's over. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, Bai Zhen unceremoniously raised his hand and delivered a firm slap to Zhong Wuing's perfectly curved, supple rear. His palm struck with just the right amount of force, producing a crisp sound as her flesh visibly rippled from the impact. The tremor so pronounced it seemed to make the very air quiver. Being struck in such an intimate place would snap anyone back to reality, no matter how lost in thought they were. Zhong Wuing froze in place, her ears turning a fierce shade of red as the blush spread down to her neck. Her usually cold eyes went wide as saucers, glaring at Bai Zhen with a mixture of shame and fury, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Rage surged through her, and she instinctively prepared to retaliate, her spiritual energy beginning to circulate. She stopped short, suddenly looking down at her hands in shock. Her attribute panel materialized in her consciousness. Not only had all her stats skyrocketed, but her level had jumped up by 2 whole tiers. My attributes, they've improved? Zhong Wuing looked up in disbelief, a tangle of confusion, surprise, and unease washing over her. What did you do to me? Bai Zhen stood with his arms crossed, lazily raising an eyebrow with an amused smile playing at his lips. What? Not satisfied with becoming stronger. This is the kind of opportunity countless people would kill for. If you don't like it, I can take it back right now. No. Zhong Wuing instinctively reached out to stop him, but immediately realized her loss of composure. She bit her lip and pulled back, her expression conflicted. She had indeed grown stronger, ridiculously so. But the more powerful she became, the less she understood Bai Zhen's motives. I came here to kill you. Why would you give me this power? A profound gleam flashed in Bai Zhen's eyes, his smile taking on an enigmatic quality. Relying solely on tattoos to control someone is too weak and too boring. Wouldn't it be much more interesting to turn an assassin to my side? Before attempting to turn her, he needed to test the waters. Bai Zhen casually asked. The person who sent you to kill me didn't tell you why, did they? No. Zhong Wuing replied without hesitation. Assassins only take contracts, we don't ask questions about anything else. Bai Zhen inwardly smirked. His conversion plan was already halfway successful. He smoothly continued. The power I wield is enough to shatter this world's class barriers. Those high and mighty elites and resource-hoarding noble families fear nothing more than ordinary people gaining power. I happen to be able to give that power to the very people they dread most. Zhong Wuing's pupils contracted slightly as conflicted emotions churned within her. Think about it, we did your mission intel list me as only being in my 20s? Why didn't anyone tell you that my true strength far exceeds what you were led to believe? Bai Zhen's tone remained unhurried. Because, Zhong Wuing murmured, they didn't want me to know the truth? Exactly. Bai Zhen's laugh was cold. They're simply gambling that assassins like you might get lucky and kill me. They take no risks while you stake your lives. When you fail, there will be a second, then a third to take the contract. To them, it's just spending money. To you, it's life and death. Zhong Wuing's lips trembled slightly as her heart churned like a stormy sea. But falsifying mission details would falsify? How could they falsify information? Bai Zhen cut off Zhong Wuing's words directly. My power is very special, and I believe you can sense that too. According to the records of the Profession Changers Association, I am indeed just a genuine level 27 profession changer. This is something your assassin organization should be able to verify, otherwise how would they have assigned this mission to you? Zhong Wuing fell silent. She recalled her confusion when accepting the mission. Why would killing a target in their 20s carry a bounty higher than missions targeting those above level 30? Now, Bai Zhen had laid the answer bare before her in just a few sentences. The client had used a hefty reward to lure assassins into a trap, nothing more. At this thought, she cursed silently. Those bastards. Meanwhile, at the assassin organization's headquarters, Hubu Gui, who was waiting for the mission results, suddenly sneezed unexpectedly and frowned as he muttered, strange, it's not even cold. Who's talking about me? In the forest, Bai Zhen noticed Zhong Wuying's wavering expression and simply kept quiet, letting her process everything on her own. The shock brought by his tattoo power was enough to shatter anyone's worldview completely. After all, everyone understood the principle that the tree that stands tallest catches the most wind. Whether from an emotional or rational standpoint, his persuasion was nearly flawless. After a long while, Zhong Wuying finally spoke softly. Then how can you prove that what you're saying is true? Simple. Bai Zhen raised his hand and pointed ahead. Since I claim I can change others' talents, you wouldn't be the only person I've modified. Go find them and ask them face to face what kind of person I am in their eyes. It's also easy to verify the truth. Everyone I've worked on will have strange tattoos on their bodies. He spoke with complete confidence. In the eyes of Lin Qingyue and the others, he was indeed a supremely good person, which didn't conflict at all with killing Hu Yitian. Coincidentally, today I'm bringing two young people whose talents I've modified for training. They're not far ahead in the Bone Spike corridor, an elemental mage girl and a berserker boy. With your high agility attribute, it'll only take you a moment to go back and forth. If you're worried, I'll wait right here for you. Zhong Wuying had always been decisive. After nodding, her figure flickered and melted into the forest shadows. In less than a few minutes, she returned with an extremely complex expression. Clearly, she had already verified everything with Yi Liuli and Chu Xian. After a moment of silence, she said quietly, "All right, you're correct. But my profession is that of an assassin, and investigating the truth behind missions has already crossed the line. The organization has shown me kindness, and you've enhanced my talent, so you've also shown me kindness. Therefore I will return to confess my transgression to the organization, and if I can come back alive, I'll serve you." I've heard before that assassins face all kinds of trials when leaving their organizations, sometimes even risking their lives. Turns out it's true. Bai Zhen stood by the window, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the window frame as his gaze lingered on Zhong Wuying. He wasn't in a rush to interrogate her, instead giving her space to think this woman still bore his divine mark on her back, and if she died just like that, it would not only be a waste but also a loss of the divine mark points he had invested. "I'm curious," he said in a calm tone, yet with a hint of hook-like persuasion. "What exactly did the organization offer you to make you so utterly devoted?" At this question, Zhong Wuying's eyes flickered slightly. After a long pause, she spoke in a low voice, as if reminiscing yet trying to convince herself. 10 years ago, when I was about to starve to death, the organization took me in and taught me survival skills. I do want to break free from the organization and become a free person, but I carry their debt of gratitude." "Wait." Bai Zhen raised his hand, cutting off her reminiscence cleanly. "Isn't it possible they simply saw your potential and weren't acting out of kindness? How could a place that puts price tags on human lives waste resources on someone worthless? Over these years, you've killed quite a few people for them, haven't you?" Zhong Wuying froze for a moment, as if instinctively reporting numbers. "From when I first started taking missions until now, I've killed 724 people." Such a cold yet precise number made the air in the room suddenly heavy. Even though Bai Zhen had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a chill, then raised an eyebrow with self-mockery. With that efficiency, calling you their top performer wouldn't be an exaggeration. He paced 2 steps, continuing to dismantle her beliefs, taking in unwanted orphans, then training them as assassins to serve the organization with blind loyalty. Isn't that the old playbook? You've all been conditioned by the organization since childhood, feeling instinctive guilt at the thought of leaving. If you ask me, you might as well not go back. Stay by my side. Before he could finish, he clearly felt Zhong Wuying's razor-sharp gaze scanning him up and down, as if weighing which part to chop off first. "Ahem, I take back that last statement." Bai Zhen raised his hands in surrender. "But I sincerely suggest you take this opportunity to leave the organization. You've killed so many people for them, many debt of gratitude should have been cleared long ago. If they truly had good intentions, they would have given you an exit strategy by now. Who would bear to tie a girl they raised from childhood to a life of killing? Living with bloodstained hands isn't easy." Each of Bai Zhen's words struck like a heavy hammer against Zhong Wuying's previously solid beliefs. Just as he was about to say more, a cold flash appeared before his eyes. Zhong Wuying's figure had already vanished silently through the window. He didn't pursue her, only smiled faintly. The tattoo was the best means to keep her in check. This woman's sudden departure was probably because she couldn't accept the newly instilled values her defenses had crumbled. After all, an assassin who grew up in mountains of corpses and seas of blood would naturally resist upon suddenly discovering that her supposed benefactors had merely treated her as a tool. To put it more bluntly, her mind was just a bit too simple to process this revelation immediately, but given time, she would eventually figure it out. After this incident, Bai Zhen couldn't help but ponder who had issued the assassination order. Considering the 2 factions he had recently offended, he quickly focused his suspicions on the Hu family. The Liu family had deep roots in Tianyuan City. If they truly wanted to make a move, there would be no need to go through the trouble of hiring an assassin organization. The more powerful Hu family, however, had to worry about leaving evidence behind. so they chose the most covert assassination route. This made perfect sense. The problem was that the power the Hu family wielded was beyond ordinary imagination. 5 inspectors of China governed the eastern, western, southern, and northern regions, with another chief inspector stationed at the central hub. Just one patrol inspector under their command could make the entire city of Tianyuan tremble with a single stomp. Unfortunately, the major inspectors were at odds with each other and would hardly give their rivals any leverage. If not for this, Bai Zhen would probably already be dead. What could a level 27 tattoo artist do if they forced their way in directly? It was precisely because they kept each other in check that this became the only gap he could exploit. After briefly lamenting his perilous situation, Bai Zhen continued his journey. Meanwhile, Yi Lioli and Chu Xian weren't idle either. Judging from the experience points and divine pattern points fed back through their tattoos, their efficiency in hunting demonic beasts was remarkable. In just half an hour, both had steadily gained a level. Due to his higher level and the massive experience gap, Bai Zhen hadn't leveled up yet, but he received every attribute point without exception. He secretly rejoiced that playing the pig to eat the tiger seemed naturally advantageous in this world. While people here could use skills to glimpse professions and levels, no one could directly see through a complete attribute panel. Who would imagine that a level 27 tattoo artist could unleash stats rivaling those of a level 40 combat professional? Armed with this confidence, Bai Zhen charged forward recklessly. Any demonic beast that came into his sight didn't even warrant lifting a finger, directly absorbed them into his prison world. These beasts entered with fierce momentum but crashed down in a dazed heap upon landing. Long Ling was naturally mischievous, and this little devil showed some mercy to the old residents previously captured in the prison, but was utterly ruthless toward these newcomers who didn't know their place. Time stretched on, long and hazy, until a deep tremor from beneath his feet made Bai Zhen stop. The originally dim green moss on the rock walls instantly extinguished in unison, then was replaced by an eerie, deep purple. The entire tunnel seemed like an awakened giant beast, with the stone walls bulging into twisted muscle textures that writhed irregularly. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes. By his calculations, this should be close to the dark fissure. He rounded the final bend, and his pupils suddenly dilated. This was the dark rift? At the end of the collapsed tunnel appeared a massive underground cavern. In the center of the cavern, a pitch-black fissure 100 meters tall hung, suspended in midair, with liquid purple-black energy flowing along its edges, like a wound torn in the very fabric of space. At this moment, quite a few job changers had already gathered around the rift, forming small groups of 3 to 5, quietly discussing their strategies for entering. I heard there are shadow crystal fluctuations inside this rift that's material for forging epic-grade equipment. Stop dreaming. 5 teams went in earlier, and not a single person came back alive. The Job Changer Association even deployed diviners. There are at least 3 Lord-level demonic beasts above level 40 in there. What's there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, this time we have people from the Iron Wall Guild leading the charge. They've got a level 45 shield warrior. As long as we can guard his rear, he can tank massive damage for us up front. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I still need a support class. Any job changers above level 30 want to join? Perfect timing. I need DPS and a frontliner. Anyone who fits the bill, come sign up. Bai Zhen stood at the edge of the crowd, surveying the job changer teams, holding up wooden signs and constantly shouting. For his first venture into an unknown space, the simplest and safest approach was to find some cannon fodder teammates to take point. His Infernal Curse and 9 Heavens Thunder were certainly powerful, but each skill had cooldown times and costs. He couldn't chain them seamlessly. With just his physical body, he couldn't possibly tank Lord-level demonic beasts Hedon. To maximize his survival rate, the best choice was to stay behind everyone else. Recruiting DPS classes. Those with wide area damage skills get priority. Hearing these requirements, he lifted the corner of his mouth and strode over. Hello, is your team still looking for members? The recruiting team leader was a female warrior who turned at the sound of his voice, scanning him from head to toe with a slight furrow in her brow. You're a DPS class? Yes, I'm a mage. Bai Zhen lied without changing expression. His Infernal Curse and 9 Heavens Thunder were spell-like anyway. Calling himself a mage wasn't unreasonable. While the female warrior was still hesitating, a burly man carrying a giant axe in the team had already snorted with laughter. Level 27? You're walking to your death. Any random demonic beast that pops up in the rift could munch on you like a snack. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. He could see through levels? The burly man snorted coldly and patted the goggles on his forehead. What are you staring at? This is my special skill, Eye of Truth. It can see through the levels of targets lower than me. I've seen too many people trying to freeload. You only mentioned your class, but not your level. You're not one of those types, are you? The bespectacled male priest nearby pushed up his glasses, his tone flat. Our team averages level 35, with the lowest being a level 32 assassin. You're way behind. You can't keep up with our pace. Bai Zhen smiled. These dogs were quite fierce about guarding their territory. Just mentioning his class, and they were already mocking him coldly? Level doesn't represent ability. I can protect myself and won't be a burden. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Huh. Stubborn. The axe-wielding man curled his lip. This isn't our first time entering the Dark Rift. When it last opened, we were one of the teams that made it back alive. Last time, we brought along a level 28 support player, and the moment we entered, a shadow wolf tore his throat out, nearly wiping our entire team. You're even lower level than that poor bastard, and you're playing the most attribute-dependent DPS class. How do you expect to keep up with us? The archer said with a sharp tone. Hearing her companion mention the previous disaster, the female warrior who had been considering relaxing the requirements hesitated for a moment, then finally shook her head. Sorry, our target this time is the shadow crystal deep in the rift. The risk is too high, you. Boom. The rift entrance suddenly erupted with a torrent of purple-black energy. The nearest awakeners didn't even have time to scream before being instantly consumed. The lingering acrid smell in the air made everyone's skin crawl. The rift is closing. Anyone who wants in, get in now, someone shouted from the crowd. With such a hefty bounty at stake, despite the tragedy that had just occurred, people still rushed toward the entrance, risking their lives. The female warrior's face went pale. She knew the rift's operating patterns. Missed this chance, and they'd have to wait at least several months. With the situation so urgent, she couldn't afford to be picky. She grabbed Bai Zhen's wrist. You're lucky. Once we're inside, stay close to us. If you die, don't blame me. Bai Zhen's lips curved into a slight smile, thinking to himself. With teammates this unpleasant, he wouldn't feel guilty about betraying them. He didn't mind at all, and instead picked up speed, rushing into the rift. The moment he stepped inside, the surrounding scenery twisted into a chaotic alternate dimension. The sky was a sickly dark purple, the ground covered with writhing black fungal mats, and the stench of decay filled the air. The female warrior gasped for breath, leaning against a twisted tree trunk as she quickly introduced the team. I'm Song Miaoyu, warrior. She's Suyu, priest, and our team's eye candy. The one with the giant axe is Feng Jiancheng, also a warrior. The archer is Chen Feng, and the other priest is Jiang Sibo. Dual priests. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. Teams usually didn't duplicate support roles. Why do you need so many healing skills? Song Miaoyu explained. First time in the Dark Rift? The monsters here are corrupted by dark forces. Their wounds won't heal naturally and require light attribute healing. Our kill speed is average, so an extra priest gives us insurance. Bai Zhen nodded. They'd rather sacrifice a DPS slot than compromise on survival. No wonder they had survived the last Dark Rift expedition. The group had barely taken a few steps when the ground suddenly began to undulate. Gurgle, gurgle. The black fungal mat burst open, and several corrupted beasts emerged. They resembled giant wolves but were completely rotted, with exposed muscle crawling with purple-black veins, fangs dripping corrosive slime, and eye sockets burning with ghostly green flames. Bai Zhen's divine mark eye suddenly opened, his pupils reflecting streams of data. Corrupted Shadow Wolf LV.31 Elite Monster. 1, 2, 3. Bai Zhen's pupils suddenly contracted. According to common sense, elite monsters should only appear with a probability of 10% at most, but the wolf pack before them, every single one, was an elite without exception. No wonder everyone had been proceeding so cautiously when they entered. Feng Jiansheng, come with me to draw aggro. Chen Feng, provide ranged suppression. Su Yu and Jiang Sibo, be ready to heal at any moment. Song Miaoyu's voice was calm and crisp. Before her words had even finished echoing, she stepped forward and slammed her silver-white shield against the ground. Boom. A blazing barrier instantly expanded, forcibly repelling the 3 shadow wolves at the front. Simultaneously, Chun Feng's bowstring vibrated as an arrow wrapped in wind elements shot through the air, piercing through a shadow wolf's eye socket with a thud. Foul black blood splattered everywhere, yet the shadow wolf didn't fall. Instead, it raised its head and let out a sharp howl roar. The bloody scent in the air suddenly intensified, and the remaining shadow wolves all entered a frenzied state. Feng Jiansheng charged forward with a furious roar, his massive axe sweeping horizontally as its blade cleaved a shadow wolf in half at the waist. With a ripping sound, putrid entrails spilled out. What made one's scalp tingle was that the shadow wolf, despite being cut in two, still wasn't dead. Its upper half crawled frantically across the ground, claws lunging straight for Feng Jiansheng's calves. Watch out! Song Miaoyu's long sword flashed out, silver-white sword energy sweeping across and severing that half-wolf's head. But the next second, whoosh! A black shadow pounced from the side, sharp wolf claws raking across Song Miaoyu's arm. Ugh! She groaned, and the wound immediately showed an eerie purple-black color as corrupting energy began eroding her flesh. Captain! Suyu raised her staff, gentle healing light cascading down. However, the purple-black energy seemed to resist the healing like a living thing, causing the wound to recover slowly. The battle had been going on for less than 10 minutes, yet the team was already visibly exhausted. During this time, Bai Zhen rapidly analyzed the situation. These shadow wolves possessed vitality far exceeding ordinary elite monsters even after decapitation. they could still move. To completely eliminate them, their bodies had to be utterly destroyed. This made close combat warriors face the greatest difficulty. Worse still, they seemed to share coordinates, with their numbers surging from the initial 7 to 11. The more they killed, the more appeared. If this dragged on, they would surely be worn down to death. Just as Bai Zhen was formulating countermeasures, a shadow wolf lurking in the darkness suddenly burst forth, its claws tearing through Su Yu's rear defenses like knives. Su Yu, who had been completely focused on healing, was caught completely off guard. 3 deep gashes that reached bone were carved across her back, blood gushing forth. From just this single strike, she lost all ability to move and collapsed, barely clinging to life. The edges of her wounds glowed with an ominous purple light, clearly showing she had suffered corruption infection. Su Yu. Song Miaoyu's eyes blazed with fury as she tried to turn back for a rescue, but 3 shadow wolves kept her tightly engaged. Feng Jianxing cursed explosively. What the hell is that useless mage doing? Just standing back there watching the show. He hasn't cast a single skill since we got here. If he keeps standing there doing nothing, I'll chop him down first. Song Miaoyu, as the backbone of the team, understood the gravity of their situation. Clearly losing composure now would be tantamount to signing their own death warrant. Quiet. Focus and watch the right flank, she barked repeatedly, though her anxiety was barely concealed. The team had just lost a priest, leaving their already strained healing capabilities in complete void as health bars plummeted under the savage bites of the demonic beasts. Minutes later, the chaotic battle between humans and beasts was forced back into a dead end where ravine met cliff face, with shadow wolves blocking every escape route. On the other side, Bai Zhen remained motionless. His black robes billowed in the night wind as his gaze swept across the battlefield like an ice blade. All corrupted shadow wolves had entered optimal range, with 3 baring their fangs as they lunged toward the fallen Su Yu, while the rest charged with low growls toward him and Song Miaoyu. Now, his voice was barely a whisper yet thundered in everyone's hearts. Infernal prison curse. No incantation, no staff, not even a raised hand, just 3 words. Boom. Space seemed twisted by an invisible giant hand into a vortex as the ground instantly burst with a dense web of cracks. Crimson magma roared forth, pillars of fire blazing blindingly bright against the night. 7 shadow wolves were instantly consumed by flames, their putrid flesh crackling in the intense heat before quickly carbonizing into charred bone fragments. The 3 beasts attacking Su Yu, though barely leaving intact corpses, were hurled dozens of meters by the explosion, torn to pieces with bone fragments scattered everywhere. Silence. Deathly silence. The fading glow of the fire pillars illuminated every frozen face. A level 27 mage had casually annihilated 11 level 31 elites. That explosive power looked nothing like a skill a 20-something level could unleash. And moreover, what kind of mage needed neither incantation nor staff? Just conjuring such a devastating spell from thin air? Most terrified was Su Yu, lying in a pool of blood. She stared fixedly at the still smoking crater, knowing that if she'd been a few meters closer, she would have been pulverized along with everything else. The silence lasted several minutes until a sharp bang shattered the stillness. Feng Jianxing slammed his battle axe heavily onto the rubble and charged toward Bai Zhen like an enraged bull. His towering figure completely blocked Bai Zhen's light, his arms splattered with black blood showing bulging muscles and protruding veins, as if he might strangle someone the next second. It's all because you stood by and watched that Su Yu got severely injured, that our captain got hurt. With each word, he stepped closer, spittle nearly hitting Bai Zhen's face. Now we only have Jiang Sibo for healing. Our combat effectiveness will be severely compromised for hours. If we encounter more demonic beasts, can you take responsibility? Chen Feng also approached with a dark expression, snorting coldly. I think he did it on purpose. Clearly had the power to instantly kill the shadow wolves, yet deliberately waited until we were all wounded before acting. Jiang Sibo stood torn, opening his mouth, then closing it again, continuing to cast healing spells on the unconscious Su Yu. Holy light emanated from his fingertips, though much dimmer than before. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, his breathing becoming labored. The air felt like a drawn bowstring about to snap. Enough! A crisp shout cut through the tension. Song Miaoyu dragged her injured arm between the 2 men, blood dripping from her fingertips yet not diminishing her authority. Feng Jianxing, put away your axe. Her cold gaze swept over each person. If Bai Zhen hadn't acted, we would have been completely annihilated. But Captain, Feng Jianxing pointed unwillingly towards Su Yu. Look at Su Yu. I'm more aware of Su Yu's injuries than anyone. Song Miaoyu forcefully suppressed her anger. But the real culprits are those demonic beasts, not Bai Zhen. Moreover, mages are inherently double-edged swords. The greater the skill's power, the more terrifying the consumption. If he hadn't managed to catch them all in one net, who among you could guarantee he'd have the strength for another attempt? For a level 27 mage to unleash such power comes at a cost beyond your imagination. She paused, her voice low but firm. Don't impose your own failures onto others. That's an extremely pathetic display of incompetence. After a barrage of words, the two who had been clamoring to collect debts from Bai Zhen were suddenly left speechless. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the warrior named Song Miaoyu could see through the issue so clearly. Indeed, his hesitation to act was due to concerns about those powerful skills the Huang Shou Tianji and Jiu Shou Tianze being like trying to fit a four-dimensional weapon into a three-dimensional world for a class changer. While shocking, they would instantly reveal his true combat power. The Yin Yu Curse and Jiu Shaolei, though more subtle, consumed a lot of energy. No matter how luxurious the attribute panel, energy was not limitless. Energy and stamina were entirely different. Their baselines were determined by level, and mental strength and physical power could only slightly raise the upper limits. At level 27, he could only use 3 or 4 skills in quick succession before running out. To replenish, he would have to drink expensive energy potions or wait for a slow recovery, which was fundamentally different from stamina that regenerated automatically. No wonder she's the captain. She sees things deeply, Bai Zhen thought to himself, but feigned weakness, resting one hand on Song Miaoyu's shoulder and teasing Feng Jiancheng. By your logic, next time you might as well blame the Class Changer Association for not exterminating all the beasts. They save you, and you can't even say thank you. Just know how to rage like a wolf with a dog's heart. You. Feng Jiancheng, embarrassed and furious from the sarcastic remarks, disregarded Song Miaoyu's attempt to stop him and shouted as he swung his fist. Feng Jiancheng, stop! Song Miaoyu's warning came a moment too late. The level 35 Great Axe Warrior's full-force strike, with natural strength enhancement, was enough to shatter an ordinary mage's ribcage. The two were too close, and with the rest of the team injured, no one could intervene in time. Bang! With a crisp sound, time seemed to freeze. The fist that should have destroyed everything was effortlessly caught by a long, slender hand with distinct knuckles. No matter how you looked at it, that was a mage's hand. Yet it remained unmoving, halting the furious assault. What Feng Jiancheng's pupils dilated in shock, unable to believe that a level 27 mage had blocked his full force with one hand. Bai Zhen slowly lifted his head, the laziness fading away, his gaze icy. Is this really your full strength? Before the words finished, he tightened his left fist, moving so fast it was almost invisible, and struck Feng Jiancheng hard in the abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound accompanied by the crack of bones. The over-2-meter-tall brute flew back like a rag doll, crashing against the rock wall before falling down. Feng Jiancheng curled up on the ground, spitting out blood mixed with stomach acid. The tearing pain told him that at least 3 ribs were broken. How could this happen? The intense pain and shock intertwined, leaving only one absurd question in his mind. Wasn't he a mage? Feng Jiancheng couldn't understand it at all. His eye of truth had clearly seen through the boy's level. He was obviously just a young mage whose level was far below his own, yet that single punch had shattered every bone in his body as if struck by iron hammers, even creating a vacuum in the air. After the deafening thud, the cave fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The devastating scene from the earlier Inferno curse had already left everyone ashen-faced. But now, witnessing this terrifying power that shouldn't belong to a mage, a chill crept into everyone's hearts. The young man they had initially looked down upon might actually be the strongest member of their team. Oops, sorry about that. Didn't quite control my strength there. Bai Zhen shook his fist casually, his tone nonchalant. Some people are just born with cheap bones. They won't behave until they get punched. He walked over to Feng Jiancheng, who was curled up on the ground, and lightly lifted the man's chin with the tip of his shoe. This casual gesture made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. With just a little more force, Bai Zhen could snap Feng Jiancheng's neck like a dry twig. Everyone. Bai Zhen's voice wasn't loud, but it commanded everyone's attention. I'm an easygoing person, and I'm happy to coexist peacefully with all of you. But I don't want someone's foul mouth to ruin that peace. Understood? Those 3 simple words seemed to drop the cave's temperature by several degrees. It wasn't a question, it was a naked threat. Feng Jiancheng gritted his teeth as waves of excruciating pain washed over him, nearly causing him to pass out. Still, he managed to nod with difficulty and squeeze out a hoarse voice. Understood. He wasn't convinced it was afraid to die. The faint but unmistakable killing intent radiating from Bai Zhen was something he felt most directly, and he was certain the young man would actually kill him. Good. Those who understand the times are wise. Bai Zhen withdrew his foot, nodding with satisfaction. That had only been 70% of his strength, and it had reduced Feng Jiancheng to this state. He knew that a full-force punch would have killed the man. Captain Song, how much longer until we can move out? Song Miaoyu was stunned for half a second before responding. Half an hour. Corruption wounds heal slowly, and Su Yu's condition is unstable. With medicinal treatment, we need at least half an hour before we can move. Got it. Bai Zhen nodded and headed toward the cave entrance. Don't wander off. I'm going out to take a stroll. The words, take a stroll, made everyone's mouths twitch. The dark rift was crawling with elite monsters, yet he spoke as if he were visiting his own backyard. However, That terrifying battle intent still churned in everyone's hearts, and no one dared question whether he was joking. Bai Zhen's reason for leaving the camp was simple: catch a few elite monsters for Long Ling to practice on, and let her analyze the abnormalities in the local demonic beasts. After walking just a short distance, he experienced firsthand how sinister this cursed place was. Twisted tree branches hung like the arms of dying giants, while thick black mist clung to his ankles, making subtle sucking sounds. Anyone with a weak heart wouldn't even need to encounter a demonic beast. In this place, just wandering around would be enough to scare them to death. Rustle, rustle. The bushes on the left suddenly swayed without any wind. Bai Zhen's lips curved slightly upward, as if completely oblivious, and he continued walking forward. A flash of eerie green light flickered briefly among the tree shadows on the right, followed by an ear-piercing shriek that exploded through the air. Over a dozen corrupted shadow wolves pounced from all directions. Too slow. Bai Zhen didn't even bother to turn his head. His right arm shot out like lightning, his 5 fingers clamping down like iron hooks around one shadow wolf's throat with perfect precision. His left fist simultaneously thundered toward another wolf charging straight at him. Bang! As his fist landed, the shadow wolf's head exploded like a watermelon. Purple-black, corrupted blood splattering against tree trunks and instantly corroding honeycomb-like holes into the bark. The wolf he had seized by the throat still tried to struggle, but its throat bones crumbled to dust between Bai Zhen's fingers. Without pause, he reached out and grabbed the front limbs of the nearest shadow wolf, his arms erupting with explosive force. Brutal strength tore through flesh and bone as the shadow wolf was literally torn in half, its entrails and corrupted blood raining down like a downpour. The fourth shadow wolf was scared out of its wits and turned to flee. The last one simply collapsed to the ground, whimpering pitifully. Bai Zhen stepped closer and stomped down hard with his right foot splat. The wolf's head turned to mush, yet it still hadn't completely lost its ability to move, so he kicked the mangled corpse away. At that moment, the claws of the remaining 3 shadow wolves had already reached Bai Zhen's robes. His eyes suddenly blazed with golden light. White tiger fierce light wave. Gung metal chi gathered in his palms, forming 3 streams that transformed into 3 majestic white tiger phantoms, roaring thunderously. The first stream of Gung metal chi instantly pierced through the left shadow wolf's forehead, leaving a bull's-eyed bloody hole. The second and third streams slashed horizontally, cutting the remaining 2 shadow wolves clean in half at the waist. In the blink of an eye, the 3 corrupted shadow wolves were obliterated by the Gung metal force before they could even scream, and even the mangled corpse he had kicked away was pulverized along with them. Not a single drop of foul blood splattered onto Bai Zhen. A metallic, murderous aura spread outward as the dissipating Gung metal force carved countless slash marks into the surrounding tree trunks. The remaining 4 shadow wolves' fighting spirit completely collapsed, and they instinctively retreated. Their corrupted instincts made them sense a threat more terrifying than death itself. However, how could Bai Zhen let them escape? I was just worrying about not having test subjects to offer to Dragon Spirit, and you've appeared at the perfect time. He channeled power into the beast pupil mark, and the space before his palm suddenly twisted as a pitch-black fissure tore open, unleashing terrifying suction force. Knowing they couldn't escape, the shadow wolves made a desperate final charge. Their claws came within half an inch of Bai Zhen, but the suction force held them frozen in midair. Their flesh and blood were then torn apart and sucked violently into the fissure. The battle was over. Bai Zhen surveyed the carnage scattered across the ground and couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Once again, having power was indeed exhilarating. No matter how careful and cautious Song Miaoyu's team was, they could only barely protect themselves under the siege of elite corrupted shadow wolves. Yet he had single-handedly slaughtered all these shadow wolves. Buzz! A mysterious vibrating sound suddenly made Bai Zhen halt in his tracks. Ding! You have slain over 15 corrupted shadow wolves and earned the qualification to ascend the heavenly steel. The divine stone monument is descending. The cold system notification had barely echoed in his mind when the entire dark fissure began to shake violently. The ground cracked abruptly, and dark golden energy flowed from the crevices, surging skyward as if pulled by an invisible giant hand. Bai Zhen's heart stirred, and his pupils contracted sharply the moment he looked up. The sky was completely covered by a colossal monument that blotted out the sun. The steel was a chaotic dark gold color, its surface densely covered with ancient inscriptions, appearing like gold, like iron, yet also resembling some kind of flowing living entity. The monument slowly writhed, and with each twist, the inscriptions rearranged themselves, unleashing terrifying energy storms. Booma deafening roar unleashed a hurricane. Countless cracks of light burst across the monument's surface, and the liquid energy that had gathered earlier surged forth violently, twisting in midair to form several lines of massive blood-red text. Corrupted world. Slaughter is truth. Carve names with blood, sacrifice with souls. Next divine blessing countdown. 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Throughout the entire fissure, whether they were fighting or lurking, All cultivators were stunned into stillness by this spectacle. Their expressions varied. Some cried out about divine miracles. Others cursed under their breath about evil spirits, while phrases like slaughter is truth and sacrifice with souls sent chills through everyone's hearts. Unlike the other's unease, a pale blue interface that only he could see appeared before Bai Zhen. You may choose an alias to ascend the heavenly steel rankings. Would you like to confirm your alias now? I see. He understood, a playful smile curving his lips. This world was a massive arena, and the corrupted demonic beasts were moving points. His score had reached the threshold, summoning the heavenly steel. Since there was a leaderboard, rewards would surely follow. The divine blessing mentioned in the inscription was most likely the reward to be distributed after 12 hours. After a moment's thought, he finally entered his alias, MOU. It wasn't meant to be the antonym of by white, but rather because MOU sounded like touching fish slacking off, which he found amusing. Ding. Alias confirmed. MOU has ascended to first place on the heavenly steel. Current rank, 1. Current corrupted beast kill score, 21. 21. Bai Zhen was stunned. He clearly remembered slaying 17 corrupted beasts and using the beast eye mark to capture and seal 4 others alive in his prison world. Logically, the score should only count kills. Unless, his heart pounded as he vaguely grasped a deeper hidden rule of the stone monument. Imprisonment also counted toward the score. It had to be this. Although the beast eye mark didn't kill the corrupted monsters, it severed their connection to the dark rift. Because of this brief disconnection, the heavenly law steel credited all those points to Bai Zhen. At this thought, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Slaying monsters was exhausting and time-consuming, but simply throwing them into the prison world made the task dramatically easier. Direct combat inevitably drained stamina and triggered skill cooldowns, while activating the beast eye mark carried almost no burden. He could use it again after just a few minutes interval, and this minimal cost was completely negligible. With such a game-breaking ability in my hands, if I still can't claim the rewards, I'd only have my own weakness to blame. He roughly calculated the time, strengthening his resolve to return. Song Miaoyu and the others had previously explored dark rifts, and their experience would be valuable to him. More importantly, the team could help conceal his capabilities. Wandering alone in this dangerous area would draw too much attention sooner or later. What he needed now was absolute discretion to quietly reach the top of the heavenly law steel rankings without anyone noticing. When he returned to the temporary camp, Song Miaoyu and the others were already packed and ready to move. Su Yu, who had been severely injured by the corrupted shadow wolves earlier, looked much better. At least her face was no longer deathly pale. Bai Zhen, we're ready to depart. Song Miaoyu looked at him. While you were out, a massive steel suddenly appeared in the sky above this world. Did you see it? I did. Bai Zhen nodded. Were the dark rifts you explored before similar to this? There are similarities, but also major differences. Song Miaoyu shook her head. The previous rift was much weaker in terms of terrain scale and monster danger levels. Take the elites we encountered when we first entered. I can say with certainty that our survival rate for this mission is less than 50%. She paused mid-sentence, observing Bai Zhen's expression. Bai Zhen, I want to apologize on behalf of Feng Jianqing. His temper has always been like this. Bai Zhen snorted coldly. That single sound made Song Miaoyu swallow the rest of her words. Don't make excuses for others. His tone was calm yet sharp. I prefer to judge people by my own standards. If Captain Song still wants to borrow my strength to survive, then follow my arrangements. But let me be clear up front, when it comes to life or death moments, I won't be sharing your fate. Song Miaoyu smiled bitterly. She had anticipated this outcome, but was powerless to change it. What was done could not be undone, and there was no going back. Based on our previous experience exploring dark rifts, the deeper we go, the stronger the monsters become. Treasures are scattered at regular intervals throughout the area, but they don't respawn. It's first come, first served. Given that the dark rift had completely fallen to corruption, the group decided to slow their advance and prioritize clearing the surrounding corrupted shadow wolves first. The heavenly principal steel, rumored to offer rewards, was clearly worth the effort. What do you think? Is this plan workable? Song Miaoyu asked for opinions. Yes, Bai Zhen agreed readily. His name currently topped the steel rankings, but that didn't guarantee no one could overtake him. To maintain first place, he needed to continuously accumulate points, whether through containment or elimination had to take action. While the two conversed, the other team members remained silent with downcast eyes. Feng Jianqing's head hung so low it nearly touched his stomach, lacking even the courage to meet Bai Zhen's gaze. The ready team formed a standard combat formation with Song Miaoyu at its core. Feng Jianqing wielded his massive axe at the front. Chen Feng kept his bow drawn while watching the flanks. Song Miaoyu positioned herself in the center for support. Jiang Sibo assisted the still recovering Su Yu at the rear, while Bai Zhen silently took up the very back position. Song Miaoyu initially couldn't understand why he chose the most vulnerable spot for ambushes. Corrupted shadow wolves were particularly skilled at attacking from behind. Even with Bai Zhen's formidable combat prowess, constant vigilance was required, and any slight mistake could prove fatal. However, no one could question Bai Zhen's decision, so she could only suppress her doubts. 3 on the left, Chen Feng called out in a low voice. His bowstring vibrated as 3 wind element arrows shot through the air. Roar! Piercing howls accompanied 3 corrupted shadow wolves as they suddenly pounced from the shadows. They were more agile than their previously encountered kin, with purple-black veins writhing like earthworms beneath their rotting flesh, their dripping secretions producing white smoke upon hitting the ground. Feng Jiansheng charged forward with a roar, his massive axe wreathed in earth-yellow light, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! One shadow wolf's head was smashed to pulp, while the remaining 2 lightning-fast creatures flanked around the sides. Song Miaoyu drew her longsword, silver-white, sword energy sweeping horizontally to cut one wolf in half at the waist. However, what sent chills down their spines was the appearance of over a dozen pairs of ghostly green eyes glowing in the surrounding shadows. The corrupted shadow wolves actually understood coordinated attacks and feints completely unlike the mindless charges of ordinary demon beasts. Halfway through the battle, everyone noticed something strange. Odd. Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Have you all noticed? Why do these shadow wolves seem to be getting fewer and fewer? Feng Jiansheng replied between heavy breaths. Fewer is bad? You want to work me to death? Song Miaoyu, in her command position, compared the surrounding corpses and her expression gradually darkened. She remembered clearly initially 14 shadow wolves had appeared, but only 6 bodies lay on the ground. That meant 8 shadow wolves were unaccounted for. She instinctively looked toward Bai Zhen at the team's edge, noticing the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that he had secretly eliminated the remaining corrupted shadow wolves? But was it really possible for someone to silently defeat elite monsters that were much higher level than oneself? The sky above the dark rift grew increasingly dim, yet the massive heavenly principal steel in the heavens blazed ever brighter. As its radiance gradually intensified, the once empty surface of the monument was now densely packed with names, each followed by constantly fluctuating kill counts that danced like endless sparks. Not far away, a group of young professionals gazed up at the steel. Among them, a pale-faced warrior couldn't help but whisper in amazement. What's the deal with this guy named Hanyu? I watched him climb from the 20s straight into the teens. Another replied with a bitter smile. Every single monster here is elite level. It takes everything I've got just to kill one corrupted beast, yet they're farming elite monsters like their experience fodder. The gap is just too vast. I should never have come in here. The warrior groaned, covering his forehead. Not only is it dangerous, but we're just here to make others look good. The group's attention returned to the top 10 on the Stellithos. Numbers jumped at a visible pace, making them suspect these 10 individuals alone could sweep through the entire corrupted realm. Wait, haven't you guys noticed? One archer pointed to the very top. First place has been MOU this entire time. Since the heavenly principal steel's appearance, that name at the summit hadn't budged an inch, boldly displaying kill score 31. Below the steel, an elderly man in star-patterned robes narrowed his eyes. From the moment the monument appeared, his name had firmly held second place. This was Gong Jianwenhan, a level 50 mage, accompanied by a group of junior disciples responsible for delivering finishing blows. Even so, he could only settle for second place. A student approached quietly and whispered, "Teacher, is the first place also farming points with finishing blows?" Gong Jianwenhan shook his head. I suspected that initially, but when it comes to killing efficiency, what profession could possibly match a mage? Those advanced professions have stronger single-target burst damage, but their finishing blow efficiency is too low. For professionals above level 50 like us, even without going all out, we can instantly kill level 30 elite monsters. Too little force won't deal enough damage, too much kills them outright. Theoretically, no one should be able to surpass me. Meanwhile, the various major factions that had entered the Dark Rift were equally abuzz with discussion. Go investigate MOU's identity, a commander ordered with a frown. Also keep an eye on the professionals with fast kill rates. If we can recruit such talent, it would greatly benefit our faction. I've never heard of any top-tier faction having someone called MOU, his deputy muttered. Are you dense? Obviously, it's an alias. The commander glared at him. That's exactly why I'm telling you to find those with fast farming speeds. Meanwhile, Song Miaoyu could confirm that the number of monsters they were fighting had indeed decreased significantly. Worried about miscounting, Song Miaoyu had made sure to memorize the appearance of these corrupted shadow wolves before the battle began. However, after the battle ended, the number of corpses had still decreased, and nothing else had intervened during the entire fight. The corrupted shadow wolves that had vanished into thin air shared one common trait: they had briefly left everyone's sight and never returned. Combined with the shadow wolves' expertise in guerrilla harassment tactics, Song Miaoyu easily concluded that these were signs of the wolves leaving to ambush other prey. She blinked her bright, clear eyes and fixed her gaze on Bai Zhen, who was acting as if nothing had happened. Her expression complex. This man spoke coldly, but secretly used his own methods to share the burden for everyone. At that moment, Bai Zhen was walking at the rear of the group, pondering how to more efficiently collect the wolf corpses, when he looked up and met Song Miaoyu's gaze. Her eyes seemed to say, "I saw everything." His heart skipped a beat. Had this woman misunderstood something? The corrupted forest churned with dark mist, shadows so thick they seemed ready to drip water, while the mixed stench of decay and rust filled every breath. Song Miaoyu stood leaning on her sword, her silver armor covered in black corrosion marks, her chest heaving violently. Looking around, her teammates were equally on the verge of collapse. 1. Feng Jinsheng supported himself with both hands on his giant axe, his knuckles white from prolonged exertion, dark red viscous liquid dripping from the blade. 2. Jiang Sibo's healing magic glowed weakly like a candle in the wind, sweat mixed with fragments of spiritual light on his temples. 3. Su Yu's face was deathly pale, blood seeping from her leg wound, yet she still gritted her teeth and remained in formation. 4. Archer Qinfeng's right arm trembled slightly from repeatedly firing arrows, each release of the bowstring pulling at his aching muscles. 5. Even Bai Zhen, who usually kept his abilities hidden, deliberately showed signs of fatigue, pretending to be as exhausted as the others. That half-collapsed stone building ahead. Let's regroup there. We'll fight again tomorrow. Song Miaoyu took a deep breath of the air mixed with blood and earth, pointing toward the distant ruins. Points aren't a cake you can swallow in one bite. There are plenty of stronger job changers in this corrupted world, and forcing our way into the top 10 will only drive us to a dead end. Knowing our limits is how we go the distance. Long live the captain. I've been wanting to rest for ages. Su Yu let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. The others visibly relaxed as well-prolonged high-pressure combat had drained their stamina, and even a moment's distraction on the battlefield could invite a fatal strike. Upon reaching the ruins, everyone sat in a circle among the broken walls, using the collapsed beams and pillars as windbreaks. After simple bandaging and distributing medicine, the conversation naturally turned to the rankings. After all this fighting, we've barely made it into the top 100. Chen Feng smiled bitterly, massaging his aching bow arm. What kind of monsters are in the top 10? You'd probably need to be level 60 or 70 just to get in. Especially the first place, MOU. Feng Jinsheng raised his water pouch and took a gulp. He's earned over 60 points solo, equivalent to single-handedly slaying more than 60 corrupted shadow wolves. That record is so outrageous it sounds like legend. I bet he has a powerful faction backing him. Jiang Sibo withdrew several wisps of healing light, shaking his head in amazement. His personal combat power must also be incredibly extreme. Su Yu touched her bandages, her eyes flashing with longing. If there's ever a chance, I'd really like to meet such a strong person in person, learn some experience, and see if I could make my own combat abilities soar. Faced with the cacophony of discussions around him, Bai Zhen's mouth twitched involuntarily. The chatter centered on those level 60 to 70 professionals. Some boldly speculated that such powerful individuals might also come to the Dark Forest. Bai Zhen sneered inwardly. If someone truly reached that level, who would waste time in such a low-tier area? Every region had resource limits, and high-level professionals had far more efficient ways to accumulate wealth. Once they broke through to that stage, money became just numbers. Simply joining any faction would earn them an annual income that would astound others. Song Miaoyu leaned against the stone wall opposite him, her gaze constantly fixed on Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen, what's your current score? Why can't I see your name on the leaderboard? Called out directly, Bai Zhen had to lift his eyes from the dim yellow shadows cast by the wall lamp, casually deflecting. I'm not interested in rewards. Besides, my skills consume too much energy. Frequent combat isn't beneficial for me. I'm mainly here to gain experience, so I'll leave the rewards to you all. Otherwise, once I really start fighting, you won't be able to claim even a single corrupted shadow wolf. His half-joking, half-serious comment drew laughter from the group. Brother, you're too modest. Your strength is impressive, but it's not that exaggerated. A level 27 mage has limited attributes. Even the most powerful skills come with high costs. Bai Zhen merely raised an eyebrow without further argument. Perception determined perspective, and these people were short-sighted. Further explanation would be a waste of breath. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, his consciousness diving into his personal interface. Yi Lioli and Chu Xian were still slowly grinding experience and divine pattern points for him, though at a noticeably slower pace than before. He was less than 30 away from level 28 at this rate. He'd level up soon. What surprised him more was that Zhong Wuying had also contributed a considerable amount of experience and divine pattern points. Logically, that woman should be troubled by leaving the assassin organization. Why was she in the underground world killing monsters to vent? But then again, while these people were bound to him through their tattoos, their thoughts remained their own. As long as they posed no threat to him, whatever path they chose was their business. Ultimately, they were merely helping him grow stronger. The chatter gradually subsided, and Song Miaoyu and the others, exhausted from days of travel, succumbed to drowsiness, soon breathing softly and evenly. Bai Zhen remained half leaning against the stone wall, originally planning to get up and hunt some corrupted shadow wolves for more points, when he suddenly detected a thread of killing intent as faint as gossamer. His eyelids lifted slightly, taking in the scene. Feng Jiansheng was using the shadows cast by the torches as cover, gripping a gleaming dagger and creeping toward him in a crouch. Interesting, Bai Zhen sneered inwardly. Someone indeed harbored ill intentions, unwilling to give up until they destroyed themselves. In that case, he might as well oblige. Killing him outright would be too merciful. Better to let Long Ling play with him first. Very good, you truly haven't disappointed me. Bai Zhen's voice suddenly rang out beside Feng Jiansheng's ear, startling him so badly that his whole body trembled, and the dagger in his grip nearly clattered to the ground. Before he could react, an icy hand had already clamped around his wrist. The bone-chilling cold that nearly froze his blood caused Feng Jiansheng's mind to crash instantly. The mage, who had been sleeping soundly under his very nose just a second ago, had silently appeared behind him the next. Was this really a mage? His speed was ghostly. What the hell are you pretending for? You damn bastard, he snarled through gritted teeth, frantically calculating in his mind. Even with high skill damage, you're just a measly level 27 mage. That strange power from before must have been temporary attributes, gained at some cost. If you've got the guts, try it again. Before he could finish, a heavy punch slammed into his abdomen. The tremendous force coursed through his body. His chest felt like it had been blasted by muffled thunder, and his vision spun wildly. Don't rush, Bai Zhen's low voice whispered in his ear like a demon's murmur. I'm sending you somewhere. Don't you love fighting? I hope you can. Fight to the death there. As the dizziness faded, Feng Jiansheng discovered in horror that beneath his feet lay a crimson, cracked earth with rolling heat waves and the air thick with sulfur. Where's this? Bai Zhen, you damn bastard, come out! His screams echoed across the vast, empty landscape. So noisy. A childish yet authoritative voice drifted down from above. Feng Jiansheng looked up to see a barefoot little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, sitting on a floating red rock nearby. Her golden red vertical pupils seemed to flow with molten lava, making his hair stand on end. Another piece of trash, the little girl pouted with obvious disdain. With each word she spoke, the surrounding temperature soared several degrees. What little brat? Feng Jiansheng forced himself to maintain his composure, raising his axe toward the sky. Call Bai Zhen out here to die. The girl frowned slightly. In an instant, a tremendous pressure surged from within her, and a massive dragon shadow slowly rose behind her, covering half the blood-red sky. Feng Jiansheng's legs trembled, and his giant axe clattered to the ground. A demon beast? You're a demon beast. The little girl revealed 2 sharp little fangs, smiling innocently yet coldly. You guessed right, but there's no prize. She lightly leaped down from the rock, and where she landed, the earth melted as if touched by a branding iron, leaving a trail of burning footprints. Raising her right hand, her tender skin twisted and stretched, crimson dragon scales emerged, and her 5 fingers transformed into sharp dragon claws. No, don't. The dragon claw swept lightly. Swoosh. Feng Jiansheng's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, the cut instantly carbonized without a single drop of blood spilling. His mouth gaped wide, but no sound emerged. The pain had already shattered the limits of his vocal cords. Huh? You're not a demon beast. Long Ling blinked, confusion appearing on her face. You're actually human? Why would Bai Zhen throw a human in here for no reason? Did you provoke him? Feng Jiansheng's consciousness went blank from the pain, his eyes unfocused, his pants soaked, and a pungent stench filled the air. How disgusting. Long Ling pinched her nose, fanning herself with her small white hand. I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already wetting yourself in fear. What a waste of such a big body. She waved her hand dismissively, losing interest. Forget it. Since you're not a demon beast, I can't be bothered to play. Little wolves. Dozens of glowing green eyes immediately lit up in the shadows as corrupted shadow wolves emerged from behind the rubble, their fangs dripping with black saliva. Here, I'm giving him to you. Long Ling pointed at Feng Jiansheng. This is the first human Bai Zhen has thrown in here, so he's probably not a good person anyway. Don't kill him too quickly. She narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving into an innocent yet cruel smile. As a reward for Bai Zhen sending me so many toys, let him die in agonizing torment. The lead shadow wolf let out a low growl, signaling its understanding of Long Ling's command. Several shadow wolves at the rear of the pack suddenly pounced on Feng Jiansheng without warning. Their corrupted claws easily tore through the muscles of his thighs, skillfully avoiding the arteries. The other shadow wolves swarmed him, some tearing at his fingers, others gnawing at his ankles, each bite precisely calculated to inflict maximum pain without being fatal. Ah! Feng Jiansheng had barely caught his breath when he gradually lost consciousness amid his agonized screams. Long Ling sat on the rock, swinging her little feet as she watched this torture with relish. When Feng Jiansheng's screams grew weak, Long Ling's interest also waned to its lowest point. She yawned and said, "How boring. End it." In the underground world, within the dark tunnels, Zhong Wuying's figure moved like a phantom, appearing behind the demon beasts that approached her before delivering fatal strikes. In just a few minutes, 6 demon beasts had already met their doom. Not far away, Yi Lioli and Chu Xian sat on a protruding rock. The little girl held a glistening chicken leg in both hands, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, yet her eyes remained fixed on the slaughter in the distance without blinking. Chu Xian, why do you think this big sister is so fierce? I don't know. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Chu Xian also held an identical chicken leg, and both of them ate with grease dripping from their mouths. This big sister has been like this ever since she asked us about brother Bai Zhen. Suddenly, Yi Lioli's eyes widened. Could it be that this is a romantic debt brother Bai Zhen owes? Chu Xian, who was swallowing his chicken leg, stumbled and looked at the shocking words from Yi Lioli, feeling for the first time that chicken legs could be so choking. However, upon reflection, Chu Xian thought it was perfectly normal for his excellent young master to have many women who liked him. Whatever. She also has the tattoo bestowed by the young master, which means she's one of us. Are you full? Let's continue leveling up. The young master said we must reach level 20 as quickly as possible, so we absolutely cannot hold him back. I know. Yi Lioli reluctantly jumped down from the rock, casually wiping her small hands on her skirt. But seriously, doesn't that big sister killing monsters look like a resentful woman abandoned by a heartless man? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked with an innocent expression. Chu Xian decided to pretend he hadn't heard, swinging his fists as he charged toward the beast horde. He was afraid that if he listened any longer, he might develop some strange misunderstandings about his young master's innocence. Zhong Wuying's dagger had just pierced through the eye socket of the last corrupted shadow wolf when she suddenly paused. She keenly sensed several familiar auras coming from deep within the tunnel. That cold feeling of being constantly accompanied by bloodshed was all too familiar to her. Everyone, monitoring your own Pioplito, you not trust me? As soon as she finished speaking, 3 black shadows slowly emerged from the shadows of the rock walls. The leader was a man wearing a bronze mask with the number 7 carved at the right eye. Wuying, how is the mission progressing? The man's voice was as cold as a venomous snake. Zhong Wuying's fingertips tightened slightly, and the dagger spun in her palm. Anya, you came to check on me personally? The assassin organization's 7th seat, Anya? He was also the guide who had given her the mission to assassinate Bai Zhen. The person who assigned this mission was specifically designated by the Hu family. You understand the value of an inspector's position, and you know how much an inspector's favor means to the organization. Dark Crow approached with measured steps, his bronze mask gleaming coldly in the flickering light. That tattoo artist has he been dealt with? Zhong Wuying's lips curved into a smirk as she leisurely wiped the blood from her dagger. Your intelligence was wrong. His combat ability far exceeded expectations. I couldn't handle him. Oh, Dark Crow's voice dropped several octaves. You're a veteran, you should remember the rules. There are only 2 ways out of an assignment: death or completion. Anyone still breathing has no right to say impossible. It only proves you didn't try hard enough. Don't forget the organization's years of investment in you. Without Evernight, you'd be dead already. That phrase about life-saving grace was like a rusty hook, trying once again to snare her conscience. Zhong Wuying severed the last thread of guilt in her heart and said coolly, I've killed enough people for the organization over the years. Any debt has long been settled. I'm preparing to report to headquarters. I want out of Evernight. The air instantly froze. What did you say? Dark Crow's voice shot up. I said. Zhong Wuying suddenly raised her head, cold light flashing in her eyes. I quit. Before the words finished echoing, she became a blur, her dagger stabbing straight for Dark Crow's throat. When the blade was still 3 inches from his skin, a thin sword intercepted it horizontally. Sparks flew. Traitor! Dark Crow roared, his thin sword striking like a venomous snake. Kill her. The 2 assassins beside him attacked simultaneously. One flicked his wrist to release poison darts, while the other formed hand seals, causing shadows on the ground to surge like tentacles toward Zhong Wuying. She retreated quickly, but one shadow still caught her ankle, and the poison dart whistled straight toward her forehead. Boom! A wind blade precisely shattered the dart. Who dares? Interfering with Evernight's business tired of living. Dark Crow's gaze pierced through his mask, more sinister than ever. Chu Xian landed following his wind blade, positioning himself in front of Zhong Wuying. You 3 dare to bully the young master's woman? Half a beat later, Yi Lioli also landed beside Chu Xian. Seeing the 2 figures, one large, one small, blocking her path, not only Dark Crow was stunned, but even Zhong Wuying was dazed. They were strangers to each other, so why would they wade into this mess? So it's 2 wet-behind Thier's brats. Dark Crow sneered, his gaze sweeping over the 3. Looks like you know each other? Zhong Wuying, you've clearly been planning to leave the organization for a while. With their relationship now exposed, there was no room for compromise. Zhong Wuying didn't bother explaining, gripping her dagger tighter as killing intent surged again. Sister, get ready to run. Yi Lioli turned her head, reminding her in a voice only they could hear. Our levels are too low, can't beat them. But Chu Xian's skill can intimidate people and buy us time. Zhong Wuing raised an eyebrow, still somewhat hesitant. Are you sure his skill can bluff them? The masked figure was called Raven, the 7th-ranked assassin of Evernight, level 49. His gaze fixed intently on Zhong Wuing and Chu Xian as he silently assessed them. The aura emanating from these two was too weak. If their skills weren't executed properly, they would be exposed quickly. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. Chu Xian grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. Though my skills aren't as strong as that kid Bai Zhen's, scaring these bottom feeders who don't even have tattoos is child's play. Before Zhong Wuing could ask anything, Chu Xian suddenly roared, Blood Fury Tidal Wave. He threw his arms wide open, as if tearing apart some invisible curtain. In the next instant, the air in the tunnel became thick and heavy, as though the entire passage had been instantly dragged to the depths of the ocean floor. Boom! Water elements gathered frantically, forming several water tornadoes that twisted and spiraled through the air, condensing in the blink of an eye into 9 ferocious Shangliu serpents. They were shaped from crystalline, translucent water flows, their serpentine eyes flickering with an eerie blue cold light, their scales undulating in layers under the dim light, emanating a metallic, cold hardness. The Shangliu phantoms writhed and surged, creating terrifying turbulence wherever they passed, forcibly tearing fine black cracks in the surrounding space. Several demon beasts that tried to launch sneak attacks were instantly crushed into bloody mist by the overwhelming pressure the moment they approached. From deep within the cracks came an ominous suction force that devoured everything: rubble, dust, and even the drifting blood mist completely clean. The sky-filling, earth-covering Shangliu phantoms made Blood Fury Tidal Wave appear like a water element forbidden spell that only high-level mages could control. Even through his mask, Raven could feel the approaching sense of death, his expression darkening. The demon beasts in this area, weak as they were still at least level 20, yet they died instantly just from touching the edge of the skill. If hit directly, he would surely die. This youth looked young and tender, yet wielded such terrifying power. Could he be a disciple from some reclusive family, or perhaps the personal student of some great master? As Raven weighed his options, one of his subordinates whispered, Boss, being able to directly manifest water elemental power like fish is very likely from the Jin family. Though the Jin family announced their withdrawal from the world, who can guarantee they wouldn't send their disciples out for training? The Jin family. Raven's heart shook. If this were true, there were likely even more terrifyingly powerful guardians lurking behind this youth. Thinking of this, he became even more certain of his suspicions. Damn Zhong Wuing, daring to get involved with the Jin family. Raven cursed silently, his mind racing. If Zhong Wuing were allowed to easily leave Evernight, wouldn't the other brothers become restless seeing this? This matter had to be reported immediately. He currently held the 7th seat. As long as he stayed alive, he could continue enjoying endless power and influence. He couldn't afford to fight desperately in this chaotic underworld. He took a deep breath, suppressing his surging killing intent, and threw a threatening remark at Zhong Wuing. Zhong Wuing, since Evernight was established, no one has ever been able to leave the organization. Today I'll spare you temporarily, but mark my words, the organization will come for you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a dark shadow, silently melting into the darkness, while the assassins standing to his left and right followed suit and vanished without a trace. Yi Lioli watched the 3 fleeing figures with speechless bewilderment. What was wrong with these guys? How could they be such cowards? She had originally thought that if anyone should retreat, it would be her own group, but she never expected the enemy to fall into disarray before any real fighting had even begun. They probably scared themselves. Zhong Wuing stood to the side, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Faced with that kind of overwhelming force just now, any assassin would prioritize survival first. Assassins excelled at stealth kills, not heated confrontations. Once forced into open combat, an assassin's fighting power would be severely diminished. The moment those 9 serpent shadows appeared, she had sensed she might be torn to shreds instantly. Yet these 2 children before her, Lioli and Chu Qinji, were clearly so young, but could wield such terrifying power? Zhong Wuing's gaze involuntarily fell upon their exposed wrists and collarbones, where those eerie tattoos writhed like living creatures. Could the source of their power be these tattoos? She instinctively pressed her hand against her own back, remembering the numbness and searing pain when the needle had pierced her skin with its medicinal solution, when the pattern had emerged from her flesh and blood. Thinking of that suggestive scene, Zhong Wuing actually felt her cheeks grow warm. Though she had killed many people, she was still essentially a woman with simple thoughts. Over the years, she had rarely had physical contact with anyone, and as for men who could touch her hands, they had long since become corpses. Big sister, you're an assassin. So cool. Yi Lioli lifted her little face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've watched lots of TV dramas that say assassins are super mysterious, and only dead people get to see them. Big sister, can you teach me killing techniques? Why do you want to learn this? Zhong Wuing frowned. It's simple, I want to kill everyone who threatens Brother Bai Zhen. Yi Liuli answered matter-of-factly. Zheng Wuing's heart stirred, suddenly developing intense curiosity about Bai Zhen. What exactly had this man done to inspire such unwavering devotion from these children? Was it benefits? Or gifts of power? Is this Brother Bai Zhen you speak of really that wonderful? She asked probingly. Chu Xian, who had been pleasant just a moment before, suddenly turned dark. Miss, if you're questioning the young master, then we saved the wrong person. If there could only be one good person in this world, it would definitely be the young master. He is the light in our lives. Without him, our lives would be complete disasters. Seeing their emotional reaction, Zheng Wuing quickly waved her hands to explain the awkward relationship between herself and Bai Zhensha was actually an assassin hired to kill Bai Zhen. Upon learning the truth, Chu Xian's expression softened slightly. Since this was their first meeting and they didn't know each other, her questions were understandable. Don't worry, the young master isn't a bad person, Chu Xian declared firmly. If the young master ever becomes a bad person, it's only because this world has wronged him too much. Zheng Wuing opened her mouth, then closed it again without asking further questions. She was almost certain that if she dared to slander Bai Zhen to their faces, these two little fans would very likely hunt her to the ends of the earth. Yi Liuli suddenly blinked and suggested, Big sister, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come live with us? Brother Bai Zhen is staying at the Lin family, now there are plenty of big rooms, so giving you one definitely won't be a problem. If you feel bad about it, you can join me and Sister Qingyue in warming Brother Bai Zhen's bed. Zheng Wuing's breath caught. Was this Bai Zhen really playing on such a grand scale? Corrupted world. Song Miaoyu, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly jolted awake with her heart skipping a beat. She looked around and discovered that all her teammates were fast asleep without exception, a sight that sent cold sweat down her spine. Everyone wake up. Her voice pierced sharply through the night. What's going on? Who was supposed to be on watch? Why didn't anyone come for the shift change? The team members were startled awake by her shouting and gradually sat up, rubbing their eyes. Feng Jiansheng was first on watch duty. Here is he. Song Miaoyu scanned the area but couldn't spot their usually reliable teammate anywhere, feeling her chest tighten with anxiety. The mysterious disappearance of a living person made everyone, already in a perilous situation, feel even more chilled to the bone. The thought that they had slept for so long in this danger-filled, corrupted world, combined with memories of the elite monster's ridiculously overpowered attributes, left each of them shaken. Let's search the immediate area first, but keep it quiet, Song Miaoyu quickly ordered. But the atmosphere instantly froze. No one dared to move. Even when working together, they weren't guaranteed to escape unscathed from elite monsters, let alone splitting up. Any minor mistake could cost them their lives. Captain, we can't do that, it's too dangerous out there, someone urgently reminded her. Besides, nobody knows when old Feng left. What if he's already? Shut up, Song Miaoyu snapped coldly. He's been our teammate for years. Dead or alive, we need to find him. Since you're too scared to split up, we'll move together and conduct a carpet search within a 5-kilometer radius. Bai Zhen remained leaning against the tree roots, watching coldly without any sign of getting up. Search for him, he sneered inwardly. Feng Jiansheng was most likely trapped in some prison world, his fate unknown. They could turn the entire corrupted world upside down and wouldn't find a single hair. There was no point in wasting his energy. His hands-off approach finally caught the others' attention. Chen Feng was particularly agitated, having the closest relationship with Feng Jiansheng, and his expression darkened instantly. Captain, Chen Feng suggested, why don't we have Bai Zhen search separately? He's powerful enough to casually eliminate so many elite monsters, so going solo would be absolutely fine for him. Every minute we delay puts old Feng in more danger time his life. Besides, we're all part of the same team and fought side by side before. Even if there are conflicts, shouldn't we put them aside in a life-or-death situation like this? Right, Bai Zhen? As his words fell, everyone including Song Miaoyu turned to look at Bai Zhen. They felt this suggestion was indeed feasible given their current limited capabilities. They could only search slowly in one direction, but having an additional powerful force conducting an independent search would greatly increase their efficiency. Bai Zhen couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. This guy hadn't learned much else, but he'd certainly mastered the art of moral blackmail. Moreover, these cowards only cared about saving their own skins, completely disregarding others' safety. At the moment, everyone had set up camp in a crumbling stone chamber, where flickering firelight cast dancing shadows that seemed to tear the walls apart. The rescue plan they proposed sounded like nothing short of murder. To Bai Zhen, sending a mage alone into the labyrinthine darkness to search for someone was tantamount to walking into a death trap. Even the most powerful skills had cooldown periods, and stamina would eventually run out. Once either reached its limit, it would be game over. Clearly, this wasn't goodwill but a deliberate attempt to settle the score between him and Feng Jianqing. Suyu gripped her staff tightly, took a deep breath, and approached Bai Zhen. Her voice trembled as she tried to keep it steady. Bai Zhen, could you please help us? Old Feng has been our comrade for 3 years. If you could help us find him. Oh, How touching such deep camaraderie, Bai Zhen interrupted coldly, his expression as frigid as ancient ice. What does your team's bond have to do with an outsider like me? Whether you go rescue him is your choice, and whether I help is mine. Don't forget, you never intended to accept me from the start. I was just here to fill a spot. Sending a mage out alone? What a brilliant idea. Su Yu's eyes reddened, but she persisted. But Bai Zhen, you're different from other mages. Your skills are so powerful that even alone, you could. Before she could finish, tears were already glistening in the firelight. Even the usually composed Song Miaoyu remained silent, tacitly approving her companion's approach. Bai Zhen sighed inwardly. Teaming up with these strangers was proving risky indeed. It seemed forming his own team was inevitable. At least he wouldn't have to venture out with this bunch of scoundrels. Seeing this, Chen Feng stepped forward with what he thought was a sincere smile. Bai Zhen, we won't let you work for nothing. If you help us find old Feng, we'll spare no expense in rewarding you. Bai Zhen glanced at him, his stomach churning with disgust at the man's hypocrisy. He casually rubbed his chin and sneered. So if I wanted your wife to sleep with me, that would be fine too? You. Chen Feng's face instantly flushed red, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Just as he was about to strike, the image of Feng Jianqing nearly being killed by Bai Zhen's single punch flashed through his mind, and his burning rage was doused like ice water. Faced with the obvious gap in their abilities, he could only spit out angry threats. Let's go? Don't beg this cold-hearted bastard. Chen Feng stormed off, quickly disappearing into the dark passage. If he won't help, then we're leaving too. Let him wait here to die alone. Without us, he won't last long. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Song Miaoyu lingered for a moment, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing and departed with the group. The makeshift camp was left with only Bai Zhen. However, Bai Zhen, who should have been panicking, simply grinned. The one who should be worried was never him from the very beginning. Without those burdensome teammates dragging him down, his movements became even more agile, his footsteps nearly silent. He had only chosen to travel with them because he worried about his unfamiliarity with the corrupted world and wanted to use their perspective to gather more intelligence. But throughout this journey, he gradually confirmed that Song Miaoyu and the others had merely accumulated some experience within the dark rifts. They knew just as little about this entirely new corrupted world before them. Though the two regions were connected, vast unexplored dead zones still remained. Given this, these people had no further value to him. Before acting alone, Bai Zhen decided to witness firsthand how they would push themselves toward doom. In every previous encounter, if he hadn't secretly eliminated most of the elite corrupted shadow wolves, these mediocre companions would have long become the pack's dinner. Now that he had withdrawn his protection, how much longer could these headless flies, charging about recklessly, manage to survive? At this thought, he narrowed his eyes and followed them from a distance with keen interest. Meanwhile, the team's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chen Feng, aren't we being a bit too harsh? No matter what, Bai Zhen saved me. Leaving him back there like this, isn't it just? Su Yu kept her head down, scuffing the corrupted soil with her toe, her conscience gnawing at her. Chen Feng snorted coldly, his expression icier than a wind blade. What's there to discuss? You want to abandon a teammate who's fought alongside us for 3 years for some outsider? We should have seen it from the start. That guy has zero team spirit. Sure, he's strong, but since entering the corrupted world, he's only fought once. In every battle after that, he just stood around doing nothing. Whether he's with us or not makes little difference. Chen Feng's voice sounded particularly grating in the thick night air. Song Miaoyu listened. Her brow furrowed. She hesitated whether to share her observation. After every battle, one shadow wolf would always vanish without a trace, an anomaly that only she seemed to notice. Yet she ultimately remained silent. As the squad leader, she had to prioritize her own people first. Bai Zhen had only traveled with them for less than a day, while the scales naturally tipped toward teammates who had followed her for 3 years. Her earlier defense of Bai Zhen was based on the premise that everyone was safe. When forced to choose, he would inevitably be the first to be abandoned. Right now, everyone shares the same goal: finding our missing person. Song Miaoyu convinced herself. As for Bai Zhen, I hope he can fend for himself. The night deepened, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of decay and blood. Suddenly, a faint echo came from the mountain wall ahead, and a warm yellow firelight flickered from a cave entrance, particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Is that cave up ahead lit up? I saw it too. Definitely not my imagination. Monsters don't have the brains to make fire. Even if it's not Feng Jianqing, it's at least other human professionals. Let's go ask around, maybe we can get some leads. Several team members excitedly quickened their pace. Song Miaoyu frowned and raised her hand to signal. Shouldn't we be more cautious? We haven't explored this area before. What if there are monsters lurking in the cave? Before she could finish, her companion's laughter was their only response. Out of caution, Song Miaoyu reminded her teammates to be careful, but all she received in return was mockery. Captain, you're not going to be a coward like Bai Zhen, are you? Old Feng is most likely right ahead, with such a close lead right in front of us. Are we really going to wander around aimlessly in this godforsaken place instead? Song Miaoyu was left speechless, a suffocating frustration building in her chest. She vaguely sensed that the team's atmosphere had changed from before there hadn't been such heavy hostility in the past. Before she could finish speaking, the hot-tempered Chen Feng had already started charging toward the cave. He ran forward, his boots crushing gravel beneath them, and reached the entrance in no time. Just as he was about to step inside, boom! A scorching blast erupted from within the cave, like a violent wind column wrapped in flames, instantly surging toward the exit. The fire transformed into a massive beast's gaping maw, swallowing Chen Feng whole. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the valley. Chen Feng writhed wildly in the sea of flames as his protective measures were instantly incinerated by the extreme heat, his armor curling and melting like paper. Retreat. Fall back now. Song Miaoyu's pupils contracted sharply as she grabbed Su Yu, who was nearest to her, and retreated rapidly. Jiang Sibo immediately rolled behind a nearby boulder, barely avoiding the direct impact. Except for Chen Feng, who had charged ahead, the others were only grazed by the fire wave. Deep within the dark cave, a pair of crimson beast eyes slowly lit up, accompanied by a low growl. Roar! The ground trembled as debris rained down. The entire rock wall cracked, and a colossal beast covered in flowing lava crawled out. Its body was composed of obsidian-like bone armor and crimson magma, and with each step, raging flames ignited beneath its feet. The fire embers remaining in its mouth were the source of the earlier explosion. It's a lava beast. Song Miaoyu's voice trembled. Lava beasts were already level 40 monsters, and in the corrupted world, all monsters were elite by default. This meant the creature before them was a level 40 elite monster. Elite monsters had far superior stats compared to ordinary beasts, with massive differences even at the same level. In terms of human professional combat power, this lava beast was equivalent to a warrior around level 45. Save me. Please save me. Chen Feng collapsed among the charred rubble, still glowing with intense flames. He rolled desperately, crawling towards Song Miaoyu with his burned arms leaving a trail of blood. Fear and despair filled his eyes. She just wanted to survive, no matter who came to his rescue. But prayers were ultimately just wishful thinking. The lava beast, having locked onto its prey, let out a low growl and raised its magma-soaked claw, slamming it down hard. Chen Feng, fragile as pottery in the extreme heat, was struck by the devastating blow and his body exploded on impact. What splattered wasn't chunks of flesh, but charred fragments that scattered like shrapnel. The fiery aftermath continued to rage. Song Miaoyu and Su Yu were thrown back by the fire wave, crashing into the rock wall. Song Miaoyu, being a warrior with heavy armor, grimaced in pain but sustained no fatal injuries. Su Yu wasn't so fortunate. As a priest with naturally weak defenses and no armor for protection, the violent impact directly shattered her spine. Captain, Su Yu collapsed in a pool of blood, crimson mixed with organ fragments continuously pouring from her mouth, staining the front of her clothes. Her fingers dug deep into the charred rocky ground, fingertips splitting open, flesh and blood mingling with debris, yet she still desperately struggled to prop up her trembling body, hoarsely shouting toward the back. Quick, run. Jiang Sibo had just dodged the lava beast's strike when a scorching wave hit him heated, as if his skin had been instantly peeled away. He writhed on the ground in agony, like a spinning top branded by fire, the smell of charred flesh permeating the air. Song Miaoyu stood frozen in place, her pupils contracting violently. As captain, she watched helplessly as her teammates fell one by one. Chen Feng's blackened limbs scattered among the rubble, Su Yu barely clinging to life, and she was powerless to help. Her ears rang as 3 years of fighting side by side flashed before her eyes. Hearty laughter while drinking together, vows made in the dead of night, and that promise to survive together, all shattered in an instant. Ah! She let out a heart-wrenching scream, suddenly drawing her sword, draining nearly all her spiritual power to forge that deadly strike. The sword light struck like lightning toward the lava beast, but the creature merely lazily raised its claw and casually swatted like crushing a fly. The sword's radiance shattered, and Song Miaoyu was sent flying, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Crack! Several bones snapped on impact, her chest caved in, blood mixed with organ fragments gushing out as her vision instantly blurred. The lava beast crushed the scorched ground as it approached, its massive maw opening wide, molten lava churning in the depths of its throat, the blazing light turning the entire cavern red. So, we were always this weak. Song Miaoyu smiled bitterly, her fingertips trembling as she let death's shadow engulf her. Before her consciousness faded, she finally understood. Those shadow wolves that mysteriously disappeared, those battles where they barely escaped with their live sit was never luck. Bai Zhen had always been secretly paying the price for them. And now, he had withdrawn that mercy. Just as the molten light was about to consume her, a familiar voice came from behind. Didn't you say you could manage without me? Bai Zhen. Song Miaoyu's eyes suddenly brightened, and despite the excruciating pain of broken bones, she forced herself to look up. As long as this man was willing to act, the team still had a chance. The lava beast's frenzied roar came to an abrupt halt, confusion appearing for the first time in its blood-red eyes. From the ordinary-looking Bai Zhen, it sensed a terrifying pressure like that of a high-level demon beast, making it instinctively want to retreat. Suyu used her last strength to turn her head. Jiang Sibo, still writhing in pain, couldn't help but reach out toward Bai Zhen, all three placing their complete hope in him. Bai Zhen, save us. We were wrong before. If you help us, we'll let bygones be bygones. We're still teammates. You'll get the best resources from now on. Bai Zhen walked calmly, step by step positioning himself between the group and the lava beast, his tone indifferent. What I hate most is empty promises, yet you people love making them. With this kind of apology, I don't feel an ounce of sincerity. You're not truly repentantia, just know you're about to die. He slowly raised his eyes, his voice cold as ice. I told you before, we go our separate ways from here on out. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. The lava beast, which had remained motionless behind the group for what felt like an eternity, let out a low growl and tentatively stepped forward. It fixed its gaze on Bai Zhen, who still stood perfectly still, and suddenly its crimson eyes blazed with bloodthirsty light. That probing step had convinced it that this intimidating human wouldn't intervene. Roar! Scorching magma erupted with tremendous force, and Jiang Sibo, who bore the brunt of the attack, let out a piercing scream so shrill it barely sounded human. The molten rock engulfed his body, his skin dripping away like melted wax, exposing his stark white skeleton in an instant. He writhed and convulsed before finally burning to charcoal, falling silent forever. No, please no. Suyu's voice trembled with terror as she shook her head. The tears that had just welled up in her eyes evaporated instantly in the scorching air, denying her even the right to weep. She struggled to move back half a step, but as she looked up, she met the lava beast's descending claws. Heat and splat. Her pretty head exploded into a mess of red and white fragments. In mere moments, only Song Miaoyu remained from the entire team. The lava beast didn't rush to finish her off. Instead, it bent down to pick up Suyu's headless corpse and began methodically tearing at it from the severed neck. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being crushed echoed eerily in the deathly silent space, while the air filled with the sickly sweet smell of charred flesh mixed with sulfurous flames. Bai Zhen, how ruthless you are! Song Miaoyu's voice wavered, her eyes hollow like those of the walking dead, a stark contrast to her earlier vigorous demeanor. Me? Ruthless? Bai Zhen was momentarily stunned, then burst into bitter laughter. Captain Song, I always thought you were reasonable, but it turns out you're just another coward who won't take responsibility. A few accusations and you think you can pin the blame for the entire team's annihilation on me? Don't forget, without me, you'd all be dead already. After that battle, every second you've lived has been thanks to my mercy. He cast a cold glance at the charred remains on the ground, his tone merciless. You were the ones who forced me to accompany you in searching for someone. You were the ones who demanded we split up, and now you're the ones meeting your own destruction. You reap what you sow. Why should I clean up your mess? Even if such good fortune existed, it wouldn't be wasted on a pack of ungrateful wolves. Weren't you all desperately trying to find Feng Jianxing? Well, lucky you, I know exactly where he is. Bai Zhen raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Bingo. You guessed right, though there's no prize. A chill crept up from the depths of Song Miaoyu's heart. Did you kill him? Exactly. Bai Zhen snapped his fingers, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention back to him. He deserved to die the most. I gave him a chance to reform, but he didn't treasure it. Human nature is inherently evil, and his malice was infinitely magnified by his twisted worldview. Keeping him alive would only have brought harm to more people. TSK, your team really was full of fools splitting up to search for someone in a hellish place like this. Not knowing when to give up only doubles your losses. Don't you agree, Captain Song? Song Miaoyu trembled all over, only now truly seeing what kind of monster this seemingly harmless young man really was. Roar. Having devoured Suyu's corpse completely, the lava beast suddenly raised its head and let out another earth-shaking bellow. This time, its target wasn't just the defenseless Song Miaoyu, but also Bai Zhen, who stood motionless in place. The volcanic crater on its back suddenly erupted with blinding red light, instantly distorting the air within 100 meters. Amidst the surging crimson flames, Song Miaoyu stood on the charred rocks, her voice trembling with excitement. Haha, now even you can't escape. This is the lava beast's ultimate skill, explosive power enhanced through extreme air compression. Don't forget, it's a level 40 elite monster. At full strength, it can vaporize all life forms within several kilometers. She gazed at Bai Zhen in the distance with a complex expression. I admit you're young, wealthy, and talented. Your arrogance is understandable. But, dragging you down to die with me? Worth it. As her words fell, the lava beast's spine suddenly clamped shut, and molten lava came crashing down. Song Miaoyu's area was swallowed by a sea of fire. Her silver armor, which had protected her through countless battles, instantly vaporized in the 1,000-degree heat. Her flesh and blood turned to wisps of smoke before she could even scream. Flames and explosive pressure detonated on the ground with thunderous roars like shattered war drums, shaking half the incubation world. How could there be such an insane explosion to the east? Whatever it is, let's get out of here. At our current level, even getting close enough to look would kill us. Who knows which poor soul ran into that monstrosity? Terrified job changers fled in panic, wishing they had extra legs to run faster. The lava beast surveyed the scorched earth around it, slowly retracting its limbs and roaring triumphantly toward the sky. It confidently believed no enemy remained in this area. But just as it was about to turn back to its cave, it keenly detected a persistent white mist in the distance. Instinct made it arch its back and extend its claws again, intense danger flickering in its bestial eyes. As the mist gradually cleared, a human figure emerged. The person stood with hands clasped behind his back. It was Bai Zhen, who should have perished alongside Song Miaoyu. Looking closer, he was surrounded by a thick water barrier, its flowing light resembling a crystal shield. It turned out that at the moment the lava beast launched its ultimate attack, Bai Zhen had decisively activated Nine-Headed Catastrophe simultaneously. Though the Shangliu Phantom hadn't fully materialized, its water attribute power was sufficient to block all the heat waves and impact. Water conquers fiery and natural counter that left him completely unharmed at the epicenter of the inferno. The lava beast roared in fury. It had easily slaughtered so many fragile humans. Why had its most confident killing move failed against this seemingly frail young man? The tremors and thunderous sounds from the battle also awakened the lurking corrupted monsters. The corrupted world's law had always been silent as death, while noise meant food and opportunity. Shadowy figures stirred restlessly, wanting to get closer for a piece of the action. At this moment, the spectating monsters didn't get their share of the spoils, but instead witnessed this bizarre scene. The corrupted lava beast, a level 40 elite monster, naturally sensed the presence of those insignificant ants it usually looked down upon. When its strike missed, the overwhelming aura that had dominated the area suddenly showed cracks now. It had to completely tear apart that puny human to re-establish its authority. A nearly human-like determination flashed in its massive pupils as it suddenly rose from the ground, its enormous body resembling an active volcano. With an enraged roar, scorching heat waves swept outward, and the volcanic crater on its back erupted with a blinding crimson beam. In the next instant, it detonated all the fire elemental power within its body, red cracks spreading across its entire form at an alarming rate, as if magma was boiling beneath its skin. This was its ultimate strike, exchanged for its very life force. The ground cracked repeatedly, red fissures extending outward as molten lava surged forth, writhing and coiling as if alive, forming a roaring fire dragon in midair. The surrounding demon beasts fled like a receding tide upon witnessing this scene. The fire dragon crashed thunderously into the water barrier summoned by Bai Zhen, producing continuous hissing sounds as steam shot skyward and thick mist temporarily obscured vision, yet it could never tear through that seemingly fragile defense. The lava beast's pupils contracted violently. How? How was this possible? Even human professionals stronger than itself might not be able to so effortlessly withstand this life force-powered innate skill. As the mist gradually cleared, the phantom of 9 menacing serpent heads slowly materialized behind Bai Zhen. Xiang Lu's bone-chilling hiss seemed to freeze the very air. The lava beast raised its massive head, staring dumbfounded at the prey that should have been reduced to ashes, while Bai Zhen gazed down at it with the look one might give an insect. Each of Xiang Lu's serpent heads was mountain-sized, 18 vertical pupils simultaneously locking onto their target, their terrifying pressure actually triggering the level 40 elite monster's instinctive urge to flee. This was Bai Zhen's most powerful 9-headed catastrophe to date. Since his last casting, his attributes had surged dramatically, giving this summoned Xiang Lu an entirely new level of might. 9 phantoms struck almost simultaneously. The first serpent head viciously bit down on the lava beast's right foreleg, sharp fangs easily piercing through the rocky shell with a crack, as the entire limb was brutally torn away. Magma-like blood gushed forth, instantly freezing into crimson crystals under the surrounding frigid water elemental power. Roar! The lava beast howled in agony, its remaining 3 legs desperately clawing at the ground in an attempt to escape. However, the second and third serpent heads struck like lightning, one from each side, biting down on its hind legs and pulling in opposite directions. Rip! In the spine-chilling sound of tearing, its lower body was brutally shredded apart. The fourth serpent head opened its gaping maw and bit down on the neck, fangs piercing the artery with a dull thud as the entire neck was crushed. The remaining 5 serpent heads descended like ravenous wolves fighting over prey, instantly tearing the lava beast's broken body into powder. Moments later, the massive form had been reduced to scattered debris across the ground. Bai Zhen exhaled deeply as the water elemental power condensed by the 9-headed catastrophe completely dissipated. Fortunately, Xiang Lu wielded water elemental power. Without the advantage of elemental opposition, he truly might not have been able to slay the lava beast so effortlessly. Bai Zhen looked up at the heavenly principal stele, where Mou's name still held the top position. On the stele, his own score had reached a terrifying 73 points, a full 10-point increase from his previous 63. Bai Zhen knew clearly that before killing the lava beast, he hadn't touched any other corrupted creatures, which meant that single corrupted lava beast had contributed all 10 points. 10 points. This number instantly revealed crucial information: the points gained from kills weren't fixed. The higher the level of corrupted demon beasts, the richer the rewards for slaying them. This discovery sparked new ideas in his mind. Nine-headed Calamity had a natural advantage against lava beasts, delivering fatal strikes. Casting required no additional burden, with only cooldown time as a limitation. In other words, as long as the intervals were sufficient, he could specifically hunt lava beasts. During Nine-headed Calamity's cooldown period, his points wouldn't stagnate either. The corrupted world contained many demon beasts he hadn't encountered, including plenty of lower-level elite monsters that could satisfy his killing needs. If all else failed, he could still throw targets into Long Ling's cage world as before and deal with them slowly after his skills cooled down. Suddenly, an even bolder idea emerged. The number of demon beasts in the corrupted world was ultimately limited. If they kept being hunted, lower-level targets would become increasingly scarce, making it harder for those with insufficient strength to climb the rankings. But what if he first captured demon beasts in the cage world to gain points once, then released them to kill again for another round of points? If this could be done cyclically, earning thousands or even tens of thousands of points wouldn't be impossible. At this thought, Bai Zhen's breathing quickened. Without hesitation, he channeled power into his right hand. The beast pupil mark glowed, and his entire body was pulled into the cage world. The moment he landed, a powerful force rushed toward him, aimed directly at his landing spot. Bai Zhen instinctively raised his hand, unleashing Infernal Prison Curse. The blazing wave collided head-on with that force, shaking the ground until cracks spread everywhere. "Oh, it's actually you." A light, childish voice rang out from ahead, accompanied by a crisp plop as she landed. Long Ling stepped barefoot onto the sharp stone surface, moving as gracefully as if walking on flat ground. "You should at least give me a heads up before entering. If you hadn't reacted quickly, you would have taken a real hit just now." Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. "This mark can transmit messages." "Of course." Long Ling lifted her chin proudly. "Your entire body can enter here. What's so strange about saying a few words through the mark?" Her response left Bai Zhen speechless. "Perfect timing, I was looking for you anyway." Long Ling snapped her fingers, and several corrupted shadow wolves were immediately thrown out from the demon beast herd, landing before them. "These demon beasts you sent in are really strange. They actually carry a corrupting force. This power shouldn't exist in the normal world. It seems to originate from a higher dimensional force." Bai Zhen had originally come here merely to observe, but now his heart raced with excitement. If he could uncover the source of this power, he might be able to understand the true nature of the corrupted world. Mastering the source would be like holding the key to seeing through everything. "Strictly speaking, it's not really a power. Calling it corruption would be more accurate," Long Ling corrected. She raised her slender hand, which contained terrifying might, and clenched it in the air. The nearest corrupted shadow wolf was instantly crushed by an invisible force. Its flesh and blood didn't scatter, but instead condensed into a cluster of dark flames that flickered and danced, suspended in midair. "You can see this flame because there's some kind of rule-based power here that restricts the corruption from spreading freely," Long Ling explained calmly. Acting on instinct, Bai Zhen reached out to touch the eerie flame. "Don't touch it." Long Ling quickly grabbed his wrist. "With your current power, you can't resist the corruption at all. One touch, and you'll be assimilated." Bai Zhen sheepishly withdrew his hand. In terms of strength, Long Ling was the most powerful demon beast he'd ever encountered. If even she said it was dangerous, satisfying his curiosity would be tantamount to suicide. "The corrupted world I was in before was that a space contaminated by this power." Bai Zhen pressed. "You could understand it that way," Long Ling nodded. "However, that space was simultaneously bound by strange rules, so the corruption was suppressed. Through you. I saw the massive stone tablet hanging in the sky. If you receive rewards from that tablet, you must use them with extreme caution." "What do you mean?" "If I'm not mistaken, the source of all corrupted power in that world is that very stone tablet." Bai Zhen's heart sank. The heavenly principle stone tablet was connected to corruption? Then the rewards it distributed might very well be corruption itself. Had he been risking his life to accumulate points and climb the rankings only to eventually have the tablet crush him? Is there any way to resist this power? He told Long Ling everything about his position on the heavenly principle stone tablet's leaderboard. Right now, this demon beast girl was the only one he could trust. Night turned to dawn as a new day arrived. Less than 20 minutes remained before the heavenly principle stone tablet would distribute its rewards. Long Ling frowned in deep thought for a long while, then quietly held up two fingers. "You have two choices. First, stay in this world and gamble that the corruption can't trace back to you. Second, return to receive the reward and gamble that you can completely suppress the corruption. You recommend the second option more? Bai Zhen asked. Longling shook her head seriously. It's not more stable, it's just that if the corruption can truly track you down, this world will be affected too. Don't let the weak corruption in these few shadow wolves fool you. That doesn't mean the source power will likewise be blocked by this realm. If this world's origin is truly corrupted, all the demon beasts here will be doomed to corruption. Wasn't there a third option? Bai Zhen had always despised gambling. Yet both paths before him were nothing short of life or death wagers. One misstep would mean eternal damnation. Well, it's not entirely impossible. Longling frowned, her small face filled with conflict. I just don't want you to use it. She raised her hand and pointed to her heart. The third method, drink my blood and forcibly transform your bloodline into that of the dragon clan. Dragon blood was tyrannical. Ordinary human flesh simply couldn't withstand it. The slightest mistake would either result in explosive death or transformation into a half-human, half-dragon monstrosity. As soon as the words left her mouth, even Long Ling herself drew a sharp breath. Bai Zhen fell silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to meet her golden vertical pupils directly. Success rate, less than 30%. Long Ling sighed. Even if successful, you'd undergo irreversible mutations, possibly growing dragon scales or horns. Do you really want to try? Bai Zhen shook his head decisively. The situation hadn't reached its worst point yet. There was no need to stake his life on such a perilous path. At this moment, only 4 minutes remained until the Heavenly Lost Steel's reward settlement. After a moment's consideration, Bai Zhen decided to return to the corrupted world first to investigate. The prison world was his trump card. Absolutely couldn't let anything go wrong unless pushed to the absolute brink. Before leaving, he told Long Ling about his plan to use the prison world to farm points. Long Ling nodded almost without hesitation. No problem on my end, it won't affect me much. It's just a matter of having those big guys help you keep watch over the corrupted beasts you throw in. The key right now is surviving this ordeal. You'd better pray the steel doesn't reward you with corrupting power. Seeing her gloating expression, Bai Zhen remained calm and suddenly reached out to flick her forehead. How could the little tyrant who was accustomed to ruling the prison world endure such humiliation? Long Ling immediately raised her claws to scratch back. But before she could pounce, Bai Zhen had already withdrawn the power of the beast eye mark, vanishing instantly and leaving her stamping her feet in fury. Bai Zhen, you bastard. Next time you come in here, I'll definitely make you pay. The response came as an infuriating voice from the distance. Heh, next time is next time's problem. Long Ling's chest heaved as she muttered under her breath. Damn guy, I should never have told him about the remote communication ability. The corrupted world. One final minute remained until the Heavenly Lost Steel's reward calculation. At this moment, all the job changers who had entered the corrupted world regardless of location or battle status stopped their actions and held their breath in anticipation. Those ranked at the top wished these 60 seconds would simply evaporate. What exactly is this so-called blessing from the steel? The beasts here are so strong. The hunting rewards shouldn't be too shabby, right? Who knows? How did that Moyu guy manage it? Gong Jianwenhan, ranked second, growled through gritted teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness. He had paid a steep price to secure second place, and so many people had been feeding him points. Yet even so, he still couldn't shake the top position. On the surface, 41 points versus 34 points was only a 7-point difference, but in the scoring system, each point was equivalent to killing an elite-level demonic beast. Considering that he hadn't relaxed for even a moment since entering the corrupted world, was that first-place holder even human? Master, please don't take it to heart, his disciple consoled Gong Jianwenhan. That guy probably used some underhanded methods. These days, money can make devils do your bidding, though our world has no devils. We've got plenty of demonic beasts. Rankings built on cheating will be exposed soon enough. The one who truly deserves the first-place reward is someone like you who gave their all. Let that guy take the reward this time. When the next stone tablet descends, you'll definitely be at the top. After this string of flattery, Gong Jianwenhan's gloomy mood finally warmed up a bit. As everyone continued discussing, the final minute of the countdown suddenly reached its end. Just as the last second ticked away, buzz! The Heavenly Justice stone tablet shook violently, and dense crimson runes suddenly appeared on its pitch-black surface, writhing like living creatures. Immediately after, a deep and eerie voice flooded into the minds of all the job changers simultaneously. The grace of Heavenly Justice descends. Boom! A pitch-black beam of light erupted from the top of the tablet, piercing straight into the clouds. The next second, countless thin streams of black light split off from the main beam, shooting in all directions like a meteor shower. Whoosh! Each stream of light precisely locked onto its corresponding ranked jaw changer and crashed down mercilessly. Here it comes. Bai Zhen's pupils contracted sharply as the thickest stream of black light tore through the air toward him. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but found the angle completely sealed off with no room for evasion. In desperation, he raised his hand and unleashed 9 heavens thunder, but just as the lightning flashed, the black light seemed to pass through it like it had no physical form, instantly penetrating his forehead. A cold and evil power immediately invaded his entire body, crawling through his blood vessels like countless tiny needles. Bai Zhen's right eye throbbed with intense pain, and his vision was flooded with twisted hallucinations, corrupted worlds, deformed creatures, endless darkness. He keenly sensed that this wasn't mere energy, but rather an existence with independent will and malicious intent. So this is the source of corruption? He murmured to himself, his expression grave. Strangely, aside from that momentary sharp pain, he didn't feel any obvious discomfort. On the contrary, when he tentatively tried to manipulate this power, a wisp of pitch-black flame ignited in his palm, its scorching corrosive force distorting the surrounding air. The tablet fell silent for a moment, then spoke again like rumbling thunder. Those ranked in the top 20 of all received a source of mysterious power that can greatly amplify combat strength. The higher the ranking, the stronger the source. Note that the strength of the power source is not fixed, that it can be enhanced by defeating other holders and seizing their sources. Theoretically, the power of the source can grow infinitely. With each round of grace bestowed, heavenly justice will distribute new sources. Beings who possess a source can sense the location of nearby source holders. Please survive this slaughter. Hiss. Bai Zhen suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his eyes, followed by an overwhelming wave of dizziness crashing over him. The vertigo struck his consciousness like massive waves, one after another, making even the world around him seem to warp and crumple. The corrupted creatures surrounding him became completely distorted in his vision, their rough membranes and twisted limbs transformed into writhing masses of dark energy that crawled along the ground, whispering in hoarse voices. Kill, devour, evolve. The eerie whispers pierced his mind like drilling needles. Fine black veins, intricate as spider webs, rapidly spread across Bai Zhen's skin. His right hand began to convulse violently as the pitch-black flames of corruption churned wildly in his palm, threatening to erupt at any moment. This is bad. It's affecting my mind. Only now did he truly understand why Long Ling called this power pollution. This wasn't a blessing at all, but a bloody trial forcing the strong to slaughter each other. The corrupted world, even that heavenly principle stone tablet, all seemed like a gladiatorial arena set up by some higher being to breed the ultimate venomous insect. Realizing his precarious state, Bai Zhen immediately tried to return to the cage world. Having Long Ling by his side would be safer than facing this madness alone. He attempted to channel power into the beast eye mark as usual, but was shocked to discover that all his spiritual energy had gone completely out of control, as if being drained away thread by thread, had virtually no combat ability left. His struggle seemed to sound a horn, and the previously restrained dark power instantly swept through his entire body. His pupils turned completely black, and his hair began to fade and whiten bit by bit. Just as the corruption was about to complete its erosion, a crack suddenly spread through the void before him. A slender finger emerged from the fractured gap, touching his forehead with perfect precision. With just that single touch, his chaotic consciousness receded like a tide, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. You're in terrible condition. It looks like we'll have to implement Plan 3, Long Ling's voice echoed in his ears. Meanwhile, in the cage world, Long Ling's face was deathly pale. Forcibly breaking through the spatial barrier had severely backlashed against her. Merely extending one finger had nearly drained all her life force. You rascal. You must remember this debt. From now on, even if you serve me like an ox or horse, you won't be wronged. Just as Bai Zhen was about to express his gratitude, his consciousness nearly slipped back into the abyss. Long Ling shouted urgently, Hey, hey, hey! Don't you dare act rashly. Saving you this once has already damaged my essence. Now I'm giving you a drop of dragon blood. Whether you can absorb it depends entirely on you. As her words fell, a small wound opened on her pale fingertip, and a drop of golden blood slowly seeped out. The blood drop hovered in the air, blazing brilliantly, its contained pressure causing all the surrounding corrupted creatures to shriek in agony. Open your mouth. Without hesitation, Bai Zhen opened his mouth, and the dragon blood transformed into a golden lightning bolt that shot into his oral cavity. In the next instant, an intensely scorching energy exploded within his body, as if molten lava had been injected into his bloodstream. Bai Zhen felt as though his internal organs were being burned by fierce flames, and all the blood in his body began to boil. However, the dragon blood's energy was too violent, causing cracks to appear in his meridians under the impact, while blood droplets began seeping through his skin. An unprecedented war erupted within Bai Zhen's body. The blazing dragon blood, hot as molten lava and carrying ancient noble pressure, surged through his blood vessels, seeking to burn away all impurities. The cold, abyssal corruption force entrenched in his bone marrow released twisted and ravenous will, attempting to completely contaminate his body. These two opposing forces clashed wildly, tearing his meridians into tatters before the dragon blood's healing power barely mended them. Golden dragon scales and pitch-black corruption patterns alternately emerged on his skin, as if two fierce beasts were battling within his flesh and blood. Ah! Bai Zhen let out a heart-wrenching roar as his clothes burst apart at the back, two protrusions suddenly sprouting from his shoulder blades. In the prison world, the dragon spirit's beautiful face changed dramatically. Oh no! The dragon transformation has begun. The dragon blood's power far exceeded her expectations as Bai Zhen's hands rapidly became covered with fine dragon scales, his nails elongating and sharpening into claws. At this critical moment, a power that even made the dragon spirit's heart tremble suddenly emerged. The white tiger's sharp metallic energy burst forth, enveloping Bai Zhen entirely and forcibly carving a rift between the two battling forces. The dragon spirit gasped in shock. This power clearly didn't originate from Bai Zhen. Even more terrifying, she felt an invisible oppression. Any bloodline capable of making dragons tremble would certainly be no less than dragon class. Isn't he human? Why does his body still contain such terrifying demonic beast power? However, this was only the beginning. After the white tiger's power manifested, another terrifying devouring force followed, absorbing the two clashing energies like a whale swallowing water. 9 phantom serpent shadows formed by Xianglu appeared on their own without Bai Zhen casting nine-headed catastrophe, frantically tearing at the spreading corruption force. If Bai Zhen had remained conscious at this moment, he would have been stunned. These ancient fierce beast phantoms were actually devouring the dark energy and converting it into the purest power to return to him. Ding! You have gained pure power and received 1,347 experience points. Ding! You have gained pure power and received 2,413 experience points. Ding! You have gained pure power and received 5,591 experience points. The notification sounds continued incessantly, yet Bai Zhen's eardrums were filled only with the thunderous roar of clashing forces. Meanwhile, his level rapidly climbed to 31. This leap of 4 full levels caused his attribute panel to surge with massive values. The dragon spirit, witnessing all this firsthand, couldn't calm her shock for a long time. Just standing there doing nothing, his level skyrocketed like a rocket. Even powerful bloodline demonic beasts would find such rapid advancement difficult. More crucially, the dragon blood hadn't eroded Bai Zhen's bloodline, but instead fused with the contaminated corruption source, forming an entirely new and unprecedented power. Normal humans, let alone absorbing an entire drop of dragon blood, might explode and die the moment dragon blood entered their bodies. However, Bai Zhen had not only completely absorbed the dragon blood, but had done so with the intervention of another mysterious force. Whoosh! After remaining motionless for so long, he exhaled heavily, releasing a stream of turbid air. This ordinary breath caused the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. Bai Zhen slowly opened his eyes, dark golden light flickering in the depths of his pupils. The expelled air transformed into purple flames in midair, instantly incinerating the surrounding corrupted aura into ash. Within his body, his meridians surged like rushing rivers, with tremendous power coursing through every inch of his flesh and blood. The sources of corruption that had previously eroded his sanity now lay dormant like soulless puppets, ready for him to command at will. Dragon spirit, did I succeed in the absorption? As soon as his consciousness cleared, Bai Zhen immediately inquired through the beast pupil mark. Since the dragon blood had been bestowed by the dragon spirit, she would know best whether he had succeeded or failed. More than successful, it was perfect. The dragon spirit's voice carried barely concealed excitement. You didn't just completely fuse with the dragon blood. You also claimed the corruption source as your own. Just now, 3 completely different forces erupted simultaneously within your body, forcibly merging the dragon blood and corruption source together. Fortunately, those 3 forces far exceeded the level of the cold blood and corruption source. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Even I can't fathom your true limits now. It's just that your physical body temporarily can't bear the full power. Once your physique grows stronger, you might be able to unleash these forces to their maximum potential. Hearing this assessment, Bai Zhen excitedly clenched his right fist. Out of habit, he called up his attribute panel, but the next second, he was completely stunned. What? How did my attributes skyrocket so much? My level jumped directly to 31? What exactly happened while I was unconscious? And the panel seems different? Name, Bai Zhen. Class, Divine Rune Master. Class Talent Rating, SSS Great. Level, 31. Experience, 08500. Strength, 32,887. Mental Power, 30591. Agility, 29,281. Defense, 26,070. Magic Resistance, 26271. Skills, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave Blessed Version, Divine Rune Eye, Tao Tai True Form, 9 Heavens Thunder, Flame Prison Curse, Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger, Extreme Cold Domain, 9-Headed Catastrophe, tiger roar 9 heavens, all life withers. Corruption resistance, max immune to high-level corruption erosion. Dragon Emperor's might, natural suppression against dragon-type fierce, beast-type creatures. Bloodline, dark prison dragon emperor initial stage, evolvable. All the data appeared normal, except for an additional bloodline section at the bottom. No one else's panel had ever displayed this category, yet it showed dark prison dragon emperor. Was this the power fusion the dragon spirit had mentioned? But she had also said 3 forces appeared within his body, yet he couldn't sense any other presence at all. Things were far more complex than he had imagined. Bai Zhen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the string of mysterious question marks on his panel, as his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Still needed to go to the prison cage world to find the dragon spirit and verify this in person. Bai Zhen's mind stirred, and the beast pupil mark on his palm grew slightly warm. In the next second, his figure vanished from the corrupted world and descended once again into the prison realm. Before his feet could find steady ground, boom. An invisible pressure exploded outward with him at its center, as if the air had been instantly sucked away. Demonic beasts within a 1,000-meter radius, shadow wolf packs tearing at each other in fierce combat. Venomous scaled pythons lurking on rocky walls all froze in unison, as though pinned in place by some supreme being. Whimper. A massive level 37 bear-type demonic beast was the first to lose control, its front limbs collapsing to the ground as its enormous head pressed against the earth, its fur trembling like chaff in the wind. Its submission seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Howls and hisses erupted as hundreds upon thousands of demonic beasts prostrated themselves one after another. Some simply rolled onto their backs, exposing their most vulnerable bellies in the most primal display of absolute submission. The prison world seemed frozen in time, leaving only Bai Zhen standing there in stunned silence. This. He looked down at his hands. Beneath his previously smooth skin, dark purple dragon scale patterns flickered in and out of visibility. There had been no sign of this before entering the realm. Could it be related to activating the beast pupil mark just now? Long Ling. What's happening? Quosha petite figure flashed into view, none other than Long Ling. Unlike her lively state from just over 10 minutes ago, her face was pale and her entire demeanor listless. Even so, when the girl looked at Bai Zhen, her pupils contracted sharply, her small face filled with shock. You. The aura you're emanating is pure-blood dragon emperor pressure, she stammered, her voice trembling. This is impossible. My dragon blood is clearly only. Long Ling carefully sensed the changes, stunned to discover that the 3 distinct forces within Bai Zhen's body had now woven together into an entirely new circulation. The dark golden dragon blood and pitch-black corrupted essence rotated slowly like a yin-yang symbol, while at the center pulsed an unfamiliar, yet terrifying energy that sent chills through her heart. You've created an unprecedented bloodline. Bai Zhen's heart jolted as he experimentally released a wisp of his aura. Instantly, the surrounding demonic beasts trembled even more violently, with several weaker ones rolling their eyes back and fainting outright. So their reaction is, of course they're scared to death, you idiot. Long Ling finally snapped back to her senses, puffing up indignantly as she jumped up to bonk him on the head. Your current aura appears no different from a pureblood ancient dragon emperor to them. Even if I released my pressure at full strength, I couldn't frighten them to this extent. A bold thought suddenly occurred to Bai Zhen, his smile gradually becoming radiant. Then does my pressure affect you? Don't even think about it. Long Ling cut him off directly, pursing her lips. I can sense that your bloodline is still weak. Unless you advance again, your pressure will never match mine. You can only intimidate them because of the combined effect of those 3 forces within your body. The reason your pressure has a greater effect on other creatures than mine is purely due to the enhancement from those 3 forces within you. You mentioned 3 forces? Could you describe them more precisely? Long Ling raised his hand and gestured in the air, his fingertips conjuring 3 vivid phantoms. A snow-white giant tiger radiating majestic power, a beast that seemed to be a hybrid of wolf, lion, and fierce bird, and 9 writhing serpents with cold, gleaming scales intertwined together. The aura emanating from each of them is formidable, yet they willingly submit to your command, he said. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhen suddenly understood. The 3 forces Long Ling perceived corresponded exactly to his white tiger, Tao Tai, and Xiang Lu tattoos. But his body clearly contained 2 other sealed patterns, the ice toad and Mandalaso. Why had they never intervened? Were they not powerful enough? Or was there another reason? Long Ling, since I've inherited dragon bloodline, shouldn't there be some additional benefits? Bai Zhen couldn't help but ask. Ever since awakening as the dark prison dragon emperor, aside from brief attribute bursts, he had gained virtually no new abilities. Such a prestigious dragon emperor bloodline should at least grant him an exclusive skill, right? In the end, all he had was an intimidating presence. He hadn't seen hide nor hair of any decent abilities. How could there be nothing? Long Ling looked genuinely puzzled. Truly powerful beings have their clan's inheritance imprinted in their bloodline. We dragons crush most demonic beasts from birth, and at specific levels, we automatically awaken corresponding skills without needing to comprehend them. If you haven't received any feedback, there are only two possible reasons. First, your bloodline concentration is too low to meet the inheritance standards. Second, your level is too low to reach the inheritance threshold. Moreover, your bloodline seems dragon-like, yet not quite dragon-like, accompanied by corrupting power. To increase concentration, you should devour other corruption to improve purity. Of course, this is just my speculation. Whether it will succeed remains unknown. Long Ling's explanation was like a revelation to Bai Zhen. The Heavenly Principle Stone Tablet had already stated clearly, both combat and devouring could enhance corruption purity, and his bloodline was fundamentally built upon corruption. If he could devour more corruption of the same origin, his bloodline purity might very well skyrocket. Yes, your theory makes perfect sense. Bai Zhen's eyes lit up. I'll go verify this right away. If it succeeds, I'll definitely repay you generously. Wait. Long Ling waved his claws frantically. Your so-called repayment, are you not planning to dump another pile of corrupted beasts on us, are you? Those things are useless to us, and we can't devour them either. Killing them risks counter-corruption. Don't just throw them in here anymore. He paused, then added. Of course, if it's just temporary storage, combined with the plan you mentioned earlier, that would be acceptable. All right. Bai Zhen scratched the back of his head, understanding Long Ling's concerns. Corrupting power had massive and irreversible effects on ordinary demonic beasts. Not everyone was like him, with a powerful origin within to resist erosion. Once I leave this corrupted world, I'll definitely do my best to help you expand the demonic beast army in this realm. When the time comes, whatever demonic beast you desire, I'll find it for you and guarantee your satisfaction. As soon as Bai Zhen finished speaking, a vivid memory flashed through his mind when he was nearly consumed entirely by the corrupted source. It was Long Ling who crossed dimensional barriers at great cost, using a single drop of dragon blood to pull him back from the brink of death. This life-saving grace was no exaggeration whatsoever. All right, get lost. Long Ling waved her small hand with characteristic pride. Though she appeared weak and her voice trembled slightly, the innate majesty of the dragon race remained imposing. Bai Zhen knew she was suffering, but chose not to point it out. He simply clasped his hands in respectful salute, then withdrew the power of the beast eye mark. His figure faded from the spot as he returned to the corrupted world. The moment his toes touched the ground, the bone-chilling aura of the corrupted world hit him full force. Bai Zhen closed his eyes and channeled his inner power to sense the locations of other corrupted source holders. The Heavenly Principle Stone Tablet recorded that those blessed with this power could sense one another. He had never tested this before, but since the tablet stated it so clearly, it couldn't be mere speculation. Thump. An extremely faint heartbeat echoed from the north. Bai Zhen's eyes snapped open, locking onto his target. The air around him surged as he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. At level 31, his agility had broken through 280 on his attribute Penella first-rate number, even for level 40 characters. If previously he could only fight opponents 10 levels above him, now with the skills fed back through his tattoos, he could face off against professionals 20 levels higher. With such terrifying speed enhancement, he reached the source of the heartbeat in the blink of an eye. The thumping grew clearer, yet the surroundings remained empty and desolate with no sign of anyone. Bai Zhen frowned slightly, lost in thought, when suddenly violent energy fluctuations erupted in the distance. Boom! A pitch-black pillar of light shot skyward, accompanied by bone-chilling maniacal laughter. Ha! Found another one. Hand over your corrupted source. Bai Zhen's form flickered and vanished like a teleportation, racing toward the energy explosion. The scene that met his eyes was shocking. A professional in tattered armor held another by the throat with one hand. Dark, corrupted power spread along his arm like a living thing, devouring the victim's internal energy. The strangled man's face contorted in agony as strange black markings appeared on his skin. His corrupted source was being forcibly extracted, and his life force dimmed accordingly. The attacker suddenly turned around, revealing a grotesque half-human, half-beast visage. His left eye had completely corrupted into a writhing mass of black mist, while his right eye was bloodshot with murderous intent pouring forth. Oh, another one here to die? He casually tossed the dying professional aside and stared greedily at Bai Zhen. Your aura is strong. Devouring you will surely advance my power further. Including you. I've devoured 4 of these fools already. Before long, I'll become the strongest existence in this corrupted world. Bai Zhen shook his head and sighed softly. A pitiful creature corrupted by power. Pitiful. Zhao Kuang threw back his head in maniacal laughter, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. When I tear you apart, let's see if you'll still dare to be so arrogant. The last people in this world who should be mocked are those who pursue power. Whoosh. Before his words finished echoing, he suddenly exploded into motion, transforming into a pitch-black shadow. His fist, wrapped in corrupting force, shot straight for Bai Zhen's throat. The punch tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Bai Zhen merely shifted slightly to the side, commenting coolly, too slow. At the same time, his divine mark eye activated, and he took in Zhao Kuang's complete attribute panel. Name, Zhao Kuang. Class, Berserker. Level, 36. Strength, 242. Mental power, 59. Agility, 172. Defense, 285. Magic resistance, 220. This guy's a berserker like Chu Xian, just several levels higher. Bai Zhen's thoughts raced. His attributes are indeed formidable under the corruption sources enhancement, but that's all there is to it. What? Zhao Kuang's pupils contracted. Before he could react, a black shadow flashed across his chest. Bang! Bai Zhen's fist hammered into his abdomen like a sledgehammer. The tremendous force sent Zhao Kuang flying dozens of meters, smashing through 3 massive stones before finally coming to a stop. Before the stone fragments settled, Bai Zhen had already pursued him like a phantom. The moment Zhao Kuang's body was embedded in the stone wall, a whip-like kick came sweeping in viciously. Cough! Zhao Kuang spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face contorting into an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? My body was clearly strengthened by corruption, so why? Bai Zhen approached step by step, looking no different from an ordinary youth, yet radiating suffocating pressure. The corruption didn't just strengthen your attributes, it rotted your brain too. Zhao Kuang's breathing became erratic, his chest heaving violently. You're not the only one who gained this power, Bai Zhen said calmly, yet each word pierced like a needle. Don't compare me to those weaklings you devoured. Being overconfident will get you killed just like how they died at your hands. You'll eventually be devoured by me. Nonsense, Zhao Kuang roared, his fear reaching its peak and transforming into even more violent rage. Corrupting force surged outward as all his berserker skills activated instantly, and he once again became a black shadow lunging forward. Even Bai Zhen couldn't afford to be careless against a completely unhinged berserker. Game over. I'm done playing with you. He stood perfectly still and raised his right hand, flicking his fingers lightly. Snap! The crisp sound of snapping fingers echoed, and the entire space seemed to freeze for an instant. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar exploded forth. A blinding platinum-white light wave erupted from Bai Zhen's fingertips, unleashing pure and scorching metallic killing intent that spread instantly. As the light wave swept through, the air was torn into fine black cracks, and the rocky ground silently crumbled to dust. Zhao Kuang's ferocious face was immediately swallowed by the white radiance, and the corrupting black mist he had summoned hissed and scattered like snow falling into boiling oil upon contact with the light wave. This cannot be. Before he could finish his words, the white tiger's fierce light had already pierced through his chest with a muffled thud. The corrupting essence let out sharp, crackling sounds under the strangling force of the metallic energy, like countless invisible blades slicing through darkness. Any part of his body touched by the metallic force had its cellular vitality completely extinguished. Aha! Half of Zhao Kuang's body transformed into a cold metallic statue, while his remaining flesh writhed frantically, trying to escape. The corrupting essence that had scattered in midair was about to dissipate when it was drawn by an invisible force, forming wisps of dark purple energy that snaked toward Bai Zhen's forehead like electric serpents. Sizzle! As the corrupting essence touched the dark prison dragon emperor bloodline, it was like molten steel poured into a mold, instantly fusing into his flesh and blood. Bai Zhen groaned, his chest heaving irregularly as violent energy surged through his body. His bones cracked slightly, muscle fibers were reshaped by dragon blood to become more resilient, and faint dark purple dragon scale patterns appeared on his skin. Devour. Evolve. More power. Deep, draconic words echoed in his mind with irresistible authority. Frenzied, killing impulses surged within him, his pupils reflecting blazing dark light. After a moment, he forcibly restrained his mind, clarity returning to his eyes. A system notification appeared. Dark Prison Dragon Emperor bloodline concentration increased from 12 to 15. So that's how it works. Bai Zhen examined his right hand with sudden understanding. This bloodline could indeed directly devour corrupting essence to strengthen itself. In high spirits, he looked back at Zhao Kuang, who had become a drained husk collapsed on the ground. Haha! Zhao Kuang's throat produced wheezing sounds like a broken bellows, his one remaining human eye staring fixedly at Bai Zhen with a mixture of fear, rage, and disbelief. His withered left arm snapped with a crack, crashing to the ground and crumbling to pieces, followed by large chunks of his metallic shell peeling away. Before his final moments, he used his last strength to raise his intact right hand, trembling as he pointed at Bai Zhen, his lips moving soundlessly. You, too, will become a monster. Bai Zhen's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and waved, summoning the infernal prison curse into blazing flames that swept over Zhao Kuang's remains, burning them to ash. Losers have no right to speak. He looked down at the ashes, his voice low and cold. I won't become a monster, I'll become the master of monsters like you. Where's the next prey? The energy fluctuations from the recent battle quickly drew out all the corrupted beasts from the surrounding area. The darkness of night was torn apart as pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the shadows. Deep, guttural roars echoed one after another, while the air filled with the damp stench of blood and decay. The creatures stared at Bai Zhen with a mixture of fear and greed. A foolish corrupted shadow wolf was the first to pounce, seeking death. Bai Zhen's eyes turned cold as he stepped back half a pace with his right foot, tensed his spine, and drove his fist forward bang. The wolf's skull was brutally smashed into its abdomen, the remaining force coursing through its entire body before it exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a loud boom. The corrosive flesh and blood splattered onto Bai Zhen's body, only to be instantly devoured by the dark purple dragon flames flowing beneath his skin, transforming into surging energy. The intoxicating sensation of absorption made his spirit tremble slightly. Since corrupted sources can devour each other, and these beasts' power is essentially pollution, if I kill enough of them, I can strengthen my bloodline as well. The thought flashed through his mind as he raised his gaze to scan the remaining prowling beasts, his killing intent unconcealed. Since you've come, none of you are leaving. A cold smile curved his lips as dragon scale patterns surged across his right arm, dark purple flames rising in his palm. The next second, the ground exploded as his entire form became a blur. Primary target: a corrupted giant bear, standing 3 meters tall. The massive bear reared up on its hind legs, its heavy paws wrapped in black mist as it swiped forward. Bai Zhen neither dodged nor evaded, driving his fist straight ahead. Crack. The sound of shattering bone rang out as the bear's entire foreleg was crushed to powder. Seizing the moment, Bai Zhen pressed close, his left hand's 5 fingers like blades as he thrust them deep into the bear's chest, pulling out its still beating heart with a wet squelch. The dark prison dragon emperor's bloodline frantically devoured the corrupted power, and the bear's massive body visibly withered at an alarming rate before collapsing as an empty husk. Just as he greedily absorbed the energy, a corrupted python as thick as a water barrel silently slithered closer, its scales gleaming with an eerie dark red as poisonous mist swirled around it. Hiss! The giant serpent suddenly launched itself forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at Bai Zhen's head. Heh! Bai Zhen sneered coldly, shifting his stance as his iron grip, right hand precisely clamped down on the snake's vital point. Crack. Its spine shattered. Then, with a forceful squeeze of his 5 fingers RIP, the entire python was torn alive into 2 sections. The gushing black blood hadn't even hit the ground before it was vaporized into wisps of black mist by the surrounding dragon flames and completely absorbed. At this moment, Bai Zhen was like a killing machine, devastating everything in the path of his fists and claws. Corrupted shadow wolves? Exploded with a single punch. Corrupted giant lizards? Torn in half. Corrupted vultures? Crushed their skulls with a single grip. Refined them in an instant. Bai Zhen touched the ground with his toes and transformed into a blur, dark red blood mist exploding between his fingers. With each corrupted beast he slaughtered, the scalding blood was instantly absorbed, and the violent dark prison dragon emperor bloodline within him surged accordingly. 151617. Less than half an hour after returning from the prison world, his bloodline concentration had surged to 17, as if it would tear his bones apart at any moment. Just as he prepared to continue the slaughter, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from deep within the beast horde. All the corrupted beasts that had been frantically attacking froze in unison, then trembled as they knelt in submission, their breath filled with reverence for some presence. Bai Zhen narrowed his eyes and wiped the blood from his face. These beasts had always been fearless in the face of death, yet now they cowered like condemned prisoners, which was beyond his understanding. Deep in the dense forest, thick vines were torn apart, and towering ancient trees crashed down as a formidable figure emerged, crushing branches and leaves underfoot. It was a giant demonic ape standing 6 meters tall, its muscles forged like iron and stone, with large areas of crystallized skin gleaming with cold purple light, as if wearing natural battle armor. Finally, something worthy. Bai Zhen licked his cracked lips, his fighting spirit burning like fire. His divine mark. I quickly scanned level 40, Lord-class beast. This was the first one he had encountered. In the next moment, the demonic ape erupted into action, its massive fist covered in crystallized armor, carrying tearing wind pressure as it smashed down. Bai Zhen raised his arms to block, but was still sent flying dozens of meters, crashing through 3 ancient trees before stopping his retreat, his arm bones faintly numb. What terrifying power! The madness in his mind slightly subsided. To become a Lord-class beast was indeed no simple matter. This single strike alone was worth using his trump cards. In that case, special circumstances call for special methods. Bai Zhen's eyes blazed with blood light as he shouted, "Great wilderness prison heaven finger." The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was violently drained, condensing into a giant finger phantom wrapped in ancient runes, striking directly at the demonic ape. A flash of contempt appeared in the Lord-class demonic ape's eyes. The corrupted core in its chest blazed with purple light, as it similarly condensed a giant palm formed of corrupted energy, clearly intending to clash Hedon. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided Hedon, the shockwave sweeping out and reducing all vegetation and rocks within 100 meters to dust. Uffed. Bai Zhen felt sweetness in his throat as blood sprayed forth. The power of the tattoo skill far exceeded his current level, and after barely managing to activate it and clash with the ape's equivalent force, the aftermath was more than he could completely absorb at this moment. Even though his attribute panel had long surpassed many of the same level or even higher tier professionals, he couldn't completely swallow this backlash. The demonic ape wasn't faring well either, with cracks appearing in the crystal armor on its chest. The contempt in its eyes had long been replaced by gravity. This seemingly insignificant human could actually fight to mutual destruction. However, this is as far as it goes. The demonic ape let out a low howl and suddenly opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a corrupted beam compressed to the extreme. The devouring power contained in the beam caused the air to twist inch by inch, and wherever it passed, soil was reduced to nothing. A chill ran down Bai Zhen's spine as he instantly saw through the opponent's intention. This thing wanted to devour him. A cold smile curved his lips. Want to devour me? How about I taste your power first? Before his words finished, he pressed his palms together, and dense black gold cracks appeared on his body's surface. A terrifying devouring aura surged outward like a raging tide, sweeping across the wilderness. Boom! An ancient and fierce aura erupted from within him, forcibly twisting the dark void into a whirlpool. Behind Bai Zhen, space distorted. A massive phantom of a fierce beast slowly materialized. A creature with a sheep's body, tiger's fangs, and dragon claws. A massive maw gaped from its belly, with eyes positioned beneath its arms. This was unmistakably the true form of Tao Tai. Roar! The phantom lifted its head and unleashed a deafening howl, as surging devouring power swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The corrupted Tao Tai that had been lunging forward suddenly froze midair, as if pinned down by chains of superior hierarchy, its very scales trembling. Your power is mine now. Bai Zhen's right arm shot forward, and the phantom's enormous maw gaped wide as an invisible vortex locked onto the once arrogant Lord-class demon ape. The demon ape's crimson pupils contracted sharply, an unprecedented sense of oppression making its blood feel frozen solid. It shrieked frantically as its purple-black crystalline armor blazed with malevolent light, attempting to resist the devouring force. The corruption core within its body pulsed violently, dark energy surging through its limbs, finally allowing it to break free momentarily. Mere human, you dare try to devour me? In its fury, the demon ape slammed both fists into the ground. Boom! Earth and stone exploded as hundreds upon thousands of black crystal spikes shot skyward like a torrential downpour, stabbing toward Bai Zhen. The assault was airtight, sealing off virtually every escape route. It seemed only two paths remained before Bai Zhen: either abandon the manifestation of Tao Ye's true form, or perish alongside the demon ape, skewered like a pincushion. Big guy, you don't actually think you're clever, do you? At best, you're slightly sharper than other demon beasts, but in front of humans, that's nothing special. Bai Zhen's composure made the demon ape's mind reel, facing certain death. Why was this human still so calm? Could there be another move? It immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. The opponent's level was clearly inferior to its own, and demon beasts naturally possessed superior attributes. If humans could truly dominate absolutely, the world would be insane. Nine-headed calamity. 9 menacing serpent shadows erupted skyward from behind Bai Zhen. Simultaneously, tremendous water attribute energy condensed into an invisible barrier around him, causing the black crystal spikes to shatter and halt upon impact. The demon ape's expression became spectacularly complex for a moment. It couldn't tell whether it was the demon beast, or if the human before it was the true monster. Bai Zhen casually flicked his right hand. The deflected crystal spikes, like shotgun pellets triggered by a pulled trigger, whooshed as they reversed direction and struck back at the demon ape. The attack it had considered its trump card 1 second ago pierced its own armor with perfect accuracy the next. Sounds of tearing and shattering armor rang out in succession. The demon ape's fury reached its peak, yet it discovered that rage could not fill the gaps torn in its body. Tao Ye's phantom maw had completely enveloped it. No. The demon ape's corrupted core flickered wildly as it struggled desperately, even burning its very essence in an attempt to break free from the Tao Ye's devouring power. Shangliu's 9 spectral heads coiled around it like chains, forcibly binding the demon ape in place, while the Tao Ye's massive phantom fangs gaped wide, sucking with such force that even the air twisted and warped. Already gravely wounded, the demon ape had no strength left to resist, as the two beast-level abilities wove together into a storm that completely engulfed it. In the next instant, the demon ape's bones cracked with sickening pops as its body was violently torn and twisted out of shape. Purple-black, corrupted energy poured from within like silk being unraveled, transforming into rolling black mist that flowed along the Taotai Phantom's fangs and into Bai Zhen's chest. I refuse to accept this. Came a weak roar that dissipated into the dark fog. The last glimmer of light in the demon ape's eyes faded as its massive body withered into a grayish-brown husk that collapsed to the ground with a thud. Even the final trace of its corrupted essence was completely devoured by the Taotai Phantom. Dark Prison Dragon Emperor Bloodline Concentration, 20 ding. Bloodline concentration has reached 20. Second stage bloodline reward obtained Dragon Eyes. Dragon Eyes possess the ability to see through all illusions. Any illusory techniques are rendered completely ineffective before the Dragon Eyes bearer, regardless of level. I knew there would be a reward. When the notification appeared, Bai Zhen's eyes blazed like stars. He had long suspected that every 10 increase in bloodline concentration would unlock a new ability. 10 had granted Dragon Might, 20 brought Dragon Eyes, so what would 30 reveal? The thought made him even more eager for the hunts ahead. Compared to killing ordinary monsters, absorbing the corrupted essence of fallen job changers clearly accelerated his bloodline advancement much faster. His gaze returned to the Heavenly Law Monument, where cold golden characters reminded him 1 full hour remained until the second divine blessing descended. Tianyuan City, Lin family living room. What should we do? What should we do? Why hasn't Brother Bai Zhen returned yet? It's been almost a week without even a single message. Yi Lioli paced anxiously around the coffee table, hands clasped behind her back, looking like a worried little old man. On the sofa sat Lin Qingyue, Chu Xian, Zhong Wuying, and Lin Yao, who hadn't been seen in quite some time. Though Lin Qingyue maintained her young lady's composure, her brow was furrowed with concern. Didn't you all go to the underground world together? What exactly did he say before leaving? Yi Lioli tried hard to remember. Nothing particularly special. Just that he was going somewhere very dangerous and told us to focus on leveling up safely. She pointed toward the window. When he left, his direction was obvious, straight toward the dark tunnel. At those words, Lin Qingyue's expression changed dramatically. What? You're saying he went to the dark tunnel alone? Yi Lioli nodded earnestly. I'm certain about the direction. With Brother Bai Zhen's combat power, the monsters in the dark tunnel shouldn't pose any real threat to his safety. Even if he encountered trouble, he should be able to escape. How could he possibly be out of contact for so long? Oh, you. Lin Qingyue sighed. Do you remember what I warned you about before returning to the academy? A dark rift has appeared near the dark tunnel. Haven't you been watching the news these past few days? That rift is unprecedentedly dangerous. Every job changer who entered has never returned. Now even the entrance has been sealed off, and the association can't get in. She looked around at everyone, her tone growing heavier. The Rising Star tournament preliminaries are just days away. If he doesn't return, he'll have to forfeit. While Yi Lioli might not possess Lin Qingyue's farsighted vision, she was certainly no fool. Recently, posts about the Dark Rift had been flooding major forums and short video platforms. Reportedly, over 100 explorers had entered one after another, only to vanish without a trace. The Awakener Association had immediately sealed off the affected area, deploying satellite scans, spatial positioning devices, and other advanced methods, yet they couldn't even relocate the disappeared entrance, let alone establish communication with the interior of the rift. In the conference room, everyone sat arranged in a semicircle. Neon lights flickered outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, while inside, the atmosphere felt oppressive due to Bai Zhen's disappearance. Lin Yao sat in the position closest to the wall, his voice heavy. If by the time the Rising Star tournament preliminaries begin, Bai Zhen still hasn't returned, would we have no choice but to forfeit? The question cut straight to the heart of the matter. Bai Zhen was the irreplaceable cornerstone of this team. Without him, forget advancing to the finals. Whether they could even pass the preliminaries remained uncertain. The competition allows substitutes. Lin Qingyue looked up, forcing herself to breathe steadily. If worst comes to worst, we'll have Miss Zhong temporarily fill in. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Lioli, Chu Xian, and Lin Yao almost simultaneously turned their gazes toward Zhong Wuying. At that moment, Zhong Wuying was half reclining in the leather sofa, the lighting casting soft, lustrous curves across her winered velvet slip dress. At the deep neckline, glimpses of pale skin appeared and disappeared as she slightly adjusted her posture. The hem had slid up to her thighs, where black lace garter belts outlined her slender curves, making even Yi Lioli secretly gasp in admiration. I'm just an outsider. Won't it be inappropriate for me to participate in your competition? Her smile was languid, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Lin Qingyue stood her ground. There's no such thing as outsiders or insiders. We're all people who've received tattoo powers, and we should help each other. In that case, Zhong Wuying gently brushed aside the loose strands by her temples. I suppose I'll participate for Bai Zhen's sake. As her words fell, Lin Qingyue's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. When Bai Zhen had asked Chu Xian and Yi Lioli to bring Zhong Wuying back to the academy, she had already received word Bai Zhen had once again bestowed tattoo powers upon an alluring woman. Previously, she hadn't felt truly threatened, but with this seductive woman now before her, the sense of crisis instantly shifted from vague to clear and heavy, like a stone pressing against her chest. However, now wasn't the time to settle old scores. Lin Xinghua took a deep breath, her tone crisp. Let's settle on that for now. I'll have someone resubmit the substitute roster. With only 3 days left until the preliminaries and Bai Zhen absent, I'll be taking charge of team affairs. No problem. I'll follow Sister Qingyue's lead. Yi Liuli was the first to voice her agreement. I have no objections either, Chu Xian said, adjusting his glasses. Agreed, Lin Yao nodded. Zhong Wuing simply smiled and nodded as well, though her gaze subtly swept across Lin Xingyue's profile. The meeting ended, and everyone gradually dispersed. As Lin Xingyue's crisp footsteps carried her from the room, and the door closed with a clear sound in the silence, Zhong Wuing finally revealed a meaningful smile, murmuring to herself. This Bai Zhen is quite interesting, certainly has accumulated quite a few romantic debts out there. Even the aloof young lady of the Lin family was getting jealous over the beauties around him. What a corrupted world. In just a few hours, Bai Zhen had swung his blade countless times, blood mist rolling through the air, yet his consciousness began to waver from the endless slaughter. This was the first time he realized that even killing could become tiresome. Initially, with each enemy slain and each wisp of corrupted power absorbed, he could clearly feel the soul-deep excitement as his bloodline strengthened. But as corpses piled into mountains, excitement gave way to numbness, leaving only the monotonous sound of his heartbeat to remind him he was still in the center of the battlefield. The concentration of the dark prison dragon emperor bloodline within him had climbed to 37. At 30, he had awakened dragon claws, now possessing 3 major traits: dragon's might, dragon eyes, and dragon claws, with only 3 remaining until 40. However, the higher the bloodline concentration, the exponentially harder it became to advance. What once brought a 1 surge per kill now barely moved even 0.1. Bai Zhen understood this. Just like when he used to bargain on Pingo before his transmigration, that final bit was always the hardest. Reasonable, very reasonable indeed. Fortunately, the second wave of blessings descended, with numerous job changers obtaining corrupted power sources and becoming new prey. Those possessing sources could sense each other's locations and strength, and Bai Zhen's aura was currently the strongest, attracting the most opponents. Many hadn't even waited for him to make a move before following his scent straight into his trap. Under the purple-black canopy, 12 twisted figures surrounded him. Each person's skin crawled with eerie black markings, thick corrupted aura churning restlessly. The leading burly man's right arm had mutated into a giant bone blade, its surface coated with acidic slime capable of burning through rock. Through devouring corrupted sources, their bodies had long departed from the category of human. Yet Bai Zhen still maintained human form, entirely thanks to his dark prison dragon emperor bloodline suppression. Otherwise, he too would now be a grotesque monstrosity. Such surging power. The effeminate man stared fixedly at Bai Zhen, his gaze as if wanting to devour him whole. Everyone attack together, kill him, and we'll split the power equally. He licked his cracked lips as he spoke. Kakik, I agree. Another burly man wreathed in black energy laughed maniacally in response, while the others also grinned wickedly, their killing intent forming tangible pressure bearing down on the center. Bai Zhen raised his eyes, crimson flashing in the depths of his pitch-black pupils. Clearly, this group had already considered him meat on the chopping block. Gentlemen, such overconfidence comes with a price. His voice was calm, yet seemed like thunder rolling across the heavens. Also, I have something to say to all of you. The next moment, he stood on high ground, looking down at the 12 figures, enunciating each word of his final judgment. It's not that I look down on any particular one of you, but rather, everyone present here is trash. Still talking big when death is knocking at your door? Let me tear that foul mouth of yours apart. The burly man roared in fury and struck first. His thick right arm rapidly ossified under the corruption's influence, and a bone-white blade tore through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for Bai Zhen's throat with an ear-piercing shriek. The other 3 corrupted fighters lunged forward simultaneously. The one on the left flipped his palm, releasing corrosive toxic fog that rolled forward like green marsh gas. Another's arms twisted and swelled, his flesh transforming into writhing tentacles that lashed wildly. The last one melted into faint shadows, attempting to cut off Bai Zhen's escape route. Bai Zhen snorted coldly. These people finally understood teamwork, but they were still pathetically weak. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline roared within him as he assessed the situation. With a glance, his opponents averaged level 34, and even with the corruption source forcibly boosting their power, they were nowhere near the foundation of the Dark Prison Dragon Emperor. In terms of base attributes, he crushed them. In corruption intensity, they were even less worth mentioning. Unless a group of level 40 fighters came to gang up on him, he truly didn't know the meaning of fear. Infernal Prison Curse. His voice was low and brief, without any charging time or lengthy incantations. Bai Zhen spread his 5 fingers and gently pressed his palm downward. In the next instant, the air within a 100-meter radius rippled and distorted, the ground groaned in anguish, and spiderweb cracks spread wildly outward from his position. What surged from the depths of these fissures wasn't ordinary magma, but dark red flames infused with the dark prison dragon emperor's might, writhing like living creatures as they soared and coiled, instantly constructing a blazing cage 100 meters in diameter. The shadow-manipulating fighter bore the brunt of the attack. His once-proud shadow stealth technique turned to nothing before absolute light and heat, the shadows evaporating before they could even form. No, this is impossibly a... His heart-rending scream cut off abruptly as the high temperature caused his eyeballs to burst instantly, his entire body igniting like a hissing torch before finally crumbling into a pile of ash-white bone fragments. The bone blade-wielding brute fared slightly better. He frantically swung his mutated arm, purple-black mucus forming a protective membrane over his body, but it melted rapidly under the blazing flames, and the tip of his bone blade began to soften and droop. Damn it, he cursed as he retreated desperately, but the moment he turned around, his entire body went rigid. Bai Zhen had somehow appeared 3 steps behind him. Those eyes, turned dark gold vertical pupils due to his draconic bloodline, coldly reflected the brute's twisted terror. The first one. Squelch. Bai Zhen's 5 fingers pierced into the chest cavity, plucking out the still beating heart as easily as picking a fresh flower. With a slight squeeze of his fingertips, the heart exploded into a spray of blood. The remaining 2 fighters were scared out of their wits, and before they could recover their senses, the sky above suddenly darkened. Storm clouds gathered at an unnatural speed, with purple-gold lightning rolling and flickering deep within the cloud layers. Scatter quickly. A nature mage was the first to react, waving his staff and beginning to chant. Dozens of corrupted vines suddenly erupted from the ground, weaving together into a massive protective barrier. The vines oozed dark green sap, and their putrid stench quickly filled the air. The tendrils twisted around each other, sealing off every gap ahead in the blink of an eye, forming what looked like a thick yet diseased wall. Immediately after, another woman who had regained her composure threw back her head and let out a piercing shriek. Her skin swelled like an inflated balloon, and the tumors bulging from her back burst open one after another, spraying dark brown pus. Accompanied by a nauseating stench, countless corrupted insects swarmed out, layer upon layer forming a cloud that blotted out the sky. The sharp buzzing of their wings made eardrums ring. Bai Zhen's lips curved into a slight smile as he slowly raised his right hand, drawing his index finger downward through the air. 9 heavens thunder. Boom. A lightning pillar as thick as a mountain crashed down, its purple-black radiance illuminating the entire battlefield. The scorching heat distorted the air, as if connecting heaven and earth into a realm of thunder. The vine barrier was torn to shreds by the lightning, unable to last even half a second. The insect cloud instantly turned to smoke under the electrical assault. The thunder pillar pierced through both the nature mage and the woman's bodies, their flesh immediately ionized into charred powder. After striking the ground, the pillar split into hundreds of arm-thick lightning serpents that slithered among the rubble and scorched earth. Though their attack power was limited, they occasionally darted onto corpses and metal objects, releasing paralyzing currents that made the very air tremble. The few remaining class-changed warriors who hadn't yet acted suffered complete mental breakdowns. None dared gamble whether the next lightning bolt would strike them, so they abandoned their weapons and armor, turning to flee frantically into the distance. Their steps were chaotic, their breathing uncontrolled. They only wanted to escape this terrifying thunder field. Bai Zhen sighed softly, watching the pack of defeated dogs flee in panic. Weren't you all so aggressive when you arrived? Why the sudden desire to leave? We're all adults here, must pay the price for our actions. The price for today's events is your lives. When you sought to devour others' power, you should have been prepared to be devoured yourselves. Snap. He flicked his fingers. White tiger blazing light wave. There was no deafening explosion or dazzling fireworks, just a white beam condensed to its absolute limit, silently sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever it passed, the edges of space showed visible minute distortions. The killing intent of white tiger metal power concentrated to its ultimate form. One fleeing warrior's movements froze. He first felt a needle-like touch at his chest, and only when he looked down did he discover a hair-thin white line running diagonally from shoulder to waist. The next instant, his upper body silently slid away, though the gushing blood was instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Even his armor and protective skills had been sliced clean through. Ow! How is this possible? Before he could finish speaking, his lower half continued running for 2 more stumbling steps before crashing to the ground. Another class-changed warrior raised a massive shield covered in ancient runes and terror, earth-yellow light rippling across its surface. This was Mountain's protection, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a level 40 elite monster. But the white tiger blazing light wave showed no hesitation, piercing straight through. Crack! A straight white mark split the shield's center, and the entire massive shield broke in two. The man hiding behind it felt the same white line appear across his throat, his head slowly sliding off with a look of despair as blood and severed neck hit the ground together. The power of metal, nothing could withstand its edge. Though all the attacking class changers had fallen, the corrupted essence lingering within their bodies still drifted across the battlefield. Bai Zhen certainly wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity to cultivate while fighting. He spread his 5 fingers slightly, and a pitch-black vortex materialized in his palm so dark it seemed capable of devouring all light. Buzz, the corrupted energy floating in the air, responded as if summoned by a horn, surging madly toward his palm. Purple-black energy streams coiled around his arm before being completely consumed by the dark whirlpool. Within mere moments, all residual power was absorbed completely. As the energy entered his body, his dark prison dragon emperor bloodline boiled like molten lava. Before the system notification could even appear, he sensed his bloodline concentration suddenly breaking through the 40 threshold. The sudden change brought in strange tingling sensation as if millions of ants were crawling beneath his skin. He looked down, his pupils contracting sharply. Crack, crack. Fine fracturing sounds emerged from deep within his flesh as tiny fissures appeared on his arm's surface, followed by pitch-black dragon scales breaking through the skin. The scales gleamed with a metallic luster, their edges sharp as blades, opening and closing slightly with his breathing, as if alive. Bai Zhen raised his hand to touch them. They felt cold, hard, yet flexible. When he lightly scraped them with his right hand's transformed dragon claw, sparks actually flew. With a mere thought, the entire layer of scales instantly retracted beneath his skin, leaving it smooth as before, as if the transformation had never occurred. Yet the surging power in his blood vessels continued to roar, ready to unleash earth-shattering might at any moment. The 40% bloodline reward dragon scales. Bai Zhen's lips curved upward. Compared to the scale armor previously conjured by his bloodline, this substantial protection represented a qualitative leap in defense. Now that he had gathered all 4 fundamental characteristics, dragon might, dragon eyes, dragon claws, and dragon scales, his anticipation for future bloodline rewards grew even stronger. Just then, an emotionless mechanical announcement echoed from the heavens. The corrupted world will collapse after the 3rd blessing descent, and the teleportation gate will simultaneously open. Warning: due to limited gate energy, only 100 beings can leave the corrupted world. Any beings remaining before the collapse will be annihilated. Hereafter, entrances to the corrupted world will randomly appear throughout the world at intervals. Heaven is round, and earth is square. We shall meet again. The cold echo reverberated through the shattered realm, causing all class changers to feel a tremor deep in their souls. At that same moment, the heavenly principal steel above the dome suddenly shuddered violently, its surface rapidly covering with countless cracks. With a final eruption of corrupting force, the massive monument shattered completely. A giant fragment wrapped in flames plummeted downward, disintegrating mid-flight into countless burning meteorites that screamed through the air before crashing into the earth. Even more terrifying, the aftershock of the steel's destruction directly tore at the entire corrupted world. Distant mountain ranges collapsed like wax figures melted by fire, while the sky developed countless mirror-like fractures revealing bizarre otherworldly spaces beyond. Space, terrain, and sky, everything twisted at a visibly rapid pace, all conveying the same message to Bai Zhen. The corrupted world was approaching its end, like the death throes of a colossal beast. Boom! A blinding portal of light suddenly tore open across the shattered sky, like a beacon in the darkness, slowly descending vertically toward the ground. Unstable vortexes churned within the portal, its edges twisting and undulating. Through the gaps, one could faintly glimpse the bustling traffic and towering skyscrapers on the other side, the streetscape of the real world, the exit everyone desperately yearned for. An exit! It's an exit! The chaotic crowd instantly erupted. Let's go! Don't block me, my great-grandfather is getting married, and I must be there. Wah, my neighbor's second uncle's pig is about to give birth, and they specifically asked me to help deliver it. Can I go first, please? Get the hell out of my way. What's wrong with me taking one of these spots? Stop babbling, everyone. May the best person win. If you can't compete, then just stay here and rot in this godforsaken place. In the corrupted world, besides the corrupted monsters and job changers who hadn't mastered the power of pollution's source, there were also numerous ordinary job changers who had failed to make it onto the heavenly principal steel. They could neither draw power from this land nor receive any safety guarantees, already harboring resentment about fighting for an uncertain future. Now, with escape within reach, everyone rushed toward the portal with all their might. Some summoned wind steeds and galloped wildly. Others activated speed skills, transforming into streaks of light. There were even those who suddenly turned on companions they had supported each other with along the way, just to squeeze into a better position. Because on the other side of that portal, there were only 100 slots to leave the corrupted world. And the competitors weren't limited to humans. lava behemoths, shadow wolf packs, corrupted vultures, soul-devouring demons. Even those lord-level corrupted monsters that had always hidden in the shadows and never shown themselves, all charged into the battlefield. Having struggled to reach their current levels, they absolutely refused to perish here. Thus, twisted creatures from all directions converged into a black tide, trampling over the corpses of their own kind, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they surged madly toward that soul passage. A level 40 Lord class corrupted dragon roared as it swept through the air, directly smashing aside dozens of job changers, its massive body forcing its way into the portal. Several blurry black mists weaved through the crowd, causing multiple job changers to cough up blood and collapse in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a corrupted heart-devouring vine with human faces silently wrapped around the fallen, attempting to smuggle itself through. For a moment, the entire corrupted world descended into chaos. In the real world, above Linjiang City. Alert! Alert! Large numbers of monster signals detected above the urban area. Repeat. Large numbers of monster signals detected above the urban area. Piercing air raid sirens tore through the morning tranquility, echoing throughout the city. Citizens looked up in terror to see the clouds twisting into a massive vortex hundreds of meters in diameter. The next second, bang, bang, bang. Countless dark shadows came crashing down. A lava beast wreathed in flames smashed into the commercial district, igniting a sea of fire and triggering chain explosions. Shadow wolves landed in the park, instantly pouncing on morning joggers, blood splattering across the grass. The vast majority of city residents were merely low-level professionals, completely powerless against monsters that had survived the law of the jungle in the corrupted world. Even more terrifying were the massive monsters that fell from the sky like meteors, directly crushing an office building and trapping hundreds of people inside. The Linjiang City Job Changer Association branch. All personnel entered Level 1 alert status as branch members were urgently assembled. Lock down the entire city. Prioritize civilian evacuation. We cannot let these monsters spread beyond our borders. Alarms tore through the corridors as a commander roared through his megaphone. I've reported our situation to headquarters, but until reinforcements arrive, we're on our own. We must brave fire and water for the safety of China. Meanwhile, twisted spatial rifts tore open across skies worldwide, with similar scenes unfolding simultaneously. Corrupted demonic beasts poured forth, not individually powerful enough to be unstoppable, but overwhelming in sheer numbers. With the sudden outbreak, high-tier job changers couldn't possibly be stationed in every city at once. Deploying elite forces took time, and during that gap, innocent lives would inevitably pay the price. The corrupted world. Bai Zhen stood before the light portal leading to reality, the pitch-black earth beneath his feet trembling violently. Rather than stepping through immediately, he surveyed the crowd of job changers and corrupted beasts scrambling to escape, a cold smile curving his lips. Such a perfect opportunity, it would be a shame not to harvest a wave, wouldn't it? He craved slaughter. He wanted the dark prison dragon emperor bloodline within him to boil once more. The Heavenly Principle Stone Tablet's message told him this wouldn't be the corrupted world's final appearance. New portals would emerge in the future, but who knew how long the wait would be? With such a golden opportunity before him, missing it would be foolish. Bai Zhen chuckled softly, spreading his arms wide toward the surging beast tide. His bloodline power erupted thunderously as his right hand instantly transformed into a pitch-black dragon claw, cold light flickering between the scale gaps. With one swipe of the dragon claw, 5 black blade energies tore through the air. 3 job changers ahead couldn't even cry out before their bodies were sliced into segments. The dissipating corrupted essence was about to scatter when a vortex in his palm sucked it in. Dark Prison Dragon Emperor bloodline concentration increased by 0.1. Not enough more. A corrupted giant bear roared as it charged forward. Bai Zhen neither dodged nor evaded, his dragon claw piercing through thick fur straight to the heart. The infernal prison curse activated simultaneously, crimson-black flames exploding along the claw's edge, blasting the bear's remains into fragments. The deafening explosion sent the already chaotic mix of beasts and humans scattering in even greater terror. In the next moment, he suddenly accelerated, his form becoming black lightning weaving through the beast tide. Each time his claw shadow fell, it struck vital points without fail, his dark gold dragon pupils coldly locked onto the next target, movements clean and efficient with no wasted motion. Most terrifying was his combat rhythm, always one step ahead of his enemies. The dragon pupils not only saw through illusions, but granted the ability to perceive half a beat into the future. Just as any target was about to launch a counterattack, Bai Zhen had already precisely captured their next move, ending them preemptively. This nearly horrifying perception appeared no different from prophecy to onlookers. Some of the corrupted professionals who had gained power from the tainted source considered fighting back against Bai Zhen, but the outcome was all too predictable. Even when unleashing all their skills and bloodline abilities, most couldn't even scratch the surface of the pitch-black dragon scales covering Bai Zhen's skin. Only a handful of the strongest managed to leave shallow marks on his armor, but those cracks healed instantly as dark light flowed across them. Recognizing the insurmountable gap, aside from a few hotheads still roaring in defiance, both humans and demon beasts chose to flee almost simultaneously. Killing Bai Zhen wouldn't help them escape this corruption-wrapped world, and they would only perish together. Blood rain splattered down, staining the earth deep crimson as severed limbs piled into horrifying mounds of corpses. Bai Zhen stood atop the mountain of bodies, his chest heaving violently as he greedily devoured the corrupted essence emanating from the dead. His dragon scales grew ever darker and more profound, with chilling killing intent swirling around him like a demon from hell returning to the mortal realm. Yet the efficiency remained too slow. Bai Zhen's gaze swept over the fleeing creatures, knowing that his strength alone couldn't stem this torrent of desperate survivors. His white tiger blazing light wave was still cooling down. The great wilderness heaven imprisoning finger had just been used, and both the flame prison curse and nine heavens thunder consumed enormous energy needed to save one trump card for emergencies, so the nine-headed catastrophe couldn't be used yet. In that case, I can only use that. He took a deep breath and chanted in a low voice. All life withers. In an instant, with Bai Zhen at the center, the 100-meter space seemed crumpled by an invisible giant hand. From the corpses scattered across the ground, sinister blood vines burst through flesh, coiling around bones. Initially, they remained silent, but when Bai Zhen swung his blade again to cleave through fleeing bodies, the vines suddenly writhed, sprouted, and bloomed. The flowers exploded, bearing crystalline crimson soul fruits, each containing a struggling ghostly shadow trapped within. When the last wail died away, the battlefield had transformed into a dark red orchard of soul fruits. Bai Zhen casually plucked one, his fingertips caressing it as his dark golden vertical pupils flashed with satisfaction. Rise. What use are these souls left empty? Better to live again and serve me. As his words fell, a soul fruit dropped to the ground with a splat, shattering into viscous blood. From the blood rose a dark shadow, quickly molded by invisible force into human form exactly as the deceased had appeared in life. The revived corpse's eyes were hollow, devoid of memory and emotion, containing only absolute obedience to Bai Zhen's commands. Attack! At Bai Zhen's command, the undead army surged forward like a tide, rushing toward the still fleeing creatures. These bodies knew no pain or fear of death, and when they were destroyed, the runes within them collapsed, exploding in crimson shockwaves powerful enough to instantly tear apart any elite demon beast below level 30. Though this method of slaughter brought Bai Zhen no experience points or divine pattern points, it didn't prevent him from absorbing the residual corrupted source power from the fallen creatures. Under Bai Zhen's one-sided slaughter, the number of demonic beasts blocking the path to the light gate had clearly been reduced by more than half. In the corridor where blood and fire intertwined, severed limbs and broken bones piled up like city walls, yet Bai Zhen strolled as if through a garden, erasing lives with casual waves of his hand. His bloodline concentration jumped to 49.7 on the screen, just a hair's breadth from breakthrough, but he still frowned at it wasn't enough. At the exit, the once brilliant light gate had dimmed to near transparency, with only the last few wisps of energy struggling to survive. Bai Zhen quickly weighed his options. Lingering a moment longer might cost him his life. He was greedy, but certainly not stupid. He turned and stepped into the light gate, flicking his fingers with a crisp snap. In the same instant, he instinctively looked up. Dozens of military drones circled overhead, their massive rotors buzzing like a swarm of mosquitoes against his eardrums. Enjoying the show? Then let's give you something spectacular to watch. Bai Zhen flashed a blood-stained smile at the cameras, his crimson-streaked face making his white teeth appear particularly striking horrifying as a poster from hell. Before his words had faded, all the life fruits he'd left behind suddenly exploded. The shockwave warped space itself, completely obliterating the exit to the corrupted world. Blazing white waves swept over everything, leaving only his silhouette disappearing in the aftermath. One monster leaving this world is enough. Ugh. At the Huaxia Job Changer headquarters, a young monitoring officer covered his mouth and rushed to the restroom, leaving behind an overturned coffee cup on his chair, brown liquid dripping from the desk's edge. In the holographic projection, Bai Zhen's slaughter footage continued looping. This is simply art. Strategic Analysis Director Wang Weigua adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the details of Bai Zhen's dragon claws piercing a corrupted beast's eye socket, bone fragments, and black blood bursting like fireworks. My assessment, a perfect killing machine. The command room fell so silent that only the ticking of instruments could be heard. Everyone held their breath, watching that figure strolling leisurely through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Report. A technician suddenly broke the silence. According to Energy Analysis, he single-handedly stopped 63.5 of the corrupted creatures. The cold numbers sent chills down everyone's spine. Oldly, what's your take? Wang Weigua turned to the stern-faced, middle-aged man beside him. Li Lu tapped his fingers on the table, brow furrowed. From a tactical standpoint, he's equivalent to 10 strength squads. But, but, Li Lu pulled up slow-motion footage, his voice low. He's deliberately collecting energy from the beast corpses. It's not simple slaughter, it's more like feeding. The word feeding sent the conference room temperature plummeting, making everyone shudder. Human in appearance, beast in behavior. Activate the Sky Eye system immediately. Wang Wei was slammed the table. I want everything on this person, from birth to now. Not even a strand of hair can be missed. Already on it. But there were no matching records in the database, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Impossible. Wang Wei was slammed his palm on the table, his voice ice cold. How could a powerhouse of this caliber have no records? Keep searching. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhen in the surveillance footage suddenly looked up. Those dark, golden vertical pupils were like two sharp blades, piercing straight through the surveillance camera across thousands of miles of circuitry into the conference room. Hiss, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. He's detected us? Someone asked with a trembling voice. What made everyone's scalp tingle even more was that Bai Zhen's lips slowly curved upward, revealing a chilling smile, mocking, warning, and even carrying a hint of anticipation. In reality, he was simply giving those watchers a polite nod, a remote greeting of sorts. Contact the Linjiang branch immediately. Wang Weiguo made a decisive decision. Once you locate this person, prepare the highest level of reception, but absolutely do not act rashly. Also, he may not necessarily appear in Linjiang City, so we must be fully prepared. Speaking rapidly, he issued a second command. Synchronize this person's combat methods and all footage to every branch. Anyone who encounters him must report immediately. Old Wang, you mean? Someone probed tentatively. This god of slaughter is willing to help us block the demonic beasts, which at least indicates he's not an enemy. Wang Weiguo's gaze was as deep as the ocean. For an existence of this level, we don't need to force closeness, but we absolutely cannot let him sense any hostility from us. Otherwise, it could spell catastrophe for China. He surveyed everyone present, lowering his voice. Gentlemen, he can single-handedly suppress spatial rifts. Do you understand what this means? This could be the key to China's rise. The conference room fell instantly silent, so quiet that heartbeats could be heard. Notify the Dragon Group. Initiate Operation Zhulong. Wang Weiguo took one final look at the blood-soaked figure on screen. If possible, spare no cost to get him on our side. But what if he refuses? Someone asked quietly. Wang Weiguo remained silent for several seconds, then slowly uttered. Then pray he never becomes our enemy. Not only China, but intelligence networks from the United States and Russia were also watching intently. At the U.S. command center, there was dead silence. Every time Bai Zhen slaughtered an elite-level demonic beast, all the high-ranking officers' pupils would contract violently. Replay that in slow motion immediately. 0.5x speed. No, 0.25x speed. With the footage slowed to the extreme, they finally saw clearly. Black gold dragon scales appeared on Bai Zhen's body surface, forcibly deflecting the demonic beast's claws, while his dragon claw-like arms were sharp enough to rival any heavy weaponry. More terrifyingly, both his appearance and techniques pointed to one fact: was human, 100% human. This impossible. Dear God, that Oriental man single-handedly slaughtered an entire corrupted world. Absurd. He's not human at all, but a tireless killing machine. In the holographic projection, Bai Zhen plucked a blood-red fruit from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The moment the fruit shattered, those corrupted creatures that had already died suddenly rose up in unison, transforming into an undead legion under his control. This scene caused surveillance rooms across all nations to erupt in chaos. Is it resurrection ability? No. It's more like some kind of death transformation. Report to the Council immediately. This could be an entirely new power system. Quick, connect to the Vatican right now. In a secret chamber within the Vatican, an elderly man dressed in bishop's robes clutched his prayer beads, his voice trembling. This is touched upon God's domain. Meanwhile, at the Onmyoji Bureau headquarters in Country R, Bakayaro, the head of the Abe family, wearing traditional hunting robes, violently snapped his prayer beads, scattering them across the floor. He growled through gritted teeth. How could such a powerful jaw-changer appear in China? If we don't eliminate him, it could completely destroy our plans. Immediately dispatch a job-changer squad to infiltrate secretly and find him. At any cost, we must kill him. The projection screen switched, freezing on the final frame before Bai Zhenli's departure. Through the high-definition camera, the surveillance operator saw a pair of cold, merciless dark golden vertical pupils staring directly at him. In that moment, his hair stood on end, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Monster. The operator's knees went weak as he muttered to himself. The acrid smell of urine filled the control room as fear completely soaked his pants. The same footage was simultaneously captured by hundreds of monitoring stations worldwide. Compared to China, surveillance operators in other countries were even more panicked. They weren't on the same side as Bai Zhenli. And if they encountered him on the battlefield, could they really contain such a monster? What truly alarmed the high-level officials of various nations wasn't Bai Zhenli's terrifying combat power, but rather that eerie force beyond all comprehension. Since ancient times, humans have instinctively feared the unknown. At this moment, no one could figure out Bai Zhenli's identity, nor did anyone know why he had slaughtered those monsters and humans who were desperately rushing back to the real world. But those dark, golden vertical pupils were permanently sealed in the most classified files of every nation, codenamed Dragon Eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Zhenli, who was at the center of this storm, only now realized he had landed in an unfamiliar city. Linjiang City. He glanced up at the street sign, his fingertips stroking his chin. Teleported directly to a neighboring province. Help us! A piercing cry for help cut through the night sky. Bai Zhenli frowned, his figure becoming a blur as he leaped onto the rooftops. In the narrow, dimly lit alley, a young couple retreated in panic, shielding their daughter behind them. The man gripped an iron rod, blood flowing from his wounded arm. The woman held their little girl, who was pale with terror, too frightened to even cry. Blocking their path was a corrupted shadow wolf wrapped in purple-black mist. It was twice the size of an ordinary shadow wolf, with fangs dripping corrosive saliva. As it growled, the surrounding shadows writhed and instantly split into 5 menacing shadow wolf clones, trapping the family of 3 against the wall. Even more bizarre was the fragment embedded in its forehead, emanating a purple glow. A familiar aura hit him. Bai Zhenli focused his Gazia fragment of the Heavenly Principle Stone Tablet. His expression shifted as the Shadow Wolf's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Corrupted Shadow Wolf King. Rank, Elite. Level, 39. It's actually evolved into a king. Bai Zhenli's eyes flickered. When a monster species reached its ultimate form, it would ascend to become a king. After ascending to kingship, demonic beasts undergo a breakthrough beyond their original racial limits, becoming the most powerful existence within their species. The shadow wolf before them was exactly such a creature. Bathed in the purple light emanating from the fragment of the heavenly lost steel, it had forcibly broken through the limits of its kind, transforming into a shadow wolf king. Bai Zhen crouched half-hidden in the shadows, gazing at the mottled purple glow with a chill running through his heart. Was this family lucky or cursed? Lucky they had only encountered a pack of demonic beasts. Unlucky they had stumbled upon a rare corrupted shadow wolf king. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the heavenly lost steel was the core of the corrupted world, yet this artifact hadn't perished along with that realm. Bai Zhen stared at the fragment, his heart burning with desire. No matter what, he had to get his hands on it. It might prove useful someday. Just as he prepared to make his move, urgent footsteps approached from the distance. Stand aside. Association Combat Unit. A fully armed squad of job changers rushed past, completely ignoring Bai Zhen hidden in the shadows. From their uniforms alone, Bai Zhen recognized their Identitia Job Changer Association Tactical Squad. Unlike the large-scale military forces of the Chinese government, the association preferred to operate in more flexible, compact squad formations, particularly suited for dealing with scattered demonic beast incursions. Unfortunately, what had appeared here wasn't an ordinary shadow wolf, but a true shadow wolf king. A hoarse yet calm voice crackled through their earpieces. Third squad, be advised. Target is a corrupted shadow wolf, elite class monster between levels 30 and 38. Maintain vigilance. Third squad acknowledged. The captain responded grimly, then barked, protect the civilians. His staff swept through the air as scorching spiritual energy exploded. Flame barrier. A blinding wall of fire instantly erupted from the ground, blocking the shadow wolf pack's assault. Taking advantage of the blazing obstruction, 2 squad members rushed forward, dragging the terrified family of 3 to safety behind the lines. It's all right. One squad member reassured the trembling man. Our captain's fire attribute skills deal extra damage to corrupted beasts. He's level 37 even an elite class corrupted shadow wolf, can't withstand him. The man finally relaxed, his voice still shaking. Honey, is the child okay? Just as the woman was about to respond, the situation suddenly changed. Crack. The firewall, which had been considered a safe barrier, was torn apart by a single claw from the shadow wolf king. The purple light from the fragment embedded in the wolf's forehead blazed brighter, and those shadow clones that had been burned by the flames didn't dissipate instead. They rapidly healed under the purple radiance. What? The third squad captain's face went deathly pale, his heart pounding wildly. Impossible. My flame barrier once withstood a full-force attack from a Lord-class beast. How could a mere sub-level 40 monster shatter it with one claw? The Shadow Wolf King's crimson eyes flashed with mocking light. It suddenly leaped up, moving so fast it left afterimages. Splat. A team member's right shoulder was instantly torn apart, chunks of flesh ripping away as his low-grade armor crumpled like paper under the Shadow Wolf King's assault. Blood splattered against the alley walls, and the thick metallic scent sent the beast's pupils blazing with murderous intent. Retreat. Fall back immediately. The third squad captain screamed himself hoarse, desperately trying to make his orders echo through the entire alleyway. This isn't a regular elite monster. Retreat. All units retreat. Even as he shouted, he pressed his communicator. Command, this is 3rd Squad. Command, do you copy? Intelligence was wrong. Target is not an ordinary corrupted shadow wolf. We're likely dealing with a Lord-class entity. But it was already too late. The Shadow Wolf King threw back its head and howled, the deep, resonant sound bouncing off the walls as shadows surged around it like a dark tide rising at its feet. In an instant, over a dozen shadow duplicates emerged from the darkness, fangs gleaming coldly as they sealed off the narrow alley completely. The squad members formed a back-to-back defensive circle, but despair was written across their faces. The most tragic sight was the family of 3. Just moments ago, they had clung to hope, but seeing the rescue squad crumble instantly, the woman's face, which had just regained a hint of color, went deathly pale again. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. Without her support, the little girl tumbled to the uneven ground, her dress tearing on the jagged stones. In this silence frozen by terror, sudden movement caught the beast's attention. These creatures. It was both provocation and the perfect hunting signal. Whoosh! One shadow wolf twisted its limbs and launched itself forward, fangs aimed straight at the girl's delicate throat. Crash! The next second, a dark figure plummeted like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating spiderweb cracks. As the dust settled, a man stood there with one hand gripping the Shadow Wolf King's throat, holding it aloft as casually as someone might hold a disobedient stray dog. A fragment of the heavenly law steel. The man Bai Zhen gazed at the purple crystal embedded in the Shadow Wolf King's chest, interest flickering in his eyes. To think it could catalyze this level of mutation. The Shadow Wolf King thrashed wildly. As the supreme ruler of the Shadow Wolf clan, its pride would not be trampled, yet here it was, held by the throat by a mere human. Roar! An earth-shaking bellow erupted as all the shadow duplicates wheeled around in unison, swarming toward Bai Zhen. Look out! Behind you! The captain's warning had barely left his lips when dozens of claws closed in on Bai Zhen. Claws raised high. The air shrieked as it was torn apart. Everyone instinctively squeezed their eyes shut, as if they could already see the carnage to come. Clang! 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 The ring of metal on metal replaced the expected screams. The claws raked across Bai Zhen's arms, producing only a shower of sparks without even scratching his skin. Annoying. Bai Zhen's voice was ice cold. Endless slaughter in the corrupted world had long since made killing second nature to him. His fingers tightened, and before everyone's eyes, his right arm transformed into a scale-covered dragon claw. Crack! Terrifying force instantly crushed the Shadow Wolf King's neck. At the same moment, the shadow duplicates now cut off from their source froze rigid as if their souls had been ripped away, then exploded one after another like balloons crushed by an invisible hand. The association members stood frozen like statues, staring at the man who had suddenly appeared. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed aside the wolf carcass that stood half as tall as a person, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. Yet they all knew that Wolf Corpse was a corrupted demon beast, that even several rank professionals working together couldn't budge an inch. Looking closer, the newcomer couldn't even be called a man, at most. He was just a teenager. Bai Zhen paid no attention to everyone's shock. He crouched down and picked up the dim, yet strange fragment from the ground. Item name, Heavenly Principle Steel Fragment. Grade, Chaos. Type, Special Item. Effect, a fragment containing mysterious power, seemingly possessing the ability to influence the forms of living beings. He gripped the fragment and swept it with his divine sense. After confirming there were no anomalies, he stopped thinking about it. After all, countless eyes were still watching him from behind. Bai Zhen stored the Heavenly Principle Steel Fragment in his storage ring and turned to leave the battlefield. Are you a rank expert sent by headquarters? The tactical squad captain's voice trembled. Such a young powerhouse exceeded all his understanding, either from a top-tier family or the personal disciple of a peerless master. Either way, this wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Bai Zhen instinctively quickened his pace first. He didn't want trouble. Second, this unfamiliar area held no meaning for him. More importantly, if that little girl Yuli knew he had disappeared for so long, she was probably already frantic with worry. Wait, at least tell us your name. The captain caught up and quickly handed over his business card. My name is Zhuo Fan. If you ever need anything in the future, you can find me at the Linjiang City Professional Association branch. As long as I can help, I'll go through fire and water. Bai Zhen's steps paused slightly as he turned his face halfway. This proposal sounded good. 1, 2, 3, for had saved a full 7 lives. The Professional Association should at least award him a medal for heroic deeds. Though receiving an award would be too conspicuous, leaving a good reputation wouldn't hurt, and this favor might prove useful when necessary. My name is MOU. Until we meet again by fate. MOU. Zhuo Fan repeated in a low voice, as if carving those 2 words into his mind. Only after Bai Zhen's figure completely disappeared into the forest did Zhuo Fan put away his reverent expression and turn to comfort the family of 3. It's over now. The demon beast has been slain by Master MOU. Leave this place quickly. If the satellite hadn't just captured the beast's tracks, you would have been in grave danger. We really can't thank you enough, the middle-aged man said, still shaken. We were originally planning to watch today's Rising Star Tournament preliminaries, but we never expected to encounter a demon beast attack halfway there. Not far away, Bai Zhen, who had just left, suddenly stopped. Rising Star Tournament? Those four words exploded like thunder in his mind. Intense anxiety shot from his feet straight to the crown of his head, and he could even hear ringing in his ears. The tension he felt now was even greater than when he had devoured the contamination source in the corrupted world. Something was wrong. He had clearly only spent one day in the corrupted world. By his calculations, there should have been at least a week before the preliminaries when he went to the underground world. Could time have become distorted? Bai Zhen looked down at his blood-stained clothes, the heavy metallic scent clinging to his body. The fabric had long been soaked through with dark red, the blood congealed into clumps. He wrinkled his nose. This smell could probably be detected 3 blocks away. Ahead at the corner stood a brightly lit shopping center, and he slipped inside. Half an hour later, when he emerged through the glass revolving doors, he appeared refreshed in the sunlight, even his fingertips carrying the faint fragrance of hand soap. By a street-side newsstand, a middle-aged man was absorbed in reading his newspaper. Bai Zhen adjusted his collar and approached him. "Excuse me, sir. Is today the start of the Rising Star Tournament?" The man glanced up from his paper, his tone suggesting surprise at Bai Zhen's apparent ignorance. "Yes. Don't tell me you just got internet access? The draw ceremony is about to begin. Where's the competition venue?" Bai Zhen pressed. The Rising Star Tournament uses specialized competition spaces provided by the Awakener Association. The man checked his watch and continued explaining. "You can enter at any association branch by showing your ID. That is, if you're on the participant list, otherwise you'll have to go to the spectator area. I heard they're even doing random prize drawings for lucky audience members." No wonder that family of 3 was rushing to watch the competition. Bai Zhen mused there were freebies to be had. He asked again, if hypothetically speaking someone got the time wrong and missed the draw ceremony, could they still compete? Yes. The man folded his newspaper and looked Bai Zhen up and down suspiciously. As long as your name was already on the list, substitutions can be made mid-tournament. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have a sudden realization. "You didn't actually forget the competition time, did you? I suspect you're the same type as those people who show up to the wrong exam venue for college entrance tests." Bai Zhen's face reddened slightly. He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment and said seriously, "It's not me, I'm asking for a friend." "I get it, the imaginary friend defense." The middle-aged man flashed a knowing smile. "Try a different excuse next time, kid. Uncle here is a seasoned internet surfer." Watching the man's overly familiar attitude, Bai Zhen felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. "We're just strangers, old man, and you sure do talk a lot." Huaxia, outskirts of Tuanhai City, deep mountain forest. A rushing waterfall cascaded down from a cliff dozens of meters high, its tremendous force crashing against a naked human back, yet failing to make him so much as furrow his brow. Water spray exploded into white, sound waves as Han Yu slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with pure purple-black, devoid of any white Siri and cold. Bai Zhen was not the only awakener who had escaped the corrupted world and mastered the power of pollution's source. Of the top 10 on the Heavenly Principle Monument, 9 had already left the corrupted world, and Han Yu ranked second. He raised his right hand, and a writhing mass of purple-black energy appeared in his palm. The energy seemed alive, struggling to extend forward, but suddenly collapsed upon reaching 3 inches. Still not working. He muttered to himself and stood up. In the next moment, while the waterfall continued its thunderous roar, the water flow automatically parted around him within a foot of his body. He lowered his gaze to his arms, now covered in strange, writhing patterns that moved visibly beneath his skin, as if adapting to the rules of this world. As the second-rank powerhouse on the Heavenly Order Monument, he knew his identity all too well. In the corrupted world, he could sense the presence of the other 8 top-tier polluters at any moment, especially the one who had always surpassed him in first place. Back then, Han Yu's only desire was to rapidly increase his strength and challenge every other professional in the top 10 rankings. Unfortunately, before he could indulge in such battles, the corrupted world began showing signs of collapse. Faced with the choice between evacuation or perishing together, he barely hesitated before choosing the former. After returning to reality, those familiar connections felt severed as if cut by a blade knot due to distance. Han Yu raised his hand to catch a falling leaf, which crumbled to ash the moment it touched his skin. He instantly understood the problem. The real world was rejecting their resonance. He formed his fingers into claws and thrust them into the nearby rock wall. The solid granite cracked like tofu, but when he tried to channel his corruption power to erode the stone, the energy spread 3 times slower than it had in the corrupted world. A stiff smile twisted his lips. The rules of reality were suppressing the source of pollution. Falling debris accidentally struck a passing sparrow. With a soft thud, the disheveled bird fell at his feet, its delicate claws trembling weakly. Han Yu looked down indifferently, about to crush it underfoot, when his pupils suddenly contracted. The blood trickling from the bird's beak was floating upward, forming thin threads that burrowed into the corruption patterns on his arm. What was this? He knelt on one knee and scooped up the dying sparrow, deliberately releasing a wisp of corruption power. The purple-black energy wrapped around the entire bird like a hungry parasite. Chirp! The piercing cry rose and cut short as the sparrow visibly withered, becoming nothing but skin and bones in the blink of an eye. The strengthened purple-black energy, carrying the newly plundered life essence, returned to his body, causing the corruption patterns to swell. Heh. Low laughter rumbled from deep in his throat. Han Yu slowly stood, his purple-black pupils contracting to pinpoints. He gazed toward the village below with its rising smoke, suddenly enlightened. In the corrupted world, they devoured their own kind directly. In the real world, they had to hunt living beings to feed their corruption power. It wasn't suppression, it was conversion. He spread his arms wide, letting the morning breeze sweep across his pattern-covered body. The markings pulsed like breathing, greedily demanding more nourishment. In the next instant, Han Yu burst forward, becoming a blur as he plunged into the dense forest. Wherever he passed, leaves withered instantly, insects died in moments, and even the microorganisms in the soil were drained of life. A winding trail of death extended beneath his feet as the corruption patterns spread toward his heart at an alarming rate. When he stopped again, the entire pine forest had become a gray, lifeless husk. He stared at his right arm, now completely covered in patterns, and threw a punch at the empty air. Boom! A tree thick enough to require 3 people to embrace it exploded into powder, purple-black corrosive energy rolling through the debris. This power was 3 times stronger than what he had possessed in the corrupted world. Living creatures are the finest nourishment. Especially beings without a pollution source. Life force is truly wonderful. Han Yu licked his cracked lips, his mind consumed by a single thought. He needed more prey. Han Yu turned toward the village below, his mouth twisting into an inhuman smile. With only a few hours left in the competition, it seemed he would truly be absent this time. Lin Xingyue stood at the edge of the spectator stands, her gaze repeatedly falling on the seat reserved for Bai Zhen. It remained empty, like a silent reminder that sent waves of disappointment through her heart. It had been exactly 6 days since Bai Zhen went missing, and today was the day of the Rising Star competition preliminaries, with all contestants now transported into their dedicated competition space. Half an hour ago, she had used the Lin family's influence in Tianyuan City to submit Zhong Wuing as Bai Zhen's replacement, barely managing to complete their team roster. However, completing the roster didn't mean restoring their confidence. Beside her, Yi Lioli tugged at her sleeve, her small face filled with anxiety. Sister Qingyue, can we really do this? The teammate's dejected aura was almost tangible. Lin Yao, the only one without tattoo powers, felt like the sky was falling, yet he still had to maintain the team's morale on the surface. The young man clapped his hands together loudly, shouting encouragement. Cheer up, we're 1 Bai Zhen short, but the competition goes on. Let's go, let's go. As soon as his rallying cry rang out, mocking voices immediately responded from the other side of the rest area. Stop shouting. If you don't want to compete, just forfeit and stop wasting time. Exactly, 1 less opponent means we get a bye. How comfortable. The preliminaries use a point system, only the top 10 advance. Why don't you forfeit now? We'll treat you to foot massages later. How about that? The girls can stay though. Another person laughed lewdly. Foot massages with girls wouldn't be appropriate. Was ever seen a buffet where you bring your own food? This sarcastic mockery made even Lin Xingyue frown, let alone the hot-tempered Yi Lioli and Chu Xian. Before the two could respond, the usually pampered Lin Yao had already charged forward, retorting even more harshly. Where did you country bumpkins come from? Think that shitty yellow hair makes you a fashion pioneer? I saw you from afar and thought some pile of crap had come to life. If you want to talk, talk properly. If you can't, shut up, or I'll slap you. The other side clearly hadn't expected this young master to be so aggressive. After all, anyone who could register for the Rising Star competition either had exceptional talent or terrifying backgrounds, so everyone usually kept things civil and avoided escalating conflicts. The yellow-haired youth's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Fine, your mouth is tough enough. Hope you don't get assigned to my group, or I'll show you why flowers are so red. As tensions flared between both sides, the competition space lights suddenly went out. The next second, a spotlight swept across the center, and pink-purple holographic petals began falling from the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a graceful figure slowly descended from above. Her sequin qipao had a high slit reaching her thigh, outlining perfect curves. The spiderweb cutout design at her waist revealed toned abs. As she turned gently, the entire venue gasped in unison. Her deep back was held together only by 2 crossed pearl chains, and through her movements, a rose tattoo near her lower back was faintly visible. Following the spotlight, her full chest swayed twice from the momentum of her turn, causing many men to feel their noses heat up, nearly producing 2 streams of crimson. Lin Yao whistled. only to get a sharp elbow jab to his ribs from Lin Qinghua. Stop fooling around. Ouch. Lin Yao winced and grimaced from the blow, not daring to argue back, only managing to force out a couple of awkward laughs. With his elder sister being like a mother to him, how could he dare fight back? The holographic screen in the center of the venue lit up as the host Xiang Wei clicked across the stage in high heels, beaming brightly. Hello everyone. Dear audience. I'm Xiang Wei, your host for this Rising Star competition preliminaries. A series of large characters appeared behind her, followed by rules flashing one by one. 1. The preliminaries use a point system, 1 point for each team defeated. 2. Random matching is divided into initial pool and elite pool tiers. All teams start in the initial pool and advance to the elite pool upon reaching 10 points. 3. Losing in the elite pool deducts 1 point. Falling below 10 points sends teams back to the initial pool. 4. The elite pool prioritizes matching opponents with similar scores to ensure fairness. 5. Rest periods are self-determined, but the total competition duration is only 48 hours. 6. Team battles and individual arena matches have separate point calculations, each with their own rankings and rewards. Those are the rules. Xiang Wei concluded her gestures and sent her blessings to all contestants. I wish you all achieve results that satisfy you. As her words ended, the competition space's dome quickly constructed a giant virtual wheel, with countless team numbers densely scattered across its surface. With so many registered teams, the organizers simply assign numbers based on registration order, prohibiting custom team names. Though Lin Qingyue's group had registered relatively early, they still ended up as Team 68. Drawing begins. The electronic voice echoed as the wheel spun rapidly, lights flashing chaotically. Each time it stopped, 2 numbers would freeze simultaneously, floating up to form a battle announcement board suspended in midair. Pairs of numbers continuously refreshed, instantly electrifying the venue. The wheel's speed decreased again, and the first number to stop was clearly 68. Lin Yao's eyelid twitched just his luck. They were up first? Bai Zhen, where did that guy run off to? Lin Yao searched around for his teammate while silently praying. Please, heavens, let our opponents be weak. Before his prayer could finish, the second number flashed out. 9. Holy crap, Lin Yao's face instantly turned pale. I really should have checked the almanac before leaving home today. Not only are we going first, but our opponents are in the top 10. On the screen, the matchup board for teams 68 and 9 hung side by side. Xiang Wei added an explanation. Among all registered teams in the sequence, only the first 10 slots had been predetermined. These teams with fixed sequence numbers were the top 10 squads with the highest win rates, determined by big data analysis based on combat power comparisons. As soon as the drawing ceremony ended, the light screen in the center of the main arena suddenly blazed to life, and a small arena of about 100 square meters materialized out of thin air as light particles converged, with metal plates interlocking layer by layer as if invisible craftsmen had forged it in an instant. The entire competition area could accommodate 200 simultaneous battles, which was the real reason the organizers chose this massive comprehensive arena. They truly fought one match at a time according to the drawing order. Forget 48 hours. Even 480 hours might not be enough to complete the preliminaries. Let's go. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lin Qinghua positioned her frost longsword at her waist and glanced coolly at her teammates. We've come this far, surely we're not going to flee from battle now. As both teams stepped onto the new arena, the system immediately projected the contestants' information into the air, with characters flashing like lightning. Team 9. Captain, Lei Hao, Swordsman, level 45. Vice Captain, Su Yao, Lightning Mage, level 39. Zhou Yan, Earth Guardian, level 38. Zhao Ming, Gale Archer, level 38. Zhao Liang, Light Healer, level 37. Team 68. Lin Qinghua, Frost Swordsman, level 38. Yi Liuli, Wind Elementalist, level 28. Chu Xian, Berserker, level 27. Lin Yao, Priest, level 31. Zhong Wuying, Assassin, level 37. Complete level domination. The audience erupted in shocked exclamations. This gap is way too ridiculous. Let's go watch other arenas. Highest level 45, lowest 27 and 18 level difference. Do we even need to guess the outcome? Unless a miracle happens, Team 68 has absolutely no chance of turning this around. Mockery and jeers crashed toward the arena like waves. Lin Qinghua gripped her sword hilt tighter, the blade flashing with cold light as the fighting spirit ignited by being underestimated burned in her chest. At the other end of the arena, Lei Hao studied her with interest, a hint of predatory pleasure flickering in his eyes. Miss Lin, I wonder if you still remember me? Lei Hao raised his sword slightly, his smile rippling with charm. Lei Hao of the Lei family used to play together often as children. Lin Qinghua stared back coldly. I know. Zhao Ming whistled. Captain Lei, the beauty doesn't seem too impressed. This warm face against cold shoulder movie, he'd been using it since childhood, without any change. Being mocked by his teammate in public was hard to bear, no matter how good one's temper. Moreover, the arena footage was being broadcast live in high definition, allowing any viewer in China to capture his embarrassment crystal clear. Lei Hao's smile faded as he held his sword upright before him, his tone turning cold. Since Miss Lin doesn't wish to reminisce, I won't hold back in the upcoming battle. Buzz the arena barrier rose with a deep resonance, pale blue energy walls separating both sides. As the countdown reached 0, lightning afterimages exploded beneath the feet of Team 9's 5 members, instantly spreading into attack formation. Lei Hao drew his sword, lightning serpents coursing along the blade as electric arcs illuminated his cold, hard features. He ricocheted through the air in rapid succession, his sword tip directly targeting the white-robed priest Lin Yao in the back row, killing intent condensing into thunderous lightning. Kill the priest first. Before Lei Hao's thunderous roar had even faded, Zhou Yan's Earth Guardian erupted sharp stone spikes around Lin Yao, forming an iron cage that blocked all escape routes. The Zhao Ming brothers' arrows and Su Yao's lightning storm struck simultaneously through the air, following the textbook execution of a decapitation strategy. Lin Yao, Lin Qingyuan was the first to recognize their opponent's intent and shouted a warning. Protect him first. The enemy team is targeting Lin Yao. Though fury and shock filled his heart, Lin Yao felt his mind go completely blank. 5 figures radiating murderous intent lunged at him simultaneously, the bone-chilling crisis making his hair stand on end. Lei Hao's sword gleamed with deadly cold sword energy. Su Yao's fingertips condensed lightning orbs that emitted piercing hums. Zhou Yan's stone spikes continued rising. The Zhao Ming brothers' arrows sealed off the sky and flanks airtight. Help me. The words stuck in his throat, his legs heavy as lead. Yet violent wind elements gathered before him, forming a translucent cyan wind shield that brought slight comfort to his heart. A mere wind shield dares to block my thunder? Su Yao's lips curved in a cold smile as she waved her staff, sending purple lightning thick as a bowl striking like a venomous snake. The wind shield lasted only half a second before exploding into fragments, the blast impact hurling Lin Yao through the air. Mid-flight, his robes tore in several places, exposed skin burning with searing pain. Sacred light barrier. Driven by instinct, he hastily cast his signature defense. Milky white light screens unfolded layer by layer, only to crumble upon contact with the residual lightning. Lin Yao crashed heavily to the ground, chest aching with dull pain, metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Before he could steady himself, an arrow with terrifying force suddenly struck, carrying him sliding toward the energy barrier at the arena's edge. Time seemed to stretch, saw Yi Liuli desperately reaching out, Lin Qingyue's shocked backward glance, and Chu Xian's roaring charge. But everything was ultimately a beat too slow. A cold sensation spread from his back, the unique texture of the energy barrier. Ripples spread like water waves as Lin Yao passed through the barrier without resistance. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the cushioned mat outside the arena, rolling several times before stopping. Simultaneously, the smart referee's standard to every arena lit up and announced, Team 68, Priest Lin Yao eliminated. The audience immediately erupted in boos. How long had the match been going? And Team 68 already had someone eliminated? And it was their healing core. This was also the first person kicked out since the competition began. Lei Hao leisurely flourished his sword and stood at ease, his expression confident. A team's healer is the core already at a disadvantage. Is there any suspense left in this battle? Surrender now, and you can spare yourself some physical suffering. Though I don't show mercy to women, I'm also too lazy to strike beauties. Before his words had finished, Lin Qingyue suddenly erupted with an extremely sharp aura. In just an instant, even Lei Hao at level 45 clearly sensed the intensity of that danger, didn't even doubt this strike could cross the level gap and kill him directly. Brother Lin, your granddaughter is quite impressive, but compared to my grandson, well. Raymond stroked his graying beard with his right hand, smiling as he spoke to Lin, who's sitting beside him. Speaking of which, my grandson is quite something, isn't he? Marrying your precious granddaughter to my grandson would be no loss at all. Once the Lin and Lei families unite through marriage, we could easily take over the entire Tianyuan city together. Lin, who set his teacup steadily on the table and glanced at Raymond, secretly rolling his eyes. This old fool. Where did he get such arrogance? Yet he maintained a polite smile on his face and replied leisurely, your grandson is capable enough, but my Qingyue is no pushover either. Besides, would our Lin family really be at a disadvantage? I'd say your Lei family would be the one benefiting. Raymond felt no embarrassment whatsoever and continued stroking his beard while singing his own praises. Old Lin, when did your Lin family master such an intimidatingly lethal technique? It's incredibly rare. If our two families truly unite through marriage, wouldn't we both profit? Lin, whose lips curved into a mocking smile. That's none of your concern. Besides, my granddaughter already has someone. How could your pretaboy grandson possibly compare? What? Raymond slammed the table and shot up, his beard nearly bristling with rage. Do you know how sought after my grandson is? Those noble ladies in the capital are all eyeing him. If I weren't stopping them, they'd be begging him to marry into their families. Umph. You should have your son-in-law take more supplements and serve properly. The skills he might gain could never match the fortune my granddaughter stumbled upon. Having old grievances brought up, Raymond's face flushed red with anger as he stomped his feet. You, shameless old fool. Lin, who couldn't be bothered to argue further, thinking to himself, compare your grandson to my grandson-in-law? Not even close. Still, he was somewhat concerned about Bai Zhen's continued absence. A sudden earth-shaking tiger's roar yanked both old men's attention back to the arena. What is this woman doing? On the platform, Lei Hao's expression changed drastically as he instinctively retreated toward the edge. His teammates, standing farther away, failed to sense the danger and were instead curious about their captain's behavior. Captain, since when are you so shameless? Is Lin's beauty's backside really that appealing? You're willing to grovel, even when she's giving you the cold shoulder. Stop talking nonsense. Run, Lei Hao roared. Huh. Lin Qingyue's delicate shout rang out with authority. White tiger. Blazing light wave. In an instant, dense ice-like cracks spread across the arena's surface, with azure cold energy surging wildly from the fissures. Accompanied by an even more piercing tiger's roar, a white tiger manifestation condensed from metallic energy burst forth. After multiple uses, this white tiger blazing light wave had grown several times more powerful than when she first unleashed it. What kind of demonic skill is this? Damn, isn't she in Frost's swordsman? How can she summon manifestations? Isn't that exclusive to summoner classes? Only now did the four teammates, aside from Lei Hao, finally understand their captain's fear. If anyone took this attack hidden, they'd be lucky to survive, let alone avoid permanent injury. The white tiger blazing light wave required an extremely brief charging time. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger phantom raised its claws and slammed them into the ground. Instantly, the entire surface within a 30-meter radius sank 3 inches. A terrifying ring of light waves then erupted outward from the tiger as the epicenter, creating rolling air currents wherever they passed. Zhou Yan's hastily summoned rock shield crumbled to dust like a paper toy. The Zhao Ming brothers, one archer, one support, were helpless as children before this explosive impact, staggering back several steps with no way to defend themselves. Su Yao gritted her teeth and channeled lightning magic, electric arcs surging wildly. But even this was easily crushed by the power granted by the mythical grade tattoo. A mage below level 40 simply couldn't withstand such overwhelming force. The audience erupted in shocked exclamations. Holy shit! This kind of combat power really doesn't rank in the top 10? That move must be beyond level 40. She's beautiful, strong, and can fight. Why can't she be my wife? You're drooling, idiot. Wipe your mouth. Those who hadn't been paying attention to Arena 9 suddenly craned their necks, their gazes locked on the action. Lin Qingyue's skill seemed about to completely wipe out Team 9, and the atmosphere grew instantly tense. At this critical moment, heaven and earth, one sword. Lei Hao, who had retreated to the arena's edge, gripped his sword with both hands. With an explosive roar, all the lighting around the arena simultaneously went dark. This wasn't an electrical malfunction. The sword light blazing from his blade was so brilliant it made every other light source seem dim. He raised his eyes, his voice low but resonant. Think I was running away? Wrong. I was just making sure I could get all of you within my attack range. His opponent's strength ignited his fighting spirit. Your combat power far exceeds the assessment. You're worthy of my full power. Take this, slash. Crack. A blood-red sword light slashed across the sky. Where it passed, space itself seemed to tear like fabric, revealing black fissures with twisted starlight flickering within. The white tiger phantom shrieked in agony as a straight red line split its body of condensed metal essence from forehead downward, cleaving the mighty manifestation cleanly in half. The scattered metal energy transformed into a shower of light. Chu Xian and Yi Liuli were swept away by the sword energy before they could even attack, flying off the arena. Only Zhong Wuing managed to barely avoid it by teleporting. Even Lin Qingyue, positioned behind the white tiger, was caught by the aftershock. Her face turned deathly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Little you. On the main platform, Lin, who shot to his feet, his eyes filled with concern. Lei Meng, who had been red-faced from their earlier argument, now couldn't hide his smugness as he chuckled softly. Hey, I told you my grandson is more than good enough for your granddaughter. It's just the preliminary. Yes, no one's going to die. There are plenty of top-tier healers here, so her life is definitely safe. Brother Lin, how about reconsidering my earlier suggestion? Lin, who was about to retort, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure appearing below the arena. His anxiety instantly vanished, and a smile tugged at his lips. Heh, that guy's here. Well, that makes things much simpler. On the arena, looking at the cracks and rubble scattered across the ground, Lei Meng, who had just unleashed his strongest sword strike, curled his lips into a smile. You're strong, but your team is pathetic. Next time you get the chance, join my team. The strong should stand alongside the strong, not be dragged down by these weaklings. Stay with them too long, and your talent will eventually be worn away. Who are you calling weaklings? Yi Lioli scrambled to her feet, covered in dust and dirt, her small face full of defiance. Chu Xian and Sister Qinghua have already given their all, and we can't back down either. I'm going to make him cry. Right. Chu Xian slammed his right fist into his left palm, his blood energy surging as he was about to unleash blood fury tide, when a familiar voice suddenly cut through the entire arena. Lioli. Chu Xian, don't blow all your trump cards right from the start. As the voice fell, the noisy arena was instantly silenced. Lin Xingyue's blood-stained fingertips trembled slightly, and her frost speech sword clattered to the ground with a clang. Yi Lioli's hands, which had been forming seals, froze midair, her small mouth forming an O shape as she even forgot to breathe. Bai Zhen. Brother Bai Zhen. Young master. Chu Xian also cried out in shock. Zhong Wuing simply stared at that figure in silence. The dust at the arena's edge was swept away by a gentle breeze as a tall figure walked slowly forward. Sorry, I ran into some trouble on the way and arrived late. Bai Zhen emerged from the dust cloud. Seeing familiar faces, his appearance was like opening the floodgates of emotion. Lioli's eyes instantly turned red as she stumbled forward 2 steps before stopping, afraid it might be an illusion. Lin Xingyue bit her lip tightly, her violently heaving chest betraying the shock in her heart. Lei Hao in the distance watched in stunned disbelief. He had thought his earlier sword strike was impressive enough to change Lin Xingyue's opinion of him. Who would have known that some kid he'd never seen before would appear and instantly capture both beauties' complete attention? What was he supposed to be? A clown on stage? Bai Zhen looked up at the referee. Can substitutes enter the match? He was grateful his name was still on the roster. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the right to approach the arena. The competition space only allowed registered professionals to enter. The referee nodded slightly. Substitutes are allowed to enter, but you must replace 2 team members on the field simultaneously. 1 person replacing 2. Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow. This rule was almost too fair, but he didn't mind. I'll step down. Zhong Wuing gracefully leaped off the arena. She had been listed as a substitute anyway, only filling in temporarily because Bai Zhen hadn't arrived. Besides, this match seemed like child's play to her. With that earlier offensive, if she had wanted to, she could have easily exploited the openings and finished off that sword-wielding kid in seconds. But this was the most important competition for the professional association, and killing on the arena would have serious consequences. She had no need to put herself in danger for a match that meant nothing to her. The organization is now closely tracking her whereabouts. If she hadn't hidden well in the Lin family, she would have been captured long ago. Below the arena, Zhong Wuing was still hesitating whether to withdraw from the competition, while the other 3 remained motionless, their fighting spirit soaring. Bai Zhen looked at his teammates' expressions and silently rubbed his forehead sometimes. Having overly enthusiastic teammates wasn't necessarily a good thing. Qingyue, go down and rest. Leave the rest to me. The competition has just begun, and the fewer trump cards we reveal, the better. Lin Qingyue had originally wanted to stay on stage and fight alongside Bai Zhen, but thinking there would be plenty of opportunities later, she took a deep breath and nodded. Having just unleashed the white tiger blazing light wave and been struck by the residual sword energy from Lei Hao, her stamina had plummeted and her strength was at least halved. Staying any longer would only make her a weak point for the enemy to exploit against the entire team. All right, be extra careful. As Lin Xingyue exited, Bai Zhen stepped onto the arena with steady steps and piercing gaze. He quietly activated his Divine Mark Eye, attempting to probe his opponent's data. Unfortunately, being only level 31 while Lei Hao was level 45, a full 14 levels higher and beyond his detection limit, the Divine Mark Eye could only display a blurred line of data. However, this inadvertently revealed unexpected hidden information. Name, Lei Hao. Level, unable to view. Class, unable to view. Attributes, unable to view. Compatible tattoos, unable to view. Golden Feather Light Steel Rhinoceros Epic Compatibility, 27. Current status, exhausted, blood drop, level 1. Note, negative status after using blood surgeon skills. Practitioners in this state who continuously activate blood surgeon skills within a short time will accumulate blood drop levels. The higher the level, the greater the self-inflicted damage. Blood surgeon? This was Bai Zhen's first encounter with this profession. From the name alone, he could tell it was an extremely rare hidden branch. Moreover, he had clearly witnessed the power of Lei Hao's sword strike. To reach level 45 at such a young age and unleash such devastating skills, no wonder their team's win rate ranked in the top 10. The other 4 who could stand alongside Lei Hao were likely equally unfathomable. In comparison, while Lin Xingyue and the others also possessed special abilities granted by their tattoos, these hidden capabilities weren't included in official win rate statistics and were all considered trump cards. As for the blood drop negative effect, it was clearly a specialized restriction set by the officials to balance the blood surgeon's strength. Bai Zhen had researched this before. Certain overpowered classes were all subject to such limitations, and blood surgeon was obviously among them. At this moment, Lei Hao also glanced at the battle information board floating at the arena's edge. The instant Bai Zhen took the stage, the board updated. Bai Zhen, level 31, tattoo artist. Just a tattoo artist? The taut string in Lei Hao's heart immediately relaxed. The aura Bai Zhen had burst forth when entering the stage had momentarily made him think he was facing a formidable opponent. But now it seemed like a false alarm. The frustration that had been building in his chest instantly found a target for release. All of it now focused on Bai Zhen. You, a substitute, dare to think you can turn the tide of battle? If you're planning to wait for us to exhaust each other and then pick up the pieces, I can only say that's a terrible strategy. Lei Hao's gaze turned icy, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Even if I don't make a move, my teammates can easily crush you. A dual-class professional who reached level 45 at such a young age, plus a hidden class, no wonder you're so arrogant. Bai Zhen's voice wasn't loud, but it rumbled like muffled thunder against Lei Hao's eardrums, making his mind buzz. Lei Hao stood frozen in place. Was he shocked that Bai Zhen could see through his hidden class, or puzzled that the man had instantly discerned his dual-class status? In the next instant, Bai Zhen waved his hand dismissively. None of that matters. His gaze swept over the slightly trembling tip of Lei Hao's sword, and his lips curved into a mocking smile. What you should be thinking about now is how to survive 3 minutes against me. Those words hit like ice water poured over his head. If moments before Lei Hao would have mocked Bai Zhen for delusional fantasies, now his breathing became suddenly rapid, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Bai Zhen just stood there casually, not assuming any combat stance or releasing any intimidating skills. Yet Lei Hao felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible giant hand, his blood seeming to stagnate in his veins. Fear. Pure, instinctive fear. Lei Hao's pupils trembled slightly. This feeling of being completely suppressed, he had only one memory like this in his entire life. At age 10, he had followed his father deep into the Thunder Abyss secret realm and accidentally entered an ancient cave. In the depths of that cavern lurked a Lord-level Thunder Drake. The beast hadn't attacked, merely coiled lazily in the darkness, its golden vertical pupils sweeping over him with indifference. Just that one glance had left his entire body rigid, unable to move even a finger, as if his soul had been frozen. And now the pressure Bai Zhen exerted was even more terrifying than that Lord-level monster. What kind of joke was this? Lei Hao gritted his teeth, his knuckles white from gripping too hard. He was a level 45 dual-class professional, a once-in-a-century genius of the Lei family, acknowledged as the peak among his peers. Why was his body trembling uncontrollably just from being swept by this man's gaze? Stop pretending, he growled. Even if my talent isn't among the absolute top tier in China, it's not a level 31 tattoo artist's place to challenge me. Whatever method you're using to make me afraid, courage is humanity's hymn. I can overcome this. Bai Zhen said nothing more, merely lifting one corner of his mouth. Fear might be suppressed by willpower, but could the chasm in combat ability really be bridged by courage and shouting alone? Captain, this punk is obviously just showing off. I'll feel sick if we don't beat him up. The Zhao brothers were already rubbing their fists together, rolling up their sleeves to charge forward. Nobody interfere. Lei Hao roared, stopping his teammates. He stared intently at Bai Zhen, veins bulging on his forehead, his sword-gripping hand nearly crushing the hilt. Bai Zhen's true depth went far beyond surface appearances. If even he felt apprehensive, his teammates wouldn't stand a chance. But to outsiders, this confrontation didn't look like Lei Hao had actively requested a duel, but rather like Bai Zhen couldn't recognize his own limitations and was going unknown against Lei Hao without any teammate intervention. Lei Hao, on the other hand, displayed true chivalric spirit, stubbornly refusing to let his teammates interfere and insisting on a fair fight with Bai Zhen. Tisk, is this tattoo artist named Bai Zhen out of his mind? Daring to duel Lei Hao unknown. The crowd first erupted in mocking laughter. Forget about the class difference, there's a 14-level gap alone. How could he possibly bridge such an attribute chasm? Hey, stop your nonsense analysis. The fight's starting. A sharp cry drew everyone's attention back to the arena. Lei Hao suddenly roared, his longsword blazing with blinding sword energy as his entire form transformed into a silver-white streak of light, thrusting straight for Bai Zhen's throat. The blade tore through the air, but just as it was about to reach its target, it missed. Bai Zhen's figure shifted like a phantom, sidestepping half a pace as the sword tip grazed past his clothing without even tearing the fabric. What? Lei Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Too slow. Those two simple words exploded right beside his ear, making his hair stand on end. Boom. Lei Hao spun around with a sweeping strike, sword energy erupting as a furrow appeared in the ground, then healed at a visible rate. But Bai Zhen still stood in the same spot, not even his clothing damaged. Impossible. How could a mighty level 45 swordsman be unable to touch a level 31 tattoo artist? If word got out, where would his reputation be? In extreme fury, his attacks became even more frenzied, sword shadows filling the sky. Thousand shadow slash. Dozens of sword energies wove into a dense net, sealing off all of Bai Zhen's escape routes. This was Lei Hao's signature technique, the very skill that had made him famous throughout Tianyuan Academy. Everyone thought Bai Zhen was surely doomed, yet they watched as he moved like a phantom through the sword net, each dodge precise to the millimeter, as if he had predicted Lei Hao's every strike in advance. How is this possible? Someone in the audience suddenly stood up, face full of disbelief. This guy is toying with Lei Hao. In the stands, Lei Ming's weathered face showed shock. This was the first time he'd seen his grandson so thoroughly suppressed by a peer. As an observer, he could see the gap between them even more clearly. The situation was firmly under Bai Zhen's control. That effortless dodging was clearly him testing Lei Hao's trump cards. Brother Lin, where on earth did you dig up this monster? Only level 31, yet his agility revolsno surpasses that of a level 45 swordsman. Even if swordsmen don't specialize in agility, we both know the attribute gap that 14 levels creates. Lin, who didn't answer immediately, only squinting at the arena as his lips slowly curved upward. Good lad, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest as he thought to himself. I can rest completely easy, leaving little you in your hands. His thoughts drifted back to the day he first met Bai Zhen. A young man who could snatch him back from death's door could hardly be ordinary. Old Ghostley. Lin, who finally spoke, his voice dripping with undisguised smugness. Now do you understand why I said your grandson isn't worthy of my granddaughter? This grandson-in-law of mine was personally handpicked by me. And you've been clamoring to meet the tattoo artist who inked you, girl, haven't you? Well, it's him. That's right, it's him. Lei Ming looked up, his gaze lingering on Bai Zhen with an intensity that could practically ignite someone. If he could win this person over, it would be worth at least a century of the Lei family's painstaking cultivation. Your grandson-in-law? He stroked his beard and snorted with sarcasm. The engagement isn't set, yet who knows who he'll marry. The Lei family has no shortage of eligible young ladies. You old fool. You couldn't compete with me when we were young, and now you want your descendants to steal my grandson-in-law. Lin, who exploded on the spot, his tiger-like eyes blazing. He never calculated that Lei Ming could be shameless enough to poach openly. Knowing this old fox as he did, the man was absolutely capable of such underhanded tactics. Lin, who roared, have you no shame? I kindly let young friend Bai visit your family to pick prospects, and you make it sound like I'm sending him into a den of temptation. So what if I am? Lei Ming shrugged, completely unbothered. What the Lei family lacks least is beautiful young ladies. This statement made Lin, whose heart sank. Lei Ming himself was unremarkable in appearance, but this generation of Lei family daughters were all stunning beauties with skin like porcelain and bright, pearly teeth. Any one of them could be considered a top-tier heiress in Tianyuan City. What hot-blooded young man could truly resist such temptation? Watching Lin, whose constantly changing expression, Lei Ming stroked his beard and laughed heartily. What's wrong? Feeling insecure? My eldest branch's third daughter just turned 20. Not only is she an awakened summoner, but she's also accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Enough, shut up. Lin, who rudely interrupted. Young friend Bai is with the Lin family now. Your Lei family can step aside. The surrounding martial artists watching the spectacle were dumbfounded. On stage, the direct descendants of the Lin and Lei families were fighting to the death, while below, the two family heads were competing for a grandson-in-law. Was this a preliminary match or a martial arts tournament for marriage? Bastard. On the arena, Lei Hao, having been toyed with by Bai Zhen several times, erupted in complete fury. His eyes turned crimson from blood congestion. You think this is enough to defeat me? Today, I'll show you the power of a blood warrior. Before his words finished, he bit his tongue hard, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto his sword. The blood droplets were instantly vaporized by the sword chi, transforming into crimson mist that coiled around the blade. Boom. His aura surged violently as blood vessels beneath his skin burst from the overwhelming power, blood seeping along his muscle fibers only to be vaporized again by sword chi into thick, bloody fog. Blood drop state, second layer. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Zhen's eyes. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if you win in this state, you won't come out unscathed. This is just a preliminary match. It's not worth risking your life. It is worth it. Lei Hao's fighting spirit was unwavering. His creed was to forge ahead without hesitation. In dealing with any task, one must give their all. Bai Zhen greatly admired this fierce temperament and nodded, saying, for someone who never slacks off, success is merely a matter of time. However, to Lei Hao, this praise felt like condescension and disdain from a lofty position. With his pride, how could he tolerate it? Give me slash. His roar echoed as he swung his long sword, enveloped in blood lightning, striking down from the sky. The sword energy fell like divine punishment, shattering the arena floor inch by inch. The protective barrier trembling, as if it would shatter this strike, was enough to obliterate any opponent below level 50. Bai Zhen had no intention of dodging. At this moment, Lei Hao's spirit and strength warranted a direct response. In fact, his calm maneuvering relied entirely on the attribute points gained from the upgrades of Yi Liuli and others, Combined with the growth from hunting massive beasts in the corrupted world using the Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger, quantitative changes had finally led to qualitative transformation. Without these accumulations, his attribute panel before entering the corrupted world would have left him with no choice but to use his strongest skill right from the start against Lei Hao for a slim chance of survival. Let this strike determine the outcome. Since Qingyue just used the White Tiger splitting light wave, I will also end with the White Tiger splitting light wave. As his words fell, Bai Zhen's momentum surged. Unlike Lin Qingyue's icy White Tiger phantom, what awakened within him was the purest essence of metal's killing intent. An ornate golden white tiger manifestation slowly took shape behind him. Each tiger hair shimmered like divine gold refined over millennia, radiating a cold brilliance. The kill character etched on his forehead seemed almost tangible, instantly transforming the entire arena into a dazzling spectacle of gold and jade. The white tiger roared, and 3 beams of light radiated outward from the center, resembling ripples in water, instantly engulfing Lei Hao's blood lightning sword energy. Just like in the corrupted world, there were no grand explosions, no earth-shattering sounds, only a beam of pure, pristine light. Wherever it passed, the space cracked like fragile glass, revealing the pitch-black void behind. Boom! The brief silence was shattered by a terrifying explosion. The tremors of the arena drew the attention of all the competitors nearby. This was the battleground of Team 9 against Team 68. Hey, no wonder they're in the top 10 for win rates. Their first move is already this explosive. With the 9th place being this strong, how outrageous must the first place be? This year's preliminaries look tough. We're likely to be eliminated in the first round again. Our task is to make sure they don't advance easily. As the dust settled, everyone was stunned. The one lying on the ground was not a member of Team 68, but rather, the captain of Team 9, Lei Hao. Hiss! What happened? Did Lei Hao get backstabbed by his teammate? What the hell? Lei Hao's combat power alone is far beyond just the top 10 in the preliminaries. Tisk, young people are something else. They can just fall asleep anywhere. You're missing the point. Wasn't the kid he just fought only level 31? Is this really a level 31? What the hell? I almost wet my pants just now. Where's the referee? Check if this kid is hiding his level. After the dust settled, the figure lying in the center of the arena wasn't Bai Zhen, whom everyone expected to fall first, but Lei Hao, who had been favored to win. Captain! Su Yao and the others cried out in alarm, hurriedly crouching down to examine every wound from Lei Hao's neck to his abdomen, their expressions filled with panic. On the other side, Bai Zhen dropped his combat stance and stood quietly in place, his gaze indifferent. That White Tiger blazing light wave had actually only used 70% of his power. If he had gone all out, no matter how many life-saving trump cards Lei Hao possessed, he wouldn't have simply fallen to the ground. He might have lost limbs on the spot, or even been on the brink of death. The air around the arena still carried traces of scorching heat and a sense of devastation. The referees responsible for ensuring fair play had been pushed back to the arena's edge by the abnormal energy fluctuations from the clash of combat techniques. Those fluctuations were wrong, completely unlike the power someone of this level should be able to unleash. Audience members are complaining that Bai Zhen from Team 68 is hiding his true level. Could it be true? If proven accurate, Team 68 would not only be disqualified, but the staff members who had reviewed their credentials would also face punishment. Several referees exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Match between Teams 9 and 68 is suspended. Inspection team, take over, the referee announced authoritatively. Several uniformed officials stepped onto the platform, holding detection stones with blue runic light flickering across their surfaces. As the primary subject of suspicion, Bai Zhen was the first to place his hand on the detection stone. The results appeared instantly. Name, Bai Zhen. Level 31 Tattoo Master. Signs of disguise, none. The referee section fell silent, then erupted in hushed discussions. A level 31 Tattoo Master capable of unleashing such devastating power? Had the world gone mad? Or were their perceptions too narrow? The final ruling was announced. Team 68's Bai Zhen shows no evidence of cheating. The match continues. The previously overlooked arena suddenly skyrocketed in attention. In the initial matchmaking pool, high win rate teams crushing low win rate teams was commonplace, but a low win rate team turning the tables to crush a high win rate team, this was a first. With Lei Hao temporarily out of commission, Bai Zhen couldn't be bothered to finish off the remaining members. He was only responsible for dealing with the strongest opponent. The remaining practice opportunities were left for Yi Liuli and the others, lest his teammates become hothouse flowers unable to withstand storms. However, something unexpected happened that surprised Bai Zhen. Lei Hao actually raised his hand again to stop his teammates. Su Yao, fall back. We concede this match. Su Yao looked shocked. But Captain, you and their tattoo master are both injured, and we have the numerical advantage. This point should be ours for the taking. No, you're thinking about this too simply. Lei Hao gritted his teeth against the sharp pain radiating from his chest, and fixed his gaze once more on the figure that filled him with dread. In the center of the arena, Bai Zhen's robes still swayed gently, clearly indicating he had strength to spare. Lei Hao cursed in Warlith, this guy? He hasn't even reached his limit. During their previous heated clash, he had distinctly felt the pressure he was putting on Bai Zhen, yet his opponent had used less than his full strength. You know, this is just a preliminary round. There's no need to reveal all our trump cards just to defeat them. Lei Hao whispered hoarsely to Su Yao beside him. Surrendering now would be the best outcome for us. He and I each played one trump card, and neither of us gained an advantage. He only scored one more point. We can make up that small gap later. Su Yao wasn't reckless. Upon hearing this, she immediately raised her hand to signal their forfeit to the referee. The referee had no interest in the outcome, only in ensuring fairness, and promptly announced loudly. This match goes to Team 68 by forfeit from Team 9. Team 68 gains 1 point. As soon as the words fell, the holographic scoreboard floating above flickered. Team 68, 1 point. This single point shot them directly into the top 20. However, this ranking was ultimately temporary. Some had good luck with weak opponents and short match times. Others had bad luck with strong opponents and lengthy battles. These chance factors would eventually be smoothed out by time. After the matchmaking pool adjusted, the strong would only face the strong, and the weak likewise. When that happened, all the padding gained through luck would be stripped away, leaving only what was genuine. Medical personnel passed by the arena carrying a stretcher. Lei Hao propped himself up and looked toward Bai Zhen, who was blocking the passage, speaking with sincerity. You're very strong. This won't be our last battle. I hope next time, we can both fight with full strength, without holding anything back. Bai Zhen's lips curved upward as he nodded slightly. He could tell that Lei Hao wasn't a bad person, just a bit too fanatical in his desire for power. Men, whether pursuing strength or wealth, couldn't be considered truly rotten as long as they harbored ambition. After the arena was cleared, Yuli pounced onto Bai Zhen's back like a little octopus, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Brother Bai Zhen, you're actually still alive. Bai Zhen stumbled, nearly being pulled down by her. You little rascal, what kind of way is that to talk? What do you mean I'm still alive? Yuli pouted, speaking with resentment. You disappeared without a word for so long. We all thought you were done for. Bai Zhen, did you go to the Dark Rift? Bai Zhen looked up and met Lin Xingyue's gaze directly. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Bai Zhen didn't avoid her look, nor did he intend to lie, nodding frankly. Yes, I went to the Dark Rift. I know you're worried, but fortune favors the bold, he said at a steady pace, explaining to everyone present. Growing stronger step by step is too slow. You all witnessed what happened with the Hu family before. If I don't hurry to improve my strength and they come looking for trouble again, how would we deal with it? I can't keep hiding behind the Lin family forever, especially when dealing with threats of that caliber. Even the Lin family would struggle to handle them. Qingyue, I'm a man, and a man should shoulder his responsibilities. What kind of example would I set if I kept cowering in fear? Bai Zhen stood in the center of the rest area, his voice low but resolute. Lin Xingyue didn't answer immediately. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears that suddenly welled up in her eyes, took a deep breath, then turned with a smile. I'm not upset that you're taking risks. I'm upset that you didn't take me with you. From now on, you're not allowed to face danger alone unless you bring me along. Me. I want to come too. Yi Lioli raised her hand, standing beside Bai Zhen as her silver ponytail swayed gently. Chu Xian joined in the commotion, raising his arm high. Young master, don't forget to bring me along. Their playful banter instantly eased the tense atmosphere. After the brief laughter subsided, Lin Xingyue handed Bai Zhen the latest news briefing, her expression growing serious again. Let's get back to business. This news report says that none of the professionals who entered the Dark Rift came out alive. And today, monster portals have appeared all over the world. You wouldn't happen to. She stopped mid-sentence. She knew better than to ask for details, and publicity would only cause trouble for Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen gave her an appreciative look. His woman was indeed clever, connecting the two events so quickly. Pretty close to what you're thinking, he said in a lowered voice. It's not as dramatic as the news makes it sound. Some people did make it out alive, and I was one of those lucky few. He didn't mention what the Dark Rift truly was, a world corrupted and eroded, nor did he speak of the dangerous corrupting power within him. It was a double-edged sword. He couldn't possibly be the only professional who had obtained the corruption source and returned to reality. If those others turned to evil in the future, he would inevitably be implicated due to their shared power. Unless absolutely necessary, this power must remain hidden, even from those closest to him. Bai Zhen suddenly changed the subject. You too, go check on Lin Yao. Yi Lioli nodded, and Chu Xian responded before jogging away. Bai Zhen watched them go, shaking his head with a sigh. That kid is really disappointing, getting knocked out right at the start. Good thing our team doesn't rely heavily on support classes, or that would have been fatal. He then turned his attention to Zhong Wuying, who had been quietly standing in the corner. Zhong Wuying, you're a professional assassin. Could I ask you to practice with them? Me? Zhong Wuying was slightly taken aback, not expecting to be called upon. That's right, you. Bai Zhen explained calmly. The three of them have good foundations, they just lack experience. What you have most of is combat experience. With you as the main attacker, they can focus on practicing defense and gain some real battle experience, so they won't be like headless chickens during matches. Yi Lioli's eyes lit up, almost ready to pounce. Yes, yes. Sister Wu Ying, please teach us. Chu Xian nodded vigorously, deeply affected by today's defeat. He had thought he could help the young master, but on the battlefield, he was still inadequate. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. He had to get stronger to truly help the young master. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm running so high, Zhong Wuying, who was usually rather aloof by nature, gave a rare nod of approval. Since you've spoken up, what else can I say? Yeah, awesome. Yi Lioli and Chu Xian immediately cheered. Taking advantage of everyone's high spirits, Zhong Wuying briefly explained the key training points before leading the two away from the training room one by one. The moment the door closed behind her, a smug smile crept across Bai Zhen's lips while it was certainly true that he wanted his teammates to gain practical combat experience. Sending everyone away to leave just him and Lin Qingyue alone was equally part of his carefully calculated plan. Qingyue, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. We've been apart for a whole week, haven't we? Lin Qingyue was slightly stunned, instinctively taking half a step back as her eyelashes trembled and her pale cheeks quickly flushed crimson. Though she was still inexperienced in such matters, how could she fail to understand the meaning behind Bai Zhen's smiling yet clearly heated gaze? What are you planning to do? The girl's voice was as light as a feather. Bai Zhen didn't answer, simply closing the door and reaching up to turn off the main lights in the room. Due to special circumstances, 10,086 words are omitted here. The tightly closed door blocked the view but couldn't muffle the faint sounds within. The dull thuds of furniture legs hitting the wall, mixed with suppressed moans that seemed to convey both pain and pleasure. Outside the door, Yi Lioli and Chu Xian were following Zhong Wuying's instructions, doing basic strength and evasion training. The more they practiced, the more restless they became, eventually exchanging glances with each other. There seems to be some strange sounds. Yi Lioli covered her burning ear tips and blinked. Tables hitting the wall. Chu Xian scratched his head. Are they practicing some new technique? Zhong Wuying watched the two's completely clueless expressions from afar, her lips curving into a meaningful arc. Her years of experience walking on the knife's edge had made her worldly. How could she not recognize what was really happening behind that door? Tisk, youth is wonderful, she murmured under her breath. This pair of dry, kindling meeting fire. Both at the peak of their vigor, it would be strange if they didn't go at it until they were completely exhausted. In fact, when Bai Zhen had made the excuse about letting you train separately, she had already guessed what he was up to. Lin Qingyue's feelings for Bai Zhen were practically written all over her face. Cold as ice to others, but exceptionally warm to him. When she had learned that Bai Zhen had entered the dark rift, Lin Qingyue's flawless jade-like face had instantly turned deathly pale, as if coated with a thick layer of Flordo. Make her show such an expression. He had to be either family or a lover, and it was obviously the latter. Stop guessing. Zhong Wuying patted the two youngsters on the shoulders, pulling them back from their wild speculations to reality. Just focus on your training. That guy might come out later with legs so weak he can barely stand. For the upcoming matches, you'll need to work even harder, especially since you're stuck with this kind of captain's TSK, capable and with a rare profession, but caught up in a workplace romance. Huh? What's a workplace romance? Yi Lioli tilted her head. Is it dating in an office? But we don't even have an office here. Zhong Wuying's breathing paused slightly as she rubbed her temples and shrugged helplessly. Never mind. It's probably better that you're confused. Anyway, that lecher Bai Zhen is getting exactly what he wanted right now. The vague words left Yi Lioli and Chu Xian even more puzzled. The girl whispered quietly, what does Sister Wu Ying mean? Could it be that Brother Bai Zhen and Sister Qingyue are training so intensely that they're exhausted? But exhaustion shouldn't make those kinds of sounds, right? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Chu Xian scratched the back of his head. I think I heard similar sounds when passing by some room before. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with admiration. As expected of young master, just back from such a dangerous place, and he immediately throws himself into training. Yi Lioli was also fired up with determination. Then we can't fall behind either. Come on, let's continue. Let me follow in young master's footsteps, becoming stronger step by step, climbing higher bit by bit. Chu Xian declared solemnly, and the two buried themselves in their sweaty training once again. Behind the door, the sounds of impact and muffled moans continued to drift faintly through the air. Competition arena. Another lounge. Hu Zimo, a young man in black athletic wear, crossed his arms and stared disdainfully at the projection screen, which froze at the moment when Bai Zhen was engulfed by golden light. The youth let out a low humph, his slender phoenix eyes narrowing slightly as a crimson glint flashed through the depths of his dark pupils. This guy is quite interesting, he murmured, tapping the projection with his fingertip. Such powerful metal attribute energy doesn't seem like an ordinary tattoo artist at all. He's probably a dual-class professional. At this thought, he sneered. No wonder that waste who Etienne got beaten by him. Whatever, I owe the family head a favor anyway. Beside him, the plump and adorable girl who Shuang walked over to the sofa. She wore a modified Han-style dress that accentuated her flowing curves at the chest, with tassels at her waist swaying gently with each step. Her full figure completely unrestrained. The phrase, perfectly rounded, seemed written all over her. Who's Zemo? Is this the handsome guy who made the assassin defect? She asked, blinking her almond-shaped eyes. Who's Zemo snorted coldly. Yes, that's him. Who would have thought those idiots were so useless? They couldn't even kill a tattoo artist and let the assassin betray them. I can't believe what he could possibly have that would make a professional killer willing to betray their organization to follow him. Ignoring his icy tone, Hu Shuang plopped down on the sofa with a thud, resting her chin in her hands with a brilliant smile, her almond eyes curving into crescents. Hee. That's not the point, she shook her head, making her silver bell hair ornaments chime. The point is actually evaded the professional association's win rate calculations. That fortune teller who claims to be 100% accurate is probably about to explode with rage. She then mimicked someone's tone in a squeaky voice. Impossible. My prophecies are never wrong. After making an exaggerated face, she burst into giggles, her sweet dimples blooming. In fact, the situation was exactly as she described. Professional Association headquarters, top floor of the astrology tower. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The deafening roar exploded, startling several white doves perched outside the tower into fluttering flight. Inside the tower, Zhuge Chuan, a young fortune teller in deep blue star-patterned robes, stared at the shattered crystal ball before him, his handsome face twisted with rage. His silver-white hair hung disheveled over his shoulders, and the astrology pendant on his forehead swayed violently with his rapid breathing. Zhuge Chuan was the most brilliant talent of the new generation of the Zhuge family, and the family's only prophecy-type professional fortune teller. His skills could see through illusions and perceive the essence of things. Such professionals were extremely rare throughout all of China, and despite having almost no combat ability, major factions still competed fiercely to recruit them. But just moments ago, he had received information that filled him with rage. His supposedly 100% accurate prophecy had been completely shattered by a level 31 tattoo artist. My prophecies are never wrong. With a violent sweep of his sleeve, he sent the star charts, tarot cards, and prophecy scrolls scattered across the table crashing to the floor. The shattered crystals rolled with a soft rattling sound, but he paid no heed. Those tools were merely interesting research materials to him, nothing more. In the corner, a young apprentice clutched a stack of freshly organized prophecy reports, cowering like a frightened animal. His voice was barely a whisper. Senior brother, could there have been interference from the celestial bodies during the divination? Zhuge Chuan whipped around, his gaze sharp as a blade. Are you suggesting my divination techniques are flawed? The icy fury hit like a wave, causing the apprentice's hands to tremble and the thick reports to scatter across the floor with a rustling sound. Only then did Zhuge Chuan realize his loss of composure. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, though his fingertips still trembled slightly. He stared intently at the remaining celestial traces on the divination table, speaking through gritted teeth. Bai Zhen, just who are you? How can you twist the threads of fate itself? Reaching the crux of his thoughts, he suppressed the anger in his chest and sat down once more. If collective divination couldn't penetrate such a destiny, he would divine individually. Let's see just how many surprises a mere tattoo artist can give me. Taking a deep breath, ethereal blue starlight gathered at his fingertips as he chanted in ancient incantations. Divination technique, celestial fate reading, let all phenomena manifest. As his chant concluded, the previously shattered crystal ball fragments were drawn by starlight, floating in midair. Light flowed and swirled as a blurry image slowly took shape. The next second, boom. The divination table shook violently, the crystal fragments disintegrated into powder in the air, and the entire platform nearly collapsed. Zhuge Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. In that split second, what he saw wasn't Bai Zhen's fate at all, but four towering malevolent shadows that blotted out the sky. To the left, a snow-white tiger stood upon empty air, its golden eyes radiating cold light, while the divine kill character on its forehead released suffocating pressure. In the crimson star river, the nine-headed serpent Shangliu writhed and churned, its 18 serpentine eyes simultaneously locking onto him, its venomous drool corroding even starlight where it fell. Above, Taoyu's massive maw gaped wide, forcibly severing the river of fate, its chaotic black hole seeming to drag his very soul into its depths. Most terrifying of all was the black dragon looming over all the other shadows, its body obscuring the heavens, its abyssal dragon eyes tearing apart his spiritual world with a single glance. Unable to withstand it any longer, he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed heavily from his chair. His silver hair visibly lost its color, and his skin crawled with strange black markings. as if corroded by some unknown force. Senior brother. The young apprentice rushed into the room, but was so terrified by the scene before him that his legs gave out, and he collapsed at the doorway. Zhuge Chuan shakily propped himself up, hoarsely murmuring, "No, impossible." His gaze clung to the crystal powder scattered across the floor, fear nearly crushing his pupils. Through violent coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked down to see black curse marks appearing on his arms. His heart filled with uncontrollable terror. This was fate's backlash, the price for glimpsing the forbidden. He had seen something he should never have seen. What was even more terrifying was that his professional trait, Heaven's Soul Knowledge, was taking effect. As the trait activated, soul-tearing backlash stirred restlessly. Zhuge Chuan suddenly bent over and spat a mouthful of pitch-black blood onto the ground. The blood droplets rolled and hissed as they hit the floor, evaporating into wisps of black mist. The mist quickly condensed into a blurred dragon shadow that shrieked as it swept through the air before instantly disintegrating. This is... Senior brother, you little ding. The young apprentice turned pale with fright, his voice trembling. Zhuge Chuan's chest heaved violently, and he remained dazed for several moments before coming to his senses. His first instinct wasn't to wipe away the blood, but to push little Ding behind him and repeatedly warn, "No matter what happens in the future, never attempt to divine Bai Zhen. That person's fate is bizarre. The deeper you probe, the worse the consequences. Do you understand?" The senior brother, who usually paid little attention to such matters, was suddenly so serious that little Ding immediately straightened his spine and nodded solemnly. "Should I tell the master?" he asked quietly. Zhuge Chuan wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "Though the master's level is high, my innate skill ignores level differences. If even I cannot divine him, the master would likely face the same result." His voice was hoarse but firm as he continued. "Help me investigate Bai Zhen's detailed background. Remember, absolutely no divination. And don't mention the name Bai Zhen anywhere in the tower. The lower his presence, the better." Though little Ding didn't understand, he dared not disobey and turned to carry out the task. At the same moment, Bai Zhen, who had just finished his business, felt his whole body relax, but suddenly his heart turned cold, as if pierced by an invisible gaze. That prying sensation lasted only an instant before the dark prison dragon emperor bloodline within him surged violently, forcibly repelling it. "What's wrong?" Lin Qingyue lay in his arms, looking up at his face, her slender fingers gently smoothing the momentarily furrowed brow. Her black hair was scattered across his arm, the ends carrying the fresh fragrance of a recent bath, like the cold clarity after snow, yet softened by the lingering warmth from their recent intimacy. Bai Zhen chuckled softly, leaning down to catch her hand and press a kiss to it. "Nothing. I just suddenly felt like someone was spying on us." Lin Qingyue's ears instantly flushed red, and she instinctively pulled the blanket up to cover her chest, glaring at him reproachfully. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Zhen's smile deepened as he tightened his embrace, drawing her closer. "Why so nervous?" "I didn't say it was happening now." He lowered his head, his nose gently brushing her earlobe, his voice low and husky. "Just now, you weren't nearly this shy." "You..." Lin Qingyue pounded his chest in embarrassed indignation, only to have him catch her wrist and pin it beside the pillow. "Qingyue." Bai Zhen suddenly dropped his teasing manner, his gaze profound. "If one day you discovered something not quite right about me, what would you do?" Lin Qingyue was momentarily stunned, then let out a soft snort. "Only thinking to ask me now." She broke free from his grasp, her fingertip pressing against his heart. "Here, and here," she murmured, her fingers slowly trailing downward until it finally stopped at his lower abdomen. "All of this has been mine for a long time. Is there something wrong that I don't know about?" Bai Zhen's eyes instantly darkened as he flipped her over, pinning her firmly beneath him. His voice was low and husky. "It seems I wasn't trying hard enough earlier," leaving Miss Lin with energy to spare for wild thoughts. "Wait, Bai Zhen, I just got dressed." Half an hour later, the lounge door swung open, and Bai Zhen smoothed his wrinkled collar, stepping out refreshed and invigorated. Before he could even survey the hallway, a petite figure blocked his path. Yi Lioli stood with her hands on her hips, looking him up and down from head to toe, even leaning in to sniff with her little nose. "Brother Bai Zhen, what were you and Sister Qingyue doing sneakily in that room? What kind of practice takes that long? You two didn't secretly seal the deal behind my back, did you?" Nearly caught red-handed, even Bai Zhen's thick skin couldn't hold up, and his expression immediately turned awkward. "How is that possible? Do I look like someone who would do bad things? What goes on in that little head of yours all day long?" Yi Lioli sighed in relief after hearing this, even patting her chest dramatically. "That's good then. But if you really want to make Sister Qingyue into a woman, you must take me with you. After all, I'm your child bride. I heard many men like this kind of thing. It's called double fee." Bai Zhen's pupils dilated in shock. Who on earth had stuffed such bizarre knowledge into this purest paper little girl's head? He suddenly felt several burning gazes fall upon him. Looking up, he saw Chu Xian and Zhong Wuing standing in the distance, staring at him with the eyes one would use to look at a monster. Though neither spoke, their faces bore the same message: you never thought you were that kind of person. Hey, 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 don't get the wrong idea. This little brat is talking nonsense. I didn't say a word. Zhong Wuing pushed up his glasses, expressionless. Explanation is concealment, and concealment is truth. Chu Xian crossed his arms with an I understand expression. Young master, you don't need to explain too much. We're all men here, I get it. You don't get squat. Get lost. Bai Zhen's eye twitched in frustration as he finally raised his hand and flicked Yi Liuli's forehead with his knuckle. The force was a bit too much, and the little girl clutched her head, wailing. After the commotion ended, Bai Zhen put away his playful mood and lowered his voice. All right, let's get back to business. Let's go check on Lin Yao's recovery. If he's fully healed, we need to start working hard. The highest score on the leaderboard had now soared to 13 points. Exceeding 10 points would force them into a new matchmaking pool. Unlike the initial chaotic stage where all skill levels were mixed together, the top-performing teams from the beginner pool had gradually moved into the elite matchmaking pool. With their team's current combat strength, they might not be able to steamroll completely, but with some effort, they could definitely achieve total victory. Whether it was telepathy or Lin Yao sensing someone talking behind his back, he shouted out before Yi Liuli could respond. I'm ready. I'm all set. His voice reached them before he appeared. Bai Zhen looked toward the sound and saw Lin Yao charging over like an unleashed hunting dog, full of energy and kicking up a trail of dust. What happened to you? I heard you got instantly killed right at the start. Bai Zhen raised his hand to stop Lin Yao's attempt to explain, his tone half joking, half serious. Having his embarrassing moment exposed in public, even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Yao couldn't help feeling awkward. He coughed twice and managed to say, Ahem, that was an accident. I just saw several of them charging at me together and let my guard down for a moment. Bai Zhen simply smiled without continuing his mockery. He knew that both Lin Qingwei and Lin Yao's real weakness was their lack of sufficient combat experience. I'll command the upcoming battles. Bai Zhen dropped his teasing tone, his gaze steady. You guys will most likely be the main fighters. If it really comes to the point where I need to step in, I naturally will. But remember, don't use your tattoo skills unless absolutely necessary. Keep them as trump cards. Everyone exchanged glances, but agreed. With their current levels, they could only be considered average among all the competing teams. If they exposed even their final trump cards in the preliminaries, how could they stand their ground in the finals? After all, being thoroughly studied by opponents down to knowing the color of your underwear wasn't just an exaggerated metaphor. But without using tattoo skills, fighting will be really tough. Yi Liuli frowned as she reminded them. That's not a problem. Bai Zhen's lips curved slightly. Like I said, I'll step in when necessary. Chu Xian listened in confusion and couldn't help asking. Young master, your skills are obviously stronger. Wouldn't exposing you be like picking up sesame seeds while dropping watermelons? Who says I have to use skills? Bai Zhen raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying confidence. With my current attributes alone, even if Lei Hao fought me in close combat, he wouldn't gain much advantage. If it weren't for his dual profession and that white tiger lightwave technique, I could still handle the fight. This wasn't bragging. Bai Zhen's trump cards were frighteningly numerous, not even mentioning the long list of skills from his tattoo feedback. Just the Inferno Curse and 9 Heavens Thunder that Lin Qingwei gave him were enough to make any professional under level 40 breakout in cold sweat. Not to mention his real ace in the whole the 4 draconic traits granted by his Dark Abyss Dragon Emperor bloodline. Any one of them revealed alone would be enough to shock the entire Rising Star tournament preliminaries. Precisely because he had too many trump cards, Bai Zhen worried about being targeted by those with ulterior motives. The emergence of great power inevitably triggered chain reactions. This was a bloody iron law. His teammates knew nothing of this and only saw Bai Zhen's confidence, making them even more puzzled. Seeing everyone's hesitant expressions, Bai Zhen could only spread his hands and laugh. Since you don't believe me, why don't you try it yourselves? Qingwei, you're the highest level in the team, so you can set an example and test my attributes. He gestured toward the open space, his tone serious. Remember, use your full strength, don't hold back, and punch me with everything you've got. Lin Qingwei nodded. She understood Bai Zhen's personality. This guy never did anything without confidence. Since he was asking her to attack with full force, it meant he had already thought of a countermeasure, or perhaps had grasped a solution that only he knew about. To maximize the power of this punch, Lin Qingwei stepped back half a pace with her delicate feet, gathering all her strength at her waist. Her slender legs spread slightly apart, her toes tracing an elegant arc on the floor, her spine straight as a taut ice bow. Power flowed rapidly along its predetermined path from toes to knees, waist to hips, shoulders to elbows, finally compressing into her pale, clenched fist. Huh! With a sharp cry, the level 41 Frost Swordsman unleashed her full-powered punch toward Bai Zhen. Snap! A crisp collision sound replaced the explosive impact everyone expected. Bai Zhen merely raised his right arm, fingers spread wide, effortlessly catching the steel-crushing blow in his palm. His body remained perfectly still, not even his clothes stirred by the airflow. How is this possible? Chu Xian's jaw nearly hit the floor. Yi Liuli rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was hallucinating. Lin Xingyue stared blankly at her own fist. That slender palm had swallowed all her power like an insurmountable chasm. Only Zhong Wuying maintained her composure in the arena. She was the only one who had faced Bai Zhen directly, and the humiliating memory of being pinned against the wall remained vivid. Thinking of the heated scene between Bai Zhen and Lin Xingyue in the lounge earlier, her heart unexpectedly began to race. Snap out of it. Zhong Wuying, what are you thinking? She shook her head vigorously, suppressing the blush on her face. Now do you believe me? Before withdrawing his hand, Bai Zhen gently brushed across Lin Xingyue's smooth knuckles, earning himself an epic eye roll from the girl. My trip to the the Dark Rift wasn't for nothing. Bai Zhen shrugged in explanation. Just staying inside enhances your attributes, but it's extremely dangerous. Otherwise, I'd want to stay there forever. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. The Dark Rift, is that amazing? Next time one appears, I'm definitely checking it out. Everyone knew little about the Dark Rift, especially since so few survivors emerged this Timino. One could explain what was really inside. Bai Zhen attributed everything to the rift, and no one suspected otherwise. After this brief interlude, the team's confidence in winning the championship soared with a teammate whose attributes and skills were both godlike. Victory seemed guaranteed. Entering the matchmaking pool required all members to step into the drawing area. In the spectator stands, Lin, who had been waiting anxiously and finally spotted his precious granddaughter and her designated grandson-in-law. On the other side, Leimon also shifted his attention away from Lei Hao, but his gaze wasn't on Lin Qinghai, it was fixed on Bai Zhen. Ever since Bai Zhen had easily defeated Lei Hao, the old man's focus had never wavered. If he could recruit such a promising young talent, the benefits to the Lei family would be immeasurable. Raymond had already calculated everything in his mind. Even if this young man was deeply infatuated with that girl from the Lin family, it wasn't an insurmountable problem. In his view, any man with limitless future potential could never remain devoted to just one woman. As long as the Lei family stepped in and arranged for their clan's women to establish relationships with him, yes, this had to be done. Thinking of this, a confident smile crossed Raymond's face. Inside the competition space, an electronic voice suddenly announced, Team 68 versus Team 127. Contestants, please enter the arena. Bai Zhen and his teammates were instantly teleported from the drawing area to the alloy platform by blue and white beams of light. Simultaneously, the 5 members of Team 127 were also transported into the arena, their information displayed on a floating light screen. Team 127. Points 4. Mo Tianxing Summoner, level 39. Han Bing Ice Mage, level 37. Shen Gangshield Warrior, level 36. Sun Yu Archer, level 36. Li Mu Priest, level 31. Bai Zhen glanced down at the information on the light screen, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a massive dark green shadow slowly taking shape in the distance. His heart skipped a beat. Could someone's physique really be that exaggerated? Looking more carefully, he realized it wasn't human at all, but a giant python as thick as a water barrel. Right, the opposing team captain was a summoner. The steel floor scraped against snake scales, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound that instantly caused the audience to gasp in shock. It's a dragon blood python. Legend says it carries a trace of ancient dragon bloodline. Look at that golden line on its forehead, at least 1,000th dragon blood. Damn, this summoner actually contracted such a top-tier summoned beast. Mo Tianxing couldn't hear those comments, but it didn't stop him from smugly stroking the python's triangular head. Ever since successfully contracting this dragon blood python, his status among summoners of the same level had risen dramatically. At this moment, he stood proudly, his fingertips lightly touching those steel-like scales. Each scale reflected cold light, their sharp edges seeming capable of slicing through air itself. On the light screen, Bai Zhen's Team 68 only had 1 point. Mo Tianxing's arrogance instantly peaked. You guys on the other side, there's no point fighting us. Summoners already have an advantage at the same level, not to mention my powerful summoned beast. Bai Zhen chuckled softly, his voice carrying mockery. This giant python only carries a pathetically thin trace of dragon blood, and you dare call it a dragon blood python? Legend says the dragon clan's evolution goes snake at the beginning, python follows, then boa, and only after that comes flood dragon, then true dragon. There's still a whole level of flood dragon above boa. Yet people dare to casually attach the word dragon to everything. He secretly sensed the dark hell dragon emperor bloodline within him that even dragon spirits would submit to, thinking, if outsiders knew my true bloodline, they'd probably call me a dragon god. Bai Zhen looked up with a sneer. If you can fight, then stop chattering. Too much talk only shows you're all bark and no bite. Let that big snake of yours come over. I'd like to study whether you really need to hit a snake at its 7th vertebra to kill it. Mo Tianxing's face darkened as he roared in fury. Damn it. You don't know what's good for you. Attack. Bite him to death. Mo Tianxing's face turned cold. His dragon blood python had demonstrated formidable combat prowess in the previous battles for all to see. Yet this Bai Zhen, who was even lower in level than himself, dared to speak so arrogantly, truly courting death. Rage exploded instantly in his chest as he unhesitatingly commanded his dragon blood python to attack Bai Zhen, without the slightest intention of holding back. The Rising Star tournament prohibited contestants from delivering fatal blows, but summoners had always operated in a gray area when summoned beasts occasionally lost control and injured someone. As long as the summoner showed a good attitude and paid some medical compensation, the organizers could only turn a blind eye. Mo Tianqing's mind was already filled with visions of Bai Zhen being crushed into a bloody pulp by the giant serpent, and a sinister smile of murderous intent unconsciously curved his lips. However, the moment the giant python raised its head, the situation took a dramatic turn. Hiss! The dragon blood python let out a piercing shriek, its previously taut serpentine body suddenly convulsing as its scales bristled in terror. It desperately tried to retreat into the summoning space, even using its tail to lash at its own master, its movements frantic as if fleeing for its life. Little Green? What's wrong with you? Mo Tianqing was caught off guard, staggering backward from the strikes as he frantically tried to stabilize their contract. But in the dragon blood python's eyes, a scene invisible to everyone else was tearing at its sanity. The entire world suddenly inverted and twisted. The originally harmless-looking youth's figure cracked and collapsed like painted skin, replaced by a terrifying existence enthroned upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Pitch-black dragon scales reflecting the annihilation of stars, serpentine horns piercing through the heavens, dragon eyes darker than the abyss gazing down upon the earth like a deity observing ants. The hissing suddenly changed pitch, fierce battle intent instantly degenerating into a dying wail. Ancestral memories deep within its bloodline were forcibly awakened. This was the pressure of a pure-blooded dragon emperor. The trace of dragon blood within the dragon blood python that it had taken such pride in now became its death warrant. Only the giant serpent could see this vision. On and off the stage, everyone else merely witnessed its inexplicable convulsions. The previously awe-inspiring sharp scales now stood on end like grass blades caught in a violent wind. Then, those metallic scales rapidly dimmed, as if their power was being forcibly stripped away by a higher existence. Bai Zhen himself was also stunned. He suspected Mo Tianqing had fed his summoned beast prohibited drugs, otherwise how could it react this way? But as soon as this thought arose, he had a sudden flash of inspiration and thoughtfully took a step forward. Just one step. Bang! The dragon blood python suddenly rolled over to expose its pale belly, its massive body crashing onto the floor as foul-smelling liquid trickled through the gaps between its scales into sticky puddles. Mo Tianqing's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, having spent day and night together. He knew all too well that this was actually incontinence from terror. What on earth did this beast see? His throat went dry, yet even his curses stuck on his tongue. Before losing consciousness, the dragon blood python used its last bit of strength to convulsively lift its triangular head and humbly press it to the ground, prostrating in submission toward Bai Zhen's direction. The arena fell silent for half a second, then erupted. Every spectator who had been watching this arena match was in an uproar. What? Am I seeing this right? The dragon blood python just rolled over on its own? Look at those pale belly scales, it's clearly on its last breath. Someone frantically pinched their own arm, trying to confirm this wasn't some ridiculous dream. The spectators erupted. Come on, man. Even if you want to show off, don't drag out a python that's about to die of illness. This is so embarrassing, get it out of there. But just in the previous match, this very dragon blood python had been absolutely vicious. In competitions below level 40, it practically devoured opponents one bite at a time, crushing them with overwhelming force. For it to suddenly roll over now couldn't possibly be due to its own condition, it must have been affected by some factor within the arena. The shock of this scene was like splashing cold water into a pot of boiling oil, making the audience's scalps tingle with the explosive sizzle. If the audience was this stunned, Mo Tianqing, the person directly involved, was even more humiliated. He gritted his teeth and roared. Don't think you can win like this. I have more than just one summoned beast. Little Green is just having an off day, you're just getting lucky. As his words fell, his spiritual power surged throughout his body. A brilliant summoning circle bloomed beneath his feet, while another rapidly formed above his head. Iron-armored, Earth Dragon. Wind Shadow Falcon. Come forth. Boom. The arena floor suddenly bulged upward as a three-meter-tall Earth Dragon covered in iron-blue scales burst from the ground. Simultaneously, a streak of green light shot down from the summoning circle in midair, the Wind Shadow Falcon's piercing cry cutting through the sky as its wings sliced through the air with explosive force. The crowd below erupted again, but Bai Zhen merely smiled slightly. Now this was more like it. Any team that could score 4 points in such a short time, aside from a rare few chosen ones, was basically not to be underestimated. Although the opposing team's overall level was ordinary, Their tactical core was clearly their captain, Imo Tianqing. As long as they controlled him, the remaining team members, despite being in their 30s level-wise, posed little threat. Even though Imo Tianqing had summoned 2 more battle pets whose auras were no weaker than the dragon blood pythons, Bai Zhen still didn't take action personally. Instead, he calmly deployed tactics. Qingyue, freeze the earth dragon. Chu Xian, intercept that bird. Liuli, go disrupt their backline. Lin Yao. Lin Yao had been waiting expectantly for his orders, only to hear, act as the situation demands. What? He held his staff with a confused expression. Bai Zhen's mouth twitched slightly. You're a priest, do you really want to charge in swinging weapons at people? What you need to learn isn't heal whoever loses health, but prediction. See the incoming damage and provide healing at that precise moment. If you have protective skills, cast them a bit earlier. For support classes, the most crucial thing is mastering the timing of skill releases. If the timing is wrong, no matter how strong your skills or how high your level, it's all useless. After this thorough lecture, Lin Yao finally settled down, also agreeing in his heart. A team's ceiling depends on damage output, but its floor depends on support. When both sides have similar strength, the side with stronger support gains the advantage. Got it. All right, leave it to me. Except for Lin Yao, the other 3 had already sprung into action. Lin Qingyue turned her sword edge, and her frost speech sword erupted with bone-chilling cold. Ice crystals instantly climbed up the iron-armored earth dragon's massive limbs, freezing all 4 of the iron-armored earth dragon's feet to the ground in an instant. Before obtaining the power of gung metal from his white tiger tattoo, Lin Qingyue's primary combat style relied on ice attribute abilities. Even now, having mastered the more ferocious metal attribute, he hadn't abandoned his former ice techniques, instead blending the 2 powers with increasing proficiency. Chu Xian let out a furious roar as the berserker's signature rage state instantly ignited. His muscled frame stomped the ground and launched into the air like a human cannonball, forcibly knocking the diving wind shadow falcon off course. The moment he landed, Yi Liuli raised her hand in a grasping motion, and the staff personally gifted by Lin Qingyue materialized from her storage ring. As a level 28 elementalist, she was no longer a novice who could only cast Wind Blade. Hurricane imprisonment erupted forth, howling winds carrying sand and dust toward the enemy's backline. Han Bing was blown about, his robes whipping wildly as his ice spells repeatedly went off target. By all logic, such coordination should have secured the initiative, yet the actual outcome made Lin Qingyue and his team's hearts sink. The ice-bound iron-scale earth dragon let out a deep, rumbling growl as scorching magma erupted from the gaps between its heavy scales. Frost and lava met and instantly vaporized, steam billowing as the earth trembled and roared. Dense, razor-sharp rock spikes burst from the ground, shooting straight toward Lin Qingyue's feet. What? Lin Qingyue retreated swiftly, his frost-speak sword creating a thick ice wall before him. However, the rock spikes struck like thunder, shattering through the ice barrier with a sharp crack, sending fragments flying. Simultaneously, the wind shadow falcon that Chu Xian had struck suddenly split into dozens of afterimages. Illusions? No, clones. Chu Xian's pupils contracted had clearly hit solid flesh, so how was this possible? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of wind shadow falcons dove simultaneously, their razor-sharp talons all targeting Yi Liuli. Liuli, watch out. Lin Qingyue shouted urgently, but it was too late to defend her. Yi Liuli hastily raised a wind shield, but the barrier shattered instantly under the falcon swarm's assault. One real talon raked viciously across her shoulder, blood spraying. She groaned and collapsed, her staff flying from her grasp as the battle situation reversed in an instant. Imo Tianqing stood behind his 2 summoned beasts, a savage smile playing at his lips. Did you really think my summons only knew brute force? You understand absolutely nothing about the summoner class. You're completely clueless. The Iron-Scale Earth Dragon's bloodline grants unmatched defense in its tier, and the Wind Shadow Falcon's illusion talent can fool even level 40 assassins. Splitting your attention to deal with my teammates only adds unnecessary pressure. He pointed at Lin Qingyue, his voice rising. Hey, team captain over there, your teammates are fighting desperately up front while you hide in the back watching the show. Don't tell me you're such a useless tattoo artist that your stats are so pathetic you couldn't even kill a chicken. No wall in this world is completely soundproof, and the internet makes information spread at lightning speed. Yet information gaps still exist, and this arrogant summoner was clearly a victim of such a gap. Upon hearing Imo Tianqing's incredibly arrogant words, before Bai Zhen could even retort, the real-world audience watching Bai Zhen's match nearly died laughing. Haha, this is absolutely hilarious. The crowd burst into laughter. This guy must still be using a flip phone. Anyone with a smartphone would at least know something about what's going on. Mocking voices rose one after another. Everyone was well aware that among the participants in this Rising Star tournament preliminaries, if not 80%, then at least half knew there was a tattoo artist with incredibly abnormal combat power lurking in the arena. Hee, this is going to be entertaining. I can't wait to see this kid get beaten to a pulp. Someone excitedly rubbed their hands together. Amid the discussions, Bai Zhen's name was mentioned repeatedly, the tattoo artist who could defeat Lei Hao in a heated battle, privately unanimously regarded as the most inconspicuous yet most promising dark horse of this Rising Star tournament. Unfortunately, the competition world and the audience existed in different spaces, with all discussions, shouts, and cheers completely isolated, as if the arena and its surroundings were two separate dimensions. Meanwhile, witnessing all this, the Mo family members felt their vision darkening. Mo Tianxing, on whom the clan had placed high hopes, had virtually no chance of survival against the terrifying combat power Bai Zhen had previously displayed. Combined with his earlier boastful words, defeat would only bring greater humiliation. Worse still, he represented not just himself but the entire Mo family's reputation. The Mo family patriarch trembled with rage, reaching for a nearby teacup to calm his anger with a sip of hot tea. However, his hands shook so violently that he dropped it with a crack, shattering the delicate porcelain into scattered fragments, instantly freezing the atmosphere. After a long silence, the Mo family patriarch's voice still trembled. Investigate this tattoo artist's background. Once the Rising Star tournament preliminaries end, I'll personally lead people to apologize at his door. The Mo family isn't some prestigious noble house. Having one promising talent emerge is already rare, and we absolutely cannot make an enemy of such a potential powerhouse. Seeing their patriarch's wisdom, the clan members who had been worried about the family's future responded in unison. The patriarch is wise. On the other side, in the center of the arena, Yi Liuli looked anxiously at Bai Zhen. Brother Bai Zhen, what should we do now? She was at a complete loss, and even Lin Qingyue, who had more combat experience, found herself helpless against the current situation. This moment in the battle seemed like a dead end. If they focused their energy on the other members of Mo Tianxing's team, the two fierce summoned beasts would be left unchecked. Based on the strength those two summoned creatures had displayed during their earlier attacks, without using tattoo skills and relying solely on their own power, they simply couldn't defeat the summoned beasts in unknown combat. Not everyone's attribute panel was as ridiculously strong as Bai Zhen's. But if everyone went all out against the summoned beasts, Mo Tianxing and his other 4 team members besides the summoned creatures certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Bai Zhen had already made it clear he wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yao was purely a support player with no direct combat capability, and since their side had barely sustained any injuries, the healer's role was minimal. Zhong Wuying was serving as a substitute in this battle and could only wait on the sidelines. Thus, in a direct confrontation, only Lin Qingyue, Yi Liuli, and Chu Xian remained as their main attackers. The opposing team, minus 1 support player, had 4 combat-ready members plus 2 summoned beasts. In terms of sheer numbers, they were already at a natural disadvantage. Bai Zhen didn't make a move but pointed out the key. Since both the summoned beasts and team members are hard to break through, let's go straight for the core. The core. Everyone was stunned. Capture the king to defeat the army, strike the snake at its vital point. No matter how strong the summoned beasts are, they can't exist without their summoner. Lin Qingyue's eyes lit up. Right. Focus all our efforts on breaking through Mo Tianxing. Once he falls, Team 127 will be nothing but a ragtag bunch. The strategy took shape. Instantly concentrate fire on Mo Tianxing and force the entire opposing team to retreat for defense. Bai Zhen nodded with satisfaction. You can be taught. The others suddenly understood as well. Let me clear the path. Chu Xian roared, activating full-blood rage as his muscles swelled like drums. The berserker transformed into a raging bull, charging straight at the iron-armored earth dragon. Boom. The heating collision stopped the dragon in its tracks as Chu Xian used brute force to temporarily restrain it. Sister Qinghua. Yi Liuli raised her staff as fierce winds swirled wind's trajectory. Green currents wrapped around Lin Qingyue's feet, increasing her speed by 30%. The ice-blue figure darted through the melee like a phantom, heading straight for Mo Tianxing. Stop her. Mo Tianxing's face changed drastically as he retreated. Han Bing waved his staff, raising an ice wall from the ground. Crack. The frost speech sword flashed with cold light, shattering the ice wall to powder. Lin Qingyue didn't pause, her blade already pointing at Mo Tianxing's throat. Mo Tianxing's pupils contracted as cold sweat slid down his temples. He stared at the composed Bai Zhen, humiliation exploding in his chest. Will you surrender? Lin Qingyue's killing intent pressed closer. In your dreams. Mo Tianxing roared hoarsely. Blood as contract. Berserk liberation. Splurt. He spat blood as the contract's backlash toward his organs. The iron-armored earth dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, its red eyes completely bloodshot. The wind shadow falcon's feathers stood on end, its wingspan exploding as violent wind blades circled its body, speed soaring with afterimages streaking through the air. This is bad. Lin Qingyue's face changed drastically. He's forcibly removing the summoned beast's restrictions. The audience erupted in chaos. He's insane. Is he trying to take everyone down with him? Berserk summoned beasts will backlash against their master. Referee, stop the match immediately, but it was too late. The two rampaging summoned beasts completely ignored everyone else and charged straight toward Bai Zhen, who had remained motionless throughout, with the momentum to destroy everything. Bai Zhen, Lin Qinghua cried out in alarm. Though she knew Bai Zhen had hidden cards up his sleeve and was stronger than anyone present, worry still pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. It was an uncontrollable instinct. Bai Zhen merely sighed softly and finally looked up at the arena. He thought to himself, why bother? This young man not only has a poor mentality, but his brain doesn't work well either. Even the dragon blood python has already submitted to him, yet he still chooses the path of mutual destruction. The iron-armored earth dragon thundered forward, crushing the ground beneath its feet as it charged. In midair, the wind shadow falcon folded its wings and dove down like a curved blade. The two demonic beasts approached with ear-splitting howls, reaching Bai Zhen in an instant. Buzz. In the depths of Bai Zhen's pitch-black eyes, a strand of dark golden vertical pupils slowly emerged. He raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and suddenly swept downward. Kneel. 2 light words, yet like an irresistible heavenly decree, instantly pressed down upon the iron-armored earth dragon and wind shadow falcon. This wasn't true law, but the targeted pressure of the dark prison dragon emperor bloodline, the world of demonic beasts. The rule of survival of the fittest needed no explanation. Boom. The iron-armored earth dragon's massive body suddenly froze, its remaining momentum dragging it several yards as its knees crashed heavily into the ground, carving 2 deep furrows. It struggled desperately, but was pressed down by mountain-like invisible pressure until it couldn't even lift its head. The wind shadow falcon fared worse. Its fierce diving posture instantly collapsed, as if struck down by an invisible giant palm, crashing to the ground with feathers scattered everywhere. Except for these 2 demonic beasts, no one truly sensed that terrifying pressure. To outsiders, it looked as if the iron-armored earth dragon had suddenly gone weak in the knees, while the wind shadow falcon seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall of air. What's happening? Confused exclamations came from the audience seats. How can a wind shadow falcon trip in midair? On the other side of the arena, Mo Tianqing's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He knew very well that forcibly removing summoned beast restrictions was an extremely dangerous move for a summoner. The reason summoned beasts were restricted stemmed from their contracts. Though they appeared to grow stronger as the summoner leveled up, they were actually having their seals gradually removed, keeping their power at the same level as their summoner. Once restrictions were broken, summoned beasts would face both a sudden drop in level and potential backlash against their master. It was essentially pushing oneself off a cliff. Have you had enough fun? Bai Zhen's 4 calm words fell like ice water poured over one's head. His dark, golden vertical pupils stared fixedly at Mo Tianqing. Without any extra movement, he made Mo Tianqing feel as if frozen in place by cold, his blood nearly congealing. With just these 2 insolent beasts, you think you can harm me? Bai Zhen's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Such terrifying presence. Mo Tianqing struggled to swallow. But as soon as the saliva reached his throat, his internal organs felt as if gripped by someone, and under the intense pain, he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. Captain, brother Mo, damn it, let's fight this pretty boy. Watching Mo Tianqing fight with his life on the line, Chu Xian felt his heart skip half a beat. If anything had happened to the young master right in front of him, he would have torn the enemy apart with his bare hands, even if it meant his own death. Fortunately, thank goodness the young master was unharmed. But this debt must be settled. The audience fell into dead silence when suddenly the referee raised his hand and announced in a cold, stern voice. Team 127, Mo Tianqing, you are suspected of threatening others' lives and are hereby officially disqualified from the competition. According to the preliminary emergency regulations, your actions have reached the standard for disqualification. However, considering this is the first violation of this tournament and the other 4 team members showed no substantial transgression, we will be lenient. This match is ruled as your loss. Any objections? The 5 members of Team 127 looked grim as water, but none spoke in opposition. Mo Tianqing had anticipated this outcome before making his move, and now simply lowered his head in silent acceptance. However, an unexpected voice came from the opposing Team 68, specifically from Chu Xian. Damn it, a bunch of dishonorable bastards. Do you think we're dead? His crude curses accompanied a surge of overwhelming aura as the patterns within his body lit up, and the air seemed compressed by a crimson tide. This was clearly the precursor to Blood Fury Tide, about to be unleashed. That strike was aimed directly at the young master's life. If not for sheer luck, he'd be half dead by now. You think a simple disqualification can sweep this under the rug? What is this if not favoritism? Chu Xian's voice cut like a blade. The young master is merciful and didn't take your worthless life directly, but your crimes cannot be settled so easily. Since the young master won't dirty his hands, I'll do it for him. We'd rather not have this handed victory. In this match, I'll take on all of you single-handedly. His rage had almost materialized, with only one thought consuming his mind. Anyone who dared harm Bai Zhen in his presence must pay the price. Lin Qingyue and the others instinctively wanted to intervene, but under Bai Zhen's silent, motionless gaze, they quietly stepped back. Since the team's core had given tacit approval, they had no grounds to interfere. Besides, they too wanted to see Mo Tianqing pay his due price. Vengeance, after all, only counted when settled with one's own hands. Unlike his previous summoning of the Shangliu Phantom, Chu Xian didn't immediately release his ultimate form this time. He took a deep breath as the three subsidiary skills of Blood Fury Tide manifested on his body. 1. Attacks carried blood erosion. Wounds torn open would continue bleeding and couldn't heal in a short time. 2. When injured, his blood would transform into water blades to counterattack enemies. The more severe his wounds, the fiercer the retaliation, with revival triggering when near death. 3. Attacks carried water attribute corrosion, ignoring 30 of enemy physical defense and causing additional damage to armor equipment. Bai Zhen had instructed him not to easily expose his ultimate trump card. Chu Xian raised his head, his gaze dark as night. In that case, then, he would use half of Blood Fury Tide first. The 4 members of Squad 127 had just helped Mo Tianqing to his feet, when this overwhelming aura forced them to stagger backward. Han Bing, their leader, gritted her teeth and raised her ice crystal staff, shouting, Just you alone? How dare you boast so arrogantly? Whether it's boasting or not, we'll find out after a fight. Chu Xian's lips curved into a menacing grin as he suddenly lunged forward, his right fist thundering toward Chen Gang's forehead. The level 36 shield warrior hastily raised his black iron heavy shield. But the expected clash of metal never came. Instead, the shield's surface began emitting a corrosive, sizzling sound under the impact of the punch, as if being burned through by deadly poison. This heavy shield, which the merchant had praised to the skies and claimed could withstand level 40 attacks, was visibly rusting and disintegrating before their eyes. What the hell is this? How can a berserker have corrosive skills? Chen Gang's pupils contracted in shock. Before his horror could last even half a second, Chu Xian's fist had torn through the remaining shield fragments, wrapped in boiling blood mist, and slammed heavily into his chest. A berserker's combat power increases with rage, and at peak fury, their attributes can surge by roughly 15. Though Chu Xian was slightly lower in level, his tattoo enhancements combined with Blood Rage Tide made this punch far more powerful than its surface value suggested. Chen Gang's agonized scream tore through the air. Where the fist had struck, his flesh burst open, blood droplets spreading like living creatures, muscle fibers being torn apart by invisible hands as blood gushed endlessly. Healing spell? Quick! Li Mu's face turned deathly pale as emerald light burst from the tip of her staff, instantly casting a healing spell. However, the moment the light touched the wound, those sinister blood droplets devoured the healing energy like starving wolves. The green light quickly turned a murky dark red before extinguishing with a hiss. How is this possible? Li Mu stumbled back 2 steps, staring in horror as her healing was completely negated by some unknown force. Taking advantage of Chu Xian's momentary distraction, Sun Yu flashed to his flank and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. Rapid shot, activated, and the arrows flew from bowstring to target in the span of a breath. Berserkers were naturally lacking in agility and caught off guard by this sneak attack. All 3 arrows buried themselves in his shoulder. Got him! Joy flashed in Sun Yu's eyes by his calculation. A low-level berserker taking 3 arrows should be dead or severely wounded, and even if willpower kept him standing, his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. But this joy froze on his face in less than 5 seconds. Chu Xian's face twisted with fury as he gripped the arrow shafts with both hands and, with an ear-splitting roar, forcibly yanked them out. Blood flowed freely, but his angry breathing turned it into a crimson mist. Truly despicable rats. Not only does your captain love sneak attacks, but his team members are just the same. He crushed the 3 blood-stained arrows in his palm. Then join your worthless captain and get off this arena. The arrows Chu Xian had pulled from his shoulder were gripped tightly in his hand as he hurled them viciously towards Sun Yu's position. The blood that had just splattered from the pulled arrows suddenly froze midair, transforming into dozens of razor-sharp water blades that swirled back, gradually merging with the thrown arrows. The water blades wrapped around the arrow shafts, creating sharp, whistling sounds as they accelerated to speeds barely visible to the naked eye. Sun Yu had just opened his mouth before he could even finish shouting. What the hell? His limbs were pinned to the arena floor by his own arrows fused with water blades, his screams cutting off abruptly. Chu Xian's shoulder now bore 3 bloody holes, with blood trickling down his arm. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and as excruciating pain hit him, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. The audience fell silent, then erupted in gasps of shock. Holy crap! Is this guy even human? Yanking out arrows without anesthesia? And isn't he supposed to be a berserker? How can he control water too? I saw it too, those were definitely water blades. The chatter grew more heated. Team 68 has some serious skills. Yesterday they had that frost swordsman who uses metal magic, and today a berserker who can manipulate water. Their tattoo artist captain is even more mysterious, can't even begin to explain him. Team 68 feels like the biggest dark horse in this Rising Star tournament preliminaries. Marking this spot, if they actually win the championship, I'll come back and roast this fortune teller above me. Meanwhile, Chu Xian's health was still dropping, yet his pale face gradually regained color, and even his breathing became more steady. Yi Liuli nervously grabbed Bai Zhen's sleeve. Brother Bai Zhen, Chu Xian isn't having a final surge before death, is he? Should we help him? Bai Zhen shook his head. No need, he won't die. Blood Rage Tide brings not only combat power, but also water tribute healing. That's not a death surge, it's the revival effect activating. On the other side of the arena, Han Bing, the sole remaining member of Team 127, had bloodshot eyes as he watched his teammates fall one by one, fear and rage intertwining. If he forfeited now, he'd face not only audience mockery, but also his teammates' scorn. All or nothing. Han Bing bit his lip and raised his staff. Ice Spike Storm. Howling frost swept across like a tidal wave as dozens of ice spikes rained down on Chu Xian like a violent storm. Where the cold touched, thick ice crystals instantly formed on his back. A flash of wild joy crossed Han Bing's eyes, but the next second, the ice crystals cracked. The spikes that had pierced his body seemed to be devoured by his blood, their tips gradually melting until they vanished completely. Chu Xian slowly turned around. From his cracked wounds, blood droplets floated in midair, boiling and churning, forming a crimson mist that enveloped his entire body. Ha ha! The power my master granted me is truly magnificent. He threw back his head in wild laughter, his voice hoarse yet thunderous. Right now, what difference is there between me and an immortal body? Chu Xian stared at Han Bing, whose legs were already trembling, and spread his arms wide as the blood mist exploded into countless tiny blade fragments. Come, stand up. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.